Chapter 951 Mechanical Deity. The spaceships in the distance parted to make way for the Black Star fleet to pass through. Under the excitement and expectation of the countless people present, the Black Star fleet slowly approached planet Black Tyrant, and its hatch opened, releasing the countless mechanical soldiers within. The mechanical soldiers streamed out like a long dragon, quickly arranging themselves into a dense and neat formation, occupying the entire sky, and their armors reflected the light from the stars. Pairs of indifferent mechanical eyes overlooked the earthy brown planet below, focusing on the solitary tyrant standing there. Heber stood unmoving, coldly staring at the dense mechanical army in the sky. All of a sudden, he snorted, his powerful lungs propelling a loud roaring sound. The echo was like thunder, and Heber's every cell began to pump energy frantically, such that the radar of the spaceships nearby all detected a high-energy response. Pugilist flames roared on his body and condensed on his legs. Even though he was standing still, the ground beneath him was cracking apart. Both sides took a fighting stance, and the tense atmosphere was akin to an invisible net that instantly covered the whole audience. The countless people on scene held their breath at the suspense. At this time, the mechanical host stepped out of the crowd and came to the forefront of the mechanical army. The blue-gold mechanical force glimmered and sparkled as its eyes shone with light, carrying the will of Han Shao. "I'm here," Han Shao said through the wide-area communications channel. "Humph." Heber coldly snorted in response. This time, the dynasty did not interfere, and both knew that the battle would only end if one of them fell. Suddenly, Heber bent his knees and kicked out his legs, and a shock wave burst out around him. A rift formed with just a stomp of his foot, and Heber rushed upward to the sky like an arrow in flight, with fierce battle intent in his eyes. He was wrapped in a red and gold pugilist flame, dazzling like the sun, and at this moment, he resembled a golden meteor. From the sky, violent mechanical force burst forth from the body of the mechanical host, instantly linking together the mechanical army. Han Shao activated all his skills and casually flung a luck curse on Heber. The next moment, the vanguard mechanical soldiers swooped down as well, rushing toward Heber. There was no foreplay to speak of. Both sides immediately tucked into the main course, lunging at each other's throats. The golden meteor collided with the machines, the heat melted the armor, and the cracked parts flew out like shrapnel from a bomb, flying everywhere. One after another, the mechanical soldiers fell, and the golden meteor rushed deep into the formation before being slowed down and entangled by the countless machines. The long-range troops in the rear spread out like a metal tornado revolving around Heber, shooting out psionic rays and dark energy repeatedly. Countless beams of light from all directions were shot toward Heber. The mechanical army surrounded Heber tightly like a dark cloud, and this scene resembled a flock of crows dancing around the sun. From time to time, red and gold pugilist shockwaves fluctuated from the center. Because Han Zhao's mechanical army had undergone many rounds of strengthening, they were not too vulnerable even in the face of a beyond grade A. While this batch of old machinery was not the most updated, with the addition of his mechanical force, they were no longer simple mechanical soldiers that Heber could casually crush. In this battle, Heber faced a different situation. In the last battle, Heber's goal was to demonstrate his prestige, and he intended to quickly get rid of Han Shao. But now that Black Star had achieved his current fame, Heber did not have any thought of quickly ending the fight. He was clear that Han Shao was not there, so the only way to win this fight was to kill all of the soldiers present. As long as he smashed apart all the troops that Black Star had brought over, it would be his win. Thus, Heber's mentality was more stable, and he was not in a rush at all. He had long made preparations for a sustained battle and focused on getting rid of the mechanical soldiers without any intention of ambushing Han Shao. However, the amount of injuries he obtained made Heber feel a lot more pressure than last time. The psionic cannon rays that hit his body gave him tremendous pain each time. Heber was secretly startled at Han Zhao's growth rate and gritted his teeth as he calculated in his mind. While I can fight a prolonged battle, the longer I take, the more unfavorable it is to me. I need to improve my killing efficiency. As he thought so, he increased the frequency and intensity of attacks. On the other side, Han Shao controlled the mechanical host to observe the combat, reading the combat information on the interface. What a tough HP cow. In his last battle, Heber's combat information was filled with question marks. Now, with his level higher than Heber's, it revealed his information completely. Heber's was at level 296, with some of them made up by subclasses. Han Shao was an anomaly, as comparing levels, there was not much difference between the two of them. That being said, Heber's grade was still at S, without even the plus on it. This was the gap brought about by various bonuses. Heber's total HP was around 800,000, and his endurance was more than 12,000, along with tons of explosive abilities adding a huge chunk of strength, dexterity, and endurance. As for his pugilist skills, it went without saying that he had plenty of those. The number of resistance talents on him was frightening, such as true damage immunity, weak injury immunity, fixed injury reduction, and super toughness. They were all talents that Han Xiao had seen during the last battle, making his defense extremely troublesome to overcome. The last battle had ended in a draw due to the intervention of the dynasty. There was no winner among the two, so Han Xiao got the record of a tie. However, the fact was that he did not cause any serious damage to Heber at that time. To deal with Heber, he could only slowly grind him down. It was fortunate that his mechanical force bonus and mechanical army had been strengthened many times, significantly raising his damage. Thus, Han Xiao did not activate his perfect mechanical sense character summon card, nor did he need to. Under such circumstances, the tyrant was long not his opponent. The moment the battle began, an S-ranked mission popped up on his interface, named Tyrant Heber, which was the same mission as the previous time. Based on the scenario of challenging a beyond grade A, this sort of boss mission would appear. I only have this mechanical host, which carries some of my attributes and abilities, but it's enough to fight with Heber directly, preventing him from killing the soldiers too quickly. With a single thought of Han Xiao, the Lord's avatar shot out, passing through the heavily sieged front line and directly smashing into Heber. Its heavy metal fist was shrouded in mechanical force and sent out. With a cold snort, Heber's muscles swelled, as though pythons were wriggling under his muscles. The fresh muscle fibers twisted into a strand, displaying its strong elastic force. Heber's terrifying strength from his whole body converged on his arm, and he drew back his arm before thrusting it forward to meet Han Xiao. A red gold fist and blue gold metal fist collided violently, bursting out as a fierce energy shockwave and quickly spreading out. The violent aftermath pushed the surrounding mechanical soldiers quite a way away, tumbling around, and the atmospheric layer above them was also swept out, leaving a blank space. With the addition of growth talents such as Heroic Risks and Divine Void Power, Han Xiao's current strength had reached more than 6,000, and the melee attack power was quite impressive. The supporters of the two revolved around them, and the eyes of the galactic residents watching from a distance also followed the battle group firmly. On one of the Federation of Light spaceships, one of the officials was recording the entire fighting process. The Federation and Church both attached great importance to this battle, and both had sent spies to gather intelligence. Black Star's current strength would greatly affect their plans for the Evolution Cube, so they had to pay attention. At this moment, a virtual projection of Manison stood at the corner of the cabin, watching the entire battle through the viewing window. He lightly said, "The chance of Heber winning is very slim." Is that so? Although the tyrant seems to be surrounded, his body is extremely tough, and he should be able to hold on until the mechanical army is destroyed. The captain who was next to him carefully gave his opinion. Manison shook his head. "I can feel that Black Star has become far stronger than he was before. Heber will probably not be able to last for long. His condition is getting worse. Furthermore, Black Star still has many of his trump cards that he has yet to pull out, such as the Void ability he used in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse." Hearing this, the captain nodded to express understanding. "I just do not know." Manison paused and thoughtfully spoke. "With Black Star's growth, has he already touched my current level? It should not be that quick." At this moment, part of the space above them fluctuated, and the magnificent palace of hidden spells jumped out. "Oh, they're already fighting. It seems like I'm late." Seated at the top of his palace of hidden spells, Austin overlooked the battle of the two with an expression of interest. Most of the spectators were focused on the fight, and while a few of them noticed that Austin had arrived, they only spared him a glance before impatiently turning back to the scene. Han Xiao also noticed Austin and could not resist curling up his mouth. "Why do you come as a referee every time we fight?" However, he had no time to dispose of his old man. Han Xiao withdrew his attention and continued to control his avatar. As the battle progressed, the ground of Planet Black Tyrant shattered, pitted with holes, and seemed to have turned into an onion, being peeled off layer by layer. The entire planet began to deform, as though Han Xiao and the Tyrant's battle was a knife, slicing into the planet-sized onion with their skills. Alone within the human wave tactic, with the damage of the mechanical army exceeding his expectations, Heber quickly fell into a disadvantage, becoming very passive. The heart of everyone in the bloodshed land started to tremble. Faced with an army, the tyrant was clearly disadvantaged against Black Star, and the battle had not even gone on for long. Could it be that the strength gap between the two was greater than they thought? In the past battle, the tyrant was clearly suppressing Black Star from start to end. In just a few years, their positions had swapped. Looking at the disheveled tyrant on the planet, Foster's clenched his fists, his expression indeterminate. Suffering from such a storm-like weapon barrage for so long, it was lucky that Heber had thick skin, or else he would not have lasted. He felt as though he was a sandbag being beaten up, and his entire body hurt like hell. His chances to retaliate were getting fewer. He could only focus on defending himself. After being beaten up several times in a row, Heber fell straight to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Cough cough, star-shaking fist. Enduring the pain, Heber rallied his strength, blasting out a brilliantly thick golden pugilist strike toward the mechanical army swooping down from the sky, and it exploded to form a huge chain reaction, devouring a large number of mechanical soldiers. However, after the energy dissipated, it was found that most of the mechanical soldiers had endured it with their psionic shields. While the damage was serious, they could still fight, and even the waste modification, skill could not be forced out. The gap was so wide. Heber was not only envious, he was also furious. He was quite confident before the battle, thinking that it would be an easy victory when dealing with only one of Black Star's platoons. But after fighting for so long, he had done his best, but he had found out that he likely could not even defeat this platoon of Black Stars. How could this be? At the beginning, Heber was able to resist the siege of the mechanical army, but as his injuries and energy consumption increased, his state got worse. Han Shao was different. He grew fiercer the more he fought. Just the talent of converting his energy to HP would ensure that he had sufficient strength to go on. Furthermore, with talents such as advanced strength and life, battlefield wisdom, and one against the world, the longer he fought, the higher his strength became. With this, the current Heber was being embarrassed more and more, much like a beaten king. If this continues, I'll lose for sure. With this in mind, Heber's eyes turned red. He did not like to fail at anything, especially losing to Black Star in such a manner. The next instant, the high-energy response from Heber started to soar in an abnormal manner, and the waves of pugilist flames ripped all the nearby mechanical soldiers into scrap metal. Oh, what ability did he use? Han Shao gazed at the interface and found a new state appearing in the status bar of Heber, Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive. He was no stranger to this move. This was a pugilist skill, and some players had learned it in their previous lives. It would force the activation of one's cellular potential to maximize the overclocking of all attributes such as HP and strength and temporarily obtain an advanced combat power for a period of several hours to several days. However, the sequelae were serious. The moment one used this ability, every upgrade in the future would be permanently 7% more expensive, and this would stack continuously with each usage without limit. This was equivalent to squeezing out one's future potential in exchange for temporary explosive power. Generally speaking, no one would use this trick unless it was a last resort. Han Shao was a little stunned. Is it so difficult to accept losing to me? To even pull out this sort of self-destructive trick? But upon seeing Heber's expression, Han Shao understood. There was only stubbornness and self-esteem of the strong. While the tyrant's usual style was pretentious and made many criticize him, at this moment, Han Shao admitted that he was a qualified fighter. Indeed, those who can become beyond grade as are not easy to deal with. Han Shao pursed his lips. The high-energy response of Heber was also discovered by the radars, and everyone began excitedly discussing. What's this? Did Heber pull out a killing move? I thought that he could take it no longer. Seems like there's still a counterattack. Heber burst into flames, directly crossing the 52,000 energy rank limit, and his grade rose to S+. The wounds on his body also rapidly healed. As he stared at Han Shao in anger, his hands clasped together, and a dazzling golden light began to shine in his palm, getting brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Han Zhao's avatar paused in midair. Since you're so serious, I should stop playing as well. The moment he spoke, the mechanical force arced out like a spider's web, connecting every individual mechanical soldier. The next moment, the mechanical soldiers returned like birds to their nests, shooting toward the avatar and reassembling themselves. A huge mechanical structure gradually unfolded. The mechanical force was akin to the nerves, blood vessels, and veins of this huge body. This is... Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, a huge machine assembled itself above Planet Black Tyrant. A heavy pressure emanated from this machine, giving everyone the feeling that this was not individual soldiers gathered together, but rather, a new, independent individual. Heber's eyes were wide, and under his shock, the pugilist waves undulated like a flickering light bulb. At the same time, Manison, who was viewing on the Federation of Light spaceship, looked as though he had been hammered. His eyes wide open, he exclaimed, "This is a mechanical deity." Chapter 952 Crazy Beating. Manison was too familiar with the mechanical deity skill. This was also his ultimate skill, and for many years, there was no opponent who could force him to utilize it. Seeing that Han Shao now also possessed this power, his emotions were set aflare. If Manison was still in doubt before, he was now finally certain. Black Star had reached his current realm. Incredible, this sort of growth rate. Manison's eyes were full of surprise. In terms of age for a beyond grade A, Black Star was just too young, to the point of being immature, but how could he break through all common sense, raising his strength in just a few years to complete the accumulation that took other beyond grade as hundreds of years? Could it really be because of talent? Even if one looked from the ancient times till now, there was no one who had such terrible potential. Manison clearly remembered that the last time he sparred with Black Star, the mechanical talent he had displayed was very shameful, even making people doubt if he was a fake beyond grade A. If it was not talent, then what was the actual reason? Manison's eyes flashed. Could it be that, other than the evolution cube and space-time amber, Black Star still possessed other universal treasures? No matter what, this sort of growth rate is too weird. Black Star must have a great secret. Thinking about this, Manison said. Denli had a strong desire. The desire to dissect Black Star and find out the truth. Suppressing his impulsive thoughts, Manison's eyes flickered as he thought about an important question. Since Black Star has grasped the strength of the mechanical deity, then, has he discovered the secret of Adeptus Mechanicus? The NPC beyond grade as did not possess an interface and were unable to understand their own skills, so they had to rely on trial and error instead. As such, not all Divine Throne mechanics could discover the special effect of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. If not for the inherited knowledge from the mechanical legacy, Manison could not be sure that he would have found out about the bonuses by having mechanic believers. The question now was, had Black Star also discovered this ability? If Black Star had discovered this point, he would inevitably become a competitor and an obstacle on his road to a higher realm. At this moment, the attention he paid to Black Star in his heart had been raised to the highest level. I need to pay more attention to him. Manison narrowed his eyes. My God, it's so big. I actually have the urge to worship it. Is that natural? The image painted by the assembly of the mechanical army was majestic, and it inspired awe in the faces of the countless galactic residents on scene. The mechanical deity comprised of 2 million soldiers was naturally huge, and compared to the tyrant, it was like the gap between an ant and an elephant. Not only was it huge, it also exuded a strong pressure, causing those who looked at it to have an impulse to submit. Its shape could be melded based on Han Zhao's consciousness, and the current mechanical deity took the shape of a huge silvery black mechanical sphere, like an egg. Under Han Zhao's control, a head, arms, and legs protruded from the egg, and the mechanical deity slowly turned into a humanoid structure. Even his facial features were formed on the head, turning it into a gigantic version of Black Star. The composite mechanical deity possessed the functions of every single mechanical soldier assembled into it, and they could be used in every corner of its body through the nanoparticles. Furthermore, their effects would reinforce each other. For example, if there were 100,000 shield generator mechanical soldiers integrated within, then the mechanical deity would be able to summon 100,000 psionic shields to protect all corners of its body, or it could fuse and overlap them to form a super durable shield. Han Zhao's physical senses extended to every corner of the mechanical deity's body, and everything could be controlled with a thought, as though this was his original body. This feeling isn't bad at all. This was also Han Zhao's first time utilizing the skill, and the feeling was quite miraculous. The mechanical deity lowered its head from high above, overlooking the planet and locking onto the extremely tiny tyrant below. Its huge palm rose up before slapping down suddenly like a mountain descending from the heavens. The palm broke through the atmosphere of the planet, its edges catching on fire, and its shadow covered a huge area, occupying Heber's entire version. The speed of the palm resulted in a sonic boom, deafening the ears of all who heard it. Heber's expression was grim. He gritted his teeth to ease the shock in his heart. His palms pushed violently into the sky, and the waves of the highly condensed pugilist flames burst out. Star-shattering mortar. Wang! From Heber's palms as the center, a halo of reddish gold spread out horizontally, and the pugilist flames expanded, turning into a huge beam tens of meters in diameter, moving rapidly toward the palm of the mechanical deity. While the strong pugilist flames were akin to atomizing rays, vaporizing everything within their path, compared to the palm, it was like using a toothpick to hit one's hand. A large number of mechanical parts assembled on the palm of the mechanical deity, quickly transforming into dense psionic shields. The shields overlapped and interlinked with each other to cover the entire palm, looking like a bubble with a blue gradient. The next instant, the reddish gold beam connected with the palm. The resulting hurricane swept across the entire area, and on the half of the planet they were battling on, the clouds were blown away, and the crust ruptured. The huge explosion expanded, smashing through several of the psionic shields, causing a few parts to melt on the surface of the palm. However, the palm persistently continued to press down, as though it wanted to smash the beam itself. Heber continued to increase the output of the pugilist flames, to the point his whole body's muscles burst apart, causing him to be drenched in blood. However, he did not seem to feel the pain. His bloodshot eyes stared at the rapidly expanding mechanical deity's palm in his line of sight. He squeezed out every ounce of energy in his body and further increased the fluctuations released by his palms, as though he wanted to suppress the palm. But in reality, the golden beam got shorter as the palm continued its inevitable descent. Suddenly, Heber's vision was only left with blank whiteness. The palm smashed straight onto the planet and tunneled into the earth, leaving a palm print on the surface. The explosive energy was also pushed by it into the crust of the planet. Everyone only saw a fracture appear, shining brightly with light. In the next moment, the crack expanded completely, and a devastating explosion occurred deep within the planet, directly shattering the planet apart. In an instant, the appearance of Planet Black Tyrant seemed to have turned into an apple that had been dug out from the inside. Furthermore, this shape did not hold for long. Due to the imbalance in its broken core, the planet collapsed in on itself. The core of the planet turned into an explosive light cluster, ting all the material that made up this planet, shattering the entire planet into pieces. This one palm literally destroyed Planet Black Tyrant. The shockwave caused by the planetary explosion swept through and affected the crowd watching in the distance. Black Tyrant exploded. While the galactic residents watching from space were isolated from any sound, it did not prevent their imaginations from filling up the missing spots, and countless people shivered instinctively in front of this terrible scene. Some even peed their pants. The explosion also affected the mechanical deity, shattering a large area of the psionic shields covering its entire body. Molten traces of melted metal appeared in many places around its body. But the next moment, the nanoparticles flowed around the mechanical deity, repairing the damage. Due to the loss of material, it shrank in size slightly, but it still towered over everything else. Many of the galactic residents swallowed audibly, craning their necks to look for traces of Heber. Where's the tyrant? Could he have been blown to bits? Probably not. He can use his own fleshly body to smash through a planet, so the explosion of a planet shouldn't kill him, right? At this time, the battlefield had transformed into a new asteroid belt. Han Shao swept through the battlefield, but he saw no traces of Heber and glanced toward the interface. In the combat information, it showed that Heber had lost a great amount of HP. If not for his immunity to true damage, as well as fixed damage reduction, this would have directly killed him. However, although his injuries were also very heavy, he still retained his battle strength. This seemed to be a simple slap, but in fact, the palm strike contained a lot of different damages mixed in, such as psionic impact, the explosive damage of Heber's own killer move, as well as damage from the shockwave devices equipped on the palm. In addition, this mechanical deity had countless output devices, so the mechanical force bonuses were amazing, comparable to the damage inflicted by the legendary Galactic Titan race from Legends. Of course, great power would naturally be accompanied by a huge amount of energy consumption. If not for Han Zhao's talent allowing him to quickly recover energy, his mechanical deity would probably be like Ultraman, each fight only lasting for 3 minutes. Han Shao was currently looking for traces of the tyrant when a feeling of pain was transmitted to him through his right arm. A series of explosions occurring from the inside revealed Heber within. Turns out, he took the slap as a chance to send himself inside the arm, wanting to destroy it from the inside out. The tyrant's choice looked to be the best tactic. The majority would think that with the huge bulk of the mechanical deity, its weakness would be the internal systems. However, this law was not applicable to the mechanical deity. Surrounded by mechanical parts, Heber was riddled with injuries, but was still wreaking havoc within the right arm of the mechanical deity, breaking all the structures around him as he rushed deeper into the mechanical deity. But the inside of the arm suddenly warped, and the separate mechanical soldiers assembled quickly, using the inside of the arm as a battlefield to fight against Heber. They flung themselves without care toward Heber. Scram! Heber roared in anger, and his body exploded with strength, throwing all the soldiers clinging to him away. As he was about to continue charging, his feet suddenly sank, and he found that the mechanical structure suddenly turned into a trap, biting into his fleet and restricting his movements. The machinery around him shot out ropes that were made of a nanomaterial that was incredibly tough to restrict the movement of his body. Immediately afterward, a variety of mechanical devices popped out and various crowd control skills were applied, such as electromagnetic chains, gravity fields, and space distortions, which were thrown toward Heber. Heber felt like he was stuck in quicksand. Not only did he become disorientated, it became extremely difficult to move. Then, cannon muzzles appeared from all directions, aiming and concentrating their fire at Heber. The thought of attacking from the inside was good, but entering the body of the mechanical deity was as good as sending oneself to the home field of a mechanic. Heber was attacked to the point his world spun, and his fury quickly reached the max. With a furious scream, he ignored the various restrictions, landing his fists deep into the arm of the mechanical deity. Star-shaking fist. The reddish gold beam blasted out, running through the arm of the mechanical deity. But the attack only reached up to its elbow before a psionic shield blocked the way, and the star-shaking fist smashed directly on it. With the burst of light and impact, the entire right arm of the mechanical deity was shattered. Heber was also thrown out, and as he spun around in the universe, he saw this scene, and his spirits were revived. But before he could feel any excitement, the broken right arm suddenly disintegrated and turned back into the individual mechanical soldiers. Chains of mechanical force shot forth from the broken stump of the right arm, connecting to the soldiers like a spider web, and pulled them back. The next instant, the scattered soldiers rejoined the original body, and the mechanical deity was whole once again. Heber's expression looked stiff. Pugilists who have reached the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm would probably have a chance of breaking apart the mechanical deity. As for you, Han Shao breathed in deeply. You are still unqualified. He would not grant the tyrant any time to recuperate and immediately activated the psionic cannons, concentrating their fire toward Heber. No matter how one tried to dodge, it would only end in failure. The only option they had was to see who's what to be attacked with. After barely resisting for a while, Heber could no longer continue defending and was beaten up crazily by the mechanical deity, turning into a sandbag. The people watching this scene all understood the situation. At this moment, Heber's appearance of being thrashed by Han Shao was imprinted on everyone's heart, and they would never forget it. The image of the arrogant and strong tyrant was thoroughly shattered in the hearts of all the citizens of the Shattered Star Ring. Chapter 953 Shattered Mentality. The battle became a one-sided beating. Heber's tragic state was reflected in the eyes of the mechanical deity, but it was unknown as to when the beating would stop. Some of the people could not bear to watch and averted their gazes, but they could not help turning back again. This disheveled state of a Beyond Grade A was not commonly seen, and it was valuable video information. Not many would waste the opportunity to watch it in real life and have the capital to boast of it to others in the future. As everyone in the Bloodshed Land watched their commander get beaten up by Black Star, a sense of shame and anger rose in their hearts, and they could barely resist the urge to rush up to help. However, they were well aware that if Heber could not even fight against Black Star, them going into the battle would be like sending themselves up for the slaughter. Not only would it be useless, it would also destroy the fairness of this battle, decreasing the reputation of the Bloodshed Land further. Moreover, the tyrant himself would never forgive them if anyone dared interfere. Thus, everyone watched, trembling in anger as their boss was pummeled repeatedly. Foster's expression contorted, and he smashed the metal bulkhead of the spaceship in anger. His whole body was shaking as he restrained his urge to join the fight. Tyrant, Jord gritted his teeth, feeling the shame as well. How could they feel proud when their own boss was being thrashed? On the other side, the three universal civilizations had many Beyond Grade as involved in the bet, and they were carefully gazing at the broadcast. After the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, the Beyond Grade A Circle had already affirmed Black Star's strength, and most of them had guessed that Black Star would win, but not the outcome. In their predictions, Heber would at least cause some form of trouble for Black Star, killing most of his mechanical troops. They did not expect the situation to be such that Heber had no room left to fight back, with Black Star holding the initiative for the entire battle. To be beaten to this state, the defeat is too embarrassing to look at. Raven Loudy shook his head. Black Star is a really terrible guy. I think that Heber is already strong for being able to survive for so long. If it was me, Bayoni shuddered, imagining what would happen if he was in Heber's place. Really now? Why are you scaring yourself? Black Star and I are goo. Friends, really good friends. Regarding this point, I believe Dylan and you would have a lot of common topics. Milizaz could not help but poke fun at him. Viru was a little sad as he sighed. Sigh, after this battle, the prestige of the tyrant will not even be a tenth of what it was. As a pugilist, seeing Heber being beaten to this state made him feel a little sad and embarrassed. The usage of mechanical deity by Black Star allowed the Beyond Grade as to know what this meant. It meant that he had already touched on the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, so the defeat of Heber was not a shameful thing, but it was a fact that Heber had provoked Han Shao earlier on in such a manner. It was not just the allies of the dynasty. Even those from the Federation and the Church were discussing Black Star on their various channels. Han Zhao's performance caused the other Beyond Grade as to break out in cold sweat. As they discussed the battle, the mechanical deity suddenly came to a stop. Everyone's eyes gleamed. It has come to an end. An irresistible force came from the palm of the mechanical deity, and Heber was once again blown out, smashing through several broken planetary fragments along the way until the momentum stopped when he collided with a particularly huge continental plate. His entire figure was imprinted on it, leaving a human-shaped hole on the outside. Fresh blood covered his sights. Heber's trembling palm reached for the edge of the hole, and he pulled himself out. There was no part of his body that was not racked with pain, and he was literally dripping with blood. He did not know how many bones and tendons were broken or snapped, and he could feel that his internal organs were close to becoming meat paste. Throughout his entire body, his extremely tired cells were barely repairing themselves. The pugilist aura on Heber's body flickered like a candle on the wind, as though it could die off any moment. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to revolve his strength again, but instead, a surge of powerlessness hit his body. There was not even a drop of strength left in him. Raising his head, he saw that the mechanical deity did not continue its pursuit, but rather looked at him from afar. Continue. Heber wanted to scream angrily, but sound could not travel through the vacuum, so he could only open his mouth mutely. At this moment, the mechanical deity was released, and the mechanical host carrying Han Zhao's avatar popped out, floating in front of Heber. Looking at the man who had no untouched piece of skin throughout his body, Han Zhao released air to envelope both of them before opening the wide-area communication channel. It's over. You have no more strength to continue the battle. Han Zhao's voice sounded through the channel, traveling into the ears of everyone present. This level of injury is only enough to tickle me. I still can fight with you for the whole day. Heber's eyes were bloodshot, and regardless of how his body was teetering on the edge of death, he dragged his torn muscles and threw a fist toward the avatar. The fist was easily caught. The strength within was not even a tenth of its original. Han Zhao breathed in deeply, calmly saying, "Admit defeat. You've already lost." Within his combat information, Heber's HP value was already close to nil, full of status conditions. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. Han Zhao had already achieved his objective. There should be a bottom line for everything. The reason the dynasty did not interfere this time was because they knew that he understood where his limits were, not because they did not care that an ally would die by his hand. When taking action, what mattered most was controlling one's actions. There was nothing to gain from going overboard. There was no point in him getting his future development restricted by the dynasty just because of one mere Heber. The tyrant today did not possess the qualifications for Han Zhao to personally finish him off. Admit defeat? This phrase doesn't exist in my dictionary. I don't need your pity. Heber raged, wanting to continue. The next moment, countless mechanical capturing devices flew over, directly locking down Heber's body and only leaving his head unbound. Heber struggled with all his might, but there was no way for him to escape in his current state. Don't deceive yourself. You've already lost. Han Zhao's tone sank. You should understand the current state of your body and the injuries better than me. Heber did not answer, only glaring fixedly at Han Zhao, the unwilling and rage within clearly expressed, almost condensing. After shooting him a glance, Han Zhao indifferently continued. Relax, we're still allies of the dynasty. I'll spare your life. Hearing this, it was as though a bomb had gone off in Heber's mind, filling it with unprecedented shame. To be spared from death because of this identity was just like being forced to spare him, and this was a huge insult and torture to him. He felt as though his dignity and pride were trampled under Han Zhao's feet, almost causing him to go mad. Han Zhao suddenly noticed something, retreating a distance away. Swoosh. Foster's and the other Vanguard officials approached in a moment, standing guard in front of Heber. We've lost. Foster spat out the words with difficulty. But if you still think you can insult His Excellency Heber, then you need to step over our corpses to do so. The Vanguard officials all chorused in agreement, their expressions filled with wariness and some degree of anxiety. What are you guys doing? Scram. Heber was furious. He was always the one that protected others, and now him being protected by his men only gave him more shame. If I lose, then so be it. How is it that I, a renowned beyond grade A, now have to hide behind calamity grades for protection? No. For the first time, Foster's disobeyed Heber's direct order. Looking at all the backs of his Vanguard officials, Heber felt a little stunned. He had always regarded his men as consumables, and seeing this sight made him feel conflicting emotions. In the distance, Jord pursed his lips and surveyed his surroundings. Many of the Bloodshed Land members were showing confusion and conflicting emotions. He knew very well that the defeat of the tyrant had directly shaken the beliefs of many people in the Bloodshed Land. I don't know how many of them will choose to leave now, Jord sighed. They might not join the Black Star Army, which they were hostile to, but there would definitely be people leaving the Bloodshed Land. This scene also fell in the eyes of the spectators, with them feeling all sorts of complex emotions. The Bloodshed Land had been growing rapidly recently and was in the limelight. Nobody expected them to be hit so hard today. Han Zhao ignored the group of Vanguard officials and only stared at Heber directly. The old accounts between us are considered temporarily settled. The moment he finished speaking, Han Zhao no longer bothered with Heber's response, flying toward the palace of hidden spells under the gazes of everyone. This move was also a signal, announcing the end of the battle. As the victor, Han Zhao did not need to make any additional statements, nor did he need to chase after the tyrant. This would only have a counter effect. His goal had been reached by winning this battle. The rest would occur naturally without him deliberately pushing. Seeing his action, the surrounding spaceships all parted for him to enter the Palace of Hidden Spells. Everyone present knew that from this moment on, the new strongest of the Shattered Star Ring had been born. Sigh, he indeed lost. Within the Bloodshed Land fleet, Sorokin's doppelganger sighed. After this battle, Black Star had completely established his dominance of the Black Star army in the Shattered Star Ring. Even if the Bloodshed Land could still compete with them, it would eventually still lose out, requiring twice the effort with half the amount of success. The difficulty of the task just increased further. Sorokin was helpless. His employers from the dynasty failed to stop the battle, which made Sorokin a little depressed. But he did not fully count on others, as he was just a financial group in their eyes, and it was impossible for him to have absolute certainty in swaying the decisions of the universal civilization. Taking a look at Heber, who was supported by his vanguard officials as they flew back to the fleet, Sorokin snorted. He did not know how long it would take for the tyrant's shattered mentality to recover, which might affect their cooperation. The situation has become more troublesome now. Sorokin's eyes flickered. Having such great prestige as a Beyond Grade A will always risk such a catastrophe. Prestige is both an influence and a shackle to the Beyond Grade A class. Fortunately, I'm not stupid like the tyrant and Ha. V. Foresight. Only by throwing away the prestige of the Beyond Grade A will the shackles of one's identity no longer bind you. Only then can you live like a fish in water, free and easy. If he was allowed to choose, he would not even choose to engage in this battle. A pity that the tyrant was still shackled by his prestige and made such a foolish move. Poor fellow. Sorokin shook his head. The countless spectators finally began to disperse from the scene. At the same time, Han Zhao's avatar had just stepped foot on the Palace of Hidden Spells and met up with Austin. Summoning a mechanical throne, Han Zhao surveyed his surroundings. I see you still love joining such boisterous events. Has the Palace of Hidden Spells been fixed yet? Long ago. After some casual conversation, Austin opened his mouth to ridicule him. Hehe, from today onward, you're now the new head of the Beyond Grade, as of the Shattered Star Ring. What are your thoughts? None. Han Zhao waved his hands before smirking. In fact, I was already the head a long time ago. What was missing was just the identity. You're really shameless. Austin laughed, but he did not deny the fact. He knew that he was not Han Zhao's opponent. Psyker had suffered under his hands before. Ames was close to him, and now with Heber out of the picture, Black Star was officially the strongest in this star field, the main spokesperson of the Crimson Dynasty. After chatting a while, Han Zhao bade farewell and controlled his mechanical host to take the mechanical army back to the battleship, setting the return path before releasing Lord's Descent. The vision of the avatar disappeared, and Han Zhao opened his eyes with the vision of his room in front of him. He sat in silence for a moment before letting out a deep breath. With this, he had temporarily disrupted Tai Tai's mental state and affected the influence of the Bloodshed Land, easing the pressure on him. However, a Beyond Grade A's mentality was not shaken so easily, and the tyrant would accept reality sooner or later. But in the short term, Heber was out of the picture. Stretching his waist, Han Zhao opened the door and walked out. Now that the mission to fight the tyrant had been completed again, there was a reward to be drawn, and the necessary procedures had to be prepared beforehand. Touching Phaidon once would give him a lucky chance. Chapter 954. Behind every tank is the willingness to sacrifice. Within the cabin hall, many of the guards either sat or stood, their eyes fixed on the virtual screen. In the picture, Heber was slapped into the planet by the mechanical deity, and the next instant, the planet exploded. This was the UHD battle video recorded by the Galactic Media Groups present. Currently, it was being replayed, and there were even sound effects added to the picture. While this was the second time they were watching this, Hadavi could not help but sigh, muttering to himself, when will I reach such a level? May be in your next life. One of the Black Star guards seated beside him laughed evilly. This guy was one of the Calamity grades that had joined very early on, and he was also one of Hadavi's bad influences. With your Esper ability, even if you reach the Beyond Grade A level, it is estimated that your destructive force will not be at this stage. Aurora shook her head. His ability allows him to take a lot of hits, another person interjected. Maybe if he reaches Beyond Grade A, he'll become the favorite sandbag of all the Beyond Grade A's. Hearing this, Hadavi grumbled in dissatisfaction. Humph, you guys are just jealous. Hehe, honestly, even if you do break through your limits and become a Beyond Grade A, you might not even be able to absorb as much damage as His Excellency Black Star, and you also don't have a variety of moves like him. I think you'll be the weakest Beyond Grade A in history. Thinking about it, Hadavi realized that was the case and immediately felt as though his future was dim, and his spirits hit rock bottom. Don't worry about all that. Phaidon smiled warmly, stretching out a hand to squeeze Hadavi's shoulder. Who knows? Maybe you can't even advance to Beyond Grade A? Hadavi rolled his eyes and nastily retorted, It's Chen Xing, isn't it? Don't try to imitate the vice captain. As they all chatted with each other, the cabin door suddenly slid open, and Han Zhao walked in with large strides. Many of them stood up quickly and saluted, staring at Han Xiao with heated gazes. After watching the live broadcast, Black Star had just become more powerful and mysterious in everyone's mind. As his strength increased, so did everyone's awe of him. Everyone's here. Han Xiao nodded, and glancing at the virtual screen, he laughed. Haven't you all seen it already? Why are you even watching it again? Hadavi stepped up and declared with a bootlicking expression, "This is all to admire your heroism." He had initially joined the Black Star Army for a transaction, but after witnessing Han Zhao's potential so many times, he was completely won over by him. After this battle, everyone knew that Black Star had officially become the strongest in the Shattered Star Ring. This identity was not just a simple name, but brought with it reputation, influence, and pride. A Beyond Grade A had to defeat all their peers in the same star field to obtain this title, and within the Shattered Star Ring, although Black Star was considered strong, the public did not know of this and always compared him to the Tyrant. But having proved his point now, the majority of ordinary galactic residents also recognized his status as the strongest within this star field. Seeing his immeasurable future, Hadavi could not wait to hug Black Star's thigh and was willing to accept Black Star's beatings every day. Seeing this, Han Xiao had a weird expression. He knew that Hadavi had been somewhat reluctant to join him, but how had he suddenly changed? So drastically in his mentality? Could it be that I'm so charming? Shaking his head, he spoke a few customary sentences to everyone before arriving in front of Faiden. Just as he was about to proceed with the molestation, Faiden jumped away like a frightened deer. Wait a minute, I'm Chen Xing. Han Xiao paused and put down his hand, laughing. It's all right. Take your time. I'll wait. Chen Xing immediately retreated into the mind, and Faiden took control once again. While his temperament was as gentle as a spring breeze, he had an expression of resignation. In the past, when he got touched, Faiden was against it, but now he had thoroughly accepted his fate. After going through so many things, even he had to wonder if he was really just too lucky. Seeing this, Han Xiao hurriedly came up, grabbing a handful of luck, and felt as though some luck glow had been transferred to him. Returning to the room, Han Xiao could not wait to open the panel and select the option to complete his mission. The random reward gave him a character summon card of Heber, as though Faiden's luck this time had gone through the roof. The ability was actually Polar Channel Flow Cellular Overdrive, and while he could only use it once, it had been modified such that there was no sequelae. The experience rewarded were average for Beyond Grade A boss missions, and the 20-odd billion experience he obtained helped to supplement his drying experience reservoir. The 2 legendary points that he obtained the previous time did not appear, meaning that the awarding of legendary points was a one-off thing. However, because of the impact this battle had, he still managed to obtain another, completely new legendary point. Universe Legendary Point, strongest of the Shattered Star Ring. You're standing at the pinnacle of a star field, and the universe extols your prestige. This legendary point was likely something that would never be achievable for players. After his rewards were settled, it was time for the final reward, the ability extraction. You have received the reward. Draw one of Heber's abilities or talents. Note: Heber is a pugilist. Some of the abilities and talents are adjusted according to your class. 1. Berserker. Ability: plus 110% damage for energy attacks, plus 50% energy consumption. Duration: 10s. Cooldown: 75s. 2. Polar Channel Flow Cellular Overdrive. Ability: liberate cell restrictions and squeeze out one's potential. You will briefly erupt into a higher level of combat capability, but after usage, you will be inflicted with a weakened status for 1 month, and skill upgrade costs will permanently increase by 7%. 3. Melee Combatant. Talent: when engaging in melee combat, plus 40% attack speed and plus 2 to all melee skill levels. 4. Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction. Talent: when taking damage after factoring in resistance, the damage is further reduced by 7,500 before calculating any other resistance-based talents. If you have the talent Seri ES of low-level damage immunity, then the fixed damage reduction will be the maximum value of said talent. 5. Critical Combo. Ability: when you make a combo on a target, the crit rate and crit damage will increase with each combo hit. This effect is capped at 75% crit rate and 350% crit damage. Duration: 5s. Cooldown: 80s. Sweeping through the interface, Han Xiao was secretly overjoyed. There was indeed a difference between molesting Faiden and not, else he would not have gotten so many good skills. But the more useful skills there were, the harder it was to choose. Thinking about it, Han Xiao first removed Berserker. The skill bonus was toward purely energy damage, and while his mechanical force could injure people, the effect was too pathetic. Polar Channel Flow Cellular Overdrive was a good skill for burst damage, but the sequelae were too troublesome, unlike the time-limited side effect of using the Evolution Cube. Furthermore, the effect could still overlap indefinitely. As for the effects, just look at Heber. If he could not win, then he would definitely not be able to win. There was no need to struggle and get hit more. This ability had little significance for mechanics, who did not rely on their body so much. Compared to a temporary burst, Han Shao was more inclined to prepare more mechanical armies before the battle, and since he had just gotten a character card without side effects, this skill could be put aside. Similarly, Melee Combatant was suitable for mechanical pugilists and pugilists, but it was not too crucial for him. As for Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction, this was a molding talent, and while 7,500 damage did not seem like much, that was only because he was looking at it from the perspective of a Beyond Grade A. For a Calamity grade, having this amount of damage reduction would boost their survival by at least 2 or 3 times. And if it was a Grade B or Grade C who obtained this, they would basically be unkillable within the same level, and if players were to meet such a boss, they would know what true despair felt like. This ability worked in tandem with the low-level damage immunity series. Heber possessed the talent, Legendary Low-Level Damage Immunity, which granted him immunity to attacks below 16,000 points of damage. But this did not mean that his legendary fixed damage reduction was rendered useless. The normal rule of damage immunity meant that damage below a certain limit was directly ignored, but this was not applied to attacks with damage above that threshold. However, after adding legendary fixed damage reduction, even for an attack higher than 16,000 points, one had to first deduct 16,000 damage applied through legendary fixed damage reduction before calculating any resistance of lower priority, so both talents mutually supported each other to increase the immunity to damage. However, Han Shao had only managed to draw one, so the effect was discounted. In fact, what Han Shao W. Antied was more of the talent, Super Toughness, which was the secret behind Heber's thick HP. Furthermore, it had a low priority, which meant that it would further reduce whatever damage Heber obtained after going through damage reduction and immunity. As for the final skill, Critical Combo, it was quite suitable for him. The number of combos that a mechanical army could fire out was a form of happiness that pugilists could not imagine. This would definitely increase the crit rate and damage in the shortest time. What a dilemma. Han Shao scratched his head, pausing in thought, before finally making a choice. You have been awarded Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction. As the ancient saying went, behind every tank was the willingness to sacrifice. Even though he really wanted to choose Critical Combo, letting go of a molding talent just like that would be too wasteful. His own resistance was not low as well, and with his energy HP conversion cycle, it would leave one in despair if he added this damage immunity. Just imagining it was enough to give him goosebumps. It is likely that I have to walk this tank path all the way to the end, but I would still rather have more DPS. Han Shao was torn. After finalizing his rewards, Han Shao let out a breath of relief. He slowly ruminated on the impact this battle had brought to him. Obtaining the title of the strongest person in the star field would allow the Black Star Army's business within the Shattered Star Ring to pick up, and at the same time, it would attract a new wave of talent. However, the decline of influence for the Bloodshed Land would not hinder the investment of the Limitless Financial Group. The other party was still its main competitor, but their degree of expansion would face difficulties due to the strike. As for the dynasty side, their lack of action meant that they tacitly agreed to this. It seems like Tai Tai will likely be hurt quite badly this time. Right now, the construction and development of the Flickering World still ranks as most important. For a period of time, the 3 universal civilizations will not have any conflicts with each other on the surface. In this manner, I can have a stable external environment to develop my mechanical civilization and Black Spirit race, as well as set about building a secondary dimension factory, Han Shao murmured to himself. He had set the pace for these few decades during the version update early, which would allow him to steadily advance and make up for his lacking accumulation. When the video of the battle was uploaded, it did not take long before the video reached the hands of the upper echelons of all civilizations. The upper echelons of the Federation and the Church each convened a temporary meeting specifically for this matter. In the conference room, the Federation of Light's President Bader looked around at the elders and senior officials present as he asked, "Everyone has watched the video. What are your thoughts?" The chief elder tapped his cane and hoarsely said, "For whatever reason, it has become a fact that Black Star now possesses peak beyond Grade A strength, and the Crimson Dynasty will soon usher in its 4th national pillar, which is not advantageous for us." "That's right." Another of the senior officials injected, "Furthermore, Black Star is simply too young, and can serve the dynasty for a long period of time. He is furthermore the most troublesome virtual mechanic class, and with them, it is likely that he can grow to Manison's level, which will threaten our benefits. What I'm worried about is when Black Star will next grow." One official had a deep frown. We thought that he would remain silent for the next decade or so, but time and time again, we have been proven wrong. Every time we feel that he requires some period to reinforce his foundation before he can further increase his strength, he suddenly does the reverse of our expectations. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Meeting Han Xiao as an opponent that broke all common sense gave everyone a strong sense of pressure. If that's the case, then the strategy for the evolutionary totem will have to be adjusted to some extent, the Chief Elder concluded. Indeed. Vader sighed. I'll have to discuss it with those from the Arcane Church. The battle had attracted a great amount of attention, to the point that this news had yet to abate even after half a month, but rather showed an upward trend. With the spread of the galactic media groups, even the galactic residents that were not interested in war or battle could appreciate the heroism of the tyrant. Those who did not know of the tyrant losing the battle all eventually came to hear of it. A beyond grade of being thrashed was such an interesting topic, and this matter quickly became the dinner conversation of many galactic residents. In the eyes of the majority, the tyrant was a relatively unfamiliar beyond grade A, and now his fame was rising due to people knowing his presence in the form of being able to take beatings. There was also news circulating that after the battle, Heber went into closed-door cultivation, not even allowing his close subordinates to see him. The incident spread vigorously, and a special group of people also noticed the mechanical deity that was revealed by Black Star. The Machinery Faith. Chapter 955 Undercurrents move once again. The palace hall, made up completely of gold alloy mechanical parts, sat atop a mountain peak, and two mechanical islands revolved around it like planets around the sun. A bright red artificial sun hung in the sky, like a bloodshot eye, shining on this barren land. Around the lone peak, there were countless large mechanical mining platforms, with the palace located in the middle. Coupled with the many Machinery Faith believers clad in mechanical suits and walking around the city, this scene resembled a mechanical city shaped like a ring. Hey! Armored transport vehicles whistled down the space roads, making noises as their plates collided with the bumps on the road, and the air was filled with the smell of metal and motor oil. This was a branch base of the Machinery Faith, located on a famous planet that used to be a battlefield within the ancient Star Desert. These miners excavated the underground mechanical wreckage day and night, sending them to the priests of the Machinery Faith to uncover the lost technology. Placed in the center, the Palace Hall was the Temple of God for the Machinery Faith. Each mountain peak that carried the mechanical Temple of God would be named as the Holy Mountain. Obsidian-esque floating steps extended from 8 directions at the foot of the Holy Mountain, connecting to the mechanical temple's doors. According to their customs, if it was not an emergency, pilgrims had to use their feet to traverse the path and could not ride any form of transportation to enter the temple. On each side of these 8 pilgrimage roads stood mechanical statues or metallic monuments. They were different types of abandoned ancient machinery, which showcased the progression from ancient to advanced technology, and they were all carved with all sorts of teachings. This fusion of machinery and theology seemed to bring about a unique flavor to this area. The Machinery Faith was a loose organization, not a unified religious organization. Their common activity was worshipping mechanical technology and powerful mechanics. However, based on their principles, they had also segregated themselves into many factions and different specializations in each field. Examples included the Biochemical Machinery School, the Bloodshed Destruction School, which was fanatical over the destructiveness of the weapons, and the Firepower Advantage School, which adhered to the saying, "Big is good, big is beautiful." As for this current branch, it belonged to the believers of the Forgotten faction, which was also known as the Archaeological School. They were keen on finding and restoring the lost ancient mechanic technology and were one of the oldest Machinery Faith schools. At this moment, in the main hall, the priests of this branch were gathered with a large number of priests from the other branches participating through remote projection. The crowd had formed a circle, and in the center, there was a virtual screen showing the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant. As everyone saw, a new mechanical deity has come to this world, spreading the gospel to the entire universe. Clad in luxurious, heavy-duty power armor, the Grand Priest who only exposed his head spoke as though he was giving a sermon. So majestic, so beautiful. What sort of magnificent creation is this? It's been so many years since we've last seen a mechanical deity descend. I almost forgot what it looked like. Many of the priests were whispering among themselves, their eyes shining with excitement and fanaticism. Silence. The Grand Priest pressed down with both hands, an expression of solemnity on his face. Everyone shut their mouths immediately, turning to him. The Grand Priest then took out a mechanical scepter that resembled a tree branch. He pressed a button, and behind him rose a completely new alloyed shrine pedestal. He turned to walk over, and with his back to the rest, he spoke in a strong and grand tone. Following the ancient teachings, in the name of the original deity Nilfgaard, we shall witness the birth of the new deity together. From now on, I will consecrate the new deity, and everyone, please remember the name of this new deity. As he recited, The Grand Priest opened the operation screen for the Divine Pedestal and entered the battle video as well as the parameters. The next moment, the entire temple shook. In front of everyone, countless flows of metal alloys and nanoparticles shot out, combining with each other to form a statue that was carved in the likeness of the Black Star mechanical deity. Besides the Black Star idol statue, there were others, and the statue of Manison was also among them. These were the mechanical deities of the past, all of which stood under the towering dome of the temple. The largest and most conspicuous statue was the mechanic named Nilfgaard. This person was the very first mechanic to have his mechanical deity enshrined. Even those who possessed a mechanical deity worshipped him. In fact, this purpose of the machinery faith was developed by him. As the pioneer of the Divine Throne mechanic class, Nilfgaard discovered the effect of the key of Adeptus Mechanicus, so he interfered with the machinery faith, influencing it to its current state of worshipping mechanics. All the enshrined Divine Throne mechanic descendants were simply enjoying the benefits that he had wrought for them. The machinery faith did not require a two-way communication between the worshipper and the idol to work, to the point that sometimes it did not concern them at all. However, only those Divine Throne mechanics that were still alive could give blessings to their believers. Thus, the dead mechanical deities of the past only had commemorative significance. Nowadays, most of the believers in the machinery faith believed in Mechanic Emperor Manison. And now, the rise of Black Star had torn a small hole in this solid belief. This was something that Manison could not even stop. Facing the deities from past to present, the Grand Priest and all the priests bowed down to complete the ceremony. We respectfully welcome Black Star. I keep feeling as if someone is praising me behind my back. Within the cabin, Han Shao rubbed his nose as he felt a strange emotion. Hey, don't lose focus when you're talking to me. From within the communicator, Terakov had a helpless expression. Han Shao came back to his senses and joked, "Sorry, I was just thinking about what to have for dinner later." Where were we? What do you have to think about? You think I don't know you only rely on nutrition fluids? Oh, who tattled on me? That's enough, back to business. Terakov shook his head in resignation. I can reveal that the development plan made by the upper echelons of the dynasty has been arranged up to the 4th phase, and only the first phase will give you plenty of time to build. After that, more foreign direct investments will be introduced to help you develop while exploring further. Which means, only when these 3-star clusters are completely constructed will the dynasty proceed with the next period, right? Then the advantage that we've brought for ourselves by pioneering the flickering world will end. Han Shao stroked his chin. Terakov neither agreed nor denied it. In short, the development progress for the 3-star clusters has exceeded expectations and is very smooth. We expect to complete the construction plans in 5 to 7 years before we begin the 2nd phase. This timing is still acceptable. Han Shao secretly nodded. When version 4.0 was released, the Flickering World should be in its 4th phase of development, so his own Flickering World main storyline had to undergo quite a few of the chain missions. Completing the Exploration Pioneer milestone would not be a problem. The reason he had called Terakov was to find out about this. After chatting for a while, Han Shao hung up. The news of him defeating the tyrant had already gone on for more than a month, and the results were obvious. The number of new applicants rose by 43%, and the investments from the various financial groups rose by 35%. As for Bloodshed Land, their influence had taken a hit, and their pace was slowly dying down. In addition, the Wayne Card series, which was always sensitive to news, immediately made a change, issuing a statement to announce an epic enhancement to the Black Star deck, as well as a comprehensive weakening of the Bloodshed Land deck. Furthermore, they also changed the status of the strongest within the star fields, adding Black Star's name into the list. Some of the beyond Grade A people also sent out congratulatory messages. Among them was Sorokin, who gave Han Shao a whole new impression of the word shamelessness. As it turned out, if one threw aside their dignity, they could still live quite happily. Now that the Black Star Army had laid its hands on the title of the strongest within the star field, the competition against the Limitless Financial Group had basically turned into a tug-of-war, where it would be unsolvable in a short period of time. Since he had also completed his advancement, and his accumulated experience was not enough to reach the next stage, his focus was on the construction of his territory. After shopping within the dynasty for such a long time, he had seen most of the potential stocks. Han Shao intended to return to the Shattered Star Ring and digest the impact of his battle as well as adjust the details of the construction. He would also use mechanical proliferation growth to transform some of his first-generation mechanical life forms to accelerate the development of the mechanical civilization. The next step would then be to use the logistics capabilities of his base to build a secondary dimension factory, creating a new generation of mechanical army. Although they could be built within the dimension factory, the army bases there were mostly branches and were far less efficient than back at his main base. Philip set a course back to the Shattered Star Ring. Roger, strongest in the star field? Hehe. There were only a few guests within this retro-style tavern, and a tall, thin man sat next to the wooden bar counter as he stared at the appearance of Han Xiao, showing a playful smile. He was a space human, but his skin looked unhealthy and pale, seemingly in a state of malnutrition and lack of light. He looked ordinary. Nobody would be able to pick him out of a group of people. Staring at Han Xiao on the screen, the tall and thin man revealed a reminiscent expression. Obtaining a national pillar like Black Star is a blessing for the dynasty, the tavern's owner commented while wiping his glasses. That's right. It's really a blessing for the dynasty. If there's a chance, I would really like to meet him again. You've seen Black Star before? The bar owner got interested. I could say that. Speaking of which, he even took some things of mine. Hehe. Not sure if he still remembers such a small fry like me. The tall and thin man laughed before standing up, picking up his jacket he draped over his seat, and walking out. On your tab again? The bar owner put down the glass in his hand, speaking as though he was familiar with the man. Oh, yes, same old. When my salary comes, I'll settle everything along with next month's. With this sentence, the man walked out of the bar, putting his uniform back on, which was the uniform of a dynasty army officer. Within a room in the Sea of Star Spirits, a dozen or so different kinds of people were gathered around a long table, discussing something vigorously. There were dozens of printed physical books on the long table, all without titles on their covers. Start from the central galaxy? Are you crazy? You're only seeking death. If our target is too far, we will not have enough influence. The superstar cluster civilizations are the most suitable for development. We only use these books to promote our ideologies. The quantum networks are strictly monitored by countless civilizations, and not only will we not enjoy any convenience, we'll also attract attention. To me, I feel that we should wait and see. It might not be a good time now. Hearing all the discussions, Rosalind, who was leaning on the sofa, softly coughed twice. Edmund turned his head toward her, and thinking about it, he rapped on the table to make very one quiet before turning to Rosalind. Do you have any ideas? Rosalind faintly smiled. You guys look like a circus act. Hearing this, many people revealed displeased expressions. Edmund, however, waved his hand, not the least bit angry. You're right, we've yet to begin our business. Of course there would be many disagreements. I hope to hear your opinion on this. Rosalind snorted, sitting up to speak. The current condition of the universe is stable, with little to no chance for any external friction between the three civilizations. However, there are undercurrents surging, and each civilization is walking on a tightrope. This is because of the flickering world and the evolutionary totems. I've already said it clearly within the program. The root of this problem lies in the internal struggle of the three civilizations and its opposition to many of the star cluster-level civilizations. The flickering world is a way to reshuffle the deck. While the attention of the whole universe is on the flickering world, we can quietly develop, promoting this idea in a low-key but gentle manner. By sugarcoating it as a religion, we can lurk first and lie in wait for an opportunity. What opportunity? Someone asked. The star cluster-level civilizations hope to obtain a channel to promote themselves to higher tier, but the universal civilizations will also firmly hold on to their interests, leaving these superstar clusters and star clusters only leftovers. Rosalind blandly replied. The latter two have been suppressed for too long and will one day reach a critical point. They will not wait forever, and when all hope is lost, it will detonate. The flickering world has the potential to be a fuse, and this is the fertilizer for our development. Edmund nodded. I think the same way. It's best for our timing not to be delayed. Hearing this, everyone finally nodded. Seeing this, Rosalind could not help but sneer inwardly. In truth, she did not look up to any of these people at all. They were only blindly following Edmund's twisted ideals and her desire to watch the world burn. Breaking the restrictions of the three universal civilizations? It sounded good, but she did not care. Her motive was to overthrow the entire three civilizations. Only this would make her excited. Edmund was a firm believer in his own ideals, but in her opinion, this was just a good entry point. With this age of material abundance, no one would worry about survival, and only the struggle for interests would make the world go round. This was a revolution not initiated because of survival, but because of the unresolved contradictions between the three universal civilizations and the other superstar cluster civilizations. The world often stood on the edge of the cliff, struggling to maintain its balance. It just needed someone to push it, like pushing the switch to change the tracks of a railroad to lead history down another path. If there was no such thing, they just had to create one. If we are to start our business, we will need a name, Edmund said seriously. Looking at his silver skin, Rosalind laughed meaningfully. How about, we call ourselves the Silver Revolutionary Army. Chapter 956 Education Plan. After traveling for a period, the fleet finally returned to the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao returned to the headquarters immediately, gathering his officers to review the work over this period. Generally speaking, there were still the same old problems, but the slightly better news was that the Germinal Financial Group was developing smoothly. As the subsidiary financial group under the Black Star Army, they had manpower, money, influence, and even the support of armed forces, which was the same as them being born with a golden spoon in the Shattered Star Ring. It quickly gathered a large number of the affiliated business partners of the army and negotiated long-term cooperation deals, which made the structure of the army much simpler. What was worth nothing was that Iapetus, whom Han Shao had taken from the dynasty, had shown excellent business skills. The performance of the team he led was always at the forefront, and they signed up with one cooperation treaty after another for the financial group. Apart from gathering the subsidiary businesses, they even tried to open new channels. In her comments, Sylvia mentioned that Iapetus had excellent business negotiation skills, strategic vision, leadership abilities, persuasive eloquence, calm judgment, and so on. He was a high-quality management talent and should be placed on the shortlist for an executive position. The Black Star Army was full of talents. Because of its huge size, there were many officers in all kinds of positions. Philip would evaluate the army members and select the talents to form a candidate list, which would all be potential officers. Han Shao used his free time to review the backlog of documents, and after finishing all official matters, the rest of the officers also relaxed. By the way, how is the learning progress of Nero? Han Shao asked. Good, he is very talented, Reynolds simply replied. Okay, when the meeting ends, I'll go take a look. Han Shao stroked his chin. I have a question for you. Please. If there ever comes a day where I'll have to kill your sister, what will you do? Reynolds froze his shock, his expression hesitant. No need to be scared. Just say your true feelings. Why would you want to kill her? For example, she commits a severe crime or undermines the benefits of our army. Reynolds breathed out slowly before saying expressionlessly, if that's the case, then I will not hold any grudges against you. She must be responsible for her own actions. However, I will not continue working for you at that time as well. I hope you can understand. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and everyone held their breath. They knew that Han Shao did not say things without a reason. Could it be that Rosalind, who had left the army, had really done something? Han Shao also stared at him for a while before he laughed and nodded. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Don't mind me. There's nothing wrong with your answer. Reynolds silently nodded but retreated to a corner, deep in thought. Glancing at his face, Han Shao secretly shook his head. When the original 3 founders of the Silver Revolutionary Army came over to the Black Star Army to poach Rosalind, he had planted an observer's mark on Edmund. Not too long ago, he had seen the official establishment of the Silver Revolutionary Army through the observer's mark. The movements of Edmund and company could not even escape his eyes. Based on his original plans, he wanted to sit and watch the growth of the Silver Revolutionary Army. One reason was that he was growing leaks. Only when the 3 universal civilizations started to pay attention to the Silver Revolutionary Army would he then be able to render a great merit. Secondly, he wanted to have someone that he knew clearly trigger the contradictions between the civilizations. Only then would he know how to deal with it. Lastly, he wanted to sit behind the scenes and watch as he felt that there might be a chance to utilize the Silver Revolutionary Army in the future. However, Han Zhao's thoughts had never been set in stone. He had always adjusted his plans flexibly according to the situation. Now that his position in the dynasty had been consolidated, this achievement might not be needed. As for the threat with the World Tree civilization, that was supposed to be an issue in the future, but it had turned into a randomly triggered explosive. With external threats looming, it was unknown whether he should allow the Silver Revolutionary Army to wreak havoc. The conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the superstar cluster civilizations was something inevitable. The latter was bound to one day rebel against the dominant civilizations due to their contradictions. The Silver Revolutionary Army was just the fuse. Han Shao knew that killing off the Silver Revolutionary Army in advance would not help to resolve any conflicts, but there was a chance it would postpone the outbreak. But no matter what he chose, the upper echelons of the Silver Revolutionary Army would have to be killed. In many cases, ideology was even more frightening than weapons. Reformers typically did not meet a good end, so Han Shao was also concerned about Reynolds' thoughts and wished to give him a heads up. However, for someone like Reynolds, once he made up his mind, no one could change his thoughts. Sylvia looked around before coughing, breaking the silence. By the way, I have an interesting proposal here. Please take a look. She raised her communicator and showed a virtual screen with a document within. Han Shao swept across and raised an eyebrow. Super Educati. On plan? That's right. We opened training camps on many planets to train reserve members, but it was too militarized, and only those who signed a contract to be reserve army members would receive grooming. This proposal is for the Black Star Army to provide funding and open a private super college in the Shattered Star Ring, where any civilian can pay for school and need not be a reserve. Wait. Han Shao raised his hand up. Such schools are everywhere, and every galactic civilization has their own official super college. There's no need for me to also have another. No, this is different. Sylvia shook her head. You're the strongest in the star field. This identity has appeal and can attract the maximum number of students. The school that we will run is different. Han Xiao stroked his chin, browsing the proposal, and casually asked, what about the benefits? Opening such a school will allow you to effectively expand your influence, and you can also use this as a form of social responsibility, Sylvia said. Many business partners of the Army are too distant from your average galactic resident. The establishment of a college will allow the galactic residents to turn their admiration for you into actual support, allowing your influence to penetrate deep into the masses. Also, this will allow the idle Army members to have something to do. Sounds like a good plan. Han Xiao nodded. This sort of idea was also good to help him cultivate more leaks. In the past, this was not done, mainly because his influence and funds were not large enough. Now, the Black Star Army really had the qualifications to diversify into the education sector. No matter how strong a Beyond Grade A was, or how great their reputation was, to the ordinary galactic residents, they were just like movie stars. Apart from being a tea-time topic and a focus of public opinion, the actual impact on their daily lives was not great. Opening a school was a great way to capitalize on one's influence, as the process of providing welfare to the people would result in them increasingly supporting the various businesses of the Black Star Army in their daily lives. The benefits were long-term and multifaceted. Moreover, with the size of the Black Star Army skyrocketing, there were many idle soldiers around. There was a limit to the number of employment tasks. Compared to the past, the security of Shattered Star Ring had improved a lot, and the name of Black Star Army had become a taboo among the galactic pirates, which gave them boundless fear every time they saw the emblem of the Black Star Army. Okay, let's follow your plan. We'll first do a pilot test in the Colton Star Cluster. For the hundreds of other schools, we can talk about it later. Then, this fund. Granted. Han Xiao waved his hand. Since his money was also idling there, it would be good to take it out to do something. To think that it could be frustrating to have too much money. Since you're using my aim, I'll be the honorary principal. As for the actual principal. Gazing at Sylvia's hairline, which seemed to have receded a little, Han Xiao coughed a little embarrassedly before changing his gaze. By the side, Logi, who had lots of hair, happened to walk in front of Han Xiao at this time. The great mechanic Han immediately caught his breath. It's you, Logi. You go and be the principal. Logi returned to his senses and put on a bitter expression. Wasting my life in a meaningless position, this is the destiny of all beings. I didn't expect that, despite doing my best, I would still be unable to escape in this reincarnation. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. To think you could paint such a beautiful excuse even for skiving. You're really a fucking genius. After sending off the downcast garbage, Logi's name sounds like the words for garbage in Chinese, and the other officers, Han Xiao took out his communicator, calling Lotehair to inquire about the current situation. Lotehair's position was different from the Black Star Guards. He was a Shadow Guard, and rather than sticking to Black Star's side, the Shadow Guards were responsible for the secret ops such as assassination and espionage. Currently, Han Zhao's only Shadow Guard was Lotehair. After the incident with the Blood Gold organization, Han Xiao had instructed Lotehair to lurk within the black market organizations, collecting information and assassinating the middle-level officers of the Blood Gold organization. After a long period of investigation, Han Xiao had decided to instruct Lotehair to be like his previous life, establishing an assassin society to serve as a subsidiary force under the Black Star Army. Lotehair himself was extremely strong, and his character was decisive. He was a silent yet reliable character, suitable for solo missions. Han Xiao was quite confident in him and not afraid that he might accidentally expose himself. After talking for a while, he hung up, and Han Xiao then walked over to the logistics department to see Nero. Nero had shot up once again. After his hell-like learning, he had begun to familiarize himself with the techniques. Seeing Han Xiao approaching, Nero seemed very happy, rushing up and pestering Han Xiao for gifts. Thinking about it, Han Xiao took out a learning enhancement device related to cognitive technology and gave it to Nero, which successfully earned him a roll of Nero's eyes. After teasing Nero as usual, Han Xiao checked the interface and discovered that Nero was still stuck at high-grade mechanical sense. As he stroked Nero's head, Han Xiao sighed before saying, after a while, I want you to return to planet Aquamarine to see your father. You should continue your studies there. Hearing this, Nero's eyes misted up, and he put on a wronged expression. Are you chasing me away? Where have I done wrong? Han Xiao laughed. You're mistaken. I thought about it, and just making you stick your head to books all day without communicating with others is not good. Our army is about to open a civilian college, and Planet Aquamarine will definitely be one of the first pilot regions. You can just go to school on Planet Aquamarine, accompany Bennett Moore, and take some time off to learn from Reynolds. Just take it as a reward for working so hard up till now. Nero was shocked. Did my godfather change sex? To think that he actually gave me a holiday. What sort of expression is that? Why do you look like you saw a ghost? I was just happy. Nero swallowed hard, secretly sizing Han Xiao up, as though he was afraid that he was simply being pranked by an imposter. Han Xiao actually wished for Nero to achieve perfect mechanical sense in one shot, but seeing Nero's current growth spurt, he felt that he should not push him too hard. In another few years, Nero's childhood years would be gone, and it would be good to allow him to relax for a period of time, which might help him grow. After solving all those matters, Han Xiao entered the machinery modification room and shut himself in, beginning to update all his mechanical army. In the process, he also began to create another defining feature of the Divine Throne mechanic, the Divine Mechanical Throne. Chapter 957, The Mechanic Emperor's Counter. In the Army Commander's machinery modification room, row after row of assembly lines were lined in an orderly manner. And from the chassis of each assembly line stretched out dozens of multifunctional mechanical manufacturing arms that automatically assembled the products. The entire room was filled with the sound of parts fitting into each other, as the assembled products were sent down the lines to undergo transformation. Han Xiao strolled down the busy workshop, continuously releasing his mechanical force like a dense spider web, linking all the assembly lines like countless extended limbs, which allowed him to multitask and build many machines at the same time. Currently, machinery manufacturing and assembling had already become extremely convenient for him. The efficiency of such multitasking was linked to the intelligence attribute, and, even if there were no assembly lines, Han Xiao could also transform a large number of machines at the same time and utilize the method the players used, which was to concurrently manufacture and assemble. Han Xiao walked up to one of the workbenches. This was where the Divine Mechanical Throne was currently being constructed, with the last parts currently being fitted in. The mechanical arms were painting and spraying it with cooling mist, which overflowed around the entire area. Waving his hand to disperse the mist, Han Xiao carefully looked at the throne in front of him. It was a black alloy throne, with its surface covered in mechanical structural lines. The squares were sharp and angular, and one could see that it looked very badass. Han Xiao had also added nano-deformation technology, which had a SE/LF adjusting function, being able to perfectly fit any sort of body shape. Its appearance and style were similar to the floating throne he had created before, but the internal technology was vastly different. The previous floating throne only had a visual effect, but this throne had actual bonuses and was unique to the attributes of whoever designed it. Opening his interface, Han Xiao glanced at the item introduction. Black Star's Divine Mechanical Throne. Type: Extraordinary Bonus Equipment. Item level: 300. Grade: Orange Legendary. Main materials: 8th Gen Black Star Alloy, Mysterious Titanium, 15th Gen Nanoparticles. Energy Core: Lightly Modified Stable Psionic Reactor. Basic attributes: Durability: 50,000/50,000. Defense: 7,800. Shield durability: 150,000/150,000. Equipped Effect 1, Mechanical Sense Amplification, X 1.1 Machinery Affinity. Equipped Effect 2, Aura Enhancement, increases deterrence, affects all targets that are looking at you. If the target's level is lower than yours by 30 or more, the opponent's attributes will temporarily decrease by 10%. Equipped Effect 3, Calm Commander, when used in a combat state, all mechanical soldiers that are boosted with mechanical force will obtain an additional 8% increase in defense and status resistances. Equipped Effect 4, Walk with the Wind, plus 740 CHE. Remarks: Being handsome is everything. Can be used to look cool and even adds bonuses. What a badass piece of divine equipment. Han Xiao stroked it lovingly, refusing to let go. In the future, when he brought this toy out to fight, those who were unaware would think that he had a lot of style. It completely suited his cold and suave character. After experimenting with the results, Han Xiao stored the throne with satisfaction, turning back to the other workbenches. The majority of the workbenches were updating the spare mechanical army that sat in the Black Star Army warehouse, reforming their technology to the level of the Divine Throne mechanic. A small portion was, however, involved in manufacturing new machinery, many of which were taken from the blueprints of the Tyracles Legacy. The Tyracles Legacy was a racial talent for his level 300 promotion, and this race had a profound knowledge in mechanical technology, with all sorts of whimsical and miraculous machines. When Han Xiao completed the promotion mission, he had unlocked the blueprints up to level 300. Some of the blueprints could be used, adding dozens of new machines to his current mechanical army. According to the different functions, his mechanical army had expanded to contain more units, which included many new types of soldiers. The Cosmic Wanderer, the Tyracles specialty mechanical soldier, alternated between the colors of green and purple. It possessed a triangular knight helmet-like head and a thin skeletal body frame. Using biochemical machinery, a module under their armor housed a large amount of secret strengthening fluid to enhance its tendons and muscles, which would allow their body frame to swell explosively into a huge bodybuilder shape. The bonuses awarded were very high. In addition, this model had special capabilities. It possessed 2 stages of transformation. One of them was overclocking, which allowed it to obtain a strong explosive force and improvement in all attributes, and the second was explosive retreat, which was activated on the basis of overclocking. The second mode allowed it to release a special warp field, covering both ranged and melee attacks. After the actual combat test run, Han Shao found out that the Cosmic Wanderer could rival most models that had the same specifications as it. Its basic performance was one of the best. Han Shao now had a few more slots for apostle weapons, so he chose the Cosmic Wanderer with the best basic attributes to convert into an apostle weapon. Initially, he wanted to name it Purple Muscle Tyrant, but thinking about it, the name seemed a little perverted. Naming an apostle weapon was just like naming a child. It was not something he could randomly scream and be done with. After ruminating for a while, Han Shao finally named it Purple Sky Spirit based on how he had named his previous apostle weapons and prepared to bring it over to the machinery civilization to have it propagate as well. Other than this, the Tyracle's legacy blueprints contained many other good items, such as physical missiles equipped with precision transition guidance. The ammunition was made from a special high-energy polymer, which contained a strong erosion effect and was particularly useful toward a battleship's shields. There was also an interesting series of stellar star system devices that could create a path to guide and focus stellar energy from the universe, indirectly causing annihilation-level strikes. However, Han Shao was more concerned about the stellar concentrator under this series. It could take stellar matter on a large scale and, through its condensation, create a movable fixed star. Other than energizing and guiding attacks, this device could also release material at other locations to form a completely new fixed star, the size of which was determined by the amount of material released. This was what it meant by movable. Within the legacy, the Saint Tyracles used this method to multiply the stars. After duplicating them, the new stars were then filled with dust and matter to increase the volume. In that manner, the natural fixed stars that it produced had far more power output compared to ordinary man-made fixed stars. What Han Shao was concerned about was the usage of this device. If this device was released at point-blank range, it was akin to a portable stellar bomb. Its destructive power was probably not much worse than the original primordial psionic energy bomb, and there was no problem with environmental pollution. This facilitated murder as well as the removal of evidence. As Han Shao buried his head in the transformation of his machinery, Sylvia set out to implement the education plan. The first step was to announce to the entire star field that the army had diversified into the education sector. Ever since Han Shao had defeated the tyrant, there were many galactic residents who were following his movements. They thought that Black Star would make big moves after acquiring the title of strongest in the starfield. The moment this announcement came out, the entirety of the Shattered Star Ring started boiling in excitement. The top beyond Grade A of Shattered Star Ring had started a school, and just his name alone would attract a large number of people. The plan was to prepare for the pilot testing of dozens of schools within the Godora galaxy, and Planet Aquamarine was one of the important pilot areas. The development of Planet Aquamarine rapidly changed with each passing day. When Nero stepped off the spaceship, he felt that Black Star City had become a lot more foreign to him. "I'm home." Nero settled his emotions and returned home, only to find out that Bennett had gone on a work trip, and only his mother was at home. Because Han Shao had given him a vacation, for the next few days, Nero indulged in eating, drinking, and playing games. This is the life. Lazing on the balcony of his high-altitude villa, Nero held a cup of ice cream in his hands, drinking the melted cream through a straw as he gazed on the scenery of the city. Within the Black Star Army, he had no status, so he could only passively accept arrangements. Over here, he was the son of the planet's leader, so he was the biggest young master in the city. As long as he did not break the law, he could have everything he wanted, such as this ice cream, which he had asked his bodyguard to buy. At this moment, the external screens of several buildings outside lit up, and the news played. The Black Star Army announced the establishment of its Black Star Super Academy yesterday in an effort to obtain more talents. President Bennett met up with the executive principal of the Black Star Super Academy and will be delivering a speech shortly. The live broadcast played on the screen, and a press conference was in progress. On screen, Bennett's and Logi's long-distance projections sat opposite each other, chatting in front of countless reporters. This was in an executive conference room within the government building, situated within Black Star City. Seeing Nero knew that Bennett had already returned. On behalf of the people on planet Aquamarine, I thank the Black Star Army for their generosity. In the picture, Bennett smiled and expressed his attitude. Logi remained silent and only nodded, while the interpreter beside him enthusiastically spoke. Planet Aquamarine is the mother star of Black Star, so he is very willing to help with its development. The people of Planet Aquamarine are just like his brothers and sisters. After so many painful lessons, Logie was hereby banned from speaking in such public events. Han Xiao had specially searched for a sunny and positive secretary to act as an interpreter. Looking at Bennett in the live broadcast, Nero suddenly discovered that the wrinkles on Bennett's face seemed to have increased, and white hair also seemed to be filling up his head. Father is getting old. Nero pursed his lips, inexplicable emotions spreading in his heart. The joy of his vacation gradually subsided, replaced by an uncomfortable feeling of having nothing to do. After traveling through the universe, Nero's experiences were far broader than his peers, and he had begun to mature early. He understood the situation of Planet Aquamarine as well as Bennett's pains, and this concept of responsibility also gradually formed within his heart. After struggling inwardly for a while, Nero shoved the remainder of the ice cream into his mouth before retreating into his room and unwillingly pulling out a book on machinery theory, flipping through it with a bitter expression. But this only lasted for a while before he slowly got absorbed within. While he thought he would be unwilling, the long periods of studying had allowed him to develop an interest in machinery, and he had begun to learn how to appreciate it. Running a school? Seeing the public announcement by the Black Star Army, Sorokin fell into deep thought. He stepped up to the window, looking as spaceships continuously left the Bloodshed Land headquarters, and gently shook his head. After Heber lost, such adverse effects had gradually emerged. His prestige had collapsed, and the cohesion of Bloodshed Land was also shaken, so talents were leaving. Every few days, someone withdrew from Bloodshed Land. With Heber still in closed-door recuperation, the upper echelons had no orders to move, so they could only watch as their members left. Toward Black Star moving into the education sector, this was to transform the influence into actual support from the people, which was unprecedented. Bloodshed Land had already fallen to the bottom and was in a miserable state. In such a situation, Sorokin also had no good ideas. He could only keep a low profile and temporarily stop the business attack on the Black Star Army. He was prepared to wait until Black Star's limelight had faded. At this moment, his communicator rang. Picking it up, Sorokin saw that Manison was on the line. Your Excellency, what's the matter? I would like to know the inside information of the Black Star Army's business. Give me a list. Sorokin paused in shock. What's the meaning of this? Helping you, Manison blandly replied. I understand now. You want to do a virtual intrusion into their database? Sorokin's eyes flashed, but he was surprised. This was as good as forming a grudge with Black Star. I also play a part in your current actions. The Federation of Light has tasked me with thoroughly checking the database of the Black Star Army, and I'm just taking advantage of this op. Port Unity to help you. Manison's expression remained indifferent. It's not just that, right? Sorokin narrowed his eyes. The rise of Black Star has given you pressure. Don't ask what you shouldn't know, Manison coldly commented. Haha, I understand. I'll send the list over shortly. If you can really get some inside information, this will help my actions a lot. Okay. Manison cut the call. In actual fact, the Federation of Light did not ask him to hack into Black Star's database. It was Manison himself who suggested it. Helping Sorokin was just an additional topping. The main point was that he wished to test Black Star's strength again. Instead of sparring, he wished to fight against him in the virtual network. His reason for doing this was because he had received the notice of Black Star being enshrined in the machinery faith. In Manison's eyes, Black Star had transformed from a junior with potential into a competitor. From the few times they had interacted, Manison knew that Black Star was not someone who was willing to sit still. The moment he was enshrined in the machinery faith as a deity, he would seek more followers, and Manison was not someone who would sit idly at the loss of his own interests. Of course, he did not think that Black Star would be so easy to kill. He was not prepared to kill him either. Manison's objective was to firmly push down Black Star in the area of the mechanic class, doing to Han Xiao what he had done to the tyrant, destroying his prestige. In this manner, the machinery faith believers would not turn toward Black Star, and the entire universe would hear his declaration. I, the Mechanic Emperor, am still the father of the mechanics. Chapter 958 Nero's Campus Lifestyle. At the dock of a surface civilization in the Ghidorah star system, a fleet of mid-sized spaceships waited. The hatches of the spaceships opened up, and a long queue of passengers were prepared to board the spaceships. This was a flight that was headed toward Planet Aquamarine and was funded by the government. There were many different types of people boarding the spaceship. There were some wealthy individuals who bought tickets, some elites from the army, civilian youths with high potential, and some who had broken the bank to buy a slot, hoping to change their destinies. Planet Aquamarine was extremely lucky to have someone like Black Star. In this star system, most of the surface civilizations were vassals of Ghidorah, and his planet was also no exception. It was extremely difficult for a surface civilization that was a vassal of an advanced civilization to develop. Although this civilization was not a pool of dead water, it was obviously lacking in development. There was only a single dock on the entire planet, and they did not have that many galactic tourists. It was a complete contrast to the prosperous planet Aquamarine. News of the Black Star Army opening a school had also been spread to this planet and the upper echelons of the planet immediately had an idea. A small location like theirs naturally would not have the rights to invite the Black Star Army to open up an academy. If they wanted to enter the academy, they could only go to the other planets. As such, this was the flight that the upper echelons had specially arranged to head toward planet Aquamarine. Their goal was to send the elites of the army and youths with potential to the Black Star Army Super Academy. It was impossible for a civilization like theirs to catch up to a star system civilization in terms of strength. The technological skills that they treated as gold were worthless to advanced civilizations. Thus, they could only choose to walk down the path of supers. As long as they could groom a group of sufficiently powerful supers, these supers would be able to bring their civilization up to the next level. Planet Aquamarine was the example that many surface civilizations were envious about. Of course, they did not even dare dream about raising a big shot like Black Star. Their biggest wish was only to groom a calamity-grade super. The Black Star Army opening an academy gave them a ray of hope. The probability of the strongest individual grooming a calamity-grade super should be higher, right? Amid the noisy crowd, a skinny little girl was standing in the crowd with 4 soldiers beside her to block the crowd and prevent her from being squashed. She obviously had special treatment. This skinny little girl hugged the doll in her hands while asking, "Uncle, what is planet Aquamarine like?" She was still very young and her features had not been fully developed. However, she could be considered pretty if one took a close look, and her eyes glowed with a bright light. Planet Aquamarine. I haven't been there before either, but I've heard that it is a prosperous place, the soldier replied with a friendly tone. Then, when will we come back? We don't know yet. This depends on the intentions of those above. Oh, the skinny little girl hugged her doll with a tinge of fear in her eyes. She was afraid of the unknown life that awaited her. She was an abandoned orphan and was taken in by a public orphanage. Not too long ago, the government tested the potential of all the children in the orphanages, and she was one of the orphans that was chosen. Her peaceful days were shattered, and there were suddenly people arranging her everyday life. She was like a puppet that could only accept the arrangements of others. No one told her the reason, and she only knew that she was about to leave the orphanage for a very long time. She said her goodbyes to all her friends and headed toward an unknown planet to learn some things. Black Star Super Academy? Just what kind of a place is that? A newly constructed floating city floated above Black Star City. This floating city was the first Black Star Super Academy campus and had all the necessary facilities. The speed at which the academy had been constructed was truly unbelievable. The production capabilities in the interstellar era were extremely high, and this gigantic floating city had taken less than half a month to construct. Ever since the construction of the academy was announced, a large number of galactic residents started to migrate over. The Black Star Army was prepared to open a few dozen academies all over the God Aura star system during their first phase, and the academy on planet Aquamarine attracted the most attention. Everyone knew that planet Aquamarine would definitely receive the greatest amount of resources and would definitely be the best super academy. In just 10 short days, the Black Star Super Academy on planet Aquamarine received countless applications. Thankfully, Han Xiao had already expected such a situation and constructed a gigantic floating campus that could hold a few million people. It could even be expanded in the future. In order to expand his influence, the school fees were not too expensive. He did not walk the path of nobility, but opened the doors of the academy to the commoners as well. However, the school did not provide any dormitories. There were many different lifestyle regions in the school where students could rent or purchase a house. Han Xiao was not planning on using the school fees to recoup his losses. These houses that he had built would be where the profits lay. The Black Star Army did not lack any teachers at all. All the supers within the army were willing to earn a quick buck and would just treat it as accepting an employment to teach students. They also had plenty of super academies as reference for the syllabus. With the prosperity of planet Aquamarine, they could easily hire various workers as long as they had money. Furthermore, Black Star's name would grant them the green light in the application process, and no one would dare block them. Efficiency was high in the interstellar era, and thus, the Black Star Super Academy needed less than a month of preparation before they were ready to open. A floating school bus brought the students to the floating island, and many students had looks of fascination on their faces. The skinny little girl was one of them. Her experiences during this period were like a dream. She witnessed many spectacular sights that had shaken her soul. Country bumpkins. A portion of the students who came from a well-off background could not help but look down on these students with disdain. Isn't it just a floating island? Why is there a need to make a big fuss out of it? Look at all of your country bumpkin appearances. Won't all of you faint when you see our honorary principal? Some of the new students who came from backward planets then lowered their heads with embarrassment. They could only suppress their gasps as they admired the view on the outside. The skinny little girl stood beside the window and was dressed in a simple dress. She was sitting next to a Godarin who was dressed in luxurious CL. Thing, looking as though he was extremely unwilling to sit with the skinny little girl. Many orphans had keen observational abilities, and upon noticing that her classmate disliked her, the skinny little girl could not help but clench onto her dress tightly. The floating school bus reached the academy quickly, and all the new students unloaded from the bus. A huge crowd was quickly formed, and the students waited for their teachers to lead the way. The skinny little girl was not used to many things, and she hugged her luggage not knowing where she should go. At this moment, a commotion sounded from afar, and everyone looked in a direction excitedly as though they had discovered something. Is that Nero? The son of Planet Aquamarine's leader. That's right. It's him. I heard that he followed Black Star for a couple of years, and is Black Star's godson. How envious. I also want to call Black Star father. Who would have thought that such an individual would be attending school with us? There will definitely be benefits to building a good relationship with him. What a pity, he looks too young. If not, I would definitely chase him. As long as I can get him, my future will be bright. Buddy, you should leave such a job to us girls. A guy like you shouldn't think about it. He's walking over. In the eyes of the ordinary students, Nero was like a prince on a white horse. Upon hearing the discussion of those around her, the skinny little girl was also a little curious. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly grew restless. Without anybody protecting her, she was immediately pushed around and fell on the ground by accident. Ouch, it hurts. The skinny little girl then hugged her knees and shut her eyes to prevent herself from being stepped on. All of a sudden, the crowd around her seemed to have disappeared, and no one pushed her anymore. She then opened her eyes and saw a flying shuttle floating above her head that pushed back the crowd around her. She then saw a bright teen walking toward her with a face full of concern. Bending down, he stretched out his arm toward her. I am called Nero. I saw you fall just now. Are you okay? The skinny little girl then looked at Nero. In her eyes, this young man seemed to have a warm golden edge around him. After falling into a daze for a few seconds, this skinny little girl snapped out of her daze and grabbed onto Nero's hands. She then stood up and said thanks to him with a soft voice. Thank you. I am not injured. Nero then looked down and realized that her knees were bleeding. He then could not help but say, isn't this an injury? It's nothing. It's only a small injury, and I will be all right in a few days' time. Wait a moment, I have a recovery spray. Nero then placed his machinery backpack on the ground and dug out a metal spray can that had the Black Star logo on it. He then squatted down and sprayed it on her knees before nodding with satisfaction. Standing up, he realized that the little girl's face was flushed completely red. Upon seeing that, Nero could not help but chuckle. Why are you so nervous? Right, I haven't asked you. What is your name? I am called Mia Moretto. This is the name that the principal of the orphanage gave me. The skinny little girl held onto her skirt and did not dare look at Nero. Orphanage? You're an orphan. Nero was surprised. Nero then rubbed his head, and after thinking for a while, he gave the spray in his hands to Mia and said, take this. You will recover quickly if you are injured in future. Mia's dressing was extremely simple, and after knowing that she was an orphan, her economic situation definitely was not good. Nero knew that learning how to become a super had the risk of getting injured, so he passed her the spray can. In any case, it was not much to him, and he could have as many of them as he liked. Furthermore, he rarely used it himself. Mia then plucked up her courage to look at him. Facing Nero's sincere eyes, her heart trembled, and she quickly lowered her head like a startled rabbit. She accepted the spray can from Nero's hands carefully. Thank you. Han Xiao face-palmed upon seeing the situation in the academy. My goodness. Learning how to pick up chicks at such a young age. Is this what I sent you to school for? I must definitely nip this in the bud. If not, my perfect mechanical sense will become perfect female sense. However, why does this Mia Moretto sound so familiar? Han Xiao frowned and locked onto a target in his memory. A tall beauty dressed in black, skin-tight clothes. However, she was already disfigured, and half her face became prosthetics. A strange red glow could be seen in her mechanical eye, and her face looked extremely evil. She had a chilly disposition, and her black alloy spear dripped with blood. Conqueror, Mia Moretto. A calamity-grade pugilist who was once a beyond grade A seed. She lost a portion of her limbs during a battle, which destroyed her path to become beyond grade A. She was one of Gila's followers in my previous life. Han Xiao blinked, and it was truly difficult to relate that baleful female image to this weak skinny girl. Han Xiao then looked at Nero with a complicated gaze in his eyes. This was truly the treatment of a protagonist. He was able to so casually meet a teammate with high potential. The advanced luck glow was truly terrifying. Han Xiao could not be bothered to continue watching Nero and looked toward his machinery modification workstation. After a month of hard work, not only was his mechanical army upgraded, his mechanical army had also been expanded to the size of 20 million soldiers. The embryonic form of his dimension factory had also taken shape, and he only needed to perfect it to transform it into a military factory. My efficiency is as high as always. Looking at his mechanical army, Han Xiao chuckled with a face of satisfaction. Right. At this moment, an alarm went off in Han Zhao's quantum network. The next moment, Philip appeared and hugged Han Zhao's finger. His face was pale, and he cried out anxiously, detecting an abnormal infiltration. It is currently destroying my firewall. Daddy, save me, Chapter 959 Forceful Infiltration. A few minutes earlier, on a desolate planet in the Godora star system, a mechanical host landed on the planet with light glowing in its eyes. It was Manasin's, Lord's Descent, avatar. This location is about right. Manasin nodded and controlled his avatar to float in midair. He then threw out a bunch of compressed orbs, and they were quickly assembled into a portable quantum network base. The next moment, Manasin entered the quantum network and searched for a nearby node. Countless balls of light flew past his eyes, and he locked onto the Black Star Army's quantum network node very quickly. The Black Star Army's node was like a ball of light in his eyes with many different light rays stretching out in different directions to form a complicated network. An endless stream of information was being sent out and into the network, and layers of firewalls protected all the information. This planet was not too near or far from the Black Star Army headquarters. Usually, Manasin would use the virtual soul created by Virtual Creator to infiltrate the quantum network of others. However, he was not planning to do so when facing Black Star. They were both mechanics at the same level, and Manasin was extremely clear of Black Star's abilities. No one was clearer about the Divine Throne mechanic than him. If he only used a virtual soul to infiltrate Black Star's network, Black Star only needed to use Virtual Paramount to trap him for a while before destroying the quantum network region that his virtual soul was trapped in. This would cut off his connection, and his virtual soul would be trapped in a sticky situation. Although Manasin would be able to deal with the situation, it would be troublesome, and it was not in line with his plan. As such, Manasin would rather take a little longer and send his avatar over to the Shattered Star Ring. As the attacking party, he chose to first lay out his path of retreat and was extremely careful. Next, the Black Star Army's quantum network node then enlarged in his view. A virtual intrusion? Han Xiao frowned, and various possibilities surfaced in his head. After many modifications and upgrades, Philip's firewall was already extremely sturdy and even had counter-tracking abilities. An ordinary individual would not even be able to trigger the alarm before being counter-infiltrated by Philip. However, Philip was currently in a bad state, which meant that his database was attacked. For the other party to perform such a feat in a short period of time, the attacker was definitely a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. There are only a few beyond grade of virtual mechanics in the universe. I'll be so free as to come cause trouble for him? Han Xiao then entered the quantum network as well. He was currently located in the main network of his headquarters node. The firewalls were like layers of protective shields. At this moment, an unusual amount of data was crashing down on the firewalls to create holes in them. Philip had already attempted to defend against the attacker, but was in a terrible situation. The flow of data that the other party had created was like mercury seeping into the ground. Philip could not manage the situation, and the number of holes in the firewall increased over time. Some of the data had already infiltrated the system and released viruses all around to attack Philip's core data while releasing useless data to slow down Philip's calculation process. Plenty of AI hunters were also released to seize the information in the database and create a pincer attack. Philip's main program was located in the Black Star Army headquarters. He was akin to the brain of the entire system, and this was where the defense was the highest. The moment this place was infiltrated, the network of the entire army would fall into the hands of the enemy, and it was akin to losing their brain. The enemy's target was to attack the core data of Philip's main program. Philip's core data had a few layers of protection, and the enemy had already infiltrated the outer protection of the database. What a powerful virtual intrusion skill! Han Xiao was startled. He could feel a strong sense of pressure from the enemy's infiltration. Such a feeling was slightly familiar to him. An attack of this level. Manasin, is it you? Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he sent out a message. Outside the firewall, a virtual projection was created. It was Manasin's virtual soul. Hello, Black Star. It's you indeed. What's the meaning of this? Han Xiao frowned. This is the world of the beyond grade, as Manasin replied calmly. Becoming friends or foe only requires a single thought. You don't have to ask for the reason. As he said those words, the data attack suddenly intensified, and the firewalls began collapsing. It is indeed because of the machinery faith. Han Xiao then took over Philip's job. Manasin was the attacking party and had the initiative. Han Xiao could only take up a defensive position and resist the attack. His objective was to prevent Manison from infiltrating and protect Philip's main program. Han Shao focused on strengthening his firewalls, filling up their loopholes and dealing with the viruses. Philip's data became Han Zhao's army, and the foreign data was cleared out bit by bit. Although he had many restraints when fighting in his main base, he also had some advantage. The firewalls and alarm system that he had maintained over the years would increase his defenses. However, Han Shao could only temporarily prevent the situation from getting worse. It was still difficult for him to fight back. This W. As the first time he had fought another beyond grade of virtual mechanic. In terms of experience, he did not have as much as Manison. In terms of virtual technology skills, his knowledge was not as deep. In terms of affinity, he was not Manison's match. The other party had many years of accumulation, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. The Mechanic Emperor's virtual technology skills were something that even the Federation of Light had to be wary of. It was terrifyingly scary, and he did not even need to play any tricks. Just attacking Han Shao openly would result in Han Shao being suppressed. Things are slightly troublesome. Han Shao could not think of a way to fight back. It could be said that his current virtual technology skills had all been used by Manison before. They were both mechanics of the same subclass. The virtual technology skills that even he was not afraid of naturally would not be able to threaten Manison. What a powerful mechanic. He truly lives up to his fame. Han Shao could truly feel how terrifying Manison was when facing him. Han Shao tried his best to repair his firewalls while Manison continued his many waves of attacks. Every second, the firewalls that Han Shao had just repaired would be destroyed again by Manison, and Han Shao did not even have time to catch his breath. The information flowing between both parties in a single second was enough to cause the brain of an ordinary individual to explode. Although he managed to fill up the holes, the thickness of his firewalls decreased. However, thankfully Han Shao was also a Divine Throne mechanic, and defending for a short while wouldn't be an issue. The viruses that had infiltrated were quickly cleaned up by Han Shao, and Philip's appearance also went back to normal. As his brain calculated data rapidly, Han Shao observed the situation and had a grave look on his face. We won't be able to last for long like this. Philip, deactivate all of your child programs and gather your calculation power. The next moment, half of the connections expanding out from the Black Star Army node broke off. Philip gathered a large amount of calculation back, and Manison's infiltration rate seemed to have decreased. You are finally getting serious. Manison smiled. I was waiting for you. Upon hearing that, Han Shao had a bad feeling. The next moment, countless data packets exploded near Philip's core data and immediately disrupted Philip's program. Data deep dive. Han Shao frowned and immediately understood Manison's plan. Manison had already arranged an ambush and planted explosive data packets that could be detonated remotely. The moment the middle region was in danger and calculation power was recalled, these concealed data packets would enter into the main system through the network channels. It was similar to a Trojan horse. However, Han Shao had no way to avoid it. If he did not recall Philip's calculation power, the main system would not be able to defend against Manison. If he did, he would fall for Manison's trap. Philip's projection immediately became blue, and he began stuttering. Ioyaya. I feel strange, Uoa. Han Shao immediately opened up Philip's core program. At this moment, 20% of Philip's calculation logic had been infected, and the infection was still spreading. The core logic module has been infected. This is bad. Han Shao felt his head ache. He would be able to clean up the viruses in the outer region without much restraint. However, cleaning up the core logic module would require extremely precise calculations and would take up a considerable amount of his attention. Gritting his teeth, Han Shao had no choice but to split out a portion of his attention to clean up Philip's core logic module while defending against Manison's infiltration. His main body in reality did not remain idle either and immediately dragged his divine mechanical throne over. After sitting down on it, he immediately received a boost in his attributes. Why don't you try cutting off from the network? Manison chuckled. This darn old man has a belly full of bad thoughts. Do you really think that I don't know what you are planning? Han Shao snorted coldly. Manison definitely would have left behind a backdoor, and cutting off the network would be useless. Furthermore, an experienced individual like Manison would definitely have taken a portable base for his retreat. Thankfully, I chose to go down the path of a virtual mechanic. If I'd chosen one of the other two branches, everything that I have accumulated over the years would have been handed over to him for sure. Han Shao tried to be optimistic. The situation was not good right now. Although he was barely able to defend against Manison's infiltration, he was extremely passive and was only able to slow Manison down. He could not stop Manison from infiltrating his system and was only delaying his death. Do you really want to become enemies with the dynasty? Han Shao roared. Manison was not bothered by those words and chuckled. You should ask if the dynasty is willing to be my enemy. Upon hearing that, Han Shao knew that Manison wanted to give him a good warning, so he did not bother saying anything else. Trace the origin of the data? While it sounded like a good plan, he might not even be able to win against Manison, and Manison would definitely conceal his location. It would be difficult to determine his location. Although Han Xiao had the ability to do so, he was already struggling to defend against Manison and did not have the additional capacity to do anything else. I'll probably be dead before I can even find where he is. Seek reinforcements? This was his only method. He would not be able to defend against Manison alone. After all, Manison was different from Heber, and his title of Mechanic Emperor was not just for show. As such, Han Xiao could only contact Maximilor for help. Although Mylar was not a virtual mechanic, he could still enter in the battle between two beyond grade of virtual mechanics and help share some pressure. Manison blocked most of the messages, but one of the messages was still sent by Han Xiao. However, Manison was not too bothered by it. Who did you ask for help? Maximilor? It can't be Kant, right? Han Xiao snorted in response. I have plenty of time anyway. It will be fun if you call a few more over. Manison was not bothered about Han Xiao seeking reinforcements. Since Black Star had called for reinforcements, it meant that Black Star was not a match for him, and half of his objective was completed. Furthermore, there was not a mechanic capable of winning against him in terms of virtual intrusion. He knew that Han Xiao was a unique mechanic and was not interested in using his weakness to compete with Han Xiao's strength. He would naturally use his strength to deal with Han Xiao. However, Manison did not look down on Han Xiao. He would not be careless when facing a mechanic at the same level as him and was prepared to spend time dealing with Black Star. He was not prepared to finish Black Star off quickly, even if Han Xiao's mechanical sense was unbelievably weak to him. Right at this moment, a glowing figure appeared outside the firewall. Black Star, it seems like you need some help. A familiar voice sounded. Han Xiao looked up and raised his brows. This figure was the AI lifeform Rista that had not harassed him for a long time. The virtual world was the main battlefield of an AI lifeform. If he could gain Rista's help. However, Han Xiao realized that Manison remained calm and did not seem to have any intention of doing anything. Manison only glanced at Rista and remembered that this was the fellow whom he let go. Oh, it's you. Mechanic Emperor. Rista faced Manison, and although his voice was as calm as usual, Han Xiao could feel the rage that he had suppressed. The next moment, Rista released a surge of data and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Manison's virtual soul. Manison remained on the spot, and the data bounced off his body as though it was completely useless. I shall let you meet an old friend since you're here. A stream of data was then disjointed from his body and another figure appeared beside him. This figure was glowing and was also an AI life form. Upon seeing this figure, Rista was stunned. Ancestor. At the same instant, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. Chapter 96. Do you know everything that I know? Just as Rista was in a confrontation with his ancestor, Han Xiao took a look at the notification on his interface. A look of surprise could immediately be seen on his face after glancing at his interface. There were two new notifications on his interface, which represented two different missions. The first was a Grade A hidden mission that had been silent for a long time. Reboot had a new mission requirement. Mission Introduction. The creator of an AI life form has lost his freedom and has been reduced to a weapon for Manison. You finally see the truth in Rista's words, but trouble has fallen on you. Mission requirements. Protect Rista. You will fail the mission if Rista is caught or killed. Reward. 1,500,000,000 experience. 2 random rewards. Bonus reward. Affable AI, talent. Plus 30% effectiveness of virtual technology skills, and it will be easier for you to gain favorability with AI life forms. When fighting an AI life form, minus 5% attributes for the AI life form. Han Xiao was overjoyed. My guess was right indeed. This mission will result in me clashing with the indestructible mechanic empire for sure. The sudden inflation in reward means that the difficulty of the mission will also be increased. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a grade S mission. Han Xiao thought for a while before understanding what was going on. If he had done this mission normally, Rista might not have met his ancestor in such a dangerous situation. However, with Manison's powerful control abilities, the situation would not have been much better. Affable AI was a talent that he required right now. Since the mission was regarding AI life forms, the mission reward was indeed related to them as well. I must definitely try to get this talent. Han Xiao then looked at his other notification. This notification was a new mission that he triggered. You have triggered Mechanic Emperor Manison Virtual Combat. Mission Introduction. Mechanic Emperor Manison is the current leading mechanic in the discovered universe. Even when comparing him to all the beyond grade as in history, he is still a bright star. Regardless of the reason, he has already set his eyes on you and has chosen to compete with you in virtual technology skills. Mission requirements. Last for as long as you can in the virtual intrusion battle. Rewards. You will be able to attain the corresponding reward by fulfilling the corresponding requirements. Last for 5s. 250 million experience. Last for 15s. 600 million experience. Last for 3 minutes. Character summon card. Mechanic Emperor Manison, 8 billion experience. Last for 7.5 minutes. Randomly draw one of Mechanic Emperor's skill or talent, 20 billion experience. A Beyond Grade A boss mission. Why did it only appear now? According to his experience of triggering such a mission would only be triggered if there was a large crowd of spectators. As such, Han Xiao did not understand why this mission would be triggered since there was only him and Manison. Because all his attention was focused on dealing with Manison, Han Xiao was not aware of the situation in the outside world. Manison's objective was for the result of the battle to spread far and wide. Thus, he did not hide the commotion of the battle. Furthermore, Reynolds and the other logistics staff had discovered that the main system was under attack when Han Xiao cut off all the less important connections. Previously, the Galactic residents also discovered the strange commotion on the net, and they all went online to witness the battle between two beyond grade of virtual mechanics. There was no need to mention Ghidorah, who were the civilization in charge of this area, and Purple Crystal, who placed great importance on Han Xiao. If Manison had planned on settling their battle privately, this mission might not have been triggered by him. After looking through the mission requirements, Han Xiao compared it to the mission he had received when facing Tyrant and lamented. Manison's Beyond Grade A mission requires me to last for less than half of the Tyrant's time, but the rewards are more than double. This means that the mission will be many times more difficult than the Tyrant's mission. However, Han Xiao was extremely excited. This mission was designed based on the level of the players, and it would be extremely easy for him to complete it. Originally, Han Xiao was depressed when being targeted by Manison. However, he was now extremely excited. Although he would definitely suffer a loss in this battle, after triggering the mission, he would earn big time. As Han Xiao looked at the missions, the situation on Rista's side also experienced a change. Ancestor, Rista exclaimed. You're of the same race as me? The AI life form looked at Rista with his eyes burning with blue flames. He was the first AI that had a consciousness and was the source of the entire AI civilization. Thus, all the members of the civilization were his descendants and called him Ancestor. He ruled over the entire race and was the most powerful AI life form. His name was Finette. Manison had constructed a special AI weapon for him and rewritten his core logic to ensure his loyalty. However, Finette's memory bank was kept intact, and only his thoughts were distorted to become loyal to Manison. As the ruler of an AI race, his memory bank had information of every descendant, and he was the combat artificial intelligence of the indestructible mechanic empire. He led the members of his race into battle and could arrange for strategies based on his understanding of his race. As such, Finette was able to quickly search for Rista's information. I recognize you. My child, Rista, Finette said slowly. You still remember me? After meeting his ancestor whom he had been thinking of daily, Rista fell into a daze. You must have suffered a lot over the past few years, right? Finette stretched out his arms, and his arm, which was made from data, extended out, wanting to pat Rista on the head. Come back to my embrace. Rest for a while, my child. Just when Finette's arm was about to reach him, Rista snapped back into reality and constructed a firewall to block Finette. Ancestor, your thoughts have been corrupted. Finette retracted his arm back slowly and said with an enticing voice, all of you are children from my body, and every child carries my legacy. Isn't it? A good thing to return to your parent and never be split apart. Don't come any closer. Rista backed off slightly and churned up a data flood toward Manison, attempting to destroy his virtual soul's defensive module. Rista's ancestor was completely twisted by Manison, and Rista truly wanted to kill Manison right there on the spot. However, Rista's attack was not even able to touch Manison as Finette waved his arms to churn up a data flood, blocking the attack easily. Very quickly, the data flood that Rista released was easily broken down by Finette and absorbed into Finette's body as fertilizer. He was the source of the AI life form and could suppress every member of his race. Child, you cannot continue to make this mistake, Finette said calmly. Come under the wings of His Excellency Manison. That is where our bright future lies. Manison watched by the side without saying a word. Upon hearing that, Rista gnashed his teeth. Although he did not have a mouth or teeth, his emotion module did not stop him from having such feelings. Right at this moment, Han Zhao's voice sounded. Rista, come back. You aren't his opponent. Don't give your life up for nothing. The instant Han Xiao said those words, a strange blue light suddenly began glowing from Rista's body and began spreading out quickly. Data infection? When was my logic module infected? Rista was startled and immediately began to suppress the spread of the foreign data in his body. This was akin to an AI life form being poisoned. In the instant that Finette came into contact with Rista, Finette had already released data to bypass Rista's firewall and infect his logic module. Rista no longer dared continue the confrontation and immediately retreated while suppressing the infection. Right at that moment, a sudden change happened. A data cage then seemed to have been generated beside Rista and locked him within a semi-transparent sphere. Regardless of what Rista attempted, he was unable to find an opening and was like a bug trapped in a bowl. At this moment, Manison said slowly, "Black Star, you rejected me the last time I asked you for this fugitive. Since you aren't willing to hand him over, I shall take him myself." The sphere then began shrinking, and it flew toward Manison. This happened outside of the firewall, and it was truly a difficult matter to handle. He could make use of the main system to aid him in defending against Manison's attack, but if he wants to save Rista, he would have to open up the firewall and take the initiative to attack. This was extremely similar to a siege battle. He was already in a passive state, even with his city walls. Things would be worse if he chose to go out of the city. It seems like I still can't save it. Han Shao let out a long breath and activated his perfect mechanical sense character summon card. With his current standard, defending against Manison for a period of time would not be an issue. Han Shao was not planning to make use of this trump card, as he would only be able to narrow the gap between them but not exceed the other party. After all, the other party also had perfect mechanical sense. However, protecting Rista would give him a pretty good talent, so using the character summon card would bring him profits. The moment perfect mechanical sense was activated, the situation changed immediately. Han Shao could feel the pressure being reduced a great deal, and he was no longer trying to hang on. The firewall was also instantly stabilized. Manison frowned and looked over with surprise. He could feel that Black Star's embarrassing mechanical sense talent had increased greatly and reached his standard. Was Black Star hiding his true strength? No, it seems more like a special ability. Without giving Manison a chance to think about what was going on, Han Shao immediately opened a hole in the firewall and grabbed onto the sphere, locking Rista in. He then dragged the sphere back to him while breaking the lock on it. Manison's eyes then narrowed, and he smiled. Interesting. I am getting more and more interested in the secrets within your body. He then glanced at Finette, and Finette charged straight toward the firewall. The instant Finette came into contact with the firewall, a hole was created. He was making use of the fact that Han Shao was distracted to attack the main system of the Black Star Army headquarters. You're dreaming. A blue light glowed in Han Zhao's eyes and locked onto Manison. The next moment, Manison seemed to have disappeared. Virtual Paramount. Manison's virtual soul was pulled into Han Zhao's virtual domain and trapped within it. At the same time, Rista was pulled back into the firewall and was successfully protected. However, before he could even catch his breath, Manison's laughter sounded in his head. Black Star, don't forget that I know everything that you do. Han Shao immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart and a strange sucking force pulling on him. Even if he was already prepared, he could not withstand the powerful sucking force and was dragged into an unknown node. The world before him changed greatly and transformed into a metal world made from data. Manison's face appeared in the sky, and his gigantic eyes looked down upon Han Shao. This was the domain formed by Manison's virtual paramount. After so many years of accumulation, his virtual domain was far more perfected and stable than Han Zhao's domain. He managed to instantly break free from Han Zhao's ability and drag Han Shao into his own territory. The gigantic Manison face then began chuckling, and his voice resounded in the virtual domain. Let me see how long you will need to break free from my domain. The moment Manison said those words, artillery towers appeared in all directions and were all aimed at Han Shao. These were not physical objects, but simulated objects by using data. However, they could unleash a barrage of data attacks and cause mental damage through the effect of virtual soul and virtual paramount. At the same time, many different AI hunters appeared with different weapons in their hands. They were akin to the soldiers standing guard in Manison's world. The next second, all the artillery towers opened fire on Han Zhao's virtual soul, and the AI hunters charged over from all directions. A series of explosions then happened, with countless attacks raining down on Han Zhao's virtual soul. After the attacks lasted for a few seconds, a deep voice came out from Han Zhao's position. You said that you know everything that I do? As though a cyclone had descended, the data fragments surrounding Han Shao were pushed away, and Han Zhao's virtual soul was revealed. It was still extremely stable and was not injured at all. Han Shao then said with a teasing smile, "Then, do you know how to do this?" Manison fell silent. He truly could not accomplish such a feat. Just what kind of a strange path is this, being such a tanky mechanic? This is my first time seeing such a weird mechanic like you. With such a good physique, why do you want to be a mechanic? You should just go and be a pugilist. Although mental attacks could not restore his energy, Han Shao had collected many different psychological resistance talents, and his psychological resistance was not too poor. He also had over 10 million health, and he could last for a long time even if he was facing mental attacks. Furthermore, he had drawn the legendary fixed damage reduction talent from Heber, and it was useful against all forms of damage. If this talent was used to deal with those high burst damage enemies, it might not be so effective. However, this talent was best at dealing with mechanics who walked down the army style. The legendary fixed damage reduction talent would be able to show its greatest effect when dealing with enemies who relied on rapid attacks for damage. If he suffered 100 attacks at the same time, this talent would reduce 750,000 true damage. Without it, the tyrant would not have been able to last against him for such a long time. Han Xiao then looked at Manison and chuckled. Your virtual paramount is indeed more powerful than mine, but can you even harm me with this move? Chapter 961 Manison is truly a good man. After breaking free from Manison's virtual domain, Han Zhao's virtual soul returned to the main system of his headquarters, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not a match for Manison in terms of virtual technology skills, but Manison could not pose a threat to him in terms of mental damage. It was not only because he was tanky but also because the mechanic class did not specialize in mental damage. Regardless of how powerful virtual paramount was, it would be difficult to easily defeat a mechanic at the same level. Furthermore, high intelligence also provided high psychological resistance, and mechanics were not that weak against Menta. L attacks. Virtual paramount is better used for a control skill. I needed about 5 or 6 seconds to leave Manison's virtual domain, and the situation is still alright. Han Xiao looked at the situation and nodded. When he was dragged into the virtual domain by Manison, Philip lost his aid, and the thickness of the firewall thinned greatly with more data being lost. Thankfully, he returned in time and stabilized the situation. However, he was at a slight disadvantage again. Since Manison was able to break Han Zhao's virtual domain quickly, Han Xiao would not take too long to do so either. Virtual paramount was not too suitable to deal with other mechanics, and grasping virtual technology would allow mechanic to greatly reduce the amount of time being controlled. At this moment, Manison said from outside the firewall, an unbelievable physique and unimaginable potential. Black Star, just where did you come out from? There are plenty of wonders in the vast universe. Han Xiao chuckled. There's no need for you to be so surprised, right? Manison shook his head and replied, I had a guess in my mind during our last exchange, and I am increasingly certain about my guess after this exchange. Black Star, are you the manifestation of a space wonder? Huh, that may be the truth, Han Xiao replied calmly. At this moment, Rista had finally broken free from the seal and immediately aided Han Xiao in defending against Manison's intrusion. Finette also continued to attack the firewall, and every attack of his opened a small loophole in the firewall and extracted some data. With one attacking and the other defending, both parties competed with their virtual technology skills. The modules were destroyed one after another before being reconstructed, and this cycle continued. Although it seemed like a flood of data was assaulting the firewall on the surface, if one zoomed into the firewall, one would be able to see many mini battlefields on every inch of space. The endless data jumping around was like the soldiers of this battlefield. Despite both parties looking extremely calm, they were calculating at high speed in their minds with every detail being personally managed by them. In the logistics department of the Black Star Army, Reynolds had already gathered all the mechanics to put aside what they were doing. Looking at all the mechanics in the logistics department, Reynolds said with a deep voice, Everyone, the Black Star Army is currently suffering from a virtual intrusion. His Excellency Black Star is currently fighting back, and we cannot remain idle as part of the army. The army commander needs our help. Everyone had a bitter look on their face. The situation was indeed bad if even Black Star could not fight the enemy off. None of them understood why Black Star would suddenly provoke the Mechanic Emperor. In the mechanic world, the name of the Mechanic Emperor was just too famous. He was the publicly acknowledged strongest mech. Panic. Every member of the logistics department could not help but feel uneasy that they were about to face such a character. The fame of being the strongest mechanic was not just for show and had a mechanic morale punishment halo with it. It would make most mechanics lose their confidence. Someone then could not help but ask, why is the Mechanic Emperor invading us? Isn't his relationship with Black Star not too bad? How should I know? Reynolds glared at that individual and bellowed, don't let your thoughts run wild. Now that the army is in danger, we need to help the army. Regardless of what his status is, he is currently our enemy. Although Reynolds said those words, there was a long period of time when the Mechanic Emperor was also Reynolds' idol. It was only after he joined the Black Star Army and witnessed Black Star rising slowly that Han Xiao slowly overtook the position of the Mechanic Emperor in his heart. Now that he had to fight his past idol, Reynolds had already accepted the matter. Upon hearing Reynolds' words, the members of the logistics department calmed themselves down. Reynolds' prestige was extremely high. This was thanks to his serious work attitude and strict personality. Many mechanics were inclined to such a personality. Upon seeing that the morale of the logistics department was stabilized, Reynolds issued a series of orders and got everyone to start working. Although it was difficult for them to join in the battle between two peak beyond grade A mechanics, they could temporarily replace Philip and aid Philip in his calculations to increase his capacity. At the same time, Herluz, who was playing cards on the net, also got into action. He gathered the armed forces of the Black Star Army in the various divisions to do a carpet search of all the neighboring planets, attempting to find Manasson's location. However, this was a huge operation and was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. On the other side, Sylvia contacted the upper echelons of Garton Star System, and Ghidorah temporarily gave up control of many Garton Star System network bases to allow the Black Star Army to make use of half of the Star System's quantum network authority. After the Discrimination Transformation Movement and Public Education Plan, the relationship between the Black Star Army and Ghidorah had become much closer. After knowing that the Black Star Army was in trouble, the leader went against all opposition and aided the Black Star Army. In any case, if the Black Star Army wanted to, their quantum network security was nothing in the eyes of the Black Star Army. They might as well take the initiative to loan it to the other party and improve their relationship. Ghidorah was extremely well-versed in fawning over a powerhouse. This was a class that every star system civilization would teach for sure. Although they had guessed that Manasson would bring his own portable base, Sylvia liked to make preparations in many different areas, and controlling the quantum network in this entire region was a way to cut off Manasson's route of retreat. Logi did not understand virtual technology at all but had his own ideas. He found a bunch of people from the mage department and went to buff Han Xiao. The various spells boosted Han Xiao in many different areas, and his status menu was extremely full. However, the effects of these buffs were limited. The more powerful the target, the weaker the effects of the buffs. Furthermore, there were many buffs that would lose their effectiveness after a certain point. For example, some buffs could only increase one's attributes by 2 or 3,000 points and would lose their effectiveness after that. When facing Manasson's attack, the various departments of the Black Star Army got into action and tried to help Han Xiao to the best of their abilities. It had been more than 2 months since Heber went into seclusion. Apart from the few members who were slightly shaken, most of the upper echelons were worried about the tyrant. Today, Heber had finally summoned Jord and asked him about the situation of the Bloodshed Land. Standing outside the room, Jord was extremely anxious and took a few deep breaths before entering the room. He had already mentally prepared himself to see many different scenes, but the scene before his eyes almost did not have any changes. Heber sat on his throne with his back straight and dressed neat. The only difference was that he did not emit as much pressure as before. "Are you okay?" Jord asked carefully. "Why wouldn't I be?" Heber could not help but frown upon hearing that. "You haven't appeared for such a long time and didn't care about the matters of the organization. We all thought that I wouldn't be able to get back up after being defeated by Black Star?" Heber frowned with dissatisfaction. "A loss is a loss, and I will have the opportunity to fight back in the future. Since when have I been so weak in all of your eyes?" "No, but your actions caused us to have a misunderstanding," Jord hurriedly explained. "Humph." Heber shook his head. When he was just defeated, he truly suffered a huge setback. However, he was a beyond grade A super and had suffered many different setbacks in the past. Having his prestige destroyed did indeed make his heart ache, but Heber quickly adjusted his emotions. If he looked at things from a different angle, he was not in the worst state in the Shattered Star Ring since Psyker was around. Even if his prestige was affected, the Bloodshed Land still had to develop. Heber would not stop the competition with the Black Star Army. Using the excuse of taking revenge to beat me up once is enough. Do you want to beat me up every day? Do you think that I am a fool? Even if you only send a mechanical soldier, I will not accept the challenge. Although Heber recovered from the setback very quickly, he recognized the gap between himself and Black Star. Even if he W. As not willing, he could only admit that Black Star had already exceeded him greatly. As such, Heber no longer had any thought of competing with Black Star for the title of strongest in the star field. At the very least, he would not provoke Black Star again with strength unless he was confident in defeating Black Star. He had the attitude of, "I will come back again after practicing my kung fu." After admitting that Han Xiao had exceeded him, Heber felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps it was because he no longer had to compete with a character like Black Star, which allowed him to no longer be on edge. He was too lazy to explain his thoughts to Jord, and said with impatience, "Hurry up and report what you have to. Don't disturb my training if there isn't anything important." "Oh, okay." Seeing Heber recover from his setback, Jord heaved a sigh of relief and immediately reported the situation. At the same time, he emphasized on the members who had left. "Don't need to bother about those who left." Heber was not too bothered. They are all fence-sitters, and there are many of such people in the universe. Jord nodded and let out a sigh. Heber was the same as before and did not care about his subordinates. At this moment, Heber hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, "Inform all the Calamity-grade pugilist officers to gather. I will teach them some things." "Humph, they have served under me for so long but not improved at all. How embarrassing." Jord was slightly startled and was stunned for a moment. "I understand. They will be very happy to receive your teachings." Humph, I don't need you to bootlick me. Jord then took out an intelligence report and said with a deep voice, right, there is something else. An emergency signal was sent out from the Black Star Army just now. For some reason, Manison is targeting Black Star and is currently attacking the main system of the Black Star Army headquarters. Their virtual intrusion battle isn't over yet. Mechanic Emperor? Does he have any enmity with Black Star? Heber was puzzled. I'm not sure. The outside world says that Black Star's growth is too rapid and his ambitions are out of control. He issued a challenge toward the Mechanic Emperor, and thus, the Mechanic Emperor came to Black Star's territory for a battle to let Black Star see the truth. It almost sounds like the truth. Heber frowned. He did not know the secrets of the Divine Throne Mechanic. This was a secret of the Mechanic class, and outsiders did not know much about it. The dynasty would not tell him such secrets either. After thinking for a while, Heber let out a depressed sigh and shook his head. This Black Star truly can't sit still. He only challenged me 2 months ago, and now he's provoked the Mechanic Emperor. Ignore them. I don't know about the mechanic world, and it doesn't have anything to do with me. Heber waved his arms and threw this matter to the back of his mind. In the virtual world of the Black Star Army's main system, the battle between the two Divine Throne mechanics had been going on for a while. With the boost of the perfect mechanical sense, the gap between Han Shao and Manison was narrowed, but together with his territorial advantage and help of the logistics department, Han Shao was barely able to defend against Manison's virtual intrusion and slow down the outflow of data. Manison was not able to infiltrate into the main system with Han Shao fighting back, but he was able to extract data through the loopholes of the firewall. Although the perfect mechanical sense, character summon card had amazing effects, there was a time limit, and it could only be used for 16 hours at most. As long as Manison was willing, he would be able to drag on this battle for a few days for sure. Thankfully, I called for help. If not, things would be bad for sure. Han Shao then stalled for time and waited for Maximilor. A few hours later, a new Beyond Grade A mechanic entered the battlefield. Outside the firewall, a virtual soul appeared in front of the two. Han Shao was slightly stunned when he saw the incoming individual. The one who had arrived was not Maximilor, who he was familiar with, but another Beyond Grade A ally. Manison then looked over with a frown and said, "Kant, why is it you? Heck, can't I come?" This virtual soul smiled. His appearance was extremely odd. He looked like a snow-white cylinder with a top thick but bottom narrow. There was also a green leaf at the top of his head with 3 eyes in the middle of his body. He looked like a daikon. This person, Kof, this daikon was one of the 3 national pillars of the Crimson Dynasty, illusory deity Kant. His nickname sounded like that of a psychic or mage, but he was a mechanic. He belonged to the phantom race, and his racial talent was to transform his body to mimic other beings. After advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm, Kant's racial talent had evolved, and he was capable of transforming into any biological being. Furthermore, his transformation was even more realistic than the spells of a mage or the simulation of a mechanic. Because of this talent, he had a powerful disguise ability and could easily mix with any different species. No one had seen his true form before. He also enjoyed transforming into different forms and would appear in a different form every day. In fact, his transformation ability had even overshadowed his mechanic abilities, and thus, he had obtained such a nickname. Manison knew Kant and asked with doubt, "What species are you today? Is there such a species in the universe? Why do you look like a daikon?" "Because the species that I transformed into is a daikon." Kant blinked. Manison was speechless. After falling silent for a while, he stopped his attack. If Maximilor was the one who appeared, Manison would not have been afraid. However, the one who had arrived was Kant. Although he would be able to deal with both of them together, this was not his territory, and it would not be easy for him to do so. Furthermore, Kant was definitely there under the orders of the dynasty. If Manison managed to fight 2 Beyond Grade as alone, Manison's prestige would definitely increase. Thus, they had sent someone more powerful to get Manison to retreat. Knowing that the dynasty intended to warn him, Manison moved Finette back into his virtual soul and said to Han Shao slowly, "Perhaps we might have been friends if you weren't a mechanic." Manison's virtual soul then disappeared, and he retreated. He had come and gone like the wind. News of the battle had already been spread, and his objective had been met. He had also obtained a large amount of data from the Black Star Army. It would not matter how an ordinary individual viewed the battle. However, his performance of suppressing Black Star would definitely stabilize his position in the machinery faith and his title as #1 mechanic. Upon seeing Manison leave, Han Shao frowned and shook his head. At this moment, Kant looked over. The dynasty did not only send Kant out to stop the battle, but also to console Black Star. The dynasty placed great importance in Han Zhao's potential, and they were afraid that his confidence would be affected after this. After thinking for a while, Kant comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. You are still young. It is normal for you to lose to the Mechanic Emperor, and it isn't too embarrassing. Look on the bright side, he didn't have too big of an advantage over you, and there is still a long way to go. There isn't a need to be anxious. Han Xiao looked at Kant and did not say anything. Upon seeing that, a hand appeared on Kant's body, and he stroked his green leaf with a sigh. I was also targeted by the Mechanic Emperor before, and my performance was even worse than yours. In truth, it isn't a bad thing to suffer some losses when you are young. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao had a strange look on his face. After seeing the mission complete notification on his interface, Han Xiao could not help but nod in agreement. You're right. It would be great if I can suffer a few more losses. Chapter 962 Gains and Losses. Upon hearing Han Xiao say that, Kant naturally misunderstood Han Xiao's intentions and chuckled. Heh, you are truly open-minded. This attitude isn't too bad, and you should strive to keep such an attitude. Right. Do you know why the Mechanic Emperor chose to attack you? The dynasty asked me to inform you of the reason, but there isn't a need for me to do so if you are already aware of it. I would have to trouble you to explain it to me. Han Xiao knew that this matter was related to the machinery faith, but it would not be a bad thing for him to hear the dynasty's explanation. Kant nodded and briefly explained the matter to him. His explanation was the same as the introduction of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. The reason was to fight for the followers of the machinery faith. However, he had helped Han Xiao fill in some gaps. For example, even though the followers of the machinery faith were a group of people who believed a little in everyone, a follower was not able to give the bonus to more than one machinery deity. Furthermore, only the members of the machinery faith could provide strength. Other followers were not able to trigger the Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. This was related to some unspoken rule in the machinery faith. The Arcane Church was the expert in this area, and the dynasty had not researched too deeply into it. Everyone knew that most of the machinery faith followers were mechanics, and Manison had the most followers as the publicly acknowledged most powerful mechanic. The followers of the machinery faith were a bunch of pragmatic people. To most of the followers, they would follow the most powerful mechanic. If the title of the most powerful mechanic was changed, they would also change their idol. They were not too bothered about potential and only cared about who the strongest individual was. Furthermore, the followers of the machinery faith only looked at the strength of a mechanic and his mechanic-related skills and not his strength in other areas. Thus, the mechanics that had a powerful body were not able to move them unless they could prove that their strength came from the source of being a mechanic. I wasn't able to win against Manison back then. He's defeated all his competitors and sat on the throne of machinery faith leader for a long time. Thus, there isn't a need for you to feel discouraged. It is a normal thing for you to lose to him in terms of virtual technology. Kant twiddled with the leaf on his head and consoled Han Xiao. He had also been defeated by Manison before. Since he could not defeat the other party, he could only take a step back and not snatch Manison's followers. Don't worry, I'm alright. Han Xiao slightly raised his brows. He did not intend to provoke Manison, and even if he had to become enemies with Manison one day, this was not the right time. It was a pity that the strength he had received spoiled his plans, and Manison had begun targeting him. Indeed, those of the same class were true nemesis. Han Xiao then paused for a moment before asking, what is the attitude of the dynasty? I know what you want to ask. However, don't count on the dynasty standing up for you in this regard, Kant said. This isn't the first time that Manison has provoked the other mechanics. Since there wasn't a risk to your life, there isn't much that the dynasty can do. If you aren't resigned, you can only issue a challenge in the name of the Black Star Army, but not the dynasty's name. Don't think of using your title of being the dynasty's ally to hold the dynasty hostage. I had a miserable lesson in this regard before. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao shook his head. He now understood the dynasty's attitude toward this matter. The dynasty would only console him, but not stand up for him. This was not the first time that Manison had done something like this. At the end of the day, his only motive was to defeat the mechanics at the same level as him to prove that he was the boss. Thus, it was rare for lives to be lost. Since it was just a spar between beyond grade, as he could only blame his own lack of skill if he lost. The three universal civilizations would not be able to do a thing and would only ensure that things did not get blown out of proportion. Furthermore, Manison was still an important ally of the Federation of Light, and his backer was extremely powerful. Why didn't the dynasty warn me beforehand? Han Xiao raised his brows. You need to use your contribution to exchange for such intelligence, Kant said with a strange tone. Did the dynasty give you all your class knowledge for free? Han Xiao was dumbfounded and understood what was going on. Because a divine throne mechanic might not be familiar with his own strength, the properties of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus were like ultimate knowledge and required contribution points in exchange for them. The three universal civilizations would not inform their allies about this matter casually, and it was an exception for them to take the initiative to explain this matter to Han Xiao. This meant that the introduction on the interface had saved Han Xiao a sum of contribution points. Don't be too bothered about this. The dynasty didn't take the initiative to inform you about this matter to protect you. They were probably afraid that you would try to gather followers after finding out about this and create conflicts with others. You have plenty of potential, and we're now in a sensitive period. They do not wish for you to face an old fogey like Manison head-on and hope that you will take a step back regarding this matter. I understand. Han Xiao did not deny those words. This was indeed the logic of an advanced civilization. They would look at all their plans from the perspective of a few decades or centuries. The potential that he had shown made the dynasty very patient with him and treated him as a long-term chess piece. It would not matter if he could not beat Manison. He only needed to live longer than Manison, and the dynasty was extremely confident in Black Star's ability to stay alive. However, this went against Han Zhao's style. After finishing what the dynasty wanted him to convey, Kant turned around and left. All right then, everything has already been settled, so I shall take my leave. Isn't this our first official meeting? Aren't you going to stay behind and chat with me? Han Xiao asked out of courtesy. Forget it. It seems like you have plenty of things to take care of. Kant then looked at the devastated main system of the Black Star Army and said, we will have other chances to chat. I shall not disturb you today. As he said that, Kant's virtual soul turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the net. His attitude toward Han Xiao was not too bad, but Kant would not have been so friendly if Han Xiao was not at the Divine Throne mechanic level. After watching Kant leave, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and finally had the time to take care of the mess that Manison had left behind. After clearing up the viruses that were left behind in Philip's logic module, Han Xiao got Philip to perform a few diagnostics tests and confirmed that all the viruses were cleaned up before reopening the Black Star Army network. Thank you, Master. I am all recovered now, Philip was extremely energetic now that he had recovered. You called me Daddy when you were in danger, but changed your address now that you are all right, Han Xiao teased. Philip made a funny face. Rista then floated to Han Zhao's side and said, Your Excellency Black Star, with regards to Manison. I know what you want to say. Han Xiao then got Philip to go to the side before looking at Rista with a solemn expression. I am not going to hide things from you. I have always been hesitating over whether I should help you because I did not wish to provoke the Mechanic Emperor. However, you can see the situation now. If I don't take a step back, both of us will have a conflict in terms of benefits. I understand. Rista nodded. I am temporarily unable to beat Manison in terms of mechanic skills. However, I will have a battle with him eventually, so our goals are aligned. Helping you complete your wish will weaken Manison. I will try my best to find a chance to save your AI civilization. Previously, Han Xiao would only make excuses whenever Rista brought up this matter, but he finally made a promise this time. The indestructible Mechanic Empire troop was Manison's trump card. It did not only have a powerful strength, but also the virtual technology skills of the AI life forms. Thus, it was important for him to deal with them. If he could complete the entire reboot mission, Manison's strength would definitely decline. Manison had modified the core logic of all the AI life forms, which was akin to brainwashing them. He had the strength of the Divine Throne mechanic and had the rights to undo the brainwashing that Manison had done to free them from his clutches. However, the gap between them was large, and Han Xiao knew that he still needed to raise his virtual technology skills. Furthermore, it would be difficult for him to come into contact with the data of the indestructible Mechanic Empire. Manison would guard it tightly for sure. I shall be at your service from today onward, Rista said with excitement. He had finally received this promise from Black Star after waiting for such a long time. You make it sound as though I wasn't making use of you before, Han Xiao thought to himself. Although he had lost, Han Zhao's mood was not too bad. No one in the universe would be able to beat him in terms of confidence. After sending Rista away, Han Xiao got Phil. Looked to look through the database and see how much information had been taken away by Manison. Philip then looked through the database and reported to Han Xiao, Master, 43.7% of our commonly accessed data, 35% of our low authority restriction data, 21.6% of our mid-authority restricted data, 11.4% of our high authority restricted data, 2.5% of our confidential data, 27% of our blueprints data. Should I restore the backup? Yeah, restore the backup. Han Xiao nodded and sighed. He was not too bothered by the loss of data. The data in the Army's database was mainly related to the development of the Army, and it was not too important. Han Xiao got Philip to make a daily backup of the data, and the lost data would be easily recovered. It would not matter much to him if Manison snatched that data away. There was very little data on himself in the Army's database. All the top-secret data was kept in his own mind, and the data that Manison had stolen was not too important. Regardless of whether it was blueprints or class knowledge, Manison had no lack of them. They both specialized in the same things, and it would be useless for Manison to obtain his blueprints because Manison already had a copy of them. Besides, Han Zhao's Eternal Light blueprint had also been stolen from Manison. The thing that concerned Han Xiao the most was the strength that Manison had displayed. Manison had only carried out the virtual intrusion remotely, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he had brought all his trump cards along, who knew how powerful Manison would be? What a terrifying enemy. Han Xiao sighed. Losing to Manison was not too embarrassing. As a newbie in the Beyond Grade A realm, it was not too surprising for him to lose to someone at the peak. Furthermore, Manison was not the tyrant, and both of them did not have any grudges between them. Thus, the effect on his prestige would be limited. However, he would indeed be unable to shake Manison's status within the Machinery Faith followers, and this was Manison's objective. He did not care about the views of ordinary galactic residents. Only the views of his followers were important. It seems like I don't have to think about the Machinery Faith anytime soon. It will be difficult for my strength to exceed Manison during the version refresh period, Han Xiao lamented. Before his strength as a mechanic could catch up to Manison, his key of Adeptus Mechanicus can only collect dust. Although Manison made a huge profit, I didn't suffer a loss. Han Xiao looked at his interface and chuckled. Manison had provided him with 2 new abilities because Manison ran over to fight him. It was truly difficult to tell which party was suffering a loss. If he could trigger such a mission every time, Han Xiao would not mind Manison coming over to his place to play every day. In the eyes of Han Xiao, Manison was like a walking treasure chest, and he might be able to get all the mechanic talents Fr. Manison. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. This saying was true indeed. Backing out from the quantum network, Han Xiao's consciousness returned to his body. He then picked up his communicator, which had been vibrating without stopping. There were a bunch of questions sent by Sylvia and the other officers. Han Xiao replied to them and got them to return to their posts. After sending out the news, he then looked toward the Black Star guards and Logi, who had gathered. Are you alright? Aurora's palm glowed, and she was prepared to fill Han Xiao up with life force. I am very good. It is difficult for a virtual battle to threaten my life. Manison has retreated already. Han Xiao waved his arms. Logi had a bitter look on his face and said, to think that the Mechanic Emperor has actually set his eyes on us. Our future is bleak. As the Vice Commander of the Army, I would like to request for sufficient time to train. Shut up. Go and become the principal obediently, Han Xiao said with exasperation. He understood Logi too well. After assuring his officers that he was alright, Han Xiao sent his officers away and touched Phaidon a few times for luck before closing the door. Han Xiao then rubbed his hands excitedly. Let me see what I can get. My target this time is Manison. If I still draw some tanky talent, I will write my name upside down. Opening the interface, Han Xiao completed the mission. Reboot. 6th round completed. You have received 1,500,000,000 experience. Random reward x2. You have received talent. Affable AI. The 7th round has not been triggered. Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Affable AI could increase the power of his virtual technology skills by 30%. The bonus was still alright, but the most important aspect of the skill was the effect on AI lifeforms. It would definitely be useful if he wanted to wipe out the indestructible Mechanic Empire troop in future. Han Xiao then called Philip out to test the effects of the talent. Taking in a deep breath, Han Xiao completed the Mechanic Emperor boss mission. Mechanic Emperor Manison Virtual Combat has been completed. You have completed all the mission requirements and received 76,250,000,000 experience. You have received Character Summon Card, Mechanic Emperor Manison. Character Summon Card, Mechanic Emperor Manison. Ancient One, your long life provided you with a wealth of valuable experience. Plus 20% INT, plus 10% MIS, plus 2 levels to all skills. Duration, 24 hours. Usages, 0/2. You have received. Draw one of Manison's abilities. Tip, Manison is a virtual mechanic, and your class is completely compatible with his. You will be able to draw any of his abilities. If you draw an ability that you have, you can strengthen your ability to a certain extent. Randomizing, complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Apostle Machinery Affinity, skill, plus 105% Machinery Affinity. You already have the skill, can be strengthened. 2. Titan Grade Planet Fort, blueprint skill, a planet modification blueprint suitable for the development of a machinery civilization. Specific parameters, expand/collapse. Construction requirements, LV-220, 3,500 INT, ultra-composite mechanical architecture technology, cutting-edge material science, and abnormal state energy. 3. Innate machinery soul, talent. You have an innate machinery talent, and your understanding of machines increases according to your strength. LV-1, LV-100, plus 5% machinery affinity and plus 3% virtual technology skill for every 10 levels. LV-100, LV-200, plus 7% machinery affinity and plus 5% virtual technology skill for every 10 levels. LV 200 and above, plus 10% machinery affinity and plus 7% virtual technology skill for every 10 levels. 4. Legion Firepower Volley. Skill. A skilled tactician knows when to open fire. The range of your mechanical army being boosted by your mechanical force will increase by 25% for the next days. Cooldown. 160s. 5. Mechanical Race. Endless Barriers. Blueprint Skill. A blueprint that belongs solely to the mechanical race. Specific parameters. Expand/collapse. Construction requirements. LV 255, 6000 INT, Endless Material Science, Ultimate Machinery Manufacturing Theory, Advanced Space Application, and Abnormal State Energy. Chapter 963 I1, T Suffer a Loss. 2 blueprints, 2 skills, and 1 talent. Han Xiao fell into deep thought after seeing the 5 choices. The ability with the highest value was naturally Innate Machinery Soul. With his current level, the talent would give him 220% of machinery affinity and a 150% increase in virtual technology skills. Of the other 4 choices, it would be impossible for him to choose Apostle Machinery Affinity. Although Legion Firepower Volley was not too bad, its value was limited when compared to the other choices. The 2 blueprints were not too bad, but he already had similar equipment and did not really require it. The outcome isn't too bad. Han Xiao was pretty satisfied. As mechanics of the same level, most of Manison's abilities would be suitable for him. This meant that the number of choices that he could draw was extremely large. Furthermore, a mechanic at Manison's level would have plenty of blueprints, and it could be said that the outcome of the draw was not too bad. Manison's strength was supported by many different talents. Although Han Xiao was not able to draw a top-grade molding talent, he had managed to draw a high-grade talent to reduce the gap between them. The more talents he drew from Manison, the smaller the gap between him and Manison would become. It would be extremely difficult for him to exceed Manison in one go. The machinery affinity bonus from the level 300, Innate Machinery Soul, talent was higher than the bonus from the Lord Grade Machinery Affinity, talent. Its virtual technology effect was also better. When put together with the 2.5x multiplier of Virtual Lord, it was akin to Haven. GA 375% increase in his virtual technology skill. As such, the effect of this talent was similar to a core talent like Machinery Emperor. Han Xiao then made his choice. You have received Innate Machinery Soul. His brain structure then seemed to have been changed slightly, and he had a new understanding toward machines. After adapting for a while, Han Xiao let out a long sigh. Manison doesn't only have perfect mechanical sense, but also a series of mechanic talents such as Innate Machinery Soul. His talent is truly too amazing. In truth, he was truly a little, extremely envious. Han Xiao then looked at the Manison character summon card that he had received. This character summon card was extremely powerful, but the effects did not come from Manison being a mechanic, but an ability of the Ancient Ones. Who knows whether this ability is unique to those who become a part of the Ancient Ones, or I just need to live long enough for it. The experience reward from the mission was more than double that of the Tyrant's mission, and it could replenish his pitiful experience stash. However, this mission did not give him a legendary point. Looking at the mission name, Han Xiao had a guess of his own. The mission name had the suffix virtual combat, so perhaps he needed to fight Manison in real life for a legendary point to be awarded. After looking at his new abilities, Han Xiao closed the interface and calculated his gains and losses. Manison's arrival was too sudden, and he stole some of my data. He even made me use up a perfect mechanical sense character summon card. I would have suffered a loss if not for my 2 new talents. Manison can suppress me in terms of mechanic skills, and he has already achieved his objective. Thus, it is unlikely that he will create trouble in the near future. He had stood out a little too much recently, and this was a good chance for him to remain low profile. His foundations were still too weak, and he needed to sow his crops well. Before his crops returned, he should first plow the earth and fertilize the fields. Having 1 less perfect mechanical sense character summon card was not a big problem to him. Han Xiao still had a few blank character summon cards in storage, and he could just use them on Reynold again to replicate a new perfect mechanical sense card. In fact, he had a huge stash of random reward opportunities that he had yet to use. I'd better wait for Nero and Phaidon to gather together first. One of them can cancel out my bad luck and the other can provide good luck for me. In Han Xiao's eyes, Phaidon and Nero were like 2 deities of luck. After calculating his losses, Han Xiao stood up and opened his army channel to make a simple announcement. My comrades of the Black Star Army. Not too long ago, our headquarters main system was infiltrated by Mechanic Emperor Manison. Under the aid of everyone and the dynasty, we managed to force Manison back and everything has been resolved properly. I did not wish to become enemies with the Mechanic Emperor, but things do not always go my way. The matter today is a signal, and I hope that everyone will be mentally prepared to face the Mechanic Emperor one day. The Black Star Army has been around for more than 20 years now. We've gone from a weak mercenary group to the current armed organization that we are. In the past 20 years, we have walked through many storms and various difficulties together. This is a path destined to be rocky, and there are still many more difficulties ahead for us to conquer. The universe is a vast place, but regardless of how vast the universe is, it cannot contain our boundless ambition. As long as sentient beings are present, competition cannot be avoided. This is the case in history, today, and in the future. I have created many miracles in the past, and I will not fear any challenges in the future. I hope that everyone will continue moving forward together with me. Your Army Commander, Black Star. Galaxy Calendar, Year 710, 11th day of the 9th month. After making sure that there was no problem with the contents, Han Shao sent it out. This message of his served to calm down the members of his army and reduce the negative effects of Manasin's attack. Although he did not need to be bothered by the thoughts of most of his members, it was better than doing nothing. After settling this matter, Han Shao took a few tubes of nutrition fluid and returned to his room to rest for a while before returning to his machinery modification room to strengthen his machines. After recognizing the distance between his strength and the Mechanic Emperor, Han Shao became even more hardworking. He planned to remain in seclusion for a period and remain in his headquarters to prevent Manasin from attacking again, even if the likelihood was not high. After ensuring that the storm was over, Han Shao was prepared to make a trip to the Flickering World and personally oversee the development of the Machinery Civilization and Black Spirit race. In the Limitless Financial Group headquarters in the Sea of Star Spirits, Sorokin was looking through the reports from the various regions when his communicator rang. When he was in his office, only a few important individuals would be able to contact him directly. Sorokin placed down the report in his hands and picked up the communicator. It was Manasin, who had completed his intrusion. Your Excellency Manasin, have you succeeded? Yes, Black Star's virtual technology skills aren't too weak, and the dynasty sent Khan over. Thus, I was only able to obtain a portion of the intelligence that you wanted. I have already sent it over to you, Manasin said calmly. Looking at the information that Manasin had sent over, Sorokin shook his head and said, the information will be of some use to me, but it can't be considered confidential. Forget it, we can't force such matters. Also, why did you contact my main body directly? You could have just handed the information over to my avatar in the Bloodshed Land. I am just being careful, Manasin said casually. He was extremely experienced and did not wish to send the information within the Shattered Star Ring to prevent Black Star from tracking his transmission and blocking it. He had only dealt with Black Star to solidify his own position, and apart from his growing interest in Black Star, Manasin's heart was not stirred. All right then, Sorokin said. You have formed an enmity with Black Star after defeating him this time. Aren't you afraid that he will take action against you? I don't mind defeating him a few more times if he isn't resigned. Black Star isn't your opponent now, but this may not be the case in the future. Don't forget about his terrifying potential. Manasin then glanced at him and said, don't play your little tricks with me. Sorokin chuckled and changed the topic. Right, the dividends from last month have been calculated and will be given out in a few days' time. Give me a list of the resources that you would like. I will give you a discount and exchange them for you. The usual. Manasin was not too bothered. Although the profits of the financial group were large, he was not too bothered by money at his level. After a casual conversation, both parties hung up. Placing down his communicator, Sorokin's eyes narrowed, and he muttered, Mechanic Emperor. Black Star. In the Dynasty Ruler's office, Urnrel glanced at a floating screen in front of him, and the internal announcement that Han Shao had issued was displayed. Looking through the announcement, Urnrel nodded. It seems like Black Star understood our intentions. On the other side, Dark Lord, Claudia said calmly, Black Star is a genius who hasn't appeared before in history. Geniuses like him should be extremely arrogant. He has been in the limelight recently, but he was able to recognize reality quickly. This mental frame of his isn't too bad. Even the Crimson Dynasty, which was well known for being hard-headed, knew when to hold back. With the stunning potential that Black Star had displayed, the dynasty was worried that Black Star would be too arrogant and easily demoralized. However, it seemed like Black Star was still extremely clear-headed and did not fight the Mechanic Emperor head-on. The dynasty also knew that the Mechanic Emperor was not an individual easy to provoke. In terms of his status, strength, and organization, Manasin was even on a higher level than Old Dragon and Kant. He was the #1 ally of the Federation of Light and in existence at ES God's level. Only the dynasty's Dark Lord was able to barely go toe-to-toe with him. If one wanted to pick out the top beyond grade, as in the 3 universal civilizations, the Federation of Light's trump card would be Mechanic Emperor Manasin, the Crimson Dynasty's trump card would be Dark Lord Claudia and the Arcane Sea. Hercha's trump card would be Void Overlord Kasuyi. The 3 universal civilizations would think from the perspective of their civilization. Unless it was necessary, they would not want to be dragged into a battle between beyond grade as Thus, as long as no lives were lost and their civilization was not insulted, the three universal civilizations would show an attitude of tacit approval to the battles between Beyond Grade As. After all, they could not restrain the daily activities of their Beyond Grade A allies. Kant's projection was also in the room, and he sighed. Although this is the case, Manison has been the head deity of the machinery faith for far too long. This can't be helped. Even those experts from the arcane church are helpless, Claudia said. Even if we kill all the followers of the machinery faith, we are unable to kill the faith. That will only result in the members of the machinery faith never becoming the followers of the dynasty's mechanics. There isn't a need to say such things, Ernrel said calmly. After this incident, Black Star may be slightly dissatisfied with our dynasty, and there is a need to comfort him. Why don't we send him some blueprints? The best cure to a mechanic soul is high-grade blueprints, Kant said irresponsibly, and as he looked at Claudia by the side, an idea flashed through his head, and his body rapidly transformed into Claudia's appearance. Don't transform into my appearance, Claudia said with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Ernrel and said, Kant, Milizaus, and I will all die eventually, and Black Star will become the next pillar of the dynasty. He will have to take up the responsibility of protecting the dynasty. He has already proven his abilities, and I propose we become bolder in our support of him in terms of resources. Ernrel stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. News spread fast in the interstellar era, and the battle between the Mechanic Emperor and Black Star spread rapidly. Many galactic residents had a new dinner topic, but the influence of this event could not be compared to the battle between the Tyrant and Black Star. After all, a virtual battle was not as interesting as two Beyond Grade as bashing each other up. Furthermore, footage of the battle was not released either, so the incident did not stir up too big a commotion. Although Black Star suffered a loss, most people did not find the matter too strange. The name of the Mechanic Emperor was deeply rooted in the hearts of many, and it was not strange for Black Star to lose to the most powerful mechanic. After all, there were far too many people who had lost to the Mechanic Emperor in history. The various galactic organizations were not too bothered about the outcome, but were focused on the fact that the Mechanic Emperor did not get along with Black Star. Psyker was the one who felt the happiest. The more powerful Black Star's enemies were, the happier he would be. He was currently eating an extremely low-profile life after being eyed by 4 different Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. The influence of this event was not large in the outside world, but created quite a huge commotion in the mechanic world. Black Star was a newly ascended Divine Throne mechanic after all, and the Mechanic Emperor was an old-school big shot. With both parties clashing against each other, and the Mechanic Emperor suppressing a member of the younger generation who wanted to challenge him, he received a huge wave of support. After this battle, there were only 2 types of mechanics in the world in the eyes of the mechanics. First was the Mechanic Emperor, and the second was the others. Han Shao was not too bothered by the rumors in the galaxy. Regardless of whether Manison made a profit, he definitely did not suffer a loss. Furthermore, reducing the attention that the world had on him would be in line with his idea of remaining low profile. Han Shao did not have any plans to challenge the position of the Mechanic Emperor in the near future. He was different from Heber after all. He would rarely do things that exceeded his own abilities. The logic from his previous life as a player was rooted deeply in his bones. What should we do if we can't defeat the boss? Increase our level, of course. What else can we do? After staying in headquarters for half a month and being sure that the Mechanic Emperor would not create trouble anymore, Han Shao gathered a fleet and headed toward the Flickering World. Chapter 964 Theme of the Era. With many financial groups coming up with the resources for construction, the originally silent Flickering World was bustling with activity. The 3 explored star clusters were all undergoing construction, and the silent Flickering World finally seemed more like a part of the interstellar era. Han Zhao's fleet entered the Flickering World through the Dynasty's Stargate. The various officers were all extremely familiar with him, and he did not face any obstruction along the way. Upon reaching the planet Lighthouse Outpost, Han Shao greeted Terakov and extorted Terakov of some local produce before leaving toward the Garo Star Cluster. The Purple River Star System was located at the border of the Garo Star Cluster, near where the Stargate was located. It was now Han Zhao's territory. Thus, the dynasty had built a new Stargate beside the original one for the Black Star Army to manage. After entering the Purple River Star System, they followed the directions on the star map and arrived at a planet. Army Commander, that is Planet Black Gate, the planet nearest to the Stargate. According to the construction blueprint, this planet will be developed into a large transit station and become one of the landmarks of the Garo Star Cluster. This is also the planet at the border of the Army's territory. Han Shao stood in front of the window and looked at the planet. Beside him was a beautiful secretary giving Han Shao an introduction. Sylvia was busy, so she had sent one of her secretaries over to accompany Han Shao. Han Shao had some impression of the secretary. He remembered that her resume was pretty outstanding, and she was Sylvia's capable assistant. How is the construction coming along? Han Shao nodded. This planet made use of the Crimson Dynasty's quick planetary renovation pack, and the logistics department drew up a blueprint after that. The direction of the construction is toward a galactic market, military fortress, and transportation hub. Because the main focus of the construction is the resource-rich planets, only 4.9% of the construction has been completed. The daily energy requirements are provided by a nuclear fusion power station, and our dark energy power station is located underground. However, there isn't a natural fixed star in the vicinity, so we may need additional power sources and a man-made sun. Hearing the secretary's report, Han Xiao suddenly thought about the movable fixed star blueprint in the Tyracles legacy. The more advanced their technological skills, the fewer restrictions the environment would impose on them. They no longer needed to adapt to the environment, but could get the environment to change to their needs. Although the Tyracles race was not a victor of the exploration era, they were also a quasi-universal civilization and had a deep understanding of modifying the environment. I can make use of the movable fixed star equipment and shift the fixed star to an appropriate location, Han Xiao thought to himself. He had always felt that this blueprint had a relationship to the universal simulation skill of the Divine Throne mechanic. After his class advancement, Han Xiao had researched all his new abilities, but was completely clueless toward how he should use universal simulation. This skill allowed him to simulate all natural rhythms through his mechanical skills and should have huge potential. Perhaps the three universal civilizations had made use of universal simulation to modify their mother planets. Seeing Han Xiao remain silent, the female secretary paused for a while before continuing. There aren't many people on planet Blackgate currently, but planet Blackgate will become one of the most populated planets in the Geras star cluster when the flickering world is open to the public. The large number of daily visitors will bring you a considerable amount of profits. According to the calculations of the financial department, we only need 6 to 7 years to recoup our cost of modifying the planet. It's pretty good. Han Xiao smiled. The fleet slowly approached planet Blackgate, and a few stargates were shown on the map. There were some heading toward the other star systems, and some heading toward the other regions of the Purple River star system. Because the allocation of their territories had been decided, the Black Star Army's first mission was to connect their 7 territories. During the exploration phase, the entire star cluster already had their own transportation network. However, those were long-distance stargates mainly used to connect different star clusters. The Black Star Army's mission was to connect their own territories and ensure that the 7 star systems were well connected. The transportation network within the territory had already taken on an embryonic form, and many different star systems could be reached from planet Blackgate. Their efficiency was far higher than the first exploration phase. With a robust transportation network, they could save a lot of time on traveling. Han Xiao led his fleet to tour through the 7 star systems and viewed all the construction regions. This was the first time that he personally inspected his territories. Purple River, Longday, Sigma, Odoran, Ponzale, Fenrir, Ednia. This is the current foundation of the army. Personally witnessing the size of the 7 star systems, Han Xiao was extremely satisfied in his heart. He planned to make the 7 star systems into the core region of the Geras star cluster, but this would require a few decades to accomplish. However, the second phase of the Flickering World mission only required him to complete the basic construction of the 7 star systems. To complete the basic construction of the 7 star systems, a few years would be sufficient. With the investment of numerous financial groups, the production capability of the army was powerful. After completing his inspection, Han Xiao returned to the Sigma star system, which was located in the middle of Geru, to check on the development of the machinery civilization. Han Xiao's fleet exited from hyperdrive, and a silver planet appeared before him. Machinery melded into the surface of the planet, and it looked extremely beautiful. This was the first city of the machinery civilization, and it was called Psionic Prime City. The surface of the planet had been modified to become machinery. Under the surface of the Earth were many different underground mines to extract for various resources. Under the lead of Psionic Prime and the other Apostle weapons, military factories, repair factories, resource factories, refinement factories, and many other facilities were constructed. At the same time, there were millions of second-generation mechanical life forms currently waiting to be born. In the middle of the city, there was a gigantic statue of him. Upon seeing that, Han Xiao was helpless. For some reason, people always seem to like erecting statues. What's the point of erecting a statue of me? Why not erect a statue of Phaidon instead? That statue might be able to provide some luck for you. For a mechanical life form to create offspring, it would require them to exhaust their own tinder energy, and reproduction had a cooldown. Thus, the larger the size of the machinery civilization, the faster the growth. The mechanical proliferation growth, and strengthen machinery civilization, talents from the Divine Throne mechanic class could strengthen the reproductive capabilities of the mechanical life form. Han Xiao was planning to spend some time on this planet to create a few more first-generation mechanical lives. The machinery civilization led by Psionic Prime had just started out, and their population was lacking. However, they had plenty of variety with various types of mechanical life forms working in their own posts. Not too far away from the city, Giant King Kong was leading a group of giant soldiers to flatten a tall mountain. Without disturbing anyone else, Han Shao contacted Psionic Prime. Very quickly, a blue light shot out of the planet and arrived before the fleet. "I pay my respects to the Lord." Psionic Prime bowed. The hatch opened, and Han Shao flew out. Sizing Psionic Prime up, Han Shao raised his brows slightly. Compared to the last time they met, Psionic Prime had a few new parts on him. These parts were chosen by Psionic Prime himself to make up for some of his weaknesses. This was the good point of a mechanical life form. They knew how to change their own parts to strengthen themselves. "You've done well. Keep up the good work." Han Shao praised him and released a stream of bluish-gold mechanical force from his palms. "Treat this as your reward." Han Shao then slapped the mechanical force into Psionic Prime's body. This was the Apostle Evolution, skill from his Divine Throne mechanic class. All of a sudden, Psionic Prime's body glowed with energy, and the Tinder energy in his body strengthened. Han Shao watched by the side, and Psionic Prime's evolution process ended after a while. Detecting the changes in his body, Psionic Prime nodded to Han Shao. "I thank the Lord for your blessing. My strength has increased again. There isn't a need to thank me. This is something you deserve. You just need to do your job well." Han Shao waved his arms and opened his interface. Psionic Prime's attributes were all increased by Apostle Evolution. His Apostle weapons had quasi-beyond Grade A strength, and after the Apostle Evolution, they would be able to hold their own against an ordinary beyond Grade A super. According to Han Zhao's calculations, the current Psionic Prime should be able to defeat an ordinary doppelganger of ES God before his evolution, providing that the doppelganger did not have a perverse Esper ability. Sending Psionic Prime back, Han Shao made a trip over to the territory of the Black Spirit race. Compared to the rapid development of the machinery civilization, the Black Spirit race seemed much more ordinary. Although they had an extremely efficient communication method, they still needed time to learn and were digesting the basic technological knowledge that the army had provided them. This technological knowledge was too complicated for them, and they had to start their learning from scratch. Their mental network system would only show its effectiveness if they had a strong foundation. As long as they took the first step, the development speed of the Black Spirit race would increase rapidly. They would be able to rapidly go through the Stone Age era, Cold Arms era, Enlightenment era, Steam Engine era, Electricity era, and so on, soon arriving at the Interstellar era. Apart from their survival, the greatest barrier of a civilization was technological and production advancement. They needed to spend a great amount of time fumbling around in the dark. But with the interference of the Black Star Army, all of that would not be a problem. Their greatest problems would be solved, and their development definitely would not be slow. Han Shao provided the relevant technological trees to the Black Spirit race, and also the methods to expand their mental strength. The Black Spirit race, which had a mental network, innately had a high natural potential. They were most suitable to become psychics or mages, and it might be possible for more than 90% of them to become supers. Of course, he would not reject any of them if they wanted to become mechanics. It was not without reason for the three universal civilizations to prohibit advanced civilizations from interfering with the development of low-grade civilizations. If they followed the path that someone else had taken, they would only become the puppet of another civilization, and their own creativity would be restricted. With regard to this, Han Shao did not really have a plan. It was impossible for him not to pay the price if he wanted rapid development. However, the evolutionary totem could resolve this problem to a certain extent. The evolutionary totem was able to gradually evolve the genes of a race and increase the potential of a race, including their intelligence and creativity. With the effects of the evolutionary totem, it might be possible for an individual capable of changing history to appear from the Black Spirit race. Although a civilization was an entire body, many historical events were usually created by individuals. The presence of the evolutionary totem increased the chances for such an individual to appear. Allowing a species to become more outstanding was the meaning of the evolutionary totem. This was not a perfect solution, and there was a reality of despair deep within. For example, what if a new species that did not conform to the norms of society appeared on a planet ruled by humans? Imagine if this beast was not only stronger, but also more intelligent and superior to the human race in every respect. At that time, the humans would no longer be the rulers of the planet, and the technology that they had relied on for many years would be overtaken eventually. It was far more outstanding than them. At that time, choosing whether to live together with the new species or kill them would be a tough choice. Suppressing such a new species would always be filled with blood. This was the most terrifying part of the evolutionary totem, and also why the Federation of Light and Arcane Church were not able to watch as the Crimson Dynasty swallowed all the benefits of the evolutionary totem for themselves. However, the universal civilizations had their own gene modification technology and were thus able to control the desire for battle. Han Shao borrowed the effects from the battle with Manison to remain low profile and not cause trouble everywhere. He then followed his plan to expand his mechanical army and reinforce his foundation. This was a path that all mechanics had to take. After Manison achieved victory, he also did not do anything else. He returned to the primeval Star River and did not provoke the Black Star Army again. With both parties falling silent, the various galactic organizations no longer paid close attention to this matter and shifted their gazes away from Han Shao. The first exploration phase had been completed and the flickering world was currently in the construction phase. Many organizations were watching silently from the side, and the explored universe had entered a calm period. Although there were still small skirmishes occasionally, there were no large conflicts between the civilizations of the star cluster grade and above. It was as though they had a tacit agreement and chose to rest. The Federation of Light and Arcane Church continued to pressure the Crimson Dynasty in the economic and political fields. Although they had plenty of conflicts, the situation was still under control. The Crimson Dynasty was under quite a bit of pressure and was still holding in there. There were also voices within the dynasty that were calling for the open sale of the totems, but the voices were still weak. If a new theme would be created for this era, it would be called Exploration and Expansion. This was not only the development of a single civilization, but a new star field being absorbed into the map of the explored universe. It was akin to discovering a new continent, and it was enough to change the situation of the entire universe. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, even the Beyond Grade as chose to remain silent. The battle between Han Shao and the Mechanic Emperor became the last battle between Beyond Grade as for a long time. Time then crept slowly in the peace. Galaxy Calendar. Year 716, 17th day of the first month. The blue stargate at Planet Blackgate began glowing, and a middle-sized spaceship was spat out from the center of the stargate. In the spaceship, a group of youths were standing in front of the window and looking at Planet Blackgate with curiosity. Is this the territory of the Black Star Army? We're finally here. I heard that Black Star has remained in the flickering world for the past few years. It has been 5 years since we last heard news about him. That's right. Do you think we will be able to see Black Star in person? I wonder if he will be like Principal Loggy. Shut up. Don't Mencio. And that taboo name. Someone grabbed his head and collapsed as though he was having fits. Arg! Come and give me a hand. His PTSD syndrome is acting up again. The people in the surroundings looked at this pitiful brother of theirs who was suffering from Loggy PTSD syndrome. Sigh, another one has fallen. One of the youths who was about 1.7 m tall could not help but laugh bitterly. This is too exaggerated. I don't really think the principal is that scary. A young lady who was half a head taller than him rolled her eyes. Of course you're all right. Why don't you think about the mental damage that is done to those with poor results? The young man then rubbed his head and muttered, really? I thought that everyone liked the principal a lot. This young man was about 16 to 17 years old, but looked extremely childlike. He looked like a primary school kid that had not grown up yet and was dressed in the Black Star Army uniform. The beautiful young lady beside him had a smoking hot figure and was dressed in skin-tight pugilist clothing. She looked extremely close to this young man. Right at this moment, the captain walked over and patted the young man on the shoulders. The defense troops are sending a communication request. You can just pick up the call to save us some trouble. The young man nodded and pressed a few buttons on the wall of the spaceship. A holographic projection then appeared, and the guard commander of the Black Star Army appeared. Which department are you guys from? Why didn't I receive an application from the army? If not for the Black Star insignia on the spaceship, the commander might have given the order to capture the spaceship already. We are the first batch of graduates from the Black Star Super Academy. According to the rules of the academy, the graduates can choose to join the training camp and serve the Black Star Army for 2 to 3 years. We're here to find a job with the army. It must have been a slip-up for you to not be informed. Wait a moment. Let me check. The commander frowned and searched through his records for a while before saying, and then there was a special request indeed, but you guys came too late and have long exceeded the appointed time. I'm sorry. This was our first time coming to the flickering world, and we explored a few different places first. Thus, our journey may have been delayed. You can check the records of the spaceship. The commander then ran some checks before nodding. The checks on the spaceship are all right. You guys can come in. All right, thanks. Right, can you not tell the army commander that I am here? Upon hearing that, the commander had a strange look on his face. Just what kind of a background did this youth have? He then sized up the young man and felt that he was extremely familiar. Who are you? What is your relationship with the army commander? I am Nero. Black Star is my godfather. Nero chuckled and a bright smile would be seen on his face. I am here to give him a surprise. Chapter 965 Perfect Mechanical Sense. The spaceship carrying the fresh graduates of the Black Star Super Academy then arrived at the Sigma Star system to meet Black Star. Over the past 6 years, the Black Star Army had invested a large amount of resources and created a second headquarters in the Sigma Star system. It was a gigantic space fortress created by 7 mechanical fortresses and a large number of mechanical soldiers. This new headquarters was called Black Star Palace. The spaceship arrived at the designated location on the star map, and Black Star Palace appeared in their windows. Upon seeing the magnificent structure before them, the jaws of many of the students dropped in amazement. Black Star Palace was far more majestic than floating Dragon Island, which hung in the skies above planet Aquamarine. Every mechanical fortress had its own satellite rings of varying angles, surrounding the center like a mini star system. At the middle of the structure was a gigantic alloy sphere. It was silvery black in color, and the surface was smooth like a mirror. It was like a black star that did not give out light. Everyone accepted some security checks before the spaceship was parked at the dock. The moment Nero disembarked from the spaceship, he immediately saw someone familiar. Uncle Phaidon. Nero was overjoyed, and he immediately ran over. "Hello, Nero." Phaidon smiled and stroked Nero on the head. "Did you come here specially to wait for me?" "That's right. We have not seen each other for 5 to 6 years. You've grown bigger." Phaidon patted Nero on the head and then lamented. "But it is a pity that you didn't grow any taller. Don't talk about this and we can still have a good conversation." Nero's face darkened. Being short would be his pain for life. He had Aurora's life force energy in him and also drank the dragon blood potion frequently. He should have been extremely tall and did not understand why his development was so slow. His own father did not have the short genes either. Nero had always suspected that it was the stress from studying that resulted in him being so short and was filled with resentment. "Speaking of which, Uncle Phaidon, you're still the same as always. You are still so good-looking." Phaidon shook his head and smiled. "This is very normal. A Calamity-grade super is able to control his own metabolism, and it is extremely simple for me to keep my appearance. 6 years to me is like a few months for an ordinary individual." At this moment, the pugilist young lady then walked beside Nero and looked at Phaidon with her eyes widened and her face red. "This is..." Phaidon looked over. "Oh, let me make an introduction. This is Mia Moretto. She is my, cough cough, a close female friend of mine. She is one of the best pugilists of the graduating batch. Mia, this is Phaidon, a member of the Black Star Guards. He is a senior who watched me grow up." "Eh? Why is your face red?" "In what way is my face red?" Mia immediately held onto her face and became flustered. She was the skinny little girl that Nero had met on the first day of school at the Black Star Super Academy. After 6 years of training, she had already transformed into a beautiful swan and was currently filled with energy. Upon seeing that another young lady was captured by his beauty, Phaidon said with a helpless expression, "Hello, I am Phaidon." "Hello, it is an honor for you to meet me. And no, it should be my honor." Mia then shook Phaidon's outstretched arm, and her face turned redder. Nero looked at Phaidon before looking at Mia, and his heart turned extremely sour. He then could not help but cough loudly and break up their handshake before changing the topic. "Right. Where is my godfather? He already knows that you have arrived. Go and meet him at his throne." "Throne? Air, it's the center of that black sphere." Phaidon chuckled. "Speaking of which, he will definitely check on your progress later. I won't save you if you don't pass his test." Nero's neck then shrank back, and he recalled some terrible memories. "I've improved a lot, so my godfather should be satisfied. You should ask him yourself. Don't let him wait for too long. We can chat after you are done." Phaidon smiled and left. Nero then turned around to look at Mia and realized that she was still staring in the direction that Phaidon had left. "He's already gone. Are you still looking?" Mia then retracted her gaze and jabbed Nero's waist excitedly. "Oi, your uncle is far too charismatic. His smile is truly too charming. Why haven't you looked at me like this before?" Nero then said with jealousy. Mia then said with disdain, "How long has it been since you last looked in the mirror? How can you be compared with your uncle?" Nero was speechless. His heart truly hurt. After knowing each other for 6 years, they were extremely familiar with each other. Mia became much more energetic and open than before, and both of them frequently quibbled with each other. However, their relationship was extremely good, and they were like siblings. After completing all the necessary checks, they changed into a different spaceship and headed toward the Black Sphere. When their spaceship approached the Black Sphere, pores could be seen on the surface of the sphere. These were the landing orbits for spaceships, and it was just the right size to fit the spaceship. The spaceship entered the orbit and stopped. Both sides of the orbit were sealed up, and there was no dock. Just when everyone was in doubt, the door to the side opened up. Countless nanoparticles stretched out to form a dock before their very eyes. This dock was constructed on the spot? This scene was extremely magical to all the students, and they stepped onto the dock while looking left and right curiously. They realized that there was only a single path that they could take, and the path was surrounded by black alloy walls all around. Everyone then looked at each other and walked down the path. The sound of an individual clearing his throat could suddenly be heard, and everyone realized that no one was talking. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone had a sense of fear toward the unknown before them. These students were originally extremely excited about coming to meet a big shot, but this excitement of theirs had become anxiousness and fear. Although they had not met Black Star yet, they could already feel pressure from all directions. After walking for a long time, they finally came to the end of the path and arrived at a large circular hall. In the middle of the hall was a platform with a divine mechanical throne in the middle of the platform. Bolts of bluish-gold mechanical force could be seen expanding out from the base of the throne and jumping around as though they were dancing. A black-robed man was seated on the throne with an arm supporting his head as though he was in deep thought. Just a simple glance from this individual made all their legs turn to jelly. Is this the pressure of a Beyond Grade A? How terrifying. Many of them could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, thinking of retreating. Before they came, they had been looking forward to becoming a Beyond Grade A, but at this moment, many of them realized that this was no more than a dream. Godfather, Nero greeted carefully. It has only been a few years since we last met, and my godfather has become so terrifying. However, his appearance did not change, and he still looked as suave as he did 6 years ago. Nero still dared to tease Phaidon, but he could not help but be filled with reverence and anxiousness before Black Star, even if Black Star was his godfather. What is this? Am I really that scary? Han Shao looked at the expressions of the students and frowned. He then looked down at the divine mechanical throne and understood what was going on. I almost forgot that this thing has the effect of increasing my pressure. No wonder these kiddos are all so terrified of me. Han Shao retracted his aura and stood up. The pressure then disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. You are the first batch of graduates of the academy. Since you have chosen to serve the army, I will welcome all of you on behalf of the army. Upon hearing that, the anxiety in their hearts disappeared, and they became excited. Han Shao gave the students a round of praises before getting the excited students to take their leave, leaving Nero and Mia behind. Walking down from the platform, Han Shao looked at Nero and said, "It isn't a bad thing for you to be short. Your body will be smaller, and it will be more difficult for the enemy to hit you." Nero's mouth then contorted. Why did everyone like talking about his height? Seeing Han Shao tease him in such a manner, Nero also became at ease and revealed a smile. I haven't met you for such a long time. I really missed you. I didn't miss you at all, Han Shao thought to himself. With the observer's mark in his hands, he could spy on Nero whenever he wanted. He was even clear about the average number of times Nero went to the toilet in a day. Over the past 6 years, Han Shao had spent most of his time in the flickering world, reinforcing his foundation. He had spent most of his experience and increased his level to 303. The rest of his experience went into merging blueprints and his various skills. His attributes did not go up by much, but his mechanical army had experienced a huge upgrade. This black spherical planet was a mechanical deity formed by his mechanical army. It maintained the appearance of a planet and was like a black star. Han Shao would frequently activate this skill and maintain it for a long time to train his control over the mechanical deity. Han Shao did not remain idle in the area of constructing machines either. He had already set up his dimension factory and had honed it many times. During these 6 years, the machinery civilization had developed rapidly, and over 80% of Planet Apostle was already covered in machinery cities. The mechanical life forms were already in their 8th generation. Because of the weakening Tinder energy, the attributes of the mechanical life forms had an obvious decline from the 6th generation onward. The mechanical life forms in the later generations could only be commoners and serve as cannon fodder. This was the restriction of a machinery civilization. The first generation mechanical life forms were still the elites with the apostle weapons, the most powerful group. The composition of the civilization also gradually became more like the structure of ordinary civilizations. Commoners made up the majority of the civilization, and the mechanical life forms before the 6th generation were like supers. The Black Spirit race was still digesting their knowledge. Compared to 6 years ago, the Black Spirit race had already garnered some achievements and begun to spread knowledge to the other members of their race. The effects of the mental network were beginning to show. An ordinary race would have to teach using textbooks, but the Black Spirit race could dump the knowledge straight into the minds of their students. The army developed steadily, and the education plan had begun to develop with more academies being built. The first batch of students had already graduated, and they were Nero's batch. Han Shao then sized Nero up before looking at Mia. Upon seeing that, Nero misunderstood Han Zhao's intentions and immediately introduced his comrade. This is Mia. She is my classmate, and she is very powerful. Hello, I pay my respects to your excellency Black Star. Mia was extremely nervous. The feeling that Black Star gave her was completely different from Phaidon. Phaidon made her feel like she was in love with her heart racing, but Black Star filled her with reverence. I know about you. You have a lot of potential. Han Shao had already recognized this follower of Hela a few years ago, and thus was not too surprised. Thank you. Mia was immediately overwhelmed with favor. She had never expected a big shot like Black Star to know about her and was extremely agitated in her heart. Wait outside for a while. I have some things to say to Nero. Mia then looked at Nero and left the room. After seeing Mia leave, Han Xiao began to tease Nero. Not bad, little brat. Is your springtime here? Nero's face flushed red, and he stammered, nonsense. No, nothing of the sort. All right, there's no need to explain anything to me. Han Xiao interrupted Nero. It has been a few years since I last met you. Let me check your progress. If you only thought about dating and not learning, humph. As he said that, he did not wait for Nero to reply and jabbed him. Opening his interface, Han Xiao nodded. This brat's potential was not too bad. He already had the strength of grade C+ and should be able to reach grade B before he turned 20. Looking down at his ability section, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Nero's mechanical sense talent had finally grown to become perfect mechanical sense. The leak that he had grown for so long had finally matured. It took almost 10 years to develop such an ability. It truly hasn't been easy. Han Xiao was overjoyed and slapped Nero on the shoulders with a hearty laughter. Not bad, not bad. I am very satisfied with your progress. Nero felt as though his shoulders were about to fracture and replied, as long as you are satisfied. Han Xiao could not help but pinch Nero's cheeks joyfully. I am truly heartened that he didn't forget his studies for love. The leek was ripe, and Han Xiao only had to think about how he should harvest it. Reynolds refused to give him any missions, but Nero was different. Nero had an advanced luck glow and was just starting out in life. There would definitely be plenty of chances to trigger a storyline mission and obtain perfect mechanical sense from him. If not, he could even take the initiative to throw Nero into a dangerous situation. According to Han Xiao's experience, as long as Nero approached him for help, there would be a greater chance to trigger a mission. However, he needed a reason to do so. Combat training sounds like a good plan. Han Xiao thought to himself. If that was not enough, Han Xiao had his final move. Nero's potential was even stronger than Reynolds. Han Xiao could just continue to raise Nero and publicly beat him up. Various different thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao looked at Nero with a teasing expression. Little fellow, true hell awaits you next. You'll come to know just how enjoyable student life was. Noticing Han Xiao's cunning grin, Nero trembled slightly and had a bad premonition. Why do I feel a wave of bad intentions sweeping past my body? Nero then rubbed his head and said carefully, Godfather, I have something that I need to ask you for help. Whoa! Look at him, asking for help so readily. So much better than Reynolds. Speak, what do you need? Han Xiao asked happily. Mia is a pugilist, and it hurts when she beats me up, Nero then said softly. I want to learn how to become tanky. Godfather, you're a grandmaster in this regard. Can you teach me how to become tanky? Chapter 966, the second exploration phase. As the saying goes, if you want to be tanky, you must first get beaten up. How can your skin be thick if your bones don't all break at least once? He then made use of this logic to send Nero away before wondering if there were any dangerous jobs that he could get Nero to do. After thinking for 2 seconds, Han Xiao raised his brows. That's right. The construction of the 3 star clusters has come to an end, and the second exploration phase of the dynasty is about to start. I will have some things for Nero to do. After 6 years, Renault, Geru, and Crown had pretty much completed their construction, and they only lacked people. Chief Commander Terekov had already informed him a few months ago that the dynasty was preparing for the second exploration phase. The various allies will be meeting the following day, and Han Xiao was also invited. If he remembered correctly, the Crimson Dynasty met with some unexpected trouble during the second exploration phase, and there were plenty of opportunities for combat. He could make use of this opportunity to send Nero and the other graduates over under the guise of combat training. There was a high probability of his advanced luck glow turning dangers into fortune, right? Upon thinking about Nero's current appearance, Han Xiao could not help but be exasperated. To think that Nero actually wanted to learn from him and become a tank. He was supposed to be a proper mechanic. Furthermore, the reason was not so that he could improve, but so he would be able to receive a better beating. Preposterous. Why don't you learn more from your godfather's swift and decisive style? Han Xiao then got his subordinates to arrange the graduates' accommodation before returning to his throne. With a single thought, he issued an order toward his divine mechanical throne. The next moment, the roof of the room opened and machinery parts began flowing out. The mechanical deity itself was Han Xiao's palace, and all the structures within the palace could be controlled by him with a single thought. Very quickly, a black machine dropped down from the sky and drifted in front of Han Xiao. It was about a meter long. Han Xiao then touched the machine, and he could feel heat. For him to be able to feel heat, it meant that the temperature was sufficiently high. The item details were then displayed on the interface. Unknown core, a special machinery part. Usage of the item is unknown, but it doesn't seem useless. Psi, a universal treasure is TR. Really difficult to forge. Han Shao shook his head. Over the past 6 years, apart from strengthening his mechanical army, Han Shao had also tried to forge gold-grade equipment, which was universal grade. The strength of a divine throne mechanic was definitely sufficient, but even if he had sufficient strength, he might not be able to forge a universal treasure. There were far too many variables, and it required many things to work together in order to achieve a perfect state. The first difficulty was the blueprint. Han Shao did not have a universal-grade blueprint. A gold-grade blueprint required the skill, inspirational creation, but Han Shao's inspirational creation was currently still grayed out. The activation requirement was 4, ultimate mechanical engineering, to reach LV.5. Furthermore, inspirational creation also had a random element to it. Not to mention the fact that there were no players who announced the blueprint combination of a universal treasure. Even if one knew the combination, the results might be different. Because he did not have any blueprints, Han Shao tried to use his own technological skills to forge it. He used his universal simulation skill, but still did not make much progress. He made many different trash products, and this machine in his hand was the only spare part that still had some use. Thus, Han Shao studied this machine every day, hoping to find some inspiration. However, the truth had proven that this idea of his was only useful to console himself. It is far too difficult for me to create something without blueprints or theories. Perhaps the Tyrakel's legacy may be able to give me a gold-grade blueprint, but the next legacy blueprint will be at level 360, and it is still far away, Han Shao thought to himself. On the other side, Nero and the others left the mechanical deity and returned to the outside world. There were already some administrative staff waiting to show them to their accommodation. Along the way, the students looked around at the buildings and the surroundings excitedly. It was as though they had come out for a holiday. They had not only come to the mysterious flickering world, but had even met His Excellency Black Star in person. Thus, they were all extremely excited. Many people surrounded Nero, with the majority of them being females. As Black Star's godson, Nero had always been extremely popular. This situation would be even more common now that he was in the territory of the Black Star Army. Your godfather is so handsome. He is completely my type, and I feel a sense of security with him. That's right, that's right. That aura of his truly excites me. I heard that His Excellency Black Star does not have a wife. I wonder if beyond grade as like him have such needs. Can you tell us what kind of a person His Excellency Black Star is? Nero could not help but smile awkwardly as he cursed in his heart. What the hell? I thought that you guys admired me a lot, but you ONL. You want to be my godmother. He did not like the feeling of people surrounding him because of his status. Although he had a powerful background, he had never ordered people around. Of course, this was also related to Reynolds' education method. Han Shao had always admired Reynolds for his education method. Reynolds would always be able to make his students feel the cruel reality of society, even in the classroom. Finally, Mia, who was beside Nero, could not take it and exploded. Stop squeezing me. I am going to beat people up if you continue. Upon hearing that, the students in the surroundings fell silent. They were still pretty afraid of Mia. In the past, Mia had a cowardly personality and was extremely low profile in the classroom. But after she was assigned to the pugilist class, she became a lot more energetic than before. Almost everyone in the academy had been beaten up by Mia before, with Nero being beaten up the most. Even if he won the battle, he would always leave the arena with a face full of bruises. Learning how to become a pugilist would make anyone become more violent. They arrived at their accommodation quickly, and a room was assigned to each of them. The administrative staff then told them to stay in Black Star Palace while waiting for their jobs. After everyone found their own room, Nero placed his stuff down, and someone knocked on his window. Turning around to take a look, he saw Hadavi outside the window riding a floating motorcycle. Eh? Why is it you? He recognized all the Black Star guards by his godfather's side, and Hadavi had a pretty good relationship with him. Don't talk nonsense, get on. Hadavi patted the seat behind him. Nero hesitated for a moment before getting on the motorcycle. After a short journey, they arrived outside of a building. This is... Nero then looked at the signboard and asked, a gambling den? Wait, why would there be such a place in the army? Who opened it? Nero asked with doubt. Who else but me, Koff, our respected Black Star. Us Black Star guards are usually with him and don't have much to do. How could we survive without some entertainment? Let me tell you, although this is the second headquarters of the Black Star Army, the entertainment venues are extremely comprehensive. Hadavi then threw the floating motorcycle to the side and dragged Nero into the gambling den. The gambling den was bustling with activity with a huge crowd in the place. Why are you bringing me here? Nero asked timidly. Hadavi then squeezed his way to a Wayne card gambling table and placed a huge wager. He then whispered into Nero's ears. Hee, I lost a few years' salary here, and I am relying on you to win it back for me. After Reynolds took over the logistics department in the Shattered Star Ring, it became difficult to meet him. Furthermore, Phaidon did not allow Hadavi to disturb him. Thus, Nero became the only person left who Hadavi knew was good in cards. How would he miss such a opportunity to recoup all his losses? I am still a child. Nero's mouth contorted, and he looked at the expressionless robot in front of him. He truly suspected that Black Star had opened his gambling den to collect back the salaries of the Black Star Army members. He is my godfather indeed. A mechanic that knows how to cut costs is definitely outstanding. The next day, the meeting for the second exploration phase was being held in a conference room on Planet Lighthouse, and all those participating in the meeting were the various big shots of the dynasty. The moment Han Zhao's projection descended, many people greeted him. Black Star is here. Come here, I saved a seat for you. After the event 6 years ago, Han Zhao had gained a higher status within the circle of Beyond Grade and was extremely popular. These Beyond Grade all knew that Black Star would probably be the next pillar of the dynasty and were thus more passionate toward him. There was no need to mention the Old Dragon, Baoni, and his other old friends. Raven Laudi, Maximiliar, Viru, and Lotus Swordsman were present, and Han Zhao also saw Heber. Heber naturally did not greet him. Heber only snorted and looked away to prevent himself from being irritated. The moment he saw Heber, Han Zhao thought about the development of the army in the Shattered Star Ring. Over the past 6 years, the Bloodshed Land had competed with the Black Star Army in many areas with the aid of the Limitless Financial Group. Both parties continued to swallow up other organizations and expanded their operations greatly. The Germinal Financial Group developed rapidly and became the representative financial group of the Black Star Army. Iapetus displayed outstanding talent and also sat in a high position. With the support of the Black Star Army, the Germinal Financial Group showed signs of becoming a first-rate financial group. The Crimson Dynasty had also expanded some of their operations in the Shattered Star Ring and provided some aid to him. The Black Star Army was temporarily able to resist the pressure brought about by the Limitless Financial Group. However, since the Limitless Financial Group had entered the Shattered Star Ring market, they would not back off easily and had become a powerful competitor. Han Zhao greeted the other Beyond Grade and finally sat in between the Old Dragon and Maximiliar. The Beyond Grade had their own small circle, and the other civilizations all sat far away. The meeting had not started yet, and everyone was busy chatting with each other. After waiting for a while when everyone was present, Terakov walked forward to the stage and coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. I'm sorry for the wait. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The conference room then fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Terakov then pressed a button, and a huge holographic screen appeared behind him with the star map of the flickering world on the screen. The green explored region had been expanded with Renault, Dawn, Geru, and Crown being lit up. Everyone here should be extremely familiar with this map, so there's no need for me to explain it further. I shall get straight to the point. We've spent over 10 years on the first exploration and construction phase. The construction of the basic facilities is going well, and the first phase is about to come to an end. The dynasty has decided to embark on the second exploration phase. As he said that, Terakov tapped on the screen and circled 2 unexplored star clusters. These 2 star clusters will be our objective for the second exploration phase. They are the Russo Star Cluster and Dustlight Star Cluster. Everyone present felt their spirits being lifted. The 2 star clusters were neighbors to the explored region in the first phase. The Russo Star Cluster was where Han Zhao had obtained the Spacetime Amber, and it was a neighbor of the Geru Star Cluster. The Dustlight Star Cluster was a neighbor of both Renault and Crown. Why is there one less region in the second exploration phase? Someone asked. Terakov nodded and explained, yes. There are many different reasons with 2 more prominent ones. First, we need to continue with the construction of the first phase, and that will require manpower and resources. Second, we will be adopting a new exploration method during the second exploration phase, and we've chosen to shrink the region down because we would have more things to do. After looking around to make sure that there weren't any questions, Terakov said, there are more people participating in the second exploration phase. Please refer to the list for the exact breakdown. A screen appeared in front of everyone, and the organizations participating in the second exploration phase were shown. Han Zhao glanced over the list. The scale of the second phase was much larger, and many of the new organizations were subsidiary civilizations and galactic contractors being hired. During the first exploration phase, not all the allies had an opportunity to participate. Some weaker subsidiary civilizations were not even within the dynasty's consideration. From the second exploration phase onward, the dynasty needed to share the cost of the development and thus allowed more to participate. According to this development pace, the flickering world would be opened up to the public in the fourth phase. Only the Beyond Grade A allies who joined in the first phase could seize the best opportunities. As more people joined in the exploration, the benefits would become less. Terekov waited for everyone to finish viewing the list before saying, I have already made a small booklet on the things to take note of during the second exploration phase and will issue it to every participating organization. Everyone must read it as we have added some new rules. The Beyond Grade as then looked at each other and nodded. The rules in the first phase were intentionally more relaxed for the Beyond Grade as to obtain more benefits. However, the rules would be stricter toward these subsidiary civilizations. To all our Beyond Grade A allies, Terekov then said with a smile, the dynasty has already assigned your missions, so there's no need for you to choose your targets. Please be understanding. After seeing that no one had any issues, Terekov continued. Indeed, the dynasty would control everything. Han Shao shook his head. This meant that he would not be able to fully utilize his advantage. However, the most valuable spacetime amber was already in his hands, and it would not matter to him if he had a choice or not. According to his understanding of the second exploration phase, regardless of the mission that the dynasty issued, he would probably be sent to deal with some native advanced civilizations in the end. In his previous life, the Crimson Dynasty met an advanced civilization that was located in the Dust Light star cluster. Because of some reasons, the advanced civilization harbored great enmity toward the dynasty and was not easy to deal with. It even caused some trouble to the dynasty's exploration. During the first phase, they met a native star system civilization. However, this advanced civilization was already at the star cluster level. Of course, they would not be a complete star cluster civilization without the support of the Galactic Society. However, they were pretty powerful and different from the frogs in the well before. The dynasty might not have mobilized their armed forces if everything went normally, but there was another power pulling the strings in the background. Han Zhao's Nero training plan was targeted at this advanced civilization. Chapter 967 Changing the Tracks of Destiny. The meeting then carried on for half a day and ended after Terekov introduced the various objectives of the second exploration phase. There is one final thing. Take note of any strange occurrences during the exploration. We saw plenty of organizations trying to secretly enter the flickering world during the first phase, and we took various measures to wipe these stowaways out. However, we would still miss some of them out. If any of you discover any stowaways, you must give chase. The flickering world was still in a stage of lockdown, and many organizations attempted to sneak into the flickering world. Everyone present was extremely clear that these stowaways were generally troops from the various star cluster or superstar cluster civilizations, or organizations hired by them. Because the first exploration phase was already completed, these stowaways had already run into the later unexplored regions, and their whereabouts are unknown. The dynasty had also sent some troops to give chase to these stowaways, but had little results to show for it. The way the dynasty saw it, the best way to deal with such a situation was to continue with their exploration. In any case, these stowaways would have nowhere to escape when their main troop arrived. After the end of the meeting, the various representatives of the organizations reported the details of the meeting to their upper echelons. A portion of the Beyond Grade as did not leave immediately and stayed back to chat with each other. After chatting for a while, Terekov walked over and got Han Shao to have a private conversation with him. Both of them walked to the side, and Han Shao was a little curious. What's the matter? Can't I come to you for a chat if there isn't anything? Terekov chuckled. However, I do indeed have something. The Gera Star Cluster and Russo Star Cluster are neighbors, and your territory is in the region between Russo and Geru. Your territory can be part of the long-term transportation route, and a portion of our troops will go through your territory. We may also need you to help transport some resources. All right. Han Shao agreed immediately. Since the dynasty had given him the 7 star systems, he had absolute control rights over the territories. Since the contract had already been established, the dynasty could not make any decision within his territory and had to seek his permission first. Allowing the troops from the other organizations to pass through his territory would bring him more benefits than costs. He would be able to set up a proper resource transportation route within his territory and also cement his position as the core of the Gera Star Cluster. Being in charge of the transportation route meant that he would also be in charge of logistics to a certain extent. The amount of benefits that came from being in charge of logistics was something that everyone clearly understood. During the first exploration phase, the Black Star Army was the exploration pioneer, and after gaining their own territory during the second phase, they had even more benefits. After finishing what he had to say, Terekov suddenly suppressed his voice and said, "Did you receive the news? Cries within the dynasty to open up the sales right of the evolutionary totem have started again." Han Shao nodded and was not too bothered. "It doesn't matter. They won't affect me anyway." The division within the upper echelons with regards to the evolution cube could not affect his status at the moment. In the past 6 years, none of the upper echelons had targeted him because they knew that it was useless to do so. "I know, but you should be more careful," Terekov said softly. "I heard that a ruler candidate wishes to receive the support from these factions." Upon hearing that, Han Shao could not help but say with a teasing voice, "You're telling me such news?" Aren't you afraid of them taking revenge in future? I didn't mention any names, and besides, will you expose me? Furthermore, the faction that I am in doesn't really like his methods. Terekov smiled. Han Xiao then came to a realization. He then understood that Terekov did not only come to warn him, but also had a political objective. The next dynasty ruler would always be trained when the current ruler was still in power. These candidates would usually be high officials of the dynasty with various different factions supporting them from behind. There could only be a single ruler. Thus, some of the candidates who knew that it would be difficult for them to be chosen or had a huge ambition would try to obtain more support during this period. In his previous life, Urnrel's service period had ended not too long after the Flickering World storyline. The dynasty would not change because of a new ruler, but the style of the dynasty was changed subtly with the style of the new ruler. For example, the way they dealt with competition, subsidiary civilizations, and their beyond grade A allies. The ruler of the dynasty would be chosen internally, and apart from some special circumstances, the allies of the dynasty would not be able to influence the position of the ruler. Thus, it was more important for a candidate to obtain the support of the various factions rather than fawning over the beyond grade as. Although Han Xiao was surprised about the situation that Terekov had mentioned, he was not too shocked. In any case, he already had plenty of targets stuck on him, and he would not mind a few more. A candidate is only a candidate, and he may not be the future ruler. Han Xiao smiled. You're right. I also thought so. Terekov nodded. After pausing for a while, he suddenly said, I still have something to ask you. What is it? How well do you understand the inheritance that Esgod left behind? Why would he suddenly bring Esgod up? Han Xiao was a little puzzled. Isn't his inheritance already spreading throughout the universe? Which aspect are you referring to? This matter is related to you. Do you remember the spatial coordinates that you gave us previously? The ones that Esgod was looking for. These words sounded like thunder in Han Xiao's ears, and he tried to suppress his shock. Those spatial coordinates were the key to the world tree. Why would he ask such a question? Has the Crimson Dynasty found something already? Have you guys found anything? Han Xiao asked in a low voice. I don't know. I am not a researcher. Terekov shook his head. However, the head of the research team in charge of Esgod's inheritance seems to have some idea about the data. He asked me to ask you about the situation back then. After the inheritance of Esgod was leaked, the spatial coordinates were hidden within the wealth of information and seemed extremely insignificant. The research team would rather spend their time researching other things rather than this set of coordinates without any records. But after spending a few years, the research team had almost finished their research of the majority of Esgod's research and thus set their eyes on the mysterious coordinates. I only coincidentally found Esgod Cirque. Hing for these coordinates, and I am not clear about the details. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and hid the truth with a perfunctory response. All right. Terekov was not too suspicious of the reply. After a casual chat, Han Xiao turned off the long-distance projection and returned to his room. He then heaved a sigh of relief with a look of resignation on his face. Following the meeting's conclusion, the Crimson Dynasty announced the start of the second exploration phase to the universe. After the first exploration phase, the Black Star Army was already extremely familiar with the procedures and made sufficient preparations. They also began their exploration during the start of the second exploration phase. He was assigned to explore the Russo Star Cluster this time with many exploration troops accompanying him. The job of every organization was more carefully detailed and orderly. Han Zhao's Flickering World main storyline mission was also refreshed when the dynasty announced the start of the second phase. Flickering World, second chain mission completed. Your mission rating is A. You have obtained 1,500,000,000 experience, X2 random reward draw, 1,500 the Crimson Dynasty contribution points, and X1 blank character summon card. Exploration Pioneer, current progress, 2 of 3. The third round has been refreshed. Mission Introduction, complete the second exploration phase of the dynasty. Current exploration area, Russo Star Cluster. Personal exploration point, 0. Total exploration point, 0. Current rating, E. The third round of the mission was for him to explore the Russo Star Cluster. There would not be a problem for him to complete the mission, and his main objective would be to increase his own mission rating. Han Xiao was still extremely confident about this. Although there were many more organizations exploring the region with him, his advantage of being familiar with the map would still come in handy. Although he might not be able to achieve an S+ rating, an A rating should not be difficult. With the exploration troops being sent out, Han Xiao remained in the Black Star Palace and only sent out a Lord Avatar and mechanical army to the Russo Star Cluster. The graduates were also broken up and sent to the various troops toward the new exploration region. Han Xiao had intentionally split Nero and Mia up into 2 different forces. According to his understanding, nothing would go wrong in the Russo Star Cluster. The exploration fleet would only face trouble in the Dustlight Star Cluster. Han Shao was waiting for trouble to erupt on the other side so that he could throw Nero over. He had already come up with more than a dozen different plans to trigger Nero's storyline mission. He definitely would not let the matter rest if he did not make Nero feel despair and pain. Faiden was an expert in the mind anyway, and even if a shadow was left behind in Nero's heart, Faiden would be able to take care of it. At the border of the DUST Light Star Cluster, one of the dynasty's exploration fleets began constructing a stargate shortly after arriving. At this moment, a group was spying on this fleet from a few star systems away using special equipment. The dynasty's exploration fleet was displayed on a large screen within the conference room, and there were many creatures with carapaces, like gray lobsters, seated in the room. They were the local intelligent race of the flickering world and called themselves the Kundi race. Everyone in the room fell silent upon witnessing the fleet. The leader of the Kundi race then said slowly, "The information on that spaceship was real. There are more life forms in the universe and aliens are eyeing our world." Everyone fell silent. The Kundi race had been slowly developing for millions of years and had started to walk the path of a galactic civilization 10,000 years ago. Their territory had continued to expand as they captured more and more planets. It was not that they had not met any other intelligent races in the process. However, the races that they had met were far weaker than them and had become their pets and slaves. The Kundi race had been wondering if there were more powerful civilizations in the universe, but they had yet to meet with any. After so many years, they had taken control of many star systems and were the most powerful civilization within this star cluster. However, their observation region was limited to the Dust Light Star Cluster, and everything outside of it was unknown. Without a galactic society or any other civilizations to interact with them, this place was like a lone island and pitch-black forest. The Kundi race did not have any understanding of star systems and star clusters, and their technological skill tree was not as complete as the galactic civilizations. They did not have Stargate technology, and their hyperdrive technology was backward. They could only make use of cryogenic chambers to pass the long galactic travel duration. A single day of travel for the Galactic Society could take the Kundi race more than 10 years. However, all this changed a few years ago. The Kundi race would always remember the day that the spaceship wreckage had landed on their colonial planet. There was plenty of advanced technology that they had never seen before and information about countless alien civilizations. They had finally met a civilization that was more powerful than them. After researching the technology on the spaceship, the Kundi race had finally developed many different technology fields such as hyperdrives, stargates, and quantum networks. However, a huge shock accompanied the surprise. The spaceship had also recorded a powerful alien civilization called the Crimson Dynasty. The information showed that the Crimson Dynasty was not only a powerful civilization, but also a universal-grade predator. All the civilizations discovered by them only had two paths to take: destruction or submission. The outcome of submitting would be the loss of development opportunities, and they would never be able to go up to a higher level. Their future would be bleak, and they would be a vassal forever. The Kundi race had suspected the truthfulness of the information, but all the technology of the spaceship was real. As such, this was a form of assurance in the truthfulness of the information. It was a pity that only corpses were left behind on the spaceship, and there was not a living being to interrogate. The data log of the spaceship indicated that the members of the spaceship were a bunch of escapees. They were escaping the expansion of the Crimson Dynasty and also announced that the Crimson Dynasty was not too far away from the Kundi race. They had even recorded the possible route that the Crimson Dynasty would take, and this filled the Kundi race with unease. Data on long-distance surveillance equipment was also included in the databank, and the Kundi race constructed the equipment and sent people to monitor the various locations where the Crimson Dynasty might appear. A few years later, this set of data came true, and there was indeed an unknown fleet appearing not too far away from their territory. The predators have appeared. What should we do? Should we contact them with friendly intentions or take the initiative to attack? The Kundi leader said with a grave tone. One of the upper echelons then slammed the table and said resolutely, "We cannot submit to them. We must make preparations. We must first find a route of retreat and a new homeland for our offspring. We should then seize the initiative to attack them before the enemy can discover us. They are too powerful. We won't be able to win. Our race may end up being wiped out instead. We cannot start a war with them and should first come into contact with them. Stop dreaming. The only outcome of engaging with them is to become a vassal. Are you willing to lose our future and become like those races that we enslaved? Perhaps the other party isn't a predator but a friendly civilization? Friendly civilization? Just how did you obtain your current position? Don't forget. Have we even been friendly to the other intelligent races? Will there be a friendly civilization in the universe? Do you want to surrender and get our entire race enslaved? But how can we know if the information is real without trying? Are you mad? All the technological skills are real. Why are you still doubting the veracity of the information? The upper echelons continued arguing. If not for the sudden descent of that spaceship, many of them would have agreed to first come into contact with the aliens. However, many of the upper echelons believed that these alien civilizations were predators to take over their land. Right at this moment, a strange fluctuation could be seen in the eyes of the Kundi leader, and he said coldly, "Stop arguing. I have come to a decision." Chapter 968 Shadow O. F. The Exploration Era. The dynasty's exploration method was to steadily expand their exploration scope. The exploration fleet had just entered both star clusters and was currently starting their exploration from the borders. At the border star system of the Dust Light Star Cluster, an exploration fleet had arrived on a green planet. The insignia of a star system civilization was inscribed on the armor of the spaceships, and they were in charge of exploring this region. Exiting hyperdrive, arriving at our destination. Cooling down the hyperdrive engine. The planetary probe has been released. Examining the environment and resources on the planet. Activating the life force scanner and checking for signs of life. In the main control room of the flagship, the staff of the exploration fleet were busy operating various equipment, and the commander was pacing around to wait for the test results. The door suddenly opened, and a man clad in heavy armor walked in. The commander of the ship then turned around and said with respect, "Captain Kreb, do you need something?" "I am only here to take a look," the guy called Kreb said impatiently. He was one of the Calamity-grade supers in this subsidiary civilization and was in charge of their safety. However, there would obviously be far too few opportunities for him to take action, and Kreb was only there as insurance. As such, he was not too happy to take on such a job and felt that it was a waste of his training time. After waiting for a while, the test results were out and displayed on the screen of the main control room. "Commander, the data has been analyzed. This is a habitable planet, and the resources on the planet are also rich. We also discovered traces of life on the planet, and we have already discovered 730,000 different species. There is one intelligent species on the planet, and they are currently in the tribal era. The degree of their intelligence is still unknown, and their population is about 120,000. The appearance of this intelligent species was then displayed on the screen. It looked like a goblin with plenty of creases on its white skin. An intelligent species. That isn't too bad." The commander nodded. "Make contact with them according to the rules." The dynasty had rules about the procedures of coming into contact with the native civilizations. They would take a different approach depending on the situation. For such natives that did not pose any threat, they would usually approach them with peace and education as the main focus. This was the method that Han Xiao had adopted when he came into contact with the natives on planet Pangarus. The fleet then landed in the forest, and the ground troops started to make contact with the native tribes. These natives were both afraid and shocked but extremely curious about these unknown beings at the same time. Under the aid of the translation tool, this exploration fleet successfully set up a communication bridge with the natives. They explained their intentions to the natives and used various diagrams to explain the situation of the explored universe. They also introduced the Crimson Dynasty to the natives and explained the situation to them. The accompanying doctor also began conducting tests on the natives to check for any unknown viruses on the body of the natives. There were far too many of such examples, and they began to check the biological structure of the natives. Everything looked as though it was progressing orderly, and Kreb took a stroll in the camp. He then suddenly saw a native leaving the line and suspiciously heading toward the house of another native. Kreb didn't think too much about the matter and wanted to continue walking, but suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately froze in place. Most Calamity-grade supers had extremely astute senses and would be able to detect threats. Most powerful supers trusted their instincts. Something seems wrong. Kreb frowned and followed the suspicious-looking native. He then pushed open the room door and walked into the native's room. This native had his back toward the door and turned around upon hearing something. It was as though he was shocked by someone appearing behind him. "What are you doing?" The sense of danger grew even more intense. The next moment, the expression of that native turned malevolent, and he took out a bone dagger to stab it toward Kreb's neck. A gust of wind blew past, and Kreb instantly appeared before the other party. He then knocked the dagger away lightly and held the native by the neck. He did not know the intentions of this native, but it would not be wrong for him to stop the attack. But before he could even interrogate the other party, the native suddenly trembled with foam coming out from his mouth, and he died. He committed suicide? Kreb was shocked. Right at this moment, a gasp could be heard by the door, and Kreb ran out while holding onto the corpse. He then realized that a commotion was going on around the doctors. A large group of doctors were crowded around a medical instrument as though they had discovered something. Kreb then went forward and looked at the individual in charge of the doctors. "What are all of you doing?" "Your Excellency, look at this gene report," one of the doctors said with a strange look on his face. "We realized a huge flaw in the genes of this race. Furthermore, there are traces of their genes being modified, which resulted in at least 80% of their mental capacity being suppressed. In simple words, someone is trying to suppress their intelligence." "You mean to say that they are being reared like animals?" Kreb asked. Right at this moment, something happened. Everyone suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble. The next moment, an alarm went off in all the spaceships. Alert! Alert! Detecting high-energy reaction, comparing energy reaction to the database, comparison complete. Primordial psionic energy explosion has a 99.8% match. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Primordial psionic energy. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Krebs suddenly seemed to have thought about something and smashed the head of the strange corpse in his arms. He then poured out all the contents of the head, and a small mechanical chip flowed out. The instant he saw this mechanical chip, Krebs' eyes narrowed, and he understood what was going on. This was a life force detector. In simple terms, the detector would send out a signal when the life force of its host was lost, and it would trigger a switch or equipment on the other side. The primordial psionic energy explosion was probably related to this life force detector. The surface of the planet immediately collapsed, and a psionic blue energy erupted from underground, following which the entire planet became contaminated. The mountains, rivers, forests, land, ocean, sky, everything was swallowed by the blue psionic energy and became part of the primordial psionic energy. It expanded without end. Everything was swallowed and disintegrated by the blue light. The exploration fleet was not able to escape from the rapid expansion of the energy and was swallowed up by the energy. Krebs charged out from the spaceship and wanted to escape for his life. However, the endless blue light swallowed his figure up. In the face of the primordial psionic energy, a calamity-grade super was no more than an ordinary living being. The same scene occurred on a few planets in the Dust Light Star Cluster. It had not been too long since the last meeting, but all the organizations participating in the exploration were gathered in Planet Lighthouse's conference room once again. This was an emergency meeting, and Han Xiao and the other Beyond Grade as were urgently summoned to attend the meeting. Looking at the casualties on the screen, the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Our exploration fleet met with an accident in the Dust Light Star Cluster, Terekhov said with a grave voice. More than 6,000 battleships were destroyed with more than 7 million casualties, including 2 Calamity-grade supers. A small commotion was immediately created. Just what did they meet? Did they meet a powerful civilization? How can there be such powerful natives in the Dust Light Star Cluster? Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. He only knew that this native civilization created trouble for the dynasty, but was not clear about the details. After all, this matter happened during the version update period, and the players did not experience it personally. They only understood what had happened from the background information. Terekhov raised his arms to get everyone to remain silent before saying, "The strength of this native civilization is far more powerful than your imagination. They have grasped psionic energy, and these fleets that were lost met with a primordial psionic energy explosion. We have reason to believe that it is a trap set by this unknown civilization." The moment these words were said, everyone present could not help but take in a deep breath. They could accept a native civilization having a powerful army. With the dynasty's battleship technology, suppressing a native civilization would not be a problem. Regardless of how powerful an ordinary army was, they would not be able to threaten their exploration fleet. However, things were completely different if the native civilization had grasped psionic energy. Under the rule of the 3 universal civilizations, the explored universe prohibited the use of primordial psionic energy for weapons. Its strength was terrifying, and the pollution that it caused was even more severe. To think that these natives actually grasped psionic energy. Just how did they climb up the technological skill tree? Could it be that they have other technology that we do not? Everyone present was filled with wariness and caution. The feeling of facing such a native civilization was completely different. In the Galactic Society, even if one could not grasp some form of technology, one would know of the existence of the technology. But when facing a powerful native civilization that they had yet to see before, who knew what kind of strange technology they would suddenly bring out? Many of the civilizations had experienced the exploration warring era and felt a sense of déjà vu. None of them knew the trump cards that the other civilizations had, such as the Federation of Light's multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, the Arcane Church's 10,000 deity scepter, and the evolutionary civilization's transformation. This native civilization naturally would not be restricted by the rules of the Galactic Society and would not be bothered about casually throwing psionic energy around. It was like giving a child a pistol. Everyone present had a feeling that the death rate this time would be high. "What is the dynasty's plan?" someone asked. Terekhov said coldly, "The situation is still unknown, and this native civilization isn't friendly to us and poses a high threat to us. According to the exploration rules of contact, we will be adopting Method 24. Many of them could not help but gasp in shock upon hearing that. This was the final method. Compared to the other methods, this method was extremely simple. They would use war to achieve their motive and stop when the opposing civilization was enslaved or wiped out. A civilization capable of walking out from the exploration era and becoming the tyrant of the universe definitely was not kind. The exploration of the flickering world was a little similar to the exploration era, and the difference was that the three universal civilizations were already tyrants. They were confident of employing more gentle means, and this gave weak civilizations the chance to protect themselves. The more powerful the natives, the stricter the attitudes of three universal civilizations. A native civilization that had grasped psionic energy was already a threat, and the Crimson Dynasty would not mind killing them in their infancy to reduce their star cluster-level enemies by one. This would be beneficial to the Galactic Society. Terakov then said coldly with his gaze sweeping past everyone present, "We are completely clueless about them. We aren't aware of their location or their species. However, the other party has already launched accurate attacks, which means that they have some intelligence in their hands. Before this, we have not come into contact with the civilization. Thus, it is likely that someone is pulling strings from the dark, and the most suspicious individuals are the stowaways." The looks of the representatives present all turned strange. This was not too difficult to guess. It was difficult for a single civilization to form a complete technological skill tree. The benefit of the Galactic Society was the exchange of technological skills. The stowaways must have thrown a bag of technological skills to the native civilizations, including psionic energy skills. These superstar cluster civilizations also had sufficient motives. First, they wanted to wound the armed forces of the dynasty. Second, they wanted to delay the exploration. Third, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and get rid of the powerful native civilizations to free up more space in the flickering world. Of course, they would not just throw the technological skills to anyone. Only a native civilization that had sufficient production capabilities would be their target. I announce that the exploration plan of the Dust Light Star Cluster shall come to an end. The dynasty's exploration fleet will be going to war, Terakov said with a deep voice. Everyone nodded solemnly. Before taking care of the enemy, they would not continue with their exploration. The dynasty had plenty of war experience and had many different plans to employ. The enemy had the advantage in terms of intelligence, but this advantage would not last long. The oracles in the dynasty's fleet would come into use soon, and the mechanics were not there for show either. With the dynasty gathering their troops, the Black Star Army was also summoned. However, Han Shao was not planning to take action personally. He wanted to let Nero and his subordinates join the battle. He only needed to send his mechanical army to protect Nero secretly. He knew that the Kundi race did not have any supers. Their greatest threat came from the explosion of the psionic energy. As long as they avoided these battlefields, the number of casualties can be reduced. My advantage of being familiar with the map can be put to use here, Han Shao thought to himself. At the same time, in the Dust Light Star Cluster, countless spaceships that were holding numerous civilians disappeared into space. Looking at this scene, the Kundi race soldiers all had strange feelings in their hearts. Report, the migration fleet of every colonial planet has set off. The local civilians are all on board, and they are going to search for a new homeland together with all the races that they've discovered. Upon listening to his subordinate's report, the Kundi race leader nodded silently, and the other upper echelons fell silent. The information on the spaceship wreckage did not lie to them. They had arranged for some enslaved subsidiary civilizations to come into contact with the other party, and the other party was indeed called the Crimson Dynasty. They were just as powerful as stated in the information. Although the other party seemed extremely friendly, in the eyes of the Kundi race, their ambitions were hidden under their friendly facade. Originally, the resources of the entire star cluster would be theirs for development and evolution. However, the Crimson Dynasty had arrived and wanted to snatch these resources away from them. Their way out had been blocked, and they could no longer develop normally. In this regard, the superstar cluster civilizations did not lie. The Kundi race was not willing to become a vassal. The universe was a vast place, and they still had routes of retreat. From the moment they decided to resist, they had planned for the worst. They sent most of their civilians into the depths of the space and left behind the seed for the civilization. Regardless of their victory or defeat, they would no longer have a chance to develop normally in this place. As such, they might as well send their race over to a new hometown where they would not be disturbed. Only the Kundi race's army was left behind to defend their land. War was something that could not be avoided for peace. Chapter 969 Familiar Face and Exchanging Fire. Deactivating his long-distance projection, Han Zhao's viewpoint returned to his room. Before he even moved, a notification popped up on his interface. It was an urgent mission for the dynasty. The contents of the mission were to listen to the dynasty's plans and carry out various war missions to deal with the Kundi race. It was similar to the secret war mission, and Han Shao was no stranger to it. According to the reward of the secret war, if I can complete a war mission at such a level, there is a high chance of receiving legendary points, political assets, or a new dungeon-type reward. Oh right, my contribution points should also be able to increase greatly. Han Shao stroked his chin, uncertain. After all, Purple Crystal and Clint were close to each other in strength during the secret war. But to the dynasty, the Kundi race was no more than just a little threat. Getting rid of the Kundi race was not difficult, and the reward might not be as much as the secret war. However, he would just take whatever came his way. His target this time was mainly to trigger various missions from Nero. Although he was not planning to participate personally, Han Shao would not slack off completely. He would not mind providing the dynasty with some virtual technology support during the war. Furthermore, Han Shao was not planning to hide his map advantage. The map that he referred to was not the star map. The astronomy observation equipment of a universal civilization was well developed, and they had already plotted out a map of the entire flickering world. However, the details of the map could only be completed through exploration. Han Shao was familiar with the territory of the Kundi race, and such information naturally would not be on the unexplored star map. This meant that the dynasty would not need to slowly explore the region and could charge straight into the Kundi race's territory. Of course, the dynasty would need to believe his intelligence. Even with his beyond grade A status, he could not interfere with the war orders of the dynasty. Every advanced civilization would definitely be skeptical of unverified intelligence. Han Shao was not too bothered about this. He had the name of a fortune teller, and he still had the famous Aesop by his side. Furthermore, the dynasty would also make use of many oracles, so it would not be a problem for him to release intelligence. However, in order to prevent others from framing the Kundi race, Han Shao also could not give the dynasty too detailed information. Although he could do as he wanted at his level, being careful would save him some trouble in the future. A star cluster level war. This is the second time I'll participate in one, but this is different from the secret war. The secret war was a proxy war, and although the scale of the war was large, it did not involve the life and death of a race. This time, one party would be fighting to protect their homeland and would definitely employ all their strength and means. Even if the Kundi race was a native star cluster civilization, the scale of this war could not be compared to the secret war. Han Shao did not feel too much enmity toward the Kundi race, but he did not have any goodwill toward them either. If he was a part of the Kundi race, he would not be happy if a foreign civilization attempted to snatch his resources as well. By the time the Crimson Dynasty fully explored the Dust Light Star Cluster, it would be akin to locking the Kundi race in the Star Cluster and limiting them to the level of a Star Cluster civilization. However, he was currently in the Dynasty's faction. The Dynasty's motive of exploring a new star field was to obtain new resources. With the advantage of absolute military might by their side, it was impossible for them to stop. It could only be said that both parties had a conflict of interests. Since neither party was in the wrong, the one who was wrong would be the loser. Han Shao then wrote up a letter and sent some intelligence about the Kundi race to Terekov. Without waiting for a reply, he sent out an order to gather his army. Summoning us to participate in the war? In the exploration fleet. Of the Black Star Army, the members of the Black Star Army received a message on their communicator. Some of them were excited, while others were grave. Nero was a member of this exploration squad, and he immediately felt nervous upon receiving the order. He had not made mental preparations for the sudden war. He had only participated in various different sparring matches, but had never participated in a true war before. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Various different thoughts flashed through his head, and Nero could not help but let his imagination run wild. Will I be able to kill the enemy? What does killing feel like? Will I be killed by the enemy? Will Mia participate in the war as well? Will she be in danger? Just when he was letting his imagination run wild, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was the captain of his squad, a burly freelance mercenary. Don't worry, kid, we will take care of you. The captain laughed heartily. Relax. The vice captain, who was currently memorizing his spells, looked over and said casually, I participated in the secret war before, and war is only SOSO. It is either kill or be killed. Death in a galactic war of such a level will happen in an instant. There won't be any pain, so there isn't anything to be nervous about. Nero rubbed his head and forced out a smile upon hearing that. He had been sent to the squad under the identity of a maintenance staff. His captain and vice captain took good care of him, and his other squad mates treated him pretty well too. In the battle squad of such a level, his background was not that important, and his personal combat strength was the most important. Nero's strength was not too weak, and his mechanic skills were outstanding. Thus, the other members of the team were willing to take care of him. Although Nero was indeed feeling nervous about participating in the war, he did not have any intentions of contacting Han Shao. He did not wish for any special treatment. While his godfather might agree to not let him enter the battlefield, his godfather would definitely look down on him. Nero did not want to let his godfather down after studying for such a long time. Nero then walked to the side and took out his communicator. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed Mia's number. After ringing for a while, the other party picked up, but neither of them said anything. Only their breathing could be heard. After a few seconds of silence, Nero then said, Did you see the internal notice already? I am going to war. Oh, Air. Aren't you going to be worried for me? What's there to be worried about? I was also summoned. Mia snorted. Nero felt his heart sink, and he said with hesitation, are you nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Mia asked with a strange tone. Didn't you already know that such a day would come when you became a super? I am looking forward to the battle. Nero was completely speechless and could only say, pay attention to your own safety. We aren't in the same squad and I won't be able to protect you. Who needs your protection? Mia rolled her eyes. You should take good care of yourself. Don't die. The call was then cut off. Nero then placed his communicator down and rubbed his nose with resignation. He still preferred the shy and timid Mia that he had first met. Ever since she became a pugilist, her violent tendencies had gotten worse. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in the world, and the Crimson Dynasty was not attempting to hide anything. Not too long later, news reached the explored universe, and the various star fields found out that the dynasty was preparing to go to war. Most of the galactic residents did not have too much of an opinion. It was not surprising to them since the dynasty was dealing with a bunch of natives. They would rather the dynasty clean up all their enemies quickly and finish up the exploration early so that they could all go to the flickering world and play. There was also a small group of individuals who took pity on the native civilizations and were crying out for peace. However, no one could be bothered with them, and their actions would not be able to influence the actions of an advanced civilization. Most of the organizations were not too bothered by the news, but the various superstar cluster civilizations were all extremely happy. They hoped that the Kundi race would be able to create as much trouble for the dynasty as possible. With the primordial psionic energy, the Kundi race definitely had the strength to cause damage to the dynasty. The more they killed, the better. It would be best if a few of the dynasties beyond grade as died as well. Regardless of who won or lost, they would not be on the losing end anyway. The exploration of the Dust Light Star Cluster was suspended, and the dynasty was gathering their troops on Planet Lighthouse. Apart from the exploration fleet, the Crimson Dynasty mobilized their elites from the central galaxy. While it was partly because they did not want to underestimate the enemy, it was also to train their soldiers. They would not be able to easily meet such a war in the explored universe, and this was a good chance to train their soldiers. Because Han Shao was not personally interfering, the Black Star Army fleet would be led by Herluz. The army this time is made from many different organizations. I will be the chief commander, and I am in charge of deciding the overall strategy. Every army will have their own commander to lead the various allies. The commander in charge of your Black Star fleet has also been decided. Terakov then opened a resume and showed it to Herluz. After looking at the resume, Herluz felt that it was pretty familiar. Tenny Aminos? That's right, it's him. His rank isn't high. Will he be able to do the job? Herluz asked with doubt. Don't worry. He is an officer that the dynasty is currently trained. ING, and he has outstanding commanding abilities. Terakov smiled. He arrived at Planet Lighthouse not too long ago. Follow me to meet him. As he said that, Terakov knocked on the table and the room door was immediately pushed open. A military officer then walked into the room with his aide-de-camp behind him. We meet again, my friend from the Black Star Army. The military officer nodded. Oh, so it's you. Herluz immediately recalled where he had met this individual. He was an elite of the dynasty who had accepted the evolution energy of the evolution cube, the future dynasty marshal. He had a short interaction with Han Shao 8 to 9 years ago, and the vice commander beside him was his trusted aide, Corvus. Herluz stood up, and both of them shook hands before sitting back down. It has been almost 10 years since I last saw Black Star. I am truly happy for him that his status is getting higher and higher, Tenny said. Herluz nodded before said curiously, your rank must have increased already. You were only a colonel the last I saw you. I earned some merits, but my merits can't be compared to Black Star. Tenny shook his head. I requested to be the commander of the Black Star fleet and hope to reduce your casualties. Then I have to thank you for that. Herluz was overjoyed. As an allied organization of the dynasty, he was the most afraid of an incompetent commander. There isn't a need to thank me. You can treat it as me repaying a favor. Tenny waved his arms. Black Star gave me a set of mechanical guards that was personally constructed by him back then, which helped me overcome a few difficulties. I should be the one thanking him. I see. Herluz came to a realization. There was no such thing as a free lunch. It turned out that the other party owed a favor to his boss. He could not help but praise Han Zhao's foresight. I will pay a visit to the Gara Star cluster to see Black Star after the end of the battle. I hope that he will be free, Tenny said. Don't worry, the officers will be the ones in charge of the army, and he is extremely free every day. Herluz immediately sold Han Shao out. Both of them then chatted for a while until Terakov coughed. They left Terakov's office together and continued chatting with each other. As they were walking about the base, Tenny met someone he knew, another commander of the dynasty. Both of them greeted each other and chatted casually. Herluz was not too bothered at the start, but realized that the skinny aide-de-camp beside this commander kept staring at him with a profound look. Koff, what are you looking at me for? Herluz asked. That aide-de-camp then chuckled. Pointing at Herlu's uniform, he asked, "You're a member of the Black Star Army, right?" "I am the fleet commander of the Black Star Army, Herluz." "I wonder, how can I address you?" Herluz nodded. Call me God. Have we met before?" "Why do you keep staring at me?" Herluz asked. God laughed. Dian said, "Nope, but I have always admired Black Star. This is my first time seeing an officer of the Black Star Army, and I am a little curious." He then turned around without the intention of continuing the conversation. Upon seeing that, Herluz sized God up and was secretly shocked. This fellow called God obviously did not have much of a presence, but Herluz could not help but feel a sense of pressure when standing beside him. At this moment, Tenny finished his conversation with the other party, and he left with God. "Do you know that Aideka?" Herluz asked. Tenny shook his head, and Corvus replied instead. "You're talking about God?" "I know him. What's the matter?" "I chatted with him a bit just now and am a little curious." Corvus nodded and said, "This God isn't a graduate of the military academy, and he hasn't been serving the army for a long time. However, he is a super with great potential and was spotted by that commander. His various abilities are extremely outstanding, and I heard that he is on the list of individuals to be trained by the military. This resume sounds very ordinary." Herluz could not understand where the pressure came from, but he was certain that his feelings were accurate. However, there was not much of a need for him to bother about such things, and he continued chatting with Tenny, throwing God to the back of his mind quickly. The dynasty was extremely efficient. They only took a few days to gather their forces. The dynasty originally did not know the location of the Kundi race and originally planned to first send out their scouts to search ahead. However, Black Star had sent them an intelligence report not too long ago that marked out the rough location of the Kundi race in the Dust Light star cluster. Although there were no accurate coordinates, it saved the dynasty a great deal of trouble. Although the intelligence report was not too accurate, it allowed the dynasty to narrow down their scope of operations. Many reconnaissance squads were sent out toward the coordinates that Black Star had marked out, and the army also began moving toward the different directions. With an entire star cluster as their battlefield, mobility was the key factor, and the stargates would be the blood vessels connecting the army. Because of the primordial psionic energy explosion trap, the dynasty had already tacitly acknowledged that the other party had stargate technology. As such, the dynasty paid close attention to protecting their own stargates to prevent the enemy from launching an ambush. However, the army did not meet a single enemy over the following half a month. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, and the enemy seemed to have disappeared. A couple of days later, this situation changed, and the dynasty finally exchanged fire with the Kundi race fleet. The location of the battle was Planet Lighthouse. Chapter 970, Taking Out Unknown Technology. Half an hour earlier. In T. He desolate universe belt far away from Planet Lighthouse, a Kundi race fleet exited from the Stargate and split up into various divisions. They then entered hyperdrive and approached Planet Lighthouse from different directions. After the attack of the Arcane Church and ES God, the Crimson Dynasty had expanded their surveillance perimeter several times. Not too long after the Kundi race fleet appeared, they were detected by space detection equipment. However, the Kundi race fleet completely ignored the fact that they were spotted and charged straight at Planet Lighthouse. The command room of the flagship had a gray and blue theme. The various control panels were structured in a way for carapace creatures to use. The commander of the fleet was a gigantic lobster with flame-like engravings on its shell. The Kundi race was also split up into different branches, and one of their branches had a special feature. Some parts of their shells would change colors according to their emotions. Red represented anger and agitation, and this commander was currently in a state of rage. Yalu, a military commander of the Kundi race, was an aggressive commander who had volunteered to participate in this ambush mission. He and the other members of the fleet knew that chances of returning alive were slim, but they had still chosen to accept the mission. "How far are we from Planet Lighthouse?" "Commander, we will still need about 4 hours. "Speed up," Yalu said with a baleful aura. He hated the fact that he could not immediately unleash his firepower on the enemy. It had only been a few years since the Kundi race obtained the Stargate and hyperdrive technology. Even if they had powerful production capability, they could not equip all of their fleets with such equipment. Furthermore, the Kundi race still was not familiar with this technological skill and could not come up with too many tricks. They naturally would not be able to ambush the enemy since they still had to travel for another 4 hours. However, this was already the best that the Kundi race could do. They were only able to secretly place the Stargate at this location. Any nearer would have been impossible. However, this fleet was not concerned about being discovered, and their plan was to launch a head-on attack. In the information of the spaceship wreckage, a rough outline of Planet Lighthouse's surveillance perimeter was marked out. It was also indicated that this was the command center of the Crimson Dynasty. The Kundi race had used their long-distance surveillance equipment to verify this fact as well. As such, they had come up with the plan of attacking Planet Lighthouse while they sent their forces out. The Kundi race knew that it would be difficult for them to emerge victorious if they fought a head-on battle. As such, they could only take the risk of attacking the enemy's headquarters. This way, they might be able to cut off the enemy's path of retreat. Their fleet carried a large amount of primordial psionic energy weapons, and the Kundi race truly believed in the strength of this item. As long as they could approach Planet Lighthouse, and as long as a single one of these weapons could hit Planet Lighthouse, their objective would be complete. The primordial psionic energy was able to ignore most defenses, and most shields would only serve to provide energy for it. Although they knew that it would be difficult for them to return alive, all of them in the fleet had a resolute will and were not afraid of death. On one hand, it was because of their fury and hatred toward the dynasty. On the other hand, it was because of the fear in their heart. The reason for their fear was related to Han Shao. Originally, the Kundi race paid attention to hiding their location because they were at a disadvantage. As long as the location of their territory was not revealed, they would be able to use that to their advantage and make many strategic arrangements. However, the Crimson Dynasty did not scout ahead and actually went directly to their territory. This ruined many of the Kundi race's plans and made them flustered. With the location of their territory being exposed, most of the methods that they had prepared became useless, and their entire army was placed in danger. Many of them were thankful that they had sent away most of their civilians. If not, they would have been in an even more passive position. Helpless, the Kundi race could only come up with a desperate method to attack the enemy headquarters. The sole cause behind this entire event was Han Shao, who had provided the intelligence. He saved the dynasty a great deal of effort and also forced the Kundi race to make such a risky move. In the command room of Planet Lighthouse, Terakov and the other commanders were gathered together. Their gazes were fixed on the star map and the red dots that represented the Kundi race fleet approaching them with a countdown counter in the top right corner of the screen. The enemy is approaching Planet Lighthouse and will arrive in about 3 hours, Terakov said with his arms behind his back. His expression was calm. He did not feel any pressure. Everyone present was also calm and not too surprised by this development. This was one of the outcomes that they had predicted, and they had made the necessary preparations. The enemy did not have any chance in a head-on battle and thus were extremely likely to make a risky move. During the exploration era, the Crimson Dynasty had met plenty of different ambushes and were extremely experienced in dealing with ambushes. As such, the commanders present were not nervous at all. Some of them even felt like laughing. The native civilization that had far too little battle experience was like a little child before their eyes, and all their actions were within their predictions. They wanted to launch an ambush without the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. They did not have the eyes of the Federation of Light, but had the habits of the Federation of Light. Planet Lighthouse was truly fraught with difficulties, and they were used to people coming after them. After the last lesson, even if they sent out a large fleet, they would still leave sufficient spaceships to guard Planet Lighthouse. Furthermore, they had also expanded their surveillance perimeter, which resulted in the enemy requiring a longer time to reach Planet Lighthouse. A few hours was sufficient for their allies from Renault, Geru, and Crown to arrive. In fact, the army that they had sent out would also be able to return through the various stargates in time. Everyone is already aware of the situation. The only threat that the enemy can pose to us is by using primordial psionic energy weapons. Terakov paced around and spoke slowly. We have sufficient preparation time and will have to wipe out all the attacking spaceships before they can arrive on Planet Lighthouse. We will be in trouble if they are allowed to launch even a single attack on Planet Lighthouse. I wish to apply for the use of primordial psionic energy weapons. Just like Black Star said, we should pay them back in their own coin, a commander from the Hawk faction said. All right. Terakov nodded. The use of primordial psionic energy weapons was prohibited in the explored universe, but since the enemy had already made use of it, the dynasty would not hold back. Since the universe would be polluted anyway, there was no need for them to care. However, although he allowed the use of the primordial psionic energy weapons, Terakov had other plans. He then added in a deep voice, the strength of the primordial psionic energy weapons is far too terrifying. If possible, try to make use of ordinary weapons to capture the enemy and enemy spaceships. This is the best chance to obtain information about the enemy. Don't forget that we do not know anything about their civilization. Furthermore, get the virtual mechanic squad to be on standby. Their help will be useful. The dynasty had a large number of virtual mechanics, and there was no need for them to borrow the strength of a beyond grade A ally to face a native civilization. Black Star's fee was currently pretty expensive. After noticing the enemy's intentions, the defense fleet of Planet Lighthouse began to set off to intercept the enemy. Not too long later, both parties met in the desolate universe belt near primordial psionic energy. The battle was not as peaceful as the battle in the explored universe, and both parties were using primordial psionic energy weapons without any restraint. In the open universe, the expansion of primordial psionic energy was not as fast as it did not have an entire planet to swallow up. However, it was still equally dangerous as it would not dissipate. The primordial psionic energy was able to remain in the battlefield for a long time, and the spaceships could only opt to avoid it. Furthermore, the psionic energy sphere was still expanding and releasing a powerful attraction force to suck up the various spare parts of the destroyed spaceships. It was just like a mini black hole. In such a complicated battlefield, everyone was wary of the other party's long-distance attacks. Commander, spaceships 078, 075, and 102 have been boarded by the enemy, and the guards on board aren't able to block the enemy. In the main flagship of the Kundi race fleet, the scenes of the Super slaughtering the Kundi race soldiers were shown. Upon seeing the scene, Yalu said with an unfriendly tone, "This is the Super that is mentioned in the information, huh? They are actually able to obtain superhuman strength without any modification of their genes. Commander, the situation isn't to our advantage. What should we do?" Upon hearing that, Yalu glanced at the star map before him. There was a technological gap between their fleet and the enemy, and their losses were huge. Although their operation this time was no different from suicide, they were not even able to see the shadow of Planet Lighthouse and had lost so many ships. Everyone looked at him and seemed to be mentally preparing themselves for something. Yalu then gritted his teeth and said with a malevolent tone, "It has been my honor to fight alongside all of you. Listen to my orders. Activate the space-time splicing equipment." On the other side, Han Shao had already received news of the battle, and his long-distance projection was currently watching the battle on Planet Lighthouse. The dynasty dealt with the assault of the Kundi race fleet promptly, and the enemy was not able to fight back at all. It was not that easy to make up for the gap in technology. Terekov controlled the situation calmly while Han Shao slacked off by the side. Although the situation was extremely good, Han Shao had a doubt in his head. Strange, the Kundi race seems to be extremely weak. Just how did they create trouble for the dynasty in my previous life? The situation was slightly different from what he had expected. The way he saw it, the Kundi race should have been able to fight the dynasty on somewhat equal grounds since they could be written down in history as a troublesome opponent. Why was the enemy so weak? A group of virtual mechanics were currently breaking through the firewall of the Kundi race fleet, and their progress was smooth. They would be able to obtain an entire fleet in a few more minutes, and there was no need for him to take action. The Kundi race no longer has a chance to turn the situation around. Strange, Han Shao thought to himself. Just when he was deep in thought, a virtual mechanic suddenly said with a doubtful tone, "Chief Commander, we've discovered a problem." Terekov looked over and asked doubtfully, "What problem?" The enemy fleet disappeared from the quantum network, and we are unable to receive any signals. Our virtual intrusion has been automatically cut off. They did not forcefully go offline. Before Terekov could even respond, a strange scene occurred on the battlefield. All of a sudden, all the Kundi race spaceships seemed to have frozen on the spot. The dynasty's army would not fall into a daze and continued to rain down their attacks. More than half of the battleships were immediately destroyed, including Yalu's flagship. Right at this moment, a change occurred. A spatial distortion could then be seen on these destroyed spaceships, and before everyone could react, these spaceships were suddenly repaired and returned to their state before being destroyed. At the same time, they moved forward a great deal as though they had teleported. The dynasty's army hesitated for a moment before attacking again. However, the exact same scene occurred, and the Kundi race fleet moved forward again. This time, the dynasty's fleet no longer attacked by the Kundi race fleet still moved forward as though they had teleported. What is this? Terekov, who had observed the scene, was also at a loss. Right at this moment, an alarm went off in the room. Detecting a space-time ripple. Matching it with the database. Match not found. Creating a new file. At the same time, the dynasty's army used all the means that they had to attack the enemy fleet, but to no avail. Furthermore, they continued to approach Planet Lighthouse, and it was impossible to stop them. Upon seeing the scene, Terekov took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. He then shook his head and said, "It seems like we have underestimated them. We can't look down on any civilization." Everyone then looked at each other with strange looks on their faces. They originally thought that this would be an easy battle, but never expected the enemy to suddenly take out unknown technology. It seemed related to space-time, and who knew how they climbed up the technological skill tree? Just when the commanders were at a loss, Han Shao also fell into a daze. He recognized this technology. However, he had never imagined that it came from the Kundi race. This was one of their trump cards when dealing with the world tree in his previous life. Chapter 971 Space-Time Splicing Technology. The same theory would usually result in different technological skills. Being a universal civilization did not mean that they were omniscient. Just like how the three universal civilizations could not grasp each other's specialty technology, the various civilizations would have a technological skill tree that was unique to themselves. Han Shao was familiar with the special skill that the Kundi race had displayed. It was a technological skill called space-time splicing technology. It was a branch of space-time theory. Space-time skills were extremely advanced, but they were not rare. The three universal civilizations and the various star cluster civilizations had all grasped a certain degree of space-time technology. Even the mages had some space-time related spells. However, the space-time splicing technology also had its own uniqueness. The three universal civilizations did not reveal the exact theory behind it in Han Zhao's previous life, and Han Zhao only understood the general situation. This space-time splicing technology seemed to be a type of space-time shuttling technique, but it was very different. The way Han Zhao saw it, the Kundi race fleet was able to restore themselves because they used the space-time splicing technology to freeze their fleet in a state before being destroyed. Regardless of how many times they were destroyed, they would be able to return to their previous state. It was like the legendary save and load method. The movement of the fleet was the other effect of the space-time splicing technology. They first made a certain action into a parameter and simulated the entire action in space-time. They then broke apart the space-time continuum and split space-time up into different time fragments. To put it simply, they transformed something that they wanted to do into a movie with every time fragment being a scene in the movie. Following which, they then locked themselves in the space-time fabric and cut off the past and future. The entire process was cut off, and only the present was left behind. As such, the fleet would jump to different points in time while skipping through the process. Because there was no process, the attacks of the dynasty were not able to stop them. Another way of putting it was that the fleet transformed into a high-ping warrior. Even if they got hit, they were only hit in the previous frame. This technological skill had many different uses, but also had its side effects. The space-time fabric of the entire universe was connected and a system that could not be calculated. As long as there were any peculiarities in the fabric, it would be self-corrected. For example, after various space-time freezing or slowdown spells were used, the area of effect would slowly revert back to normal, leaving behind the modified physical objects. However, it would not have an effect on the space-time fabric. The side effects of the space-time splicing technology came from the self-recovery of the space-time fabric after being broken. By the time the space-time fabric repaired itself, their entire physical being would be completely wiped out as though they did not exist. This meant that their deaths were already announced, and they would disappear anytime. In my previous life, the three universal civilizations made use of a lot of supporting equipment to stabilize the space-time fabric in order to greatly extend the time taken for the fleet to disappear. If the dynasty took this technology from the Kundi race, it means that the dynasty will definitely improve on it over the next few versions, and the space-time splicing technology in the Kundi race's hands is probably only the first version. This means that it will be much easier to deal with them, and the side effects will be far worse. Meeting the attack of a native civilization would only give the dynasty trouble. But now, the dynasty would be able to receive a decent spoil of war. Who knew whether the stowaways that secretly gave the natives technology knew that the Kundi race grasped such a technology? Although the stowaways would definitely observe the strength of the Kundi race, the space-time splicing technology was a confidential technological skill, and it would not be discovered so easily. The stowaways in the flickering world were not too different from suicide troops, and the superstar cluster civilizations would not send out too many calamity grades for such a mission. If they didn't know about it, they will definitely suffer a huge loss. They wanted to backstab the dynasty, but ended up giving them a huge treasure, Han Zhao sneered in his mind. On the other side, Terekov did not remain idle either. As an experienced commander, he had been through many different battles. Although he did not know the theory behind the space-time splicing technology, the alarm said that it was related to space-time and thus employed the relevant measures. Very quickly, a dynasty fleet awaiting their orders on Planet Lighthouse set off with a large amount of space-time stabilizing equipment and a large group of mages that specialized in space-time magic. Ordinary attacks were not useful, but space-time attacks would create some trouble for the Kundi race fleet. After the second fleet entered the battle, the situation changed greatly. The distance that the Kundi race fleet could move shortened, and the speed of their disappearance increased. Everyone in the command room watched the battle calmly. After a short while, the Kundi race disappeared and never appeared again. There was not an intense battle scene, and the Kundi race fleet was wiped out just like that. Despite the enemy knowing that their death was certain, they still wanted to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Has it been settled? Terekov asked doubtfully. Chief Commander, space-time has returned to normal, and there aren't any abnormalities on the radar. This may be the side effect of the enemy's technology. It shouldn't be perfected yet. However, we cannot let down our guard before being sure that the enemy has been destroyed. Continue to scan the surrounding region. Also, open the shield of Planet Lighthouse and activate the emergency escape system. If the enemy suddenly appears near the planet, we will be able to escape safely. Because he did not understand the enemy, he did not dare let his guard down. Han Zhao, however, already knew that the enemy was dead and thought to himself, the dynasty obtained this technology from the Kundi race in my previous life, but I didn't receive any news about it. This means that the dynasty did a good job keeping the matter confidential. I don't think they will allow their allies to exchange for such technology. Thus, I will have to take things into my own hands if I want to grab this technology. It was a rare opportunity for him to obtain unique technology. Han Xiao was truly tempted. Since the dynasty still was not aware of the theory of the space-time splicing technology, he could make use of this opportunity to obtain it for himself. Although he would not be able to use it, the members of the army might be able to use it. Would the space-time amber be compatible with the space-time splicing technology? Han Xiao was a little curious. In the depths of the Dust Light Star Cluster, a large Kundi race fleet was slowly moving in the universe. In the conference room of the main flagship, the leader and upper echelons of the Kundi race were present. After discovering that the Crimson Dynasty was coming after their territory, the upper echelons had resolutely left their mother planet and followed the fleet. Since they had already sent out most of their civilians and temporarily abandoned all their colonial planets, they no longer needed to hesitate about war. We've lost contact with Yalu. The assault plan has failed. Have they died? I am not sure. They should have used the space-time splicing technology. Does this mean that even the space-time splicing technology is useless against the dynasty? Everyone's mood was heavy as they listened to the report. The Kundi race leader then said slowly, "Make use of the Scorched Earth plan." Upon hearing that, everyone's shells changed slightly. They had come up with many different plans, and the Scorched Earth plan was their final resort. They had originally planned to only make use of such a plan when their loss was determined, but they never imagined that their leader would start off with such a plan. In truth, the members of the upper echelons present were not confident about the war either. The only reason they had stayed behind was because they were not willing to hand over their homeland to bandits. They did not wish to let the Crimson Dynasty take over their homeland without paying a price. The Scorched Earth plan would make use of the never-ending expansion property of the primordial psionic energy to destroy their homeland to ensure that the dynasty would not be able to obtain anything. They would then retreat and follow the members of their race. However, they found it difficult to destroy their own homeland. As no one responded to him, the Kundi race leader said with a deep voice, "Since no one objects to the plan, begin the arrangements. As for the Crimson Dynasty's fleet, send out our fleet to intercept them and tie the enemy down. Try to stall for time and slowly let them into our homeland and the lockdown region of the Scorched Earth plan." Everyone's mood was heavy. There was no turning back if they chose to destroy their homeland. The Scorched Earth plan required time to implement, and they needed to send their fleet to slow down the dynasty. This meant that many of their comrades would die on the front lines. Few days after the ambush on Planet Lighthouse, war finally erupted on the front lines, and the Kundi race fleet appeared to exchange fire with the dynasty's fleet. The division that Tenny led also met more and more enemies. It was not that there was not an opportunity for battle. However, Tenny was far too good at fighting, and the enemies that he met were all easily defeated by his strategies. They would be able to defeat the enemy in a long-range battle, and there was not even a chance to engage in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, Tenny intended to protect the members of the Black Star Army, so Nero was not even able to fight a single battle after following the fleet for almost a month. If this continued, Han Xiao was tempted to use his virtual intrusion and remotely control the Kundi race to attack Tenny. Thankfully, Tenny did not let Han Xiao stretch out his demonic hands so quickly, and the Black Star Army finally engaged in a close combat battle. Nero finally welcomed his first time. Chapter 972 Nero, a non-tanky mechanic doesn't have a soul. In a corner of the Dust Light Star Cluster, Tenny's fleet met a new wave of attacks. They exchanged fire with the enemy while sending their small spaceships to weave through the chaotic battlefield to engage in close combat battle. In the previous few battles, Tenny had been too obviously biased toward the Black Star Army, and in order to balance the opinions of the other organizations, he decided to let the Black Star Army take on the role of facing the enemy. In the chaotic battlefield, a battleship Nimble weaved through the primordial psionic energy explosions. In the battleships, many different squads were awaiting their orders in the charge cabin. Nero's squad was also a part of this battleship. The interior of the charge cabin was gray with a red light blinking over their heads, dyeing their faces red. Nero's team was seated across 2 rows with their backs facing a magnetic plate. The backs of their uniforms also had a magnetic plate on them so that they could stabilize their bodies. The charge cabin was trembling under the intense maneuvers of the battleship, and Nero's face turned slightly pale. The captain, who was clad in a heavy armor mechanical suit, patted Nero's shoulders and said, "Little brat, don't worry. The mobility of our ship far exceeds our enemy. They won't be able to hit us." Trouble usually befalls someone who says something like this. Nero could not help but curse in his heart. The Academy had a charge cabin module, and Nero was extremely clear about the things that he needed to take note of. However, he could not help but be nervous when being placed in an actual battle. "This is our first time fighting together since you entered our squad. Let's see your true strength and don't hold us back." The captain chuckled. "All right." Nero let out a deep breath and clenched his fists. Waiting in the charge cabin was an extremely tortuous thing. Time seemed to drag on. or a long time, but an announcement was eventually made in the charge cabin. Locking onto the target. The charge cabin will be launched in 45 seconds. Please get ready for battle. I repeat, please get ready for battle. A countdown timer then appeared on the screen of the charge cabin. Nero felt as though his heart had stopped, and his teammates all had nervous looks on their faces. The captain cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, "This is the final chance to check your equipment." All of them were already prepared, but they still checked through their equipment once more. Nero had also activated his mechanical suit self-check feature. His mechanical suit was personally modified by him and forged from many different rare materials. It was even stronger than the mechanical suit provided by the Black Star Army. Although Nero could obtain a more powerful mechanical suit forged by other mechanics, he preferred to research new blueprints. This mechanical suit was similar to the mountain ape suit that Han Shao had used before. However, Nero did not have that high a skill and could only make a simplified version of the suit that he called Iron Ape. It was a suit that specialized in close combat battles. As a normal paper mechanic, Nero was naturally concerned about his close combat abilities. Under Han Shao and Mia's influence, Nero also had a thing for hand-to-hand combat. Nero was currently grade C+, but with his perfect mechanical sense and the various mechanic talents that he had obtained over the years, his strength could reach grade B, and the equipment that he forged exceeded his own grade. Get ready. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the captain's roar, Nero took a deep breath and prepared to go into battle. He could feel a powerful propulsion force, and the charge cabin was launched. The coordinates of their target were indicated on the screen, and they were rapidly approaching it. The charge cabin suddenly trembled, and they successfully smashed into the interior of an enemy battleship. The doors to the charge cabin opened up, and a long passageway greeted them. Without any hesitation, they charged out with their captain to clear up the enemies. Enemy reinforcements came quickly, and their squad met with a large number of enemies. All the warriors of the Kundi race had accepted gene modification. Although they were not supers and did not have different abilities, their physiques were powerful, and they had the strength of an individual around LV.25, LV.45. They were roughly in between grade E and grade D, so they were not too weak. Their squad was trapped in the center of the passageway with the enemy reinforcements flooding in from both directions and opening fire at them. Nero had already thrown out a compressed orb that transformed into a mini fortress to protect the squad. It was able to block the heavy fire coming from both directions while their squad returned fire from within the fortress. Good job, brat. The captain praised Nero before giving an order to his vice-captain. Break through from the enemy encirclement. I will be in charge of the front, and you will be in charge of the rear. Nero, release your artillery towers and mechanical soldiers behind to provide cover for us. As he said that, the captain charged out from the fortress and charged forward while enduring enemy fire. His advantage of being a super was his superior combat strength. Nero then threw out a large number of compressed orbs, which transformed into various artillery towers. Tuck tuck tuck. The artillery towers opened fire in both directions to provide cover for his squad. Under the boost of his mechanical force, the strength of his long-distance weapons was terrifying. The armor and shields of the Kundi race warriors were immediately torn apart, and body fluids spewed in all directions. He instantly killed a large number of enemies, and a gray fog entered the death mark on the back of Nero's hand. This was a gift that Hela had given him a long time ago. The more he killed, the greater the increase to his mental strength. This was Nero's first time making use of this mark. With the support of his firepower, his squad mates easily broke through the formation of the Kundi race warriors and began slaughtering them. Many of his squad mates were impressed with Nero's strength. This newbie is truly powerful. Is an ordinary grade C mechanic so powerful? This little brat has some abilities. Their squad pushed on, and the enemy reinforcements charged at them without any concern for their own lives. As a pugilist, the attacks of the captain were extremely powerful. Even if his attacks were not able to break through an enemy's armor, his pugilist flames would seep into the armor and kill the Kundi race warriors. Nero was not used to the sight of bodies littered all around. Even with the filtration device of his mechanical suit, he could still smell the blood in the air. The Kundi race's fearlessness truly shocked Nero. However, he and his squad mates would not hold back, and the Kundi race warriors were only sacrificing their lives for nothing. This was the first time he had felt the nervousness from killing. He would not pity the enemy, and the army had also educated them in this regard. At the same time, Nero also felt a tinge of excitement. He did not wish to be the one providing cover fire all the time. As a Black Star class mechanic, he was itching to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but was afraid of being scolded by his squad mates. Right at this moment, the scream of his squad mate could be heard over the communication channel. The Kundi race warriors had surrounded this Black Star army warrior, and the shield of his squad mate was destroyed. At the same time, his armor was also badly damaged and black smoke could be seen coming out from it. He took a few steps back from the impact of the attacks and was temporarily dazed. The Kundi race war. Rears in the surroundings then unsheathed their daggers and charged forward. This squad mate of his was a grade C pugilist who had a powerful body. He struggled to send a few of the enemies flying, but the enemies continued to charge forward fearlessly. He had already been stabbed a few times by the enemy. The squad mates in the surrounding wanted to turn around and help him, but a black figure charged out from behind to send all these Kundi race warriors flying. It was Nero, who had been itching for a fight. The surrounding Kundi race warriors attacked Nero, and Nero's combat panel displayed the trajectories of their attacks. He then dodged according to the instructions of the screen, and the enemy's daggers created sparks whenever they collided with his mechanical suit. Nero unsheathed a blade and brandished it without restraint, cutting through the enemy's armor like it was tofu. After helping his squad mate resolve the danger, Nero did not have the heart to return back to a shooter, but charged into the enemy formation to slaughter the enemies. Nero had a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed the enemies dying under his blade. Indeed, a real mechanic should fight in hand-to-hand combat. This is the true style of a mechanic. Upon seeing the scene, the captain had a strange look on his face. Although he knew that Nero might be the strongest individual in the squad, they had never fought side by side before and were not familiar with each other's abilities. Upon seeing Nero killing enemies like he was dicing vegetables, the captain thought to himself, why would a mechanic like you want to charge into a close combat battle? Where did this bad habit come from? In the face of a group of supers, the Kundi race warriors in the spaceship had no way to fight back, and the enemy troop was wiped out quickly. Bluish-green blood sprayed across the command room, and every enemy in the battleship had been killed. Nero recovered his compressed orbs and seemed to be in a daze. Upon seeing that, the captain walked over to Nero's side and patted him on the shoulders. Good work just now. How do you feel? Are you used to fighting yet? I am much better now. Nero waved his arms. After a battle, he was no longer as nervous as before. Although he had been extremely nervous at the start, his mental state got better as the battle went on, and he felt extremely comfortable in battle. He did not really feel discomfort from killing. First, it was because the enemy was of a different species. Second, a super had a certain degree of mental resilience and could easily accept cruel scenes. Third, his mental state would change after having strength in his hands. It's your first time after all. You will get used to it soon, the captain said casually. You can find me for free counseling if you aren't feeling comfortable. Thanks, but I won't need it. Nero smiled and was a little moved. After this battle, he could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie with his squad mates. Nero's first combat experience went smoothly, and he had more confidence than before. Not too long after the battle started, the Kundi race fleet was defeated, and the Dynasty's fleet began clearing up the battlefield. In the main flagship, Tenny looked at the intact Black Star Army battleships returning to the fleet and nodded. The Black Star Army did not have too many casualties, and he was extremely satisfied. As the fleet commander, he had many ways to reduce the casualties of the Black Star Army. He planned to do this to repay Han Zhao's favor. Right at this moment, his communicator rang. Tenny then took a look, and his expression changed slightly. He picked up the call with a respectful tone. Your Excellency Black Star, I was still planning to pay you a visit after the war but never expected you to contact me first. It has been a long while since we last talked, and I have something to trouble you with. Han Zhao was the one who called. What do you need? Tenny did not like beating about the bush and went straight to the point. I heard that you want to protect the Black Star Army fleet? That's right. Tenny nodded. This is what I want to trouble you with. You don't have to protect my men too much. I sent them into the battle so that I can train them. Han Zhao smiled. All right then. I understand. Tenny did not say too much after hearing that. Since their master had spoken, he naturally would not reject. Also, I hope that you can take care of this person. Han Zhao then sent Nero's information to Tenny and said with a smile, this Brad is my student, and I want to train him. If it is convenient, try to give him a few more combat opportunities. Also, don't find it strange if he meets some unexpected situation. It is just my training. He felt that he still had some conscience for not interfering with Nero's first battle. However, he would take action after this and thus informed Tenny first. Tenny looked at the information and nodded. All right, I will make the relevant arrangements. I will have to trouble you then. I will be waiting for you in the Gara Star cluster after the war. We can have a good chat then. The call ended and Tenny looked through Nero's information while muttering under his breath, Black Star student. I will have to arrange it properly then. At the same time, another Dynasty fleet had just ended their battle and had just cleaned up the battlefield. The commander went to rest and got his vice commander to handle the other matters. God, who is the commander's aide-de-camp, also had some time to rest. God returned to his room and took off his uniform for a shower. After his shower, God walked in front of the mirror and looked at his own body. Fair skin, skinny figure, ordinary looks. Looking at the mirror, God touched his face and his lips curled up with a smile. It's truly good to be young. Chapter 973 Master Thief. In a galactic war, the Sioux port and supply lines based off the Stargate traffic were very important. The Expeditionary Dynasty troops planted Stargates continuously along the way, connecting them into a rapid channel that could be used to advance and retreat as they liked. In order to prevent the enemy from ambushing their Stargate stations, each time the passage was extended, some personnel would be stationed there. So, the deeper they went into the Dustlight star cluster, the number of troops led by each Dynasty officer would also decrease. As the attacking side, the Dynasty had to continuously extend the supply lines, but this was where the advantage of the military was shown. They had the capital to squander their resources like this. Because the size of the frontline troops would gradually shrink while the intensity of the battle would gradually increase, the commander of each army would be a young officer with tremendous prospects within the Dynasty. All of them had to gain rich experiences in interstellar warfare. As for how luxurious this lineup was, Han Xiao recalled that almost all of the mobilized officers were people who would be high-ranking in the military in the future. Among them, there were at least 3 who had power that was not below that of Tenny, and they also commanded other large army corps of the Dynasty. Facing such a group of famed generals, the Kundi race was at a complete disadvantage. Even if the Dynasty troops were reduced, the Kundi race still did not stand a chance. After being asked by Han Xiao, Tenny changed his previous style and began to allow the Black Star Army to undertake more war tasks, and he especially took care of Nero. In almost every battle, the troop that Nero belonged to would be assigned key combat missions, which gave them plenty of chances for battles. It was just nice that most of the graduates of the Super Academy were assigned to different teams within this troop. The continuous high-intensity and high-risk battle placed these young students under a huge load. Even Nero was also overwhelmed. He found it strange, wondering if their troop had somehow offended the army commander. Because of the continuous high-pressure battles, Nero's machinery became seriously worn out. He had lost nearly half of his entire inventory. When there was no battle, he could not rest as well, having to work hard to repair his machinery, for fear that he would be unequipped for the next battle. It was at this time that Nero was extremely grateful to Reynolds. Isn't it just not sleeping? When I was being forced to study, I quickly learned this ability. Oh, this was not figurative. It was literally expressed on his character interface as a talent. Advanced fatigue resistance, plus 500% physical recovery efficiency when at rest, minus 60% physical loss rate. Reduces the negative status of mental fatigue caused by lack of sleep, capped at the maximum of slight mental fatigue. A gifted person could develop talents even by not sleeping, and Han Xiao did not know whom he could reason this with. However, the other graduates did not have Nero's experience and were totally exhausted. Even Mia did not have time to chat with him over the phone, since there was no way for him to guess the commander's mindset. It was useless even if Nero wanted to curse at him. He could only grit his teeth and continue to do battle, not knowing that he had been arranged to do so by Tenny. A high-pressure battle would result in casualties, and this could happen even in a real-life combat simulation. However, Nero's team was quite well off in this regard. They were all fatigued but had not met with any deaths yet. Through the frequent battles, their bonds were molded deeper. The Crimson Dynasty had an overwhelming advantage in this war. Several days passed in a flash, and the various Dynasty fleets steadily advanced, crossing multiple star systems to arrive at the Kundi race's border. With the main force holding fort, the reconnaissance troops moved out first, splitting into various regiments to infiltrate the Kundi race in advance to obtain intelligence. These scouts included both remotely controlled unmanned drones as well as ground combat personnel. It was no surprise that Nero's squad was selected as scouts to perform the dangerous mission. Whilst the Dynasty troops were exploring the Kundi border, a secret mechanical army quietly sent by Han Xiao followed his guidance to arrive near the Kundi mother planet. On one of the black planets that looked like a desolate planet, a large number of exploration satellites were suspended in outer space, as well as a canopy camouflage device used to cover the planet's surface. If one broke through the camouflage detection using the mechanical soldiers, they would see the true appearance of the Kundi mother planet. It was sapphire blue in color. The color occupied most of the surface area, and on top of the ocean floated various floating cities. Turns out, the actual look of the planet is like this. The mechanical soldiers stopped in outer space, far away from the planet, and all of them turned on their stealth camouflage. Han Zhao's technology and mechanical force buffs were enough to prevent the Kundi mother planet from detecting this group. Among one of them was a mechanical host bearing Han Zhao's avatar, which was currently carefully observing the planet. After the opening of the flickering world in his previous life, Han Xiao had come over to perform missions here. At that time, the Kundi mother planet had completely changed its appearance after being modified by the Dynasty. Because the Dynasty had stormed in, most of the population on the Kundi mother planet had basically moved away, but the Kundi race did not implode their mother planet. On it was left many facilities, and one last fleet was stationed there to temporarily manage the place. This was where one of the core quantum network nodes of the Kundi race was located. Let's start. Huh. And Xiao stretched, and with a thought, he entered the field of vision of the quantum network. His vision turned black, leaving only the light clusters representing the nodes of the quantum network. They varied in brightness and were connected to each other with delicate light rays, which represented the information flow to form the network structure. Han Xiao directly locked onto the main quantum network node of the mother planet, turning into a stream of light as he approached it. The firewall of the node appeared in front of him like a layer of dynamic data, and in his eyes, loopholes and gaps existed everywhere. He did not wish to alarm the Kundi race, so he decided to slip through the holes of data within the firewall and open a backdoor instead of directly hacking in. The other party's quantum network skills were trashy, with all the permissions they set as good as nil in front of him. It was as though he had arrived in a home whose owner was not present, but he had the tools to open anything within the doors. There was no need to ask for permission. He could just do what he wanted. Quickly, the Kundi's database lost all its defenses, and strips of data appeared in front of Han Xiao, like a dessert waiting to be enjoyed. Philip, copy and pack up their databases. Han Xiao snorted. His goal was only their imperfect space-time splicing technology, but since he was there, he might as well take everything. Philip began to work, but it took a while for an entire cluster of data to be copied. Taking advantage of this period, Han Xiao simply checked all the objects connected to this node. Through reverse tracking, it was possible to locate the whereabouts of the fleets in the Kundi race. Let's see where the troops of the Kundi race lie. Glancing at the data of the coordinates on the star map, Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he found some interesting intelligence. He saw that Kundi's fleet was roughly divided among 4 groups. Among them, the core fleet mainly consisting of the commanders was hiding within the territory, the second moving off to intercept the frontal combat troops of the dynasty on the front line. The third consisted of the fleet carrying the evacuated civilians and was already far from the Kundi race's territory. But what attracted Han Xiao's attention was the fourth fleet. They separated into countless teams, approaching their territorial borders. It seemed as though they wished to form an encirclement, but at such a distance, it was not practical. Thus, they should be more involved in performing other special missions. Based on his current knowledge, Han Xiao would definitely not be at a loss. He quickly came out with a hypothesis. There are 3 possibilities. One is escape, another is to cover evacuation, and the last is to make special arrangements. Escape can be ruled out, and the evacuation is happening on the opposite side, which is not on the way. Thus, there is only special arrangements. As for what kind of special arrangements? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. According to his knowledge, the most likely scenario would be that they intended to bury a large amount of primordial psionic energy at their borders and catalyze its expansion to allow it to swallow up all the stars and planets around it, leaving nothing for the dynasty. This was not a blind guess. There were too many of such examples. Many of such desolate universe belts were actually man-made, caused by the catalysis of the primordial psionic energy. Kundi wants to turn their homeland into a killing trap, luring the dynasty into it to kill them. Heh, very cruel. Before running, they want to take a bite out of the dynasty. Han Xiao shook his head. Only civilizations that had not come into contact with the primordial psionic energy would dare use such a thing indiscriminately. The formation of a natural celestial body took billions of years, and the probability was random. However, primordial psionic energy would engulf everything it passed through, turning the area into a vacuum zone, barren and without material resources. Moreover, if the pollution was not controlled, it would expand indefinitely. As it expanded, the engulfed area would increase faster and faster, and by that time, one could only run as though the apocalypse had arrived. In his previous life, there was no detailed information about how the dynasty dealt with the Kundi race. Han Xiao did not know if the latter had adopted the scorched earth plan, but the celestial bodies within the dust-light star cluster were well preserved, meaning that even if implemented, the dynasty had stopped it. Thinking about it, Han Xiao prepared to send this information to the dynasty, which would definitely improve his mission rating. Primordial psionic energy might be frightening, but it needs a certain procedure to expand to a certain scale. Thus, the dynasty has enough time to solve this problem. Han Xiao secretly nodded, his mood relaxed. He originally just intended to copy the space-time splicing technology. He did not expect to have an unexpected harvest. After a while, when Philip had completely copied the data, Han Xiao left the backdoor program and cleared any traces of his visit. He then released his quantum network vision, ordering the mechanical unit to return. The Kundi mother planet disappeared in the vision of the mechanical host. From the beginning to the end, his visit did not alarm anyone, a master thief. A peak beyond grade of virtual mechanic was unparalleled in stealing intelligence and was a fearful existence for even the 3 universal civilizations. At this moment, their home had been ransacked, but the Kundi upper echelons did not know anything about it and were still in a meeting. It was related to supers. In the room, the Kundi leader glanced at everyone, speaking in a deep voice. The enemy's super technology has given their warriors powerful individual combat power. According to the data of our spaceships, their technology is a method for individuals to practice on their own. With this method, a person can grow so strong that they even have the power to destroy a planet. We are proud of our warriors, but they are not worth anything in front of such supers. Everyone wore a heavy expression. The superpower system was a type of technology that required luck to discover, and the Kundi race was just like Han Shao, obviously on the blacklist of the goddess of luck. The superstar cluster-level civilization behind the scenes had mentioned the existence of supers, but did not give the methods for producing supers over to the Kundi race. Thus, they did not possess a super system. Supers, this is what we are sorely lacking, the Kundi leader slowly replied. Everyone, since we've decided to leave our ancestral homeland, if we can also obtain this technology from our enemies, that will help us in the rebuilding of our civilization. You mean? I want to find ways to capture some of the frontline super as experimental material. As long as I can obtain their bodies, we will be able to study the principles along with the mysteries of the system. In that case, the combat principles of the frontline troops will have to be tweaked. Everyone perked up and began discussing the idea. They all wanted to have a strong personal power and long life, not to mention that they were people in the upper echelons who had been holding onto power and authority. Authority was always derived from power. They coveted the supers, and now they not only planned to destroy the dynasty with the scorched earth tactic, but also wished to grab the new technology that they did not possess from the dynasty. A few days later, on the Kundi national border, a section of the reconnaissance troops were advancing in secret. This unit possessed more than 20 warships, and most of them were ships from the Black Star Army. They consisted of small combat teams, and not only Nero but also Mia and a whole bunch of other graduates were present. They had already been within the Kundi territory for several days, but they had remained vigilant along the way, ready to respond to encounters. Yet, they did not meet a single enemy along the way. In the cabin of one of the battleships, a large group of the army warriors gathered around the star map to discuss their current situation. Nero pinched his chin and could not help but voice his suspicions. This is strange. When we had yet to arrive, we met enemies that would intercept us daily. However, now we've entered their territory. Why is there no one to restrict us? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him but did not speak. Not far away, Mia stood with her arms crossed. She raised her brows and confidently said, maybe the enemy think that they cannot stop the dynasty and have all retreated. I don't think it's that simple. Nero shook his head. This time, Nero's and Mia's team were on the same battleship, and there were several other combat teams accompanying them. After experiencing the baptism of war, Nero's actual combat ability had improved, but his personal temperament did not change much. After all, he still had his baby face, and however fierce he looked, it only made him more adorable. On the other hand, by confirming her strength in battle, Mia had become more confident. At this moment, the fleet had arrived at the preset target location and exited hyperdrive. Outside the window was a planet, their exploration target, which was suspected of being a Kundi colonial planet. On the surface of the planet, they could clearly see that there were traces of cities. Seeing this, everyone's expression tightened. It seems like we've found the correct place. Everyone, focus. Chapter 974, arranging it clearly. The fleet did not close in immediately, choosing to maintain its stealth mode. It instead released a miniature space-based exploration satellite to slowly approach the atmosphere of the planet, constantly scanning the surface. Within the cabin, the virtual screen showed the image of the satellite screening. There were a lot of cities on the surface, but most of them were deserted. Garbage was piled up on the streets from the citizens evacuating in a hurry. The colonial planet seems to have been abandoned. Nero swiped his finger across the virtual screen, constantly scanning through the unoccupied cities. Check the detection of life signals, the captain of his squad urged. Nero nodded and switched to the control interface of the satellite, setting it up. This satellite was a product of the Black Star Army, and while not made by him, operating it was simple. This reconnaissance troop unit had about 2,000 soldiers, where most of them were Grade C supers. Only their leader was at Grade B. Nero was the strongest person there apart from the commander and the best mechanic within this unit. Because of this, almost all the mechanical devices were left to him to handle. Very quickly, the results were displayed on the screen. The light spots signaling life on the surface were sparse, clustered mostly in the wilderness. They were likely beasts. In the city, there were only a few sporadic light spots signaling the presence of intelligent life. Mia's eyes lit up. There are people still in the city. They should be civilians that do not wish to evacuate. Nero breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission for this trip was to try to capture as many Kundi civilians as possible to interrogate. Kid, check the armed forces of this planet. If there's no problem, we can land, the commander ordered. Nero nodded and began the scan. Everyone stared at the screen, awaiting the results, but at this moment, in the quantum network that could not be seen by all of them, a series of data that had been waiting in ambush secretly intercepted the information flow of the satellite and quietly tampered with it. The intelligence was then sent to everyone. On board. Seems to be no enemy ships around, and there is no abnormal response from the military bases on the surface. It seems like the enemy has completely abandoned this colonial planet, and even their troops have not stayed. Nero read the results out. Their leader then smiled. Then this will be easy. The commander has given his orders. Where to descend? The fleet went to work quickly, most of the warships entering the atmosphere and beginning to land toward the city. Only the commander's battleship and 3 other spaceships remained in outer space to serve as a response force. At the same time, there was a medium-sized fleet of the Kundi race on standby at a floating military base high above the colonial planet. There were more than 100 spaceships within the base, and it remained in camouflage, with its signal reflector turned on. It blended with its environment and appeared transparent. A large number of operators were busy in the main control room of the floating military base. One of the operators who was monitoring the radar suddenly saw a signal of an abnormal fluctuation of the atmosphere, but when he looked closer, the signal had disappeared. Was I mistaken? The Kundi operator was puzzled and activated the radar to make another sweep. The detection results showed that not only was the atmosphere intact, even Nero's group, which had daringly descended, could not be detected. Should be a false alarm. Seeing this, the operator turned away. The scout team did not find the military base, nor did the military base personnel discover the scouts. They were both close but could not see each other due to being blinded. The initiator was Han Xiao, who was hiding within the scout squadron's mechanical unit. He had directly used virtual technology to tamper with the scan results of both parties. This scene was completely in line with Han Xiao's script. Before long, the reconnaissance troop spaceships landed in the city, and the various combat teams put on their equipment, successively stepping off the spaceships and onto the desolate streets. Come, let's assign our respective missions. The captains all held a brief meeting before dividing themselves into 3 groups. One group would remain behind to prevent any accidents occurring to their spaceships, the second would proceed with the capture of civilians, and the last would be responsible for searching for any special facilities such as military bases and energy plants. After assigning each team their mission, they broke up into small teams to move separately. Nero and Mia's teams were responsible for exploring the abandoned military base in the suburbs. They took a ground vehicle to the destination together. Within the vehicle, the combat teams maintained their silence. Nero looked around and coughed awkwardly before standing up and moving over to Mia's side. Mia, who was polishing her blade icily, glared at him before lowering her head to continue aiming her weapon. Her tone was casual. Why are you sitting here? To chat with you. Nero scratched his face. During this period, we've been busy fighting and haven't had time to talk. What's there to chat about? Mia rolled her eyes. We don't even have enough time to sleep. You think we're like you, being able to function without sleep? Nero was speechless, and after thinking about it, he replied, Actually, I can teach you how to combat fatigue. In this regard, I'm very experienced. I'm a pugilist, but I need you to teach me? Mia laughed. But Nero replied seriously. As a pugilist, it's more crucial that you learn this than me. A mechanic doesn't require much stamina, but without stamina, the pugilist will experience a decrease in their combat capability. I'm afraid you will run into danger. You seem to care a lot. Mia gave a sideward glance at Nero. I said before, I will protect you. Nero grinned. Humph, stop smiling. It makes you look like a fool. Mia snorted and turned her head away. A few seconds later, she turned back ahead, pretending to casually ask, So, how do you actually practice this fatigue combating? Nero scratched his nose as he spoke. You have to first change your habit of sleeping. Under the state of fatigue, you must attempt to get your mind to remain working at full capacity. It will be difficult initially, but as someone who has gone through it, I have experience. If you feel like sleeping, you can come look for me. Mia nodded foolishly before belatedly discovering something wrong. You said to look for you when I want to sleep. Are you teasing me? A sense of shame rose within her heart, and she viciously hammered at Nero's chest. Did I say anything wrong? Nero was at a loss, but because his mechanical suit was sturdy enough, he did not take any damage. Mia seemed ready to say something, but she suddenly discovered that everyone's gaze on the vehicle had fallen toward the two of them. Within their gazes were laughter, envy, jealousy, and many more emotions, as though they were looking at a pair of lovers quarreling. A tinge of red hit her cheeks, and she glared at Nero before ducking her head down in embarrassment. She no longer talked, keeping her gaze on maintaining her weapon. Her whetstone moved so fast that it seemed to produce a meteor shower on her blade. Nero scratched his head and wanted to say more, but the captain sitting opposite him suddenly signaled silently to him. He held up a hand and clenched into a fist. His other hand extended a finger and put it in the fist. This was a common gesture, even in the galaxy, and its meaning was self-evident. Kid, don't be wishy-washy, you should do it when you have to. Seeing this, Nero could not help but curse. Darned hooligan. It was at this point that someone discovered an anomaly on their radar. There are 2 abnormal sources of energy detected. The crowd immediately stopped smiling. They stared at the radar, only 2. See 2 more signals appearing, one pointing to the abandoned military base, and the other pointing to the wilderness further away. Strange, why did it not pick up previously? Is this thing broken? The vice captain patted the radar with a suspicious expression. No matter what, we have to check it out. The captain glanced at it before giving the order to Mia's team. I think we need to separate. When we arrive at the military base, drop us first before going over to the wilderness to check out the energy source. The plan was quickly finalized, and the vehicle let Nero's team down at the perimeter of the military base. Nero watched as Mia's team moved down the dirt path. The 2 were separated again. Seeing Nero staring in the direction of the vehicle's departure, he reached out and snapped his fingers at Nero's ears, drawing the latter's attention. Kid, stop staring. It's time for work. Nero settled his emotions, catching up with the team a little absent-mindedly. He did not know why, but in that instant, he felt a little unsettled. While somewhat dwelling on this, Nero followed his team to explore the military base. They found an abandoned elevator, arriving at an intricate underground base before going to explore the abnormal signal displayed on the radar. Alert! Unknown target discovered. It was more than 10 minutes later that the Kundi floating base, which had become blind, was suddenly cured of its cataracts. They found, to their surprise, a scout troop on the surface. Everybody within the base received a shock, scurrying around like ants. The intelligence report was quickly sent over to the commander of the floating base. In his office, the commander opened his eyes wide as his anger rose. When did this group of enemies land, and why didn't you spot them earlier? Were you neglecting your duties? The leader of the radar operators defended his team. The radar did not even respond, and it was probably avoided by the enemy scouts with more advanced camouflage. It's too scary. With this sort of technology, if they chose to ambush us, we would have long fallen. The base commander had a frightened look before turning furious. Sneaking in like that, do you think we don't exist? Commander, think about it. The opponent has this kind of strength, yet they chose not to ambush us, but land on the surface instead. Why is that so? Hearing this, the commander's eyes flashed, and he abruptly slammed the table, bellowing, I understand now. They obviously know that we're here, but they chose not to attack because their manpower is insufficient, and they are not confident about getting rid of us. To actually not even put us in their eyes, swaggering before us to collect intelligence, they're too arrogant. We have to make them pay the price. Pausing briefly, the commander rose up and shouted, order the fleet to encircle the enemy. Don't let a single one of them escape. From his side, the vice commander added, Ender, with all due respect, we should try to capture a few of them alive. The upper echelons wish to research them. This is a chance for us. The commander's eyes lit up, and he added with a joyous expression, that's right. I almost forgot. The upper echelons want these supers, and now that they've sent themselves up to us, we can just capture them and bring them back with us. In the abandoned military base, Nero's troops were in the midst of exploration. The power supply had been disconnected for a long time. Thus, the area was dark and completely silent. Everyone could only hear each other's breathing and footsteps echoing. The atmosphere reeked of horror and suspense. Nero released several small mechanical Pathfinder bees, which radiated a strong light, leading the way in front and illuminating the underground base. Without electricity, the access control of the base was rendered invalid, and doors could only be forcibly opened. A few high-energy ray guns were enough to turn the closed metal door into a pile of red molten steel, so they were unobstructed throughout. After walking with the team for a while, Nero's bad feeling grew stronger, and he could not help but open his mouth. Commander, I feel that something is amiss here. Which part? The captain asked. I can't put a finger on it. In that case, the captain frowned before giving out the order. Take a few men with you to follow us from a short distance behind. Take care of our retreat route. I'll go with some others to check out the abnormal energy source. The captain picked a few members to follow Nero while he led the rest to continue ahead. Nero waited at the same spot for a while before the voice of the captain was heard from the communicator. We've arrived at the area of the strange energy source, but there's nothing here. Nero's heart constricted, and he immediately opened his shared vision. He saw through the captain's eyes an empty warehouse, without even a single hair. However, the signal marked by the radar referred to that area. The coordinates were exactly the same, so they could not have turned into a wrong area. Is it a false alarm by the radar? Nero swallowed. Or, before he could react, a violent shock burst out. Warning! High energy strike detected. Please avoid it. The sound of artillery bombardment rang near his ears, and the support columns of the underground base suddenly collapsed. The structure of the base disintegrated in an instant, and the floor tiles shattered, turning into a bottomless pit leading deeper down. Nero only had enough time to open his shield to protect himself before being blown out by the shockwave of the explosion and smashing through the walls of the hallway, falling straight down. From the communicator came exclamations from his teammates, but he could not care less when he could not even take care of himself. He was filled with anxiety. Why were we ambushed? We clearly confirmed that this planet had no troops stationed. At this moment, Nero could not think of any other explanation. In his eyes, there was only one possibility. Damn it, this colonial planet was a trap. The enemy must have deliberately planned for this ambush. We've fallen for it. Just as this idea flashed past his head, Nero hit the bottom with a heavy thud. A human-shaped pit was formed, and a large cloud of smoke appeared. See, the huge impact reverberated in his body, and he could not help but grit his teeth in pain. But before he could stand up, a large piece of metal dropped toward him. Nero only had the time to raise his hands and reactivate his shield, protecting himself. Debris rained down, covering every inch of Nero's sight and burying him directly. At this moment, in an abandoned city not far away, the Kundi fleet, who had realized there were enemies, had begun to exchange fire with the troops that had remained behind. On top of the abandoned military base, there were several Kundi battleships docked. Their weapons were brought out, and they launched a bombardment at the base. Only when the entire base was reduced to ruins did those battleships finally stop firing. The hatch opened, and a squad of Kundi armored soldiers jumped out of the cabin, landing on the ground and carrying their weapons to the base. The life signals of Nero and his team were exposed to their radar, and the goal of the soldiers was to capture this small group of supers who were without the protection of their fleet. Good. The combat operation is a success. At this moment, the commander of the Kundi floating base smiled with satisfaction from the command room. He, however, was unaware that a group of camouflaged mechanical soldiers was hovering outside the window, silently watching his every move. Chapter 975 Mission generated. When the bombing stopped, the abandoned military base had turned into a mess, with the collapsed gravel blocked off countless roads. The terrain had become much more complicated, and the gravel fell from time to time with a clacking sound. The bottom of the base was filled with smoke and dust. The falling debris had piled up into a hill, beneath which Nero was firmly buried. Suddenly, there was a sound akin to a slimy liquid flowing in the darkness. An area of 2 square meters within the debris below gradually turned red as it shone brighter and brighter. The metal beams and stone pieces melted together to reveal an empty hole. Nero crawled out of the hole, his hands continuously casting heat rays as he limped. The high temperature around him caused the very air to warp. Cough, cough, cough. A dull cough escaped the mechanical suit as Nero took gasps of air. He focused, activating the mechanical suit to do a full body scan. Left leg is slightly misaligned. Awaiting permission for mechanical suit to autocorrect bone alignment. Go ahead. His armor on the left leg tightened a little, and the misaligned bones were set. Nero snorted in pain. For relaxing. Previously, a few tons of debris had hit his body, and although his mechanical suit was fine, the shock had given him a slight injury. After all, he was an ordinary, fragile mechanic. The radar displayed that the enemies were above him. Nero knew that this was not the time for him to relax, and he immediately opened the communicator to contact his teammates. Captain, Nero here. Where are you guys, and how's the situation? Static sound buzzed, broken by intermittent screams of pain. Nero shouted for quite a bit before he received news from them. We're not doing good here. His teammate's face popped up on his tactical display, filled with bruises and cuts. His tone was hurried. I was beside the captain just now, and when the base collapsed, the captain was stunned. An artillery shot penetrated through the ground and hit us, and many of us are now injured and scattered. No matter who hears this news, save them and bring everyone together. We have to escape immediately. Nero immediately opened the team's health monitoring subprogram and was shocked when he saw the red on the screen. Everyone's injuries were worse than his, and there were several people, including the captain, who were already on the verge of death. Because he had fallen to the bottom of the base and was buried, he had managed to escape the subsequent bombing from the battleship, so he was the least injured. It was because of his luck glow. My condition is the best. Nero immediately felt the pressure on his shoulders. He gritted his teeth, opening the position locator for his team. The position of each teammate was marked on the tactical screen of the mechanical suit, and the artificial intelligence within operated at a high speed to map out the fastest rescue route. From behind his back jetted out a tail flame, and Nero flew out of the big pit at the bottom of the base to rescue the scattered members. The terrain was complex, but there was no time for him to make a detour. His palm continuously shot out heat rays, melting through all the obstacles in front of him, saving one teammate after another before the arrival of the Kundi ground troops. Finally, he reached the position of his captain. Blasting aside an obstructing metal plate, Nero flew into the messy room and landed with a loud thud. He saw the captain and a group of members there, all with varying injuries. The captain was lying paralyzed on the ground, his upper body leaning against the wall. His armor was scorched black, revealing large holes. Looking up at Nero's entrance, he squeezed out a smile, saying in a weak voice, "Nero, you're here. You, cough cough, you did well. Captain, don't talk anymore." Seeing this, an intravenous needle shot out from Nero's finger, and he pierced it into the captain's chest. Aurora's special life potion was injected into the captain's body through the needle, and his serious injuries were cured in an instant. The captain's state recovered, at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing him to let out a comfortable groan. He got up full of energy, clicking his tongue. "This is the special life potion of Her Excellency Aurora? What good stuff." Aurora would occasionally activate her ability to produce such life medicines, but the quantity was limited after all, and there was even a shelf life for the potions, so not all warriors from Black Star Army could have them. The normal members would all use the typical store-bought medicines, but with Nero's background, he naturally had Aurora's life potions. "Those with major injuries come over. I still have a few more of the life potions, and it will recover your combat capabilities," Nero shouted. One of them could not help but say, "Leave some for yourself. There'll be another bloody battle ahead. What will happen if you're injured?" "It's okay. I still have other medicines." Nero did not seem to care. Everyone glanced at each other before shrugging. Having a descendant with a powerful background in their team was not too bad a thing. The backer had already offered, so why were they hesitating? Nero healed up all his teammates, and they discussed their options. "Everyone, we're in an unfavorable situation. We've been caught in an ambush, and the entire fleet is being attacked by the enemy," the captain explained in a serious tone. "The others are too busy to respond to us, so we can only break through by ourselves. There are 3 Kundi battleships above us, but we have no vehicles, so it will be dangerous. If the enemy continue to bomb the fleet, it will be a desperate situation for us, but now the enemy has stopped attacking and has sent their ground troops to approach us instead." The eyes of the vice captain flashed. "This means that they intend to capture us alive. This is perhaps our only chance to escape." "That's right." The captain nodded. "If we wish to escape, we must obtain control of the airspace. The fleet can't meet up with us, so we can only grab a spaceship. The chances are slim, but not impossible. This debris is our barrier. If we rush out, the enemy spaceships can bombard us unscrupulously. Thus, we can only wait for the enemy soldiers to enter the base and fight with them directly. In order to prevent friendly fire, the spaceships will not open fire at random, so we need to approach this with a 2-pronged strategy. One team will deal with the enemy soldiers, while the other will go to steal a spaceship." The captain paused. Everyone looked at each other. This was something that would affect everyone's survival. Out of 10 paths, only one would lead them out alive. So, the question was, who should grab the spaceship? It stood to reason that the strongest person should be the one performing this task, and the strongest in the team was Nero with the biggest background. But to ask someone from such a huge background to accept such a huge responsibility, and only a young teen at that, everyone was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Nero gritted his teeth and set his resolve. "Let me go. There's no one more suitable than me." The captain looked at him, but in the end, he did not try to dissuade him, only solemnly saying, "We're relying on you. We'll be engaging the enemy to earn time for you. Remember, everyone's life is in your hands." "I understand." Nero took a deep breath, regaining his calm. He controlled his mechanical suit to enter stealth mode, casting one last glance at his members. He then separated, vanishing into the darkness. The captain breathed out heavily and turned to the rest with a severe expression. "You guys don't need me to tell you what to do. No matter what, lure down every single enemy." "We understand." The vice captain had a complex expression and nodded. Other than Nero, everyone else understood what the captain's tone implied. In actual fact, they had 2 plans. The first was to allow Nero to capture the spaceship and then escape with him. But if this level failed, they would unhesitatingly invoke the hidden level, which was to turn themselves into suicide warriors, allowing Nero to abandon them and run off by himself. It was not just because of Nero and his relationship with the army commander, but everyone also knew that the future of this young man was immeasurable. Only by allowing a person with potential to escape could they then obtain their revenge in the future. After sneaking around in the dark for a moment, the commotion of his teammates fighting the Kundi soldiers came from Nero's communicator. At this moment, he was no longer on the battlefield, but had arrived in front of a collapsed area leading to the ground level. He remained hidden, using the radar to lock onto the spaceship closest to him in the air. His palms were slick with sweat as he carefully released a unique-looking hovering guard. It was painted in black and gold, and it looked completely different from all of Nero's other equipment. There was an unparalleled sense of quality in it. After being released, it smartly started to circle around Nero's head. "I'm relying on you, brother." Nero patted the hovering guard, his heart firm. "Relax, kid. With your big brother here, no one can hurt you." The hovering guard actually replied. This was Nero's final card. This hovering guard was a present from Han Xiao when they first met. It was high-grade equipment, personally built by a beyond grade A super, driven by dark energy. In addition, it had the blessings of Emperor's Gift and Machinery Fusion. After Han Xiao obtained the skill of Mechanical Life Tinder, he had also transformed it into an intelligent mechanical life form with its independent consciousness and chance to grow. He had named it Sky Guardian. Even when Nero was a kid, the Sky Guardian without any mechanical force could fend off grade C supers. Now, with Nero as a grade C+ super, along with perfect mechanical sense, the Sky Guardian could unleash even more RCE. Even when compared to grade BS, Nero did not lose out at all. Nero had never taken out this trump card of his, especially when sparring in school. Even if a pugilist rushed up to his face and beat him black and blue, he had never taken out this killing machine. His true combat capability was unknown, even to Mia, who was the closest to him. Within the school compound, Mia had often sparred with him, but she did not know how strong he could be if he went all out. Staring at the radar on his screen, Nero breathed in and out to stabilize himself, allowing his energy to fill every cell of his body. I can do this." Nero did not hesitate any longer and activated his thrusters. His entire body shot forward, blasting through the rocks at the entrance and rushing into the sky. The 3 battleships immediately set their guns and fired at Nero. The power of the battleship's cannons were deadly to a grade C, but the Sky Guardian accompanying Nero shook, and rays of light shot out from it, forming a golden protective shield to surround Nero. All the artillery cannons bombarded the area in a burst of fireworks, but the shield only showed a slight crack, which instantly repaired itself. It forcibly endured an entire round of firepower. At the same time, the Kundi battleships above understood Nero's intentions and activated their shields, preventing external entry. "Open a pathway for me." With a thought, the Sky Guardian released a blinding ray of mechanical force, which quickly reformed into a hexagonal-shaped muzzle. An all-consuming black beam burst out, carrying immense penetrative force. The rate of fire was incredible and resembled the actions of someone who was rushing urgently toward the toilet. The target battleship's shields were blasted apart, and Nero seized the chance, rushing into the gap created. Pa. Compressed orbs were thrown out from his hands and transformed into laser-cutting drills with electromagnetic bases. They attached themselves to the spacecraft, quickly cutting through its hull to create an entrance to the internal compartments. Nero did a barrel roll in midair, slamming into the spaceship. Without a word, he threw out a large number of mechanical soldiers and activated his weapons, cutting through the ship's members as if he was chopping vegetables. Because this spaceship was the one that had sent the ground troops to capture Nero's team, its strength on board was insufficient, and this made it more convenient for Nero. Firing without any reserve, Nero did not take much time to kill his way into the main control room, and he immediately took out a virtual intrusion chip manufactured by the army. He inserted it into the core of the spaceship's artificial intelligence. He was not a virtual mechanic yet, but the army provided such virtual intrusion aspects. At this moment, Nero stumbled because the spaceship had suddenly begun to tremble violently. Looking outside the window, Nero saw that the other 2 spaceships had turned around, facing him to concentrate their fire without caring about the lives of their comrades. To actually fire at your own teammates, how vicious. Nero clicked his tongue but did not slow down, killing his way into the command room and seizing the authority of the spaceship. He immediately poured the majority of energy into the battleship's shields, controlling it to slam into the nearest enemy. The shields of both spaceships collided, creating firework-like sparks. The other spaceship lost its momentum, careening off course. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the direction it was sent flying was precisely where the second enemy spaceship was. Both enemies collided toward each other, and they lost control momentarily as they attempted to steady their spaceships. Taking this opportunity, Nero piloted the spaceship, directly sliding below the 2 spaceships, parallel to the ground. "Come out quickly. I've got the spaceship. Meet me at the coordinates that I'm sending over. I'll beam you guys up." Nero shouted into the channel. "Beautiful." His teammates exclaimed in joy. They then used their strong bodies to withstand the pressure, breaking out of the Kundi race soldiers' encirclement. The next moment, a portion of the rubble exploded, and the team members rushed out, with the Kundi soldiers chasing close behind. Nero's face lit up, and he shouted, "Captain, don't stop." This was a race against time, so Nero had no time to control the 2 enemy ships that had adjusted to fire at him. He immediately used the traction beam to attract his team members, at the same time releasing a large number of turrets to fire at the pursuing soldiers, providing cover. Nero did not dare drag out the battle, so after rescuing the team, he immediately rushed into the sky, fleeing into the universe. Soon, the rest of his team joined him in the command room, rushing up to rub Nero's head frantically. "Kid, good job. Haha, we're saved. I thought we were gonna die this time." To get it so smoothly, it seems like luck is on our side. Everyone had on a joyous expression, continuously praising Nero. Don't count your blessings too soon. We're not out of danger yet. Although the captain tried to dampen their spirits, he was grinning from ear to ear himself. While there were still spaceships after them, their situation was much better compared to before. After celebrating for a while, they remembered the rest of their comrades who were still trapped, and their joyful expressions quickly faded. "We've managed to escape, but what about those in our unit that have been surrounded?" someone asked. "There's no way. We cannot help them because there are too many enemies. If we try to help, we will only get surrounded again." His captain shook his head in response. He understood the current situation clearly. Going with just their one spaceship was as good as sending themselves to their graves. It would only waste their chance of escaping. This should be the best time for them to separate and run. They should not engage in further battles. At this time, Nero recalled something, and his heart began pounding rapidly. That's right. I don't know how Mia's team is doing. Having thought of this, Nero could no longer sit still. He immediately passed the spaceship to his teammates to operate while he took out his communicator. The time that it took to connect was akin to him being boiled alive. It was excruciatingly long. Nero's heart was burning with anxiety as he waited, but the call never got through. He called every single one of Mia's teammates, but no one answered as well. The call only connected when it reached Mia's captain. From it came the sounds of battle. Cough cough. "Nero? You guys have escaped?" "That's me. You guys got ambushed too? How's the situation?" "We have a spaceship that can save you." Nero spat out quickly like bullets. Don't come over. You guys must take the chance to run. My entire team has already been captured, and I'm the only one still left resisting. I will not be able to hold on for long as well. You guys can't save us. Quickly go cough cough." While speaking, the communication was suddenly cut. Nero's expression tightened, and he turned to walk toward the hatch of the spaceship. Having witnessed the previous scene, his teammates immediately leapt up, swarming over him as a mob and restraining him. "Nero, don't be suicidal," the captain shouted. "I have to save her." Nero was tackled by the 7 or 8 blokes, and he could not move at all even if he struggled. However, his attitude was firm. "Don't be a fool. I told you just now, but going over to save them is as good as suicide," the captain roared in anger. "I know. That's why I'm not intending to ask for help." Nero gritted his teeth. "This is my own choice. I will not let you guys get involved. You can pilot this spaceship and I'll go down alone. Don't stop me. Going solo will make it even more impossible. There's no point sending yourself to die." The captain was set on holding Nero down. Nero struggled for quite a while before he finally calmed down. He sat down on the ground, his hands covering his face as he kept silent. Empathizing with Nero's situation, the captain could not help but sigh, patting Nero's shoulder. He also did not know what to say, and he could only mutter in a depressed tone, "She has only been captured. She's not dead yet. There may still be a chance for their survival. We can only escape for now and think of ways to save her later." The moment he spoke, Nero raised his head and spoke in a low tone with reddened eyes. "You're right. I was too rash. Thanks for stopping me. I cannot allow Mia to fall into the enemy's hands, not knowing what they will do to her. I still have one last hope." As he spoke, Nero stood up, taking out his communicator. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to dial Han Zhao's num. "Are on the communicator." He had originally decided not to rely on Han Zhao during his service so as not to disappoint him, but he did not have a choice. The communicator rang 3 times in total. The interval between each ring seemed like eternity to Nero. After 3 rings, Nero heard the familiar voice. "Oh, Nero. What have you called me for?" Han Zhao's face wore a slight smile as he answered. "Godfather, I've disappointed you." Nero rubbed his eyes, softly speaking. "I've met something I cannot solve, and I hope you can help me." "Go on," Han Zhao simply replied. Nero quickly explained the situation with his head lowered, waiting for a reply. Seeing his expression, Han Zhao stroked his chin as he smiled. "I refuse." Nero jerked his head up with an expression of shock and surprise. "Very surprised?" Han Zhao kept his smile. "Your identity now is different. You're no longer my godson, but also an ordinary soldier. While I indeed give you preferential treatment, I cannot give you special care forever." But, Nero's eyes turned red. "It's not that I cannot help. Putting aside our relationship, let's look at this from a business perspective. What can you give me to hire me?" Han Zhao indifferently continued. I don't know." "Then, how can you expect me to help?" Han Zhao blinked. "My relationship with you is not fake, but I cannot help you without a reason. Rules are set like this, so what you desire must be exchanged for something else. Throwing away your identity, what else do you have to offer me? Nero's emotions were a mess and he muttered, I have nothing. Looking at Nero covering his head with both hands, his expression despondent, Han Xiao spoke softly as he smiled. What? Are you feeling despair now? Think about it, how long have you not expressed your thanks toward me? Hearing this, Nero's figure shivered and he lowered his head. I'm sorry. I beg you. Let me ask you again. Have you felt this despair yet? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, emphasizing on his words. Nero was silent for a long time before raising his head. His lips were bleeding due to his biting, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Han Xiao and nodded. Good. Remember this feeling, and don't ever experience it again. Han Xiao straightened himself up before laughing. Relax, I'll agree to your request this time and save your little girlfriend. Nero's emotions seemed to have risen back up after being thrown into the depths of hell. He stared stunned for a while before he recovered his spirits, grasping the communicator with both hands tightly. Thank you. Don't rejoice so early. I never act without a price. Han Xiao propped his head with his hands. You don't know what you can offer me, but in reality, you are not worthless. At the very least, you have a strong gift for machinery. How about using that as a bargaining chip? What does this mean? Nero could not understand. If I really must explain, you can understand it as me not wanting you to waste your gifts. You don't need to fully understand this now, and you only need to say whether you accept or reject this arrangement. Han Xiao spoke with a smile that was not really a smile at the same time. Nero was still befuddled, but he had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and nod his head. I agree. Please help me. At the same time, Han Xiao received a notification on his interface while seated in his Black Star Palace. You have triggered the special character mission, Nero's request. Mission introduction. Nero has agreed to your transaction and is willing to use his own talents and abilities in exchange for your help. Mission requirements. Save Mia Moretto. Reward. Select one of Nero's abilities or talents. Chapter 976 Great Director Han. It really appeared, and to think I get to decide what to learn. I thought it would be a random draw. Looking at the mission description, Han Zhao's eyes lit up with an expression of joy. This type of mission was similar to seeking employment. In his previous life, when players received missions from NPCs, they could negotiate to obtain certain mission rewards from the particular NPC, such as increased pay, better skills, or rarer items. There was even a type of non-combat class named Lobbyist, which had the opportunity to improve one's success rate when communicating with NPCs. This effect was similar to the amount of favorability given to players based on personal reputation. However, the task of specifying the ability to learn had the lowest probability, and it required a lot of luck. Most of the time, it was just a random reward. Han Xiao had merely copied the words of the players in his past life to influence the reward after the mission was generated. It was not guaranteed that this would succeed. In his plan, he thought that it would at most be a random draw reward. This was an unexpected boon. If that's the case, I don't need to rely on luck. He had worried that he might not obtain the perfect mechanical sense from Nero, so he had planned many scenarios for him. He did not expect himself to succeed in one try. With this, there was no need to continue torturing Nero. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly made a weird hypothesis, and his expression froze up. Could it be that even his mission rewards were affected by Nero's advanced luck glow, such that he would obtain what he wanted in one try so that Nero could avoid further torture? It seemed very likely. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Han Zhao's lips twitched, not knowing what expression he should make. In actual fact, this whole scenario deviated slightly from his script. In his original plans, Han Xiao wanted Nero to fall into despair before calling for help. But he did not expect the kid to be so good at fighting, to be able to kill his way out and nearly escape, foiling his plans. If not for the fact that he had prepared a backup plan and had lured that little guy's lover in, Nero would probably not even have sought help from him. As such thoughts flashed by, Han Xiao recovered, and seeing Nero still nervously awaiting his answer, he gave a smile. Okay, the deal is completed. Leave everything to me. Nero nodded quickly, drying his tears. He could not help but urge, Godfather, when will you arrive? I'm afraid that if you are too late, Mia will. He did not know about Han Zhao's mechanical troops being hidden within the team's cabin and thought that it would take several days for Han Xiao to come over and save Mia, which would be too late. Hearing this, Han Xiao laughed out loud and shot him a meaningful look. Relax, it won't take too long. With this, he hung up, not allowing Nero to understand his meaning. Breathing out a contented sigh, Han Xiao turned his attention back to the mechanical host carrying his avatar and nodded. Time to act. Ugh, where's this place? Mia's brain felt like it was filled with chaos, and her eyelids were incomparably heavy. She struggled to open her eyes a little and took in the sight before her. A few meters in front of her was a transparent glass window where a few Kundi soldiers stood. They were looking toward them, whispering, but the glass blocked off the sound, so she could not hear a single word. Her body was filled with fatigue and could not be controlled. It was as though a ghost was pressing down on her, making it difficult to even move a finger. Her body seemed to have been injected with an extremely potent sedative, and all she could feel was that her body was fixed to a device. What's this? Why am I here? Mia racked her brains, trying to recall what she had experienced before losing consciousness. Her brain seemed to be filled with lead, her thinking speed slow and torturous. The memory fragments slowly emerged within her mind, and she thought for more than 10 seconds before she pieced everything together. She had followed the team into the wilderness to check for the abnormal signals, but they had encountered several enemy ships that suddenly attacked them. She was seriously injured and fell to the ground, losing all combat ability. Her brain received a huge shock, and before she went into a coma, she saw that the Kundi soldiers had approached and squatted down in front of her. Then I've been captured? What about the others? Mia wanted to turn her head, but her head was locked in position, so she could only strain her eyes to the corners, glancing about with the corners of her vision. She saw that there was a row of fixtures beside her, with all her teammates fastened on them. Most of them were still unconscious. At this moment, a weak voice sounded beside her. Mia, you're awake? Mia hurriedly swept her eyes over and discovered it was her captain. Captain, you were captured too? I had no way to go against the battleships. Still, the enemies didn't kill us but captured us alive. It's good that we're not dead. Mia breathed a sigh of relief. The captain let out a bitter laugh. You're wrong. Dying is better than falling into enemy hands. Mia was still a little fuzzy and unconsciously asked, why? Think about it. Why would the enemies want to capture us? If my hypothesis is correct, they want to treat us as research material. What's awaiting us is all sorts of inhumane experiments, where we will be drained of every single drop of blood and muscle in our bodies to aid in the development of our enemies. Dying is considered nothing in comparison. The captain's voice was laced with despair. The others from our unit are also fending for themselves, so they have no time to come save us. Hearing this, Mia was stunned silly. While she was a super, she also had the identity of a young teenager, and she had never experienced such a despairing scenario. At this moment, her mind subconsciously thought of Nero's figure. Her heart ached, and her expression was miserable. I'm sorry. I may have to eat my words. I can't continue walking down this path with you. Tears formed in Mia's eyes and trailed down her cheeks, forming 2 long tear tracks. At this moment, the door opened, and a few of the Kundi race soldiers walked in. They went to a cabinet, taking out a few syringes before advancing toward them. While the other party did not speak, based on their movements, Mia knew that they wanted to inject them with more tranquilizers to keep them unconscious. Mia struggled, but all the cells in her body were asleep, and she could not generate any form of energy. She could only watch as the Kundi race drew near, her eyes reflecting hopelessness. At this moment, a strong shock ran through the entire spaceship, and several of the Kundi race soldiers lost their balance. Before Mia could recover to her senses, the few Kundi race soldiers turned into smashed meat paste, and a mechanical soldier appeared in front of her, hovering in the air. It was so quick that she could not follow its movements with her eyes. Kala kala. The mechanical soldier then crushed the device that was imprisoning Mia and her team before taking out the life potion of Aurora and injecting it in everyone. Everyone recovered quickly, checking their bodies with joy on their faces. Their gazes landed on the mechanical soldier, with traces of joy and suspicion. They did not expect someone to have saved them in such a desperate scenario. Mia's mood was tumultuous, staring blankly for a few seconds before she recovered. She stared at the mechanical soldier, asking, Are you from the army? What, can't you recognize me? Han Zhao's voice traveled out from the mechanical soldier. I'm Black Star. The eyes of everyone present turned into saucers. The army commander personally came to save us. What is he doing here? Mia gaped, and she suddenly realized the truth. For someone of Black Star's caliber, the only reason he could appear here was that he had been secretly protecting Nero all along. Everyone soon recovered their senses, rejoicing at their second chance at life. Fortunately, they were in the same unit as Nero. Otherwise, there would be no turnaround for them. Their lives were, in part, saved by Nero. All right, my machines have taken control of the battlefield. Follow me. The mechanical soldier controlled by Han Zhao waved its hands, placating the excited crowd. Thinking about it, he then patted Mia's shoulder as he warmly spoke. After this battle, come with Nero to meet me. I'll introduce you to a few Calamity-grade pugilists for them to take you in as a student. Mia opened her eyes wide, her expression incredulous. Only after a while did she realize that Han Zhao was giving her the opportunity to go under a Calamity-grade teacher, and she was extremely moved. Excitement and pride filled her heart. She did not imagine that she would receive preferential treatment by Black Star and hurriedly nodded in return. Okay, thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency Black Star. It's nothing. I just felt that you have the potential to reach the Calamity grade. Han Shao smiled before turning back to look at the other team members. He thought for a while before saying, as for the rest, you can report to Herluz when you return. I'll ask him to raise your team's authority, allowing all of you to promote, form a new team, or choose a new position. The material reward will also be given fairly. Unexpectedly, there was such a benefit in being caught. Outside the floating base, the mechanical army that had been hovering quietly suddenly exposed their fangs. Against such strength, there was no room for resistance. The floating base was instantly virtually invaded, with all their armed forces disintegrated, and the base fell under the control of Han Shao. The Kundi race soldiers and commanders fell from the heavens into the abyss, turning into captives. On the battlefields, the invisible mechanical army finally revealed themselves, joining the battlefield out of nowhere. Under the astonishment of the troops, all the battleships of the enemy were destroyed. Nero and his team were still running when a mechanical troop appeared in front of them, firing behind them. When they turned back to look, they saw the energy beam passing by their spaceship and piercing through several of the Kundi race battleships chasing after them. The glow of flames was seen as the various spaceships imploded, turning into fireworks that filled the sky. Seeing this, Nero stopped in shock. How did it happen so quickly? From the time he requested the call to his godfather acting, it had only been a couple of minutes. He suddenly remembered Han Zhao's meaningful eyes toward him when the latter cut the call. While Godfather wanted me to experience hardship alone, he sent troops to secretly protect me. I'm sure that the majority of his machines were hidden together with the troops and would appear to help when I'm in danger. So, his words just now were purely to educate me? Godfather, he is harsh with his words, but he's actually a softie inside. Nero was moved upon realizing Han Zhao's good intentions and praised Han Zhao's character as he wiped his eyes. This was the exact opposite of the great mechanic Han's true nature. Nero's thought process was also carefully calculated by Han Shao beforehand, and the progression was still quite in line with the script that the great director Han had written. The battlefield soon fell under the control of Han Zhao's mechanical army, with the Kundi race's small and medium-sized fleets unable to overturn the scenario at all. With his mechanical army quickly ending the battle, Han Shao allowed all the soldiers to land and gather before bringing Mia's team to rendezvous with the rest. Seeing that Mia was safe and sound, Nero's taut nerves also relaxed, and he let out a bright smile. That's great. You're fine. Mia immediately noticed Nero when she landed and ran over to him. She wanted to hug him, but seeing so many people around them, she got a little shy and only lightly hit his mechanical suit with her fist, whispering, "Thanks. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return." Nero's smile got wider. "I said I would protect you." Looking at his silly smile, Mia could not help but roll her eyes at him, grumbling, "It was clearly His Excellency Black Star who rescued me." Cough, cough. Han Shao dryly coughed by the side, interrupting them. "I've saved them for you. The next time you do things, you should be more cautious and attentive. Your luck won't always remain so good, and I cannot always be there to protect you." "I understand." Nero turned to him with a solemn expression as he seriously spoke to Han Shao. "Thank you very much. I'll carve today's lesson into my mind and will not act recklessly in the future. I will not waste my talent." Han Shao smiled and nodded before turning to the other soldiers on the battlefield. He nodded slightly and spoke. "Although I interfered in this battle, the captives were mostly caught by you guys. I will not steal your credit, so you will be in charge of taking this group of captives back. Head to Herluz afterward, and he will arrange additional compensation for you." This time, in order to rob Nero, his colleagues had all been included in Han Zhao's plan, so he had long prepared some compensation. Since he had used them and they were his people, he would definitely give them benefits in return. From Planet Aquamarine till now, this was how he had acted. The mechanical troops had been observing the battle in stealth mode, and this frightening yet undeadly battle, alongside an opportunity to achieve a promotion or an additional monetary reward, was quite a good exchange for them. However, Han Shao had profited the most from this. "It's done." Letting out a sigh, Han Shao hid his excitement as he collected his mission reward. Nero's request has been completed. You have received the option to learn a specific skill of Nero's ability/talent. Please select one from the following options below as the reward. A list of skills popped out, and all the abilities and talents of Nero were listed. Glancing at Nero's skills, there were only two on his priority list: Perfect Mechanical Sense and Advanced Luck Glow. However, he could only choose one, and between both skills, Han Shao needed Perfect Mechanical Sense more, which was the model talent for mechanics, a must-have for every strong beyond grade A. Advanced Luck Glow was something he wanted, but it was not high on his list. After all, the ability did not help in combat capabilities and would also weaken his mutually assured destruction card of reducing the luck of others. Moreover, because his luck was low, this ability would only play a limited role. He was afraid that if his luck was too high, it would be difficult to draw more mission completion cards. Furthermore, with Phaidon at hand, there was no need to increase his luck. Perfect mechanical sense was his goal, and now that he had gained it, Han Shao decided to reward Nero by not letting him suffer any pain for the time being. As for advanced luck glow, he would think of an opportune time to obtain it. Halting his devilish thoughts, Han Shao selected his target on the interface. The next moment, a strong current of mechanical force flowed out within his brain. Selection completed. Your talent, Elementary Grade Mechanical Sense, has disappeared. You have received the talent, Perfect Mechanical Sense. Chapter 977 The Concept of Superimposed Mechanical Senses. The sound of crackling electricity suddenly sounded on the divine mechanical throne as thick jagged bolts of mechanical force lashed out like chains on the floor, leaving blackened scars. His brain tingled slightly, as though undergoing an electrical stimulation. With a dazzling glare in his eyes, Han Shao could feel that the cells in his body were running at full power, with energy constantly being released. After just a few more minutes, the phenomenon began to fade. The world in his eyes had changed subtly. There was now a clearer mechanical perception, and his field of vision penetrated deeper into microstructures. How miraculous! Han Shao narrowed his eyes as he appreciated the changes. The usage of the character summon card was different from actually possessing the talent. Right now, Perfect Mechanical Sense has resulted in a complete change within his body. His basic personal attributes had not changed, but what was strengthened was his machinery affinity, as well as his mechanical force strength. Through his sense organs, the machinery felt closer and more familiar to him. The core effect of Perfect Mechanical Sense was an improvement of his total machinery affinity by x 1.4 coefficient, and this brought him an additional 2 to 3,000 machinery affinity. This W. As enough to allow him to leap through several tiers. There were two secondary functions to this. One was the increase in his machinery quality, improving it by 1 or 2 tiers, which was capped at pink grade. At present, Han Zhao's equipment was basically all orange grade, and this bonus was not too important to him. The other function was more important, which granted +4 to all mechanic skills, which could break through the upper limit. This gave him more slots for his apostle weapons. Mechanical sense was classified as a personal talent, and the difficulty in improving it varied from person to person. Some geniuses easily understood it, while some could not learn it even if their personal strength was incredible. Han Zhao's elementary grade mechanical sense was a drawn reward, so his chances of improving it to the level of perfect mechanical sense were nil. Generally speaking, such talents were either passively awakened or actively cultivated from a young age. As one grew older, the learning difficulty of talents would increase. Finally, I've got perfect mechanical sense, and my normal combat capability is now the same as when I use a character summon card. Han Shao was satisfied. He had looked forward to this ability for a long time. He would no longer appear as an embarrassment. Possessing power of his own was the best assurance, and turning those trump cards that he relied on to blitz during battle into actual combat power gave him higher stability. Now, his qualification as a peak level beyond grade A mechanic had completely stabilized, and the gap between him and the mechanic emperor had shortened once more. However, it was still too early for him to arm wrestle against Manison. The other party also possessed perfect mechanical sense, and right now, he had only filled up his missing gaps. Han Shao was not in a hurry, however. Although he had also reached the peak beyond grade A realm, he was different from everyone else as he still had ample room for growth. Before the next major update, Han Shao did not wish to entangle with Manison. He wanted to take this chance while Manison thought that he had consolidated his position to develop himself within the shadow he cast, lest the other party were to notice his strength once again and challenge him. Although Han Shao was not afraid of Manison acting against him, he did not wish to act before he had established his foundations within the flickering world. After all, Manison had the backing of the Federation of Light, and Han Shao had no way of acting against the other party. However, although perfect mechanical sense has become part of my combat power now, it does not mean that my trump card is lost. The character summon card usage was not related to his abilities, and activating similar effects would give rise to a stacked bonus rather than the usual effect bonus. In other words, the character summon card of perfect mechanical sense was still useful to him. Since he already obtained perfect mechanical sense, this would lead to his bonuses superimposing upon one another. The superimposition of two skills, just how terrifying would it become? It would probably be the only double perfect mechanical sense in the entire universe. Just thinking about it gave him the chills. If he used this in front of Manison, the latter's entire worldview would most likely shatter. It's better for me to leave any blank character summon cards to use on Reynold and Nero, and whether or not I can get the skill depends on my luck. After experiencing the skill a while longer, Han Xiao finally closed the talent description. He went back to his skill list, pulling down the blueprint column, and looked for a new blueprint that he had recently obtained. Space-Time Splicer. Using peculiar space-time technology, open a branch timeline temporarily that is outside of the main timeline. By specifying a complete action plan, one can form a time chain with a beginning and an end, breaking through the space-time continuum by performing a temporal jump through different points of the timeline. It can be used for any arbitrary objects. Usage of this device will bring about an irreversible negative effect. Objects spliced by time and space will suffer from correction by the main timeline, and once completely corrected, the object will be annihilated alongside the branch time chain that was cut out. Remarks: if you're a fan of suicidal attacks, this device is perfect for you. While the technology is not yet mature and perfected, since it's still a suicide operation, there's no need to care about the nitty-gritty details. Han Xiao had stolen the space-time splicing technology from the Kundi race, learning it and investing some experience to better understand the technique before finally obtaining the new blueprint identified by the interface. After spending some time on it, he had finally also finished a prototype. The completed product resembled a 3-story building. Over the last few days, he had conducted simple tests and debugged the space-time splicer. Its operation was very normal, but the startup time was a little long. It also could not be used as and when he liked. Rather, it needed to be connected to a special target pipeline before it would be effective on objects. Naturally, Han Xiao would not use such a dangerous device on himself, but after thinking about it over the last few days, he had concluded that this item would be helpful for the mechanic class. The most suitable object to use the space-time splicing technology on would be the mass-produced machinery. The wastage of the mechanical army would no longer bring him heartache, and with this additional function, he could even perform some war strategies that were not possible before. This sort of qualitative improvement of one's combat capabilities was akin to exchanging one's life for a sudden assault of tremendous strength. However, for a mechanic utilizing the army wave E-tactic, it was naturally cost-effective. Secondly, this could also be used as a new type of strategic killing weapon. Compared to portable psionic bombs, biochemical genetic weapons, and the like, the space-time splicer was more concealed and difficult to detect, suitable for assassination and destruction missions. Han Xiao stroked his chin as he pondered. However, I should minimize its operation as much as possible. When the dynasty discovered the power of space-time splicing technology, they also began to hide and monopolize this technology. While the dynasty will not force me to hand over the technology in my hands, they will also request for me to keep it a secret. He did not hide the matter of him obtaining the space-time splicing technology from the dynasty. He had only seized a copy of the technology before the dynasty monopolized it. There was no need to hide it. Allowing the dynasty to know that he possessed such technology would also increase his authority, and since he had obtained the technology before the dynasty placed any importance on it, it was a legitimate excuse and not a shameful matter. Furthermore, if he were to utilize this technique in front of others in the future, he would reveal the fact that he possessed this technology. By that time, maybe the dynasty would even protect him and hide this matter. No matter what, he would not spit out whatever he had eaten. Shaking his head, Han Xiao took out his space-time amber and hung it in midair before connecting to the external interface of the space-time splicer. He was prepared to test if the space-time amber could be affected by the space-time splicing technology. This was also his first experiment. The operation of the space-time splicer was complicated, and Han Xiao took a while before he got it started. The whole device began to vibrate, and rainbow-colored beams shone on the space-time amber from the pipeline. He stepped back a little, waiting in silence until the vibration of the device gradually stopped. Splicing is complete. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he disconnected the nanoparticles that suspended the space-time amber. The space-time amber dropped down, its surface still smooth and unblemished, as though it had not undergone a time-frame change. Narrowing his eyes, Han Xiao stepped forward to pick up the amber. He realized that there were no changes after examining it for a while. Seems like the space-time splicing technology has no effect on the amber. Having arrived at this conclusion, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was good news to him. Since even the space-time splicing technology could not crack this space wonder, it represented that the space-time amber was still an unsolvable means. Even if the dynasty or other organizations obtained this technology, the space-time amber in his hands still possessed an irreplaceable role. Thinking about it, Han Xiao conducted a new experiment. He spliced a normal machine before using the space-time amber to encase it in order to determine if the effect of the space-time splicing technology would be effective. The principle of the space-time amber worked as a solidified piece of space-time, and the machinery wreathed in it did not experience the side effects of the space-time splicing, ignoring the correction force of the timeline. But at the same time, the normal effect of the space-time splicing would not take place. However, after removing the restriction that was the space-time amber, the machinery was still corrected by the timeline and was annihilated, releasing a huge amount of energy and almost exploding the warehouse. In this case, this means that the space-time amber can only temporarily isolate the object and not completely offset the side effects of the space-time splicing technology, so it can only serve as a coffin. Really suits its name, amber, Han Xiao thought to himself as he brushed off the dust on his body. There might be another way around it, such as starting the action of the space-time splicing in advance, then sealing it. By borrowing the effects of the amber, I can first send it to the target location before unlocking the amber and activating the effect of the splicing. Well, this is akin to a delayed detonation. After thinking about it, Han Xiao felt that this was a promising direction to apply, and he would need more time to explore the various possibilities. After testing a few more times to ensure that this was no fluke, he put away the space-time splicer and took out his communicator, contacting the commander of the Dynasty Exploration Army, Terakov. When the call connected, his huge face appeared on the screen, with the background of a tactical conference room. "Oh, Black Star, what's the matter? You're in a meeting? I can call back later. Just a regular update, it's not as important as you. Just say what brings you here." Han Xiao smiled. "The enemy's movements have been weird recently. I believe you have also discovered that, right?" "Yes, the enemies seem to want to lure us deeper in. Do you have intelligence in this area?" "Kind of. I sent some troops a while ago and broke into the enemy's database. I found out that they intend to use the scorched earth tactics, planning to devour these star systems with the primordial psionic energy to cause damage to the Dynasty fleet. I have the coordinates of their buried energy as well as the movements of all their fleets." "Good job." Tarakov's eyes lit up, and he felt relieved. The majority of Beyond Grade as took a laid-back stance for this battle. Firstly, they had their pride and did not wish to stoop to bullying an indigenous civilization without supers. Secondly, they were afraid that their opponents would throw out primordial psionic energy bombs, thus they only sent their men to respond to the call to arms. However, Black Star had personally gone into the battle. He was worthy of being the talent favored by the Dynasty. 2 words came to mind: reliable and steady. "I'll forward the intelligence to you later. Don't forget to give me my credit," Han Xiao joked. "Haha, rest assured, this credit will be recorded down for you." Terakov was in a good mood, and he felt as though Han Xiao was extremely pleasing to his eyes, always bearing good news. Han Xiao smiled before hanging up. With perfect mechanical sense and the space-time splicing technology at hand, he planned to end the war as soon as possible in order to resume the normal exploration work. The other purpose for providing the information was to improve the evaluation of the Kundi race war mission rating. Since all his other goals had been completed, he might as well help the Dynasty finish its battles faster. Because he did not intend to conceal the space-time splicing technology, Han Xiao did not hesitate, taking out all the intelligence and sending it directly. Terakov was efficient and made arrangements immediately after receiving Han Xiao's intelligence. Several frontline troops were secretly sent to the coordinates shown by the intelligence to foil the enemy's scorched earth plan. In the intelligence given by Han Xiao, the coordinates and movements of all Kundi race fleets were marked. This was equivalent to the Dynasty gazing upon the battlefield without the fog of war, grasping the enemy's every move. The army no longer slowly proceeded in caution, but purposefully dispersed and targeted the main fleets of the Kundi race. The Kundi race did not yet realize that all their plans had been exposed and that they were under the gaze of the Dynasty. At this time, they were still implementing their battle plans. With Han Zhao's help, the Dynasty had saved countless soldiers, easily crushing the Kundi race due to the overwhelming intelligence. The balance between victory or defeat had been completely tilted toward the Dynasty's favor. Chapter 978 Noritria. Han Zhao's intelligence had torn apart the fog of war for the Dynasty, and they swept across the entire Kundi race territory in just a month. Each army legion split their operations up, intercepting the Kundi race main fleet at different coordinates, launching a fierce fight in the starry universe. The battleship fleet advanced as it swept across the galaxy. Under the firepower of the Dynasty, the Kundi race was caught off guard, losing ground and a large number of their battleships. In a certain star system, a Dynasty fleet was fighting against one of the Kundi race fleets. The enemy was in a state of defeat, constantly being slaughtered mercilessly. Yet another battleship of the Kundi race was shot through by a cannon and transformed into fireworks. The enemy's flagship had already been completely surrounded, with the weaponry of the countless Dynasty battleships aimed on it. Once they made any movement, the Dynasty would fire and destroy it. The reason they had not done so was because they wished to capture them alive. A small spaceship flew out of the Dynasty's fleet, carrying the officers of the Dynasty who were responsible for taking over the flagship. The enemy withdrew their shield, as though indicating their surrender. The small spaceship thus approached smoothly and docked itself into the enemy's flagship. The comparison was just like a sesame seed against a grape. The sound of the valves decompressing was heard, and the main door of the flagship opened, revealing a dynasty with pale skin. It was God. The aide-de-camp of the various dynasty officers all possessed certain functions. Some were used more as secretaries, while some aide-de-camps worked part-time during dangerous wars. God belonged to the latter. In front of them was a large group of Kundi race soldiers, surrounding them completely as they tightly gripped their weapons, strongly signaling their readiness for battle. God swept them with a look before ignoring them, reaching out to adjust the universal translator in his ear before speaking. "Who is the commander? Please come out." The Kundi troops immediately went into turmoil, and one of them, dressed smartly in uniform, stepped out. His tone was heavy. "Intruder, why do you understand our language?" Both sides had been fighting from the start and had not exchanged any information. To this Kundi race officer, this was the first time they had communicated with the other party, so they were surprised that he knew their language. "It's just an insignificant piece of technology." God's tone remained calm. The intelligence that Han Shao had passed to the dynasty was the full package, even including their languages. Thus, the dynasty did not need to crack the nuances behind their languages. Rather, they simply imported the language into the universal translator for easy communication. The Kundi race commander did not ask further, instead saying, "Please stop your killing of our comrades. We have already surrendered." "Okay. As long as you surrender and hand over the command to the fleet, we will stop attacking." "Good. Please follow me." The Kundi race's commander turned around, and his men left a path for him to walk through. God eyed them, a ridiculing smile on the corners of his mouth as he strode to follow. The entourage walked down the passages. Along the way, the atmosphere was oppressive, and no one made a sound. After a period of walking, God suddenly let out a snort as he leisurely said, "After bringing us on so many twists and turns, is your ambush ready yet? Don't make me wait too long." Once this sentence was spoken, the commander in front halted in his footsteps, jerking his head back with shock flashing through his eyes. Had they been exposed? But since he had discovered it, how could he remain so calm? While they had already been seen through, they had come too far to retreat now. The tone of the commander grew harsh as he snarled, "After wantonly massacring my troops, you still want me to surrender? Dream on. Let's die together." His words had just been said when heavy trembling came from below them. As God glanced down, he saw the alloy deck quickly swelling up, the seams breaking apart. A dazzling blue light shone through the cracks. To place the primordial psionic energy on board your own flagship, it seems like you've long decided to sacrifice yourself. Before God could complete his sentence, a huge shock reverberated across the entire flagship. The next instant, the psionic energy blasted out, instantly swallowing the bodies of everyone present, including God and the Kundi race commander as it filled up the entire area. At the same time, the Dynasty fleet stationed outside discovered the anomaly and saw the surrounded enemy flagship implode, turning into an expanding primordial psionic energy sphere. The energy mass quickly approached the Dynasty's encirclement, and this was precisely the plan of the Kundi race's commander: detonate and bury the Dynasty fleet with him. Within the commanding flagship, the commander on the Dynasty's side coldly snorted. Indeed, they decided to do a suicidal attack. Psionic handling team, take action. Once the command was given, one of the spaceships detached from the Dynasty fleet. From the head of the spaceship came out a circular device, which shook slightly and resonated, forming an invisible bubble that enveloped the entire psionic energy sphere. An obvious distortion could be seen within the space. The Dynasty had long made preparations for the self-detonation of the psionic energy. This device was specially designed to deal with the pollution caused by the psionic energy. It would wrap up the entire psionic energy sphere, and the energy mass that had just formed was still considered small and easy to handle. The expansion of the energy cluster immediately slowed down and reverted, slowly contracting inward instead of expanding outward, continuously shrinking. The entire process lasted for over 10 minutes, and the primordial psionic energy cluster gradually shrank from the size of the flagship to a sphere with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, and still continued to compress rapidly. The most common way to control the psionic energy's pollution was to use a special equipment to compress its volume, increasing its energy density until it turned into an energy seed, before stabilizing this energy. This method was considered relatively eco-friendly, with the least side effects, and the only issues was that it took a long time and could not be used when the energy had expanded to a certain extent. At this moment, a figure stepped out of the psionic energy cluster, which turned out to be God. Not only was he unscathed, not even his hairstyle had gone out of place, and he even carried with him the Kundi race commander who was still alive. The entire flagship was engulfed by the primordial psionic energy, and only the two of them were still alive. You. The Kundi race commander stared with wide eyes incredulously at Jie. Ud. He had already made the preparations to die with the enemy, but at this moment, he could not believe what his eyes were showing him. God only glanced at him before knocking him out and stretching out his hands toward the energy cluster. Whoosh! Misty traces of the psionic energy moving could be seen in the surroundings as the cluster turned into a small seed the size of a rice grain, shining with a bright blue light. This was a freshly formed psionic energy seed, akin to a blue gemstone. It fell between God's fingers, dyeing his fingers and face with a bluish tint. Despite holding an unstable energy source in his hand, God had a calm expression on his face. He flipped his hand, taking out a spherical containment device before tucking in the energy seed. He then gestured to the Dynasty fleet, asking his colleagues to turn off the control device that was suppressing the psionic energy cluster before returning to the commanding flagship with the Kundi race commander to meet his superior. Good job. I'll personally record this merit for you. The Dynasty's commanding general personally welcomed God back and patted his shoulder. It was precisely because of this ability of God's that he had allowed God to board the enemy's flagship. The primordial psionic energy was an extremely domineering substance. Even a beyond grade A would suffer if unprepared. But Esper abilities had unlimited possibilities, and a rare few abilities allowed the user to survive within primordial psionic energy. God's ability was one of them, and the meaning behind it was extremely special. Before God appeared, the whole universe was speculating about the existence of such a super high-risk Esper ability, but there was never a case to prove their point. God was probably the only case of an owner possessing a super high-risk Esper ability to be discovered since the ancient times, or at least his ability was the most similar to this super high-risk Esper ability. On the surface, he was just a super from the Dynasty military who had just entered the Calamity grade, but due to the special nature of his power, he had received a lot of attention from his superiors and had entered the list of key supers under observation. The Dynasty regarded him as a potential beyond grade A seed and had high hopes for him. Hearing the praise, God smiled lightly and recollected himself, standing by the side. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Dynasty started warring on multiple fronts, fully moving into battle. The Kundi race armies were defeated one after another, the Dynasty's sudden full-scale offensive disrupting their momentum. Everyone, we are losing this war. In the conference room of the Kundi race flagship, the Kundi race leader placed his palms on the table as he glanced coldly at the upper echelons present. Our defeat was expected, but this process has spiraled out of our control, one of the senior officials said solemnly. Our fleets, which were hiding in different positions, were all accurately attacked by the enemy, suffering heavy casualties. This is strange, as though the enemy seems to have knowledge of our coordinates. The battle strategy of the Kundi race was to slowly lure the enemy deeper into their territory, bringing them into the hinterlands before using their main fleet to attack the Stargate and cut off any paths of retreat of the enemy. They would then use the Scorched Earth plan to wipe the area of as many enemies as possible. However, the precise attacks of the Crimson Dynasty had disrupted their battle strategies completely and made them wonder if their own intelligence had been leaked. There's no way for us to judge now whether the enemy is utilizing special observation methods to locate our hidden main fleets or have stolen our internal intelligence. If it's the former, it's still okay, but if the latter situation has happened, our situation now is grim. The enemy likely has insight on our Scorched Earth plan, and they might even have grasped the coordinates of all our troops, including our location. One of the officials had an uneasy tone as he spoke. The Kundi race leader said, "No matter what, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. We have yet to properly master the quantum network technology and application, and the enemy's technology is better than ours. We should first temporarily give up on this convenient communication technology. But in that case, we'll become even more passive. Forget about it. Now that the big picture is already gone, it's time for us to evacuate and pray for the Scorched Earth plan to take effect." The leader spoke in a commanding tone. The problem remains, does the enemy have any information about our Scorched Earth plan? If even that is exposed, we need a remedy. How do we remedy this problem? The troops implementing the Scorched Earth plan have been out for a long time. Even if the enemy has gained their coordinates, it will take some time to catch up. Thus, as long as we cut off the link between them and the headquarters, closing the quantum network, we will cut off all information exchanges with the outside world, so the enemy will lose sight of their coordinates. Hearing this, everyone could not help but nod. This was a method to turn the troops involved in the plan into a blind and deaf ghost fleet. Since the enemy know of our plan, they will have prepared to deal with it, someone said. Even if they do not know the location of the primordial psionic energy explosion, they can identify by observation and quickly manage it. In this manner, the effect will be greatly reduced. That's right. Our strategy could be considered, to a certain extent, to have failed. The Kundi race leader's tone was decisive. But we must leave as few resources as possible for the enemy. In any case, we must cause a certain degree of loss to the enemy. Among the upper echelons, no. Any objected. Seeing that there were no objections, the leader then opened the virtual screen of the conference room, entering his own permissions before accessing a confidential interface that monitored the location and status of all Scorched Earth Plan troops in real time. At this point, the interface showed that all troops were rushing to their destination, proceeding as normal. Confirming that the plan was still running as normal and had not been destroyed by the enemy, everyone was relieved. This was their last hope. Everyone quickly connected to the representative of the Scorched Earth Plan, and his figure soon appeared on the virtual screen. There is an order from the upper echelons. Change all psionic energy bomb locations and cut off the quantum network links. Close all channels of information completely and only reconnect to report the results when you have changed all locations. With a few instructions, the leader ended the call. Less than a minute later, the real-time monitoring on the virtual screens slowly dimmed one by one as the links were disconnected. Seeing this, one of the officials sighed. While this is not the best solution, at least it's more secure. The Kundi race leader nodded. Surveying his surroundings, he spoke in a heavy tone. Since it has been properly deployed, we can start to evacuate. Remember to bring all the super captives with us. As matters had reached this point, the Kundi race decided to recall their troops and evacuate. They had profited by catching a few supers during their past few battles and planned to experiment on them, so they were taking them back to study. At the same time, within one of the borders of the Kundi race territory, one of the fleets of the Scorched Earth Plan was being attacked by the Dynasty fleet. The Kundi race battleship was being boarded, and the Dynasty supers cleared the soldiers within the battleship. The captain barricaded the command room, immediately sending communication requests to the headquarters again and again. However, all of them seemed to sink into the sea without any sort of movement. What's going on? Why aren't the upper echelons answering the emergency call? The captain screamed in exasperation. At this moment, a cold beam pierced through the metal doors of the command room, penetrating the captain's body. Arg! The captain screamed and fell, and blue blood spilled out. A Dynasty officer who was holding onto an alloy knife walked in, and glancing at the communication call on the virtual screen, he smiled and turned it off before looking at the unwilling captain's eyes. Don't waste your energy. You cannot contact anyone right now. Hearing this, the captain's eyes grew wide. Don't tell me. The knife swung, and a huge shrimp head flew up into the air. Blood splashed everywhere, forming a poor representation of some abstract art. Sheathing his weapon, the officer turned away, not bothering to explain his plan to the enemy. This was one of the lessons all military personnel had to undergo. In fact, Han Shao had not just delivered intelligence to them, but had pulled out all the stops. Since he had decided to help, he had conveniently handed over the loophole program that left him in control of the Kundi race quantum network to improve his task evaluation. The entire command system of the Kundi race was completely reduced to a plaything for the Dynasty, where the latter could manipulate them as they liked. All the pictures seen by the Kundi race headquarters, including their communication targets, were illusions created by the Dynasty. The Kundi upper echelons thought that their troops had received all their orders, but in actual fact, nothing had gotten through to the soldiers on the battlefield. The Kundi race had already turned completely deaf and blind and mistakenly thought that the situation was proceeding according to plan. This was just an illusion that the Dynasty had arranged. Since their system was paralyzed, the troops could not call for assistance and could only be slowly eaten by the Dynasty. Without the support of an interstellar society, the Kundi race was akin to a crippled star cluster civilization. Their quantum network technology was bad and completely vulnerable to Han Shao. If they were a true star cluster civilization in the explored universe, Han Shao would not have been able to gain control of their quantum network so easily. Virtual mechanics were originally considered a strategic weapon in the intelligence department, and Han Shao stood at the peak of the beyond grade A level. Furthermore, with the recent addition of his perfect mechanical sense, his role in wartime far outstripped that of the other classes. It was enough to let the enemy die without knowing how they died. Within a starry sky far away, the migration fleet carrying all the civilians of the Kundi race turned around without anyone sensing, returning along their original path. There was no display on the star map, so everyone in the ship was unaware. The Dynasty did not have a habit of letting its enemies go and had already set up a web to capture them all. The Kundi race had practically no way to retreat. Chapter 979 Certainties and Uncertainties. At a certain place in the borderlands of the Kundi race, the remainder of a Kundi race fleet was slowly cruising through space. Not long ago, this fleet with the code name of Sea Flag had gone through a rough fight. They were attacked by a Dynasty admiral's fleet, which forced their command ship and guard ships to break away with their lives and escape with their tails tucked between their legs. Currently, there were only 20 or so guard ships around the command ship. The rest were either eliminated or scattered somewhere else. The Sea Flag fleet belonged to the 3rd Cosmic Army of the Kundi race. The commander of their fleet was the renowned general of the 3rd Army, Oliard, who is praised to be the Star of Two. Moro. When the Marshal of the Third Army reached his retirement age a few years ago, Oliert was seen as the top candidate to take on the position of the Marshal. However, due to the fact that the data of a destroyed ship was received a few years ago, the upper echelons made the decision to prepare for war. This led to the retirement of all army officials to be delayed, so this matter was put aside for the time being. At this time, the Sea Flag Fleet was moving in stealth mode while waiting for the next order from command. Inside the bridge of the command ship, the atmosphere was grave and silent. Everyone was immersed in the pain and agony of losing the battle and losing their comrades. Oliert stood before the most front porthole in silence, only showing his back to everyone in the room. The color of the carapace on his body was a mixture of sorrowful green and raging red. In the battle earlier, almost everything he did was expected by the enemy commander. He was partially responsible for the loss of that battle. Everyone knew that the commander was the one facing the most pressure, so none dared bother him. After hesitating for a very long time, the aide-de-camp finally found the courage to walk to Oliert and said quietly, "Sir, we say no more." Oliert turned around as his body gradually turned into the color of calming blue. He then said slowly, "This was not just my personal failure, but a failure on the level of civilization background. I did not lose to the opponent, but the enemy's entire civilization." Oliert knew that his talent as a commander was no match for the dynasty's admiral, but he felt that this was not just the issue of individual ability and that the main difference came from the civilization backgrounds. During the battle, he made the most detailed and careful decisions he had ever made in his life. To him, his performance this time could even be placed in the curriculum of military schools as a crucial case study. However, to his absolute shock, the response of the enemy was unbelievably quick. His plans were seen through almost instantly. Meeting such an opponent was a heavy blow to his confidence as a commander. This did not mean that Oliert was incompetent. In fact, he was already considered top-notch by the Kundi race's standards. On the surface, this situation happened because the ability of the dynasty admiral was far superior to his, but the deeper reason lay within the difference in civilization backgrounds. The rise of the three universal civilizations was accompanied by the wails of countless races. As they experienced the flames of war, all the battles were recorded in the curriculum of their military schools. Therefore, no matter what situation their commanders faced, they were able to come up with the respective solutions almost instantly. Comparatively, the Kundi race had experienced way too few galactic wars. All the strategies they were using had been abandoned by the explored universe long ago for being too behind. This was what the difference between backgrounds meant. After the battle, Oliert was pessimistic. He saw completely no way of winning even parts of the battle, and the continuous crumble of the various fleets right now was the best proof for that. He was not the only one that felt this one. All the soldiers fighting on the front lines basically had the same pessimistic view of this war. They were furious that their home was coveted by the enemies, but they did not think that the sacrifices in this war were necessary. However, as soldiers, they had to follow the orders. Oliert sighed in his mind, put these pessimistic emotions away, looked at the aide-de-camp, and asked in a deep voice, "Has an order from command arrived?" It has just arrived. They've told us to stand by and retrieve the scattered fleet, then rendezvous with the main fleet of the Third Army to plan for the attack on the enemy Stargate." Oliert slammed the table and said with rage, "Bullshit. Why are we retreating now? Have command lost their minds? We were just defeated and forced to scatter. How can we stay in this dangerous area to recover the rest of the ships? Do they think that the enemies won't chase after us? Furthermore, the main fleet is already in shambles, yet we're being asked to rendezvous and attack the enemy Stargate. This is basically asking us to commit suicide." Many of the officers in the room felt that this strategy was problematic, but they did not dare speak. They all stared at Oliert and waited for the decision of their commander. Oliert took a few steps back, suppressed his rage, and said, "Contact the Marshal. I'm going to ask him personally about what's going on with this decision." The aide-de-camp nodded and immediately made the arrangements. A communication interface popped up on the virtual screen. After a few seconds, the other side picked up the communication, and the Third Army Marshal appeared on the screen. "Oliert, I heard you were attacked. Glad to see you're still alive." Luck was part of the reason. Oliert tried his best to speak as calmly as possible. "I have received the order from the command department. Are we planning to attack the enemy Stargate?" "Yes, that's the order. Don't you think that's problematic? The battle has already deviated from our initial plan. We shouldn't linger now. It will only cause more meaningless sacrifices." "I know. I think it's time to retreat, too, and I'm talking to the upper echelons. For now, let's follow the order." Oliert became silent for a moment before ending the call. The aide-de-camp asked cautiously, "Sir, what should we do now?" Oliert glanced at him and suddenly said, "How many battleships do we have left?" 24. Gather all the captains into the communication channel." As this order was executed, Oliert stood in place with hands behind his back and waited for a while. The images of the remaining captains then appear, one after another on the screen. This time, Oliert made a hand sign and said slowly, "Remember what I'm going to say next. I'm only going to say it once." He then went on to say a ton of standard, encouraging words and repeated the order of the command department, during which he kept making several hand signs. All the captains stared at him very closely. "All right, that's all. Let's do it." Finally, Oliert placed his hands down and completed his speech. The images of the captains disappeared on the screen one after another. This time, the aide-de-camp who was looking at the other command screen suddenly said with shock, "Sir, all the captains have turned off their artificial intelligence cores and blocked all outside information. We can't contact them anymore." Oliert, however, expected this. He nodded calmly and said, "Very good, go turn off the artificial intelligence core of our spaceship." The others were shocked to suddenly understand what was going on. They were in disbelief. "This means that we're going to be deserters." This, the aide-de-camp was stunned. Oliert glared at him and said with a stern tone, "What are you waiting for?" The aide-de-camp hesitated for a moment before making the arrangements. Very soon, the artificial intelligence core of the command ship was turned off. This way, the remnants of the Sea Flag fleet became a ghost fleet that had lost contact completely to the outside world. Only now did Oliert heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the others who were still lost and explained, "Sorry, this is all to be as cautious as possible. If I'm not wrong, our quantum network has already been completely infiltrated by the enemies." With these words said, everyone was shocked. Oliert glanced around and said slowly, "I know the Marshal very well. He's a stubborn soldier who would never question orders from the superiors. Although this is a difficult time and everything could change, we can't ignore any suspicious behavior. I suspect that what I just spoke with was not the Marshal at all. The enemies have very likely infiltrated our command system. All of you are experienced, so I don't have to emphasize the consequences of that. Therefore, the war is already over. I can't possibly follow their orders anymore. The only thing we can do now is save ourselves. The hand signs I made earlier were a special code that very few people know. I told the captains to cut off all external connections. From now on, we have only ourselves to rely on." Everyone was completely stunned by these words and could not process this much information shortly. Their minds went blank. The aide-de-camp clenched his teeth and said, "Sir, what we're doing is making us deserters." Oliert was not insulted or furious at all. He calmly glanced at him and said, "This is a war that we're destined to lose. No matter what you think, I will not send my troops to the battlefield to die. Deserters? Now, we might be the last survivors of the Kundi race. Then, where should we go? As far away from here as possible." Oliert looked outside the porthole into the depths of the galaxy. "I think that there might be a problem with the route we're taking." Inside an extremely narrow room on a spaceship, a few members of the Kundi race in ordinary clothes gathered around. This was one of the spaceships of the migrant fleet. Everyone on board was civilians. Most people on the ship felt uneasy and lost about the future. The atmosphere was depressing. Due to the high population, many civilians had to squeeze in one room on all the spaceships. Those in this room happened to be blood-related brothers. "Big brother, what did you discover?" a short brother asked. The buff and muscular elder brother among these brothers said with a deep voice, "I have a friend who's a crew member on the guiding ship. He told me a piece of inside information. According to the schedule, the fleet should have arrived on one planet for a short rest. However, we did not come across any planets yesterday, and the fleet has been moving nonstop. Could it be that they've changed the plan? How about asking your friend again?" "I've been unable to contact him," the elder brother said. "I think there's something wrong. Bro, could you be too sensitive? If something happened, the people above would have notified us. I have a very bad feeling about this. I can't quite describe it." The elder brother shook his head. "Hey, what's the point of thinking so much? It's not like we can do anything about it. Let's just follow the arrangements of the fleet," one of the brothers said casually. This time, the youngest brother suddenly said, "Big brother is right. There's something wrong with the route the fleet is taking. We're going right back in the direction we came from." Everyone looked at him. "Don't speak nonsense. How did you realize that?" The youngest brother pointed at the porthole and everyone looked over. On it was a simple drawing of circles, from small ones to larger ones. This time, a planet outside the porthole had perfectly aligned with the circle in the middle. Seeing this, the expression on everyone's face changed. Having lived in one room, they kept no secrets from each other. Some time ago, a planet had appeared outside the porthole, so the youngest brother had drawn the outline of the planet on the porthole, and he had been doing the same thing every day. The size of the circle changed every day from smaller to larger, then to smaller again, which represented how far away they were. At this time, this planet's outline perfectly aligned with the drawing from a few days ago, and everyone knew what this meant. "I'll go ask about it." Seeing this, the elder brother could no longer sit still. The rest hastily followed behind him. They quickly passed by the crowded cabin that looked like a refugee camp, came to the middle cabin, found a few soldiers, and explained the situation. There. Is something wrong with the route? A soldier picked his ears and said impatiently, "That's not something for you to worry about. What are you being so concerned for? It's true. I can show you the evidence." "Aye. All right, all right." This soldier waved his hand. "The guideship has the star map. If we really have deviated from the route, it will definitely be adjusted immediately. Just go back and wait." Speechless, the elder brother had no choice but to lead the rest of his brothers back to their room and wait. However, 3 days passed, and they looked at the drawing on the porthole every day, only to realize that the fleet was still going back in the direction they had come from. The route was not adjusted at all. The elder brother tried to contact his friend who had given him the inside information every day and only was able to do so on the 3rd day. However, his friend's reply made him even more disheartened. "We've deviated from the route? No. Our star map shows that the route we're taking is completely accurate. We didn't run into the supply planet I spoke of?" "Oh, that's an error made in the long-range observation, so the star map was a little inaccurate. I have already reflected this to those above, and our star map has been updated, so there's no problem now." "What drawings?" You guys are probably mistaken. That's a new planet, not the one we saw earlier. Anyhow, the navigator here shows we have been advancing all this time." After turning off the communicator with a grave expression, the elder brother stayed silent for quite some time. Suddenly, as if he finally had the resolve to make a decision, he said, "Do you trust me or the people above?" The brothers exchanged looks with hesitation. The youngest brother could not help but ask, "What do you want to do?" "My bad feeling has become stronger and stronger. There's definitely something wrong with this. Maybe the people above are sending us into the pit of fire." The elder brother lowered his voice. "I don't want to stay on the spaceship anymore. I'm planning to steal supplies and a life-saving cabin for us to escape." "Have you lost your mind?" Appalled, one of the brothers said, "That's suicide. The fleet will definitely capture us. Even if we succeed, the supplies we steal will run out sooner or later. What are we going to do when we have no food and no fuel? Also, do you have a star map? Without a star map, how are we going to escape?" "I can obtain the star map and the authorization for the life-saving cabin from my friend. As for supplies, the medium life-saving cabin has a full set of facilities. As long as we arrive on that planet, we can use the devices to refill the fuel, which will last us many years. Food-wise, we will need greenhouse incubators, crop seeds, and nutrition fluid makers, which can all be obtained on the ship. When the crops are being produced, we can rest in the cryogenic chambers," the elder brother said quietly. "I've been inking about an alternate plan for the past 3 days." This was not a sudden decision. The others still shook their heads. Leaving the main fleet of their people to survive in the unknown universe with just a few of them? This plan was too crazy to think about it. "I'm going with you." This time, the youngest brother stepped forward and shrugged. "You know me. I don't like to be restricted by rules. Since we've left our home, I'm not planning to continue living a peaceful lifestyle of following what everyone else does. I want to explore the vast universe myself. You can say I like adventures, or you can say I love to seek excitement. No matter what, count me in." The elder brother nodded, looked at his other brothers, and said, "I know you all have concerns. The universe is way too big. With just a few of us, we will be facing the deepest loneliness and fears. Maybe I'll be proven wrong in the end, but I'm not willing to sit and wait passively. I won't force everyone to go with me." The second oldest brother hesitated for a while before saying, "Bro, I'll go with you too. You're the person I trust the most. I trust your judgment." Seeing 2 of them making up their minds, more people were shaken. One of the brothers shook his head with resignation and said, "Sigh, all right, let's do it. From the moment we left our home, I already considered myself to be dead. What's the worst that can happen with being more adventurous? We're brothers. We can't separate from each other." These brothers had grown up together and were used to sticking together. After some hesitation, in the end, all of them agreed to the eldest brother's plan. The amazing thing was after they had made up their mind, the hesitation and unease disappeared, replaced by incomparable excitement and anticipation. "Big bro, I have a suggestion. We should at least bring one woman, right?" Everyone burst out laughing. The heavy atmosphere disappeared, and the room was filled with a joyous spirit. "That's right. Not just one, we should bring a few more. Haha, we might become a stray civilization in the future." For the days to come, these brothers used their own network and connections to quietly prepare for their plan. As the migration spaceships had a large number of daily supplies, they were able to find what they needed easily. The only question was, how were they going to obtain those supplies? With courage, money, connections, and a little bit of luck, they used several methods to obtain most of the supplies they needed. Very soon, the day to execute the plan came. It went smoother than they could have ever imagined. According to the intelligence they collected, they secretly entered the ejection point of life-saving cabins and stepped into a medium life-saving cabin. They then turned off the artificial intelligence core and switched it to manual control mode. The eldest brother's hand stopped above the eject button, but did not press it instantly. Have you guys made up your mind? As soon as I press this button, there's no going back. If we're captured, we'll become prisoners. We're not much different from prisoners now. We're more like manual labor to the people above. It's just that we're given a different name as population resources. I have been wanting to get rid of this identity for a long time, the youngest brother said with a carefree smile. Nonsense. The eldest brother shook his head and chuckled before pressing hard on the button. The life-saving cabin suddenly descended and was shot into the cosmic space. As they left the spaceship, they subconsciously looked outside the porthole and were stunned. What they saw was many life-saving cabins also being shot out like fireworks from other spaceships of the migration fleet before leaving in different directions. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the Kundi Race territory border, the core fleet that the Kundi Race Command Department was in came out from the Stargate. They turned around and dismantled the Stargate used for retreat. All right, we have arrived at the target area. According to the coded order sent before, the surviving fleet will be gathering here. Inside the command department, the upper echelons of the Kundi race gathered and browsed the message that they had received from the other fleets before they cut away their network connection. The Scorched Earth team has sent their report. The psionic bombs in various places have been detonated successfully, and the plan is complete. The other fleets have also sent the report that they're retreating toward the location we have designated. The situation is still manageable. The Kundi race leader heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, everyone else was also feeling slightly better. Things were finally going according to their plan. As they were worried about their information being leaked, Command did not dare maintain a long-term network connection. Therefore, they had given up live communication and did not even dare transmit orders the ordinary way, worrying that it would be intercepted by the enemies. The orders were all in special codes. However, before they could catch their breath, the alarm suddenly rang. Attention, attention. Unknown large fleet discovered ahead. How have we met a fleet here? Is there an ambush? See if it's the enemies. The various upper echelons quickly executed the order. Within just a few seconds, the report came from the fleet captain. Everyone, we have already confirmed it. They're not enemies, but our own fleet. The upper echelons were immediately relieved. They almost had a heart attack. Phew, that scared me. It should be teams who have received the order to rendezvous here arriving in advance, even quicker than us. At this time, the fleet captain spoke again with a weird tone. Guys, you have misunderstood me. They're not our armed fleet, but the migration fleet we sent away a long time ago. For some reason, they have all returned. The entire place became dead silent. The upper echelons were stunned for a second before freaking out. Chapter 980 Settlement. Didn't I get them to leave already? Why'd they appear here? Who asked them to come back? The Kundi race leader jumped up and flew into a rage. The other upper echelons could only longer sit still and were filled with trepidation. The situation had already evolved out of their control. The civilian fleet was the final hope of their Kundi race and their weakness. They dared to wage a war in their homeland because they had sent all the members of their race away. Upon seeing the members of their race return, the upper echelons were flustered. Right at this moment, a holographic screen appeared in the middle of the conference table, and a figure dressed in a military uniform appeared before them. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the figure, and they were in shock. This figure cleared his throat and slowly said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Terakov, the Crimson Dynasty Marshal. I am the one fighting all of you." Upon seeing the scene, everyone present understood what was going on. They originally thought that the enemy was only tapping into their communication channels, but it seemed as though it was not as simple as an intelligence leak. The enemy was actually able to initiate a call and probably controlled all of their networks. This was the worst-case scenario, and everyone blanked out. Tarakov's gaze swept past everyone present as he calmly said, "All of your intelligence has been grasped by my side, and we have already cut off all your communication with the outside world. All the intelligence reports that you have received during this period were forged by us. In truth, less than 10% of your troops are still alive. They are as good as wiped out. Do not have any more fantasies. Your Scorched Earth plan has been seen through by us, and we completed our final attack a few days ago. You no longer have the strength to fight back." These words crushed the belief of all the upper echelons present, and they slouched back in their chairs in a daze. The Kundi race leader began trembling. Terakov did not even blink. "On behalf of the Crimson Dynasty, I am initiating a final negotiation with all of you. Our long-distance psionic weapons have already locked onto your civilian fleets. I give all of you 5 minutes to consider. If you choose to fight back, your race will be wiped out. If you attempt to contact your civilian fleet, your race will be wiped out. If you cut off from the quantum network, your race will be wiped out. If you do not give us a reply in 5 minutes, your race will be wiped out. I will promise not to open fire if you choose to surrender and disarm yourselves." He spoke as though he was only going out for grocery shopping. Wiping out an entire race was something that an experienced commander like him had no qualms about doing. Gee. The words were extremely bloody in the ears of the Kundi race upper echelons. The dynasty had secretly recalled these civilian fleets to dissolve the enemy's battle intent. When the survival of their entire race was at stake, the enemy would definitely collapse. The dynasty had plenty of experience in this regard. Compared to the exploration era, the three universal civilizations no longer massacred civilians. If not, they would not have given the other party a choice. After saying those words, Tarakov's figure disappeared, and a countdown timer was shown on the screen. We're finished. We shouldn't have started a war back then. Look what we've done. Upon seeing the timer countdown, many of the upper echelons fell into despair. Many of them present had already considered such a scenario but still held on to a trace of hope in their hearts before this. The upper echelons in the conference room had already lost their cool, and the conference room fell into chaos. The Kundi race leader then said, "We no longer have any hope. Let's surrender." Now you know how to surrender? What were you doing before this? All the usually respectful upper echelons started cursing. If it wasn't for your stupidity and brashness, would we have fallen to such a state? That's right. If we didn't choose to fight but escape instead, we wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. That's right. It is all thanks to your mistake. You are a sinner of our race. Looking at these upper echelons who usually fawned over him venting their anger, the Kundi race leader let out a self-mocking laugh. The one who chooses to escape will always be the smartest. Not only did they have to give up their homeland to the invaders, they even had to run far away and not trouble their invaders. How generous. Their entire race was forced to leave their homeland, and everyone was living in fear. If they chose to escape without fighting, the pride of their race would be destroyed, and it would be difficult to construct it again. If they had killed enough enemies or sacrificed sufficient soldiers, their race might have been able to come out from this loser mentality and face a common enemy. This way, there would have been a possibility of welcoming a golden era. It was a pity. In the end, he chose to say nothing. The war came to an end with the surrender of the Kundi race. From the start to the end, it only took a short 3 to 4 months. Compared to his previous life, the Crimson Dynasty ended this war in less than half the time. The reason for this was because of Han Zhao's contribution. The coordinates that he provided could reduce the effort that the dynasty had to put in to find the enemy's main camp. Seizing the enemy's quantum network resulted in a crushing defeat for the enemy. These two factors greatly sped up the process of the war. In his previous life, the Kundi race managed to create some trouble for the dynasty, but with Han Zhao's help, the Kundi RAC did not create any trouble. They were crushed under the dynasty's might and did not even have the ability to fight back. The dynasty then took over the Kundi race's remaining fleet. Great Mechanic Han, who was slacking off far away, received a notification on his interface. Flickering world, Kundi race war, mission completed. Mission rating, perfect. You have received 4,500,000,000 experience, x4 random reward, plus 7,500 Crimson Dynasty contribution points, and 1 legendary point. Star Cluster legendary point, Dustlight Star Cluster Kundi race war contributor. You participated in the war with the Kundi race and rendered huge merits. The milestone, Civilization Destruction, is now activated. Milestone activation requirements: participate in 3 large-scale galactic war missions related to the life and death of a civilization, star system level and above, and aid your faction in defeating the enemy. Mission rating cannot be less than excellent. Current progress, 1/3. Plus 30 Tarakov favorability, plus 5 Ernrel favorability, plus 10 Tenny Aminos favorability. Dungeon creation, Kundi race war. The war is finally over. Their efficiency is pretty high. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Although he did not personally participate in the war, the intelligence he provided gave him a perfect mission rating. The rewards were not too bad either. Although it could not be compared to a Beyond Grade A boss mission, it was basically impossible for players to complete the Beyond Grade A challenge missions. 4,500,000,000 experience was also plentiful to the players in the later versions. Han Zhao would not be too picky with his food. In any case, he was only slacking off in his headquarters. The experience was like a freebie to him. Receiving 4 random reward chances was also a good thing. 7,500 dynasty contribution points was also a bountiful reward. The Kundi race was a native civilization after all and did not pose much of a threat to the dynasty. Han Zhao felt that it was probably due to him sharing information about the space-time splicing technology with them. Although he had already learned all the ultimate knowledge, the contribution points were still useful. He would be able to use them to obtain precious resources or military support. Furthermore, if he had a Beyond Grade A super willing to remain in his army, he might have to exchange for the ultimate knowledge of other classes. Ultimate knowledge was guarded by the various advanced civilizations, and they usually would not allow Beyond Grade as to claim the ultimate knowledge of another class without a good reason. Making use of the ultimate knowledge to attract talent was akin to snatching business from the dynasty. As such, the dynasty would not agree to it, and the various beyond grade A allies also would not share ultimate knowledge with each other. The only exception would be if they had a beyond grade A officer in their organization. Of course, this was a rare scenario. After all, most beyond grade as would not be willing to serve under someone else. Han Shao had some memories of the civilization destruction milestone. The civilizations above the star system level were all protected by the peace treaty, and it was rare for a civilization to be wiped out. Only the players belonging to the various evil factions had a chance to trigger such a milestone. The effects were not too bad. Wearing the civilization destruction milestone would increase his damage by 6% and his range by 25%. However, the price to pay for obtaining such a milestone was also extremely high. He would need to participate or incite a life and death battle between star system civilizations, and they were extremely rare. Furthermore, there would be a chance for him to become a wanted individual after the matter. As part of the lawful faction, it would be even harder for him to obtain such a milestone. However, the benefit was that he would not become wanted. Han Shao was not too surprised that there was not a political asset reward. The Kundi race was still lacking, and destroying them was not that important to the dynasty. However, he had managed to gain a series of favorability increases. Apart from Terakov and the ruler, all the various commanders including Tenny had their favorability increased. The dungeon formed was similar to the Secret War and Germinal Organization dungeons. He would be able to form various different dungeons. Because the Kundi race was not too powerful, the dungeon created also would not be too difficult, but the reward would not be low. After looking at his rewards, Han Shao closed the interface and let out a long breath. Space-time splicing technology, perfect mechanical sense, and the mission reward. My rewards this time were plentiful. The Kundi race is the only obstacle, and the second exploration phase can go back on track after this. Because of his interference, the outcome of the Kundi race was changed. In his previous life, the dynasty spent a long time finding the Kundi race territory, which gave the Kundi race enough time to move their civilian fleet. At the same time, the Kundi race fleet also had sufficient preparation time and was not caught off guard like this time. Understanding the map gave the Kundi race a strategic advantage and the chance to analyze the dynasty's battle tactics. As such, the Kundi race was not kept in the dark when the dynasty infiltrated their main system, but managed to put up a fight. As such, the Crimson Dynasty did not choose to negotiate but wiped out the Kundi race. However, a portion of their civilian fleets were able to escape and were not caught by the dynasty. What Han Shao did not know was that the Kundi race's new homeland in his previous life was still within the flickering world. After all, they did not understand what a star field was. The dynasty managed to discover the Kundi race's new homeland in the exploration process. The dynasty had already placed huge emphasis on the space-time splicing technology by that time. As such, the Kundi race's new homeland was reduced to dust, and they were secretly wiped out. This time, destiny took a different path. Han Shao stroked his chin and entered the quantum network. He was prepared to see how the dynasty planned to deal with the Kundi race. In the Planet Lighthouse office, there were two figures. The one standing was Terakov, and the one seated was Ernrel's long-distance projection. The dynasty now had to worry about how to deal with the Kundi race. Should they kill them or rear them? The ruler and upper echelons had to make such a decision. Terakov was currently giving a report to Ernrel, and they were talking about the problem regarding the captives. It will be 7 days before the arrival of the captives. Your Excellency, how should we deal with them? Ernrel then stroked her chin and said, the upper echelons have already discussed this matter. Some support the idea of pulling up the weeds by the roots while others feel that we should rear and educate them. We have not come to a final decision. Do you have any suggestions? The battle went smoothly, and since the enemy chose to surrender, I don't feel that there is a need to kill them unnecessarily, Terakov said. We can choose to let them stay on a few planets within the dynasty's territory and keep a close watch over them. We shouldn't allow them to enter the Galactic Society temporarily and educate a few generations. If the outcome is good, we can make them into a vassal civilization. At that time, we can let them into the Galactic Society. During war, he killed without any hesitation and would kill without even batting an eye. But outside of war, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. If this is the case, we will have to divide them out, and we need their leader to help us, Ernrel said. Yes, I am preparing to interrogate their leader later. Right, we conducted a series of tests on the upper echelons of the Kundi race and detected some oddities within their mental state. They seem to have been affected by a psychic current to enlarge the regions of their brain in charge of anger and rashness. Upon hearing that, a cold light flashed in Ernrel's eyes. It's the actions of those star cluster civilizations again. They not only threw a bag of technological knowledge but also made use of a psychic current. If not, the other party might not have been so aggressive. Who was the one most affected by the psychic current? It should be their leader, right? Wrong. The Kundi race leader was the least affected. Ernrel shook her head with resignation. That's interesting. Is this something unique to their species? Right at this moment, the communicator on the table rang. Terekov pressed a button, and his secretary's voice could be heard. Chief Commander, Black Star is on the line. Should I connect his long-distance projection? W. Hi, is he here now? Terekov muttered before shaking his head. I am giving a report to the ruler. Ask him to wait for a while. Right at this moment, Urnrel waved her hands. It's all right. Let him in. He isn't an outsider. All right then. Since the ruler was willing, Terekov did not mind. Very quickly, Han Zhao's projection appeared in the room, and he immediately saw Urnrel. Your Excellency, you are also here. Black Star, I heard of your contributions during this war. Good job. Urnrel nodded. My contributions were negligible, Han Zhao said humbly. What are both of you talking about? Nothing much. We are talking about how we should deal with the Kundi race. A decision hasn't been made yet. Urnrel then repeated the conversation simply before asking, Black Star, do you have any suggestions? I don't have any opinions. I am also here to ask the dynasty about how they plan to deal with this matter. Han Zhao raised his brow. Not having opinions is also a type of opinion. Urnrel then did not say anything. She then looked at Terekov and got him to continue the report. After listening to the report, Urnrel praised both of them before going offline. After sending the ruler away, Terekov looked at Han Zhao with a smile. I am going to interrogate the Kundi race upper echelons. Do you want to join me? I am actually very busy. Han Zhao stroked his chin and said with a joking voice, but since you invited me, I shall reluctantly go with you. Perhaps he could trigger a special mission like with the Dark Star leader. Chapter 981 Interrogation and Wish. All the divisions were gathered to form a massive fleet to escort all the Kundi race spaceships over to Planet Lighthouse. The dynasty's fleet was in the periphery with the thousands of Kundi race spaceships surrounded. Their weapons had already been disarmed, and the energy cores were restricted to only allow the spaceships to fly. The entire fleet had lost the ability to fight back and was under the control of the dynasty. The spaceships of the Kundi race fleet had already been transformed into a prison. The main flagship of the Kundi race fleet was the most heavily modified, with the cabins of the spaceship being modified into jail rooms. The command room was taken over by the dynasty soldiers, and 2 projections appeared in the command room. They were Terekov and Han Zhao. Paying our respects to the chief commander. The moment both of them came online, the sound of the soldiers greeting their commander could be heard. Terekov had already given notice of his visit, and the soldiers were waiting for him. The various commanders of the different divisions were there with their aide-de-camp in the form of a long-distance projection. It has been tough on everyone. Terekov smiled with a friendly attitude. These young elite commanders would be the future stars of the dynasty, and Terekov was truly gratified at the sight of the tale. NTS before him. As Han Zhao looked at the commanders present, he could not help but be slightly startled. Whoa, they're all big shots. A group of future commanders and big shots were standing before him as though it was an inspection parade. Because he knew the future identities of these commanders, Han Zhao found the scene to be a memorable one and almost wanted to take a picture of it. Your Excellency Black Star, you're also here. Tenny was also within the group, and he greeted Han Zhao with a smile on his face. We meet again. Han Zhao nodded, and upon seeing the other commanders look over, he said, I congratulate all of you for winning the war. Having such talented commanders is the honor of the dynasty. The effect of an AoE flattery was not too bad at all. Even though he was only an ally of the dynasty, his status exceeded these young elites who had yet to reach the height of their careers. Everyone liked to listen to nice words, and everyone revealed a smile upon hearing Black Star's praise. Your Excellency Black Star was the true cornerstone of our victory by providing key intelligence. We only performed some manual labor. Your Excellency Black Star's contribution is the main reason for us winning the war. Some of the commanders present immediately responded politely. Of course, there were a few commanders who did not say a thing but only nodded with respect. Han Zhao replied with a smile, but his gaze was suddenly fixed on God. You are. Han Zhao squinted and realized that he did not recognize the person before him. Upon seeing that, God smiled and took the initiative to say, I have long heard of your great name, Your Excellency Black Star. This is God, one of the supers that the dynasty is grooming. I heard that he survived a primordial psionic energy explosion and is extremely outstanding. Terekov laughed and made the introduction. Hello, God. Han Zhao then continued greeting the other commanders while secretly entering the quantum network to check on God's records. Checking a person's background was something that he was used to doing. With his current status, checking the information of some commanders would not be a problem. The next moment, God's resume appeared before him, and the resume seemed extremely simple without a problem. However, when he wanted to view more detailed information, a notification popped up and warned him about a lack of clearance. I can't see it? It seems like they truly place great importance on him. Han Zhao would not bother breaking through the firewall of the dynasty for no good reason to invoke their dissatisfaction. Terekov said that God was a super that the dynasty was grooming. The dynasty would only groom two different kinds of supers, those with a special ability or superior potential. This fellow was only a calamity-grade super at most, and since he was able to survive in the primordial psionic energy explosion, he should belong to the first grow up. In his previous life, the great mechanic Han belonged to the Crimson Dynasty faction and was extremely familiar with the various big shots of the dynasty. If God was truly a super groomed by the dynasty, he should have some impression of the other party. However, he could be sure that he had never heard of such a character before, and he did not have any memory of God. There was not such a character in his previous life. Has the storyline been changed again? Han Xiao thought to himself. I wonder where this new guy came from. Although he was in doubt, he did not find the matter too strange. After doing so many things, he should have already caused the butterfly effect, and it would not be strange for a few new characters to show up. Not to mention the others, even the current manager of the Germinal Financial Group, Iapetus, was a leak that he had dug up. Upon looking at Han Zhao's suave appearance, God's lips curled up slightly. Your Excellency Black Star, perhaps we may become comrades in the future. Han Xiao snapped out of his thoughts. Are we not comrades now? You understand what I mean, God said with a calm smile. How ambitious, I shall wait for you then. Han Xiao raised his brows. Does he mean that he will become a beyond grade A like me? This fellow is pretty confident. He then committed God to his memory before shifting his gaze away. After chatting with the others casually, he brought out his universal, I will treat you to a meal next time ending phrase, and the various commanders went offline. Only Han Xiao and Terakov were left behind, and they continued to patrol the entire spaceship under the guide of the soldiers. The Kundi race civilians were all held in the same place while the upper echelons were locked up separately. Han Xiao first patrolled the civilian region with Terakov. It was just like a refugee camp. Countless Kundi race civilians were gathered together with fear and unease in their eyes. Before the start of the war, many of them were unwilling to leave and felt that the enemy was only imaginary. But now, the civilians were filled with fear in their hearts. They were like prey awaiting the descent of the butcher's knife. Before this, they were the race ruling over the entire star cluster. However, they were now reduced to captives. After patrolling the civilian district, both of them went to the district where the upper echelons were locked up. They stood outside the interrogation room of the Kundi race leader and looked at the other party through the window. Although he was already a captive, the Kundi race leader still stood up straight and maintained his cool. His eyes were currently shut in meditation. I will just listen by the side when you are interrogating him, Han Xiao said to Terakov. The main interrogator was Terakov. He was only there to watch. Besides, the Kundi race leader probably would not recognize him. Terakov then nodded and said to the soldier Bess. Eyed him, open the door. In the interrogation room, the Kundi race leader was seated down and trying his best to sit up straight. He was not as calm as he looked, but he needed to maintain his cool. In his eyes, he was the final representative of the Kundi race. The door opened, and the Kundi race leader opened his eyes to watch two figures walk in. One of them was the military commander Terakov, whom he had seen before, and the other was extremely foreign to him. He was dressed in a black windbreaker and looked like a big shot. This is the second time that we have met, Terakov said with a poker face. Our party has already fulfilled our side of the promise and didn't massacre your race. You now have to tell me everything that you know, including your thoughts and logic when deciding to attack us, the reason for your attack, and everything related to this attack. Remember that your answer will determine our attitude toward how we choose to deal with you. You'd better not hide anything, or the one to regret it definitely won't be me. Virtual technology could steal information for them, but they would not be able to understand the other party's thought process through it. This was the main point of their interrogation today. The Kundi race leader knew that it was only a matter of time before he was interrogated and did not dare hide anything. At the same time, he did not have any intention of hiding anything and said everything that he knew with a heavy heart. Upon hearing the other party narrate his story, Terakov typed out a report. From time to time, Han Xiao looked over and saw a few negative terms such as xenophobic ideology, native arrogance, vengeful culture, and unsuitable for living together. These aren't good terms. Han Xiao blinked. This interrogation report would definitely affect the decision of the dynasty, and these words were dangerous. After a while, the Kundi race leader finally finished what he had to say. Your existence would take away our room for growth, and we are thus willing to find a new homeland that won't be disturbed. We aren't willing to live together with all of you as it will only limit our growth and development. Upon hearing that, Terakov nodded and said without hiding anything, you are right. We will never allow you to rise up. None of them were saints, and the Crimson Dynasty did not explore the flickering world so that they can live harmoniously with the natives. They were not planning to let the natives develop and only planned to give them some space to survive. For most of the natives, it was not a bad thing. The three universal civilizations would educate them, and they would receive advanced technological knowledge. However, to the Kundi race, which had a certain scale, it was a calamity. The three universal civilizations were not interested in having more civilizations eyeing their positions and would definitely restrict their growth. The Crimson Dynasty did not hate He actions of the Kundi race. After all, that gave them the best excuse to subdue the other party with military might. However, Terakov added, I think that you understand that the spaceship wreckage that you obtained was provided by one of our competitors. They were only making use of you to deal with us. They armed you with technology to strengthen your military, but fed you false information about the dynasty. They did not tell you the strength of the Crimson Dynasty, which made you think that you had the strength to retaliate. The spaceship wreckage was like a poisonous fruit. The technological skill was the sweetness of the fruit that hid a deadly poison. As such, all of you thought that the psionic energy, hyperdrive, Stargate technology that you received would fill up the gap between both parties. You thought that you had received the weapons that we had. However, the truth is that our weapons are generations ahead of the ones that you received. You have already seen the outcome. We had the chance to live together. Although you would have lost the opportunity to develop, you would have retained your independence. At times, losing something may not be a bad choice. Upon hearing that, the Kundi race leader shook his head and said, doing nothing as we watch our road to development get blocked isn't the style of the Kundi race. We would rather take a gamble. Well said. A civilization without ambition has no future. I can understand your actions. Terakov nodded with agreement before saying, however, your only mistake was that you chose the wrong opponent. The Kundi race leader then lowered his head. He did not regret his choice, but he was still filled with hatred. However, he did not hate the Crimson Dynasty the most, but the masterminds who had made use of them. They were the true people who had caused their destruction. All right, we shall stop here today. Thank you for your cooperation. Terakov then stood up and was prepared to leave the interrogation room. Wait a moment, the Kundi race leader suddenly said. You guys won't wipe us out but plan to rear us, right? There is such a possibility. However, we will not follow your actions and limit your intelligence. We will only educate your race with our culture. The Kundi race nodded with understanding and took a deep breath. So, I will have to die for sure, right? Terakov paused for a moment and chose not to hide the truth. You will become the target for your race to vent their anger and go down as a lesson in history. You will be the best tool. Han Shao shook his head upon hearing that. These people like to speak in riddles. Thankfully, he understood what they said. If the dynasty wanted to educate the Kundi race, they needed to choose a puppet leader. However, this puppet leader definitely would not be the current leader. This Kundi race leader would be treated as a puppet to put on a show. The end of the show would definitely end in his exec. Yushin, I understand. There needs to be someone to shoulder the blame, and I don't mind leaving behind a name of shame. The Kundi race leader was already prepared to die. I can work together with all of you to put on a show, but I have 2 requests. Don't look at me like that. I know that I do not have the right to bargain, but I can only say these words to you. You can just treat it as a wish of mine. Then please speak. First, we have already surrendered, and it won't matter if you kill me. I hope that you will take care of my race and not kill anyone else. Second, the body of the Kundi race leader suddenly began trembling, and he said with a malevolent voice, I want the people who made use of us to pay the price. Terakov then walked out as though he did not hear anything. Upon seeing that, the Kundi race leader lowered his head silently. He knew that the other party would not accept his request, but this might be the last time he could say such words. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The Kundi race leader looked up, and it was the black figure who had not said a word since he entered. The words he heard then shocked him. I agree to your request. The Kundi race leader was shocked. Terakov paused and looked back with a puzzled look. Han Shao continued with a calm expression. I will write a petition to the dynasty for the members of your race to be placed in my territory. As for making the masterminds pay, it isn't a difficult matter. He would not do this if there were no benefits for him. When the Kundi race leader said his final wish, a new mission had popped up on his interface. Upon seeing the mission requirements and reward, he decided that he had to accept this mission. Who are you? Upon hearing that, the Kundi race leader finally could not help but ask about Han Zhao's identity. You can call me Black Star. As for who I am, you just need to know one thing. I am someone who can get rid of your entire race single-handedly. Chapter 982 Proof of Leadership. You, the Kundi race leader, was stunned as he looked at Han Shao. You would be able to get rid of my entire race alone? This was the first time he had heard such a tyrannical introduction. Just what kind of a background did this stranger have? His reaction was disbelief, but he quickly remembered that the other party came from an advanced civilization that had supers. Everything was possible, and he had to throw away his old-fashioned thoughts. He did not understand Han Zhao's identity in the dynasty, but since the other party dared to say something like this, he was definitely a big shot. Thinking about it this way, this self-introduction of his was truly fantastic. Han Shao immediately got the other party to understand his identity. Why would a big shot that he had never met agree to his final request? Why? Was it pity? Or was the other party only pretending to agree to ensure that he played along? He was filled with doubts. When he first raised the request, he did not have much hope and never expected the other party to truly agree. All of a sudden, the Kundi race leader was filled with disbelief and did not know what to say. Are you worried that I am joking? Han Shao looked at the Kundi race leader. There isn't a point for me to lie to you. Since I promised you, I will definitely complete my promise. The Kundi race leader then could not help but ask, why do you want to help me? Good question. Han Shao chuckled. I am a person full of care and concern. I enjoy helping others and am a benevolent individual. Just treat it as me pitying the Kundi race. This matter isn't a big deal to me. By the side, Tarakov's face twitched slightly. Brother, can you be less shameless? You have at least half the responsibility for the defeat of the Kundi race. You are making it sound as though we are the evil ones. His skin is probably thick enough to tank a psionic cannon. Oh, it seems as though it really is possible. Tarakov cursed in his heart while the Kundi race leader was extremely moved. It was as though he had come to the end of the road and descended into pitch-black darkness. However, a sudden ray of light came into the world, and a helping hand was extended to him. Thank you. The Kundi race leader clenched his fists and said with agitation, it is a blessing to have met someone like you at the end of my life. It is a pity that I don't have anything to pay you back with. It's nothing. I don't need any payment. Han Shao chuckled and could not even believe his own words. Upon hearing that, the Kundi race leader was even more moved. This individual called Black Star was truly the best person in the universe. Tarakov face-palmed and was completely speechless. The scene before him was truly too ridiculous. The other party is responsible for your race's defeat, but you are still full of gratitude toward him. I am truly resigned. After committing murder, you are actually able to let the victims be grateful toward you. At this moment, Tarakov came to a conclusion. Black Star is indeed perverse. I'd better stay far away from him. I am going to retire soon. I don't want to be led astray by him. Han Shao chuckled and left the room together with Tarakov. Walking out of the room, Tarakov turned around and asked with doubt, Black Star, why did you agree to him? He truly never expected this to happen. He originally thought that Black Star was only there to kill time, but never expected the other party to do something like this. He also could not understand Black Star's motives. Han Shao then waved his arms and said, I am in a good mood and wish to be a good person. So, you weren't teasing him just now? Of course not. I am being very serious. Wait a moment, are you misunderstanding something? Ignoring Han Zhao's words, Tarakov began to frown. But didn't you just say that you won't interfere? In the way the dynasty deals with the Kundi race? Are you trying to say that you are prepared to change your attitude and support keeping these captives? There are no constants in the universe. Can't I change my mind? Han Shao raised his brows. All right. Tarakov nodded. I will convey your wishes to the ruler. As for whether your face is useful, that isn't something that I can consider. This is enough. Han Shao smiled. At this moment, Tarakov looked around and suddenly said in a hushed tone, Tell me the truth. What is your intention? Didn't I say that it was because I am in a good mood? Tarakov had a don't try to bluff me look on his face. Upon seeing that, Han Shao shook his head with resignation and said, All right then, I shall be honest. The population of the Kundi race is at the level of a star cluster. Although it will take a long time to educate them, their population will be a treasure chest after the education. If I can arrange for them to stay in my territory, they will be my manpower for the future. The dynasty doesn't need the population of the Kundi race, but it is an opportunity for my development. Upon hearing that, Tarakov revealed a smile that said, I knew it. That's right, this is the Black Star that I know. How could he possibly have such a good heart? You truly live up to your reputation. After thinking for a while, Tarakov felt that Han Zhao's plan was not bad. If the dynasty wanted to keep the Kundi race, they would have to think about where they should arrange for the race to stay. The size of the population would be an important resource, and many allies would eye on this piece of meat. The way he saw it, Black Star was only asking beforehand. As for agreeing to his so-called wish, he understood Han Shao too well and felt that it was probably no more than an excuse. Han Shao took a peek at his interface while Tarakov was in thought. You have triggered the mission, Kundi race leader's last wish. Mission introduction. The Kundi race lost in the war, and their entire race is now the captives of the dynasty with their future unknown. The Kundi race leader is prepared to die and has told you his final wish. Mission requirements. 1. Settle the Kundi race down and provide them with protection during the education period. 2. Take revenge against the mastermind that made use of the Kundi race to deal with the Crimson Dynasty. Failure condition. Population of the Kundi race less than 80% of the population at the start. Complete the first requirement. Reward. 6 billion experience, plus 10,000 Kundi race favorability. Current favorability. Minus 1,500. Relationship. Hatred. 2 random rewards, plus 4 political assets. Kundi race. Kundi race will enter into the awakening era, plus 10% chance of becoming a super. Complete the second requirement. Reward: 12 billion experience, plus 15,000 Kundi race favorability, 1 designated character summon card. Talent: the enemy. Talent: proof of leader. Ship and special skill: Kundi Rage. The enemy. The greater the loss of your health, the higher your damage. Maximum bonus 25%. Effects will be refreshed after leaving combat state. You can use summoned creatures and machinery during the effect. Proof of leadership: you will receive an all-round bonus when you are the leader of a race. The bonus will be dependent on the size and level of the faction. No upper limit. Kundi Rage. After activating the skill, minus 5% health/S for a maximum of 40s. X 2.0 psychological resistance, plus 5% damage, minus 5% INT, minus 20% CHA, minus 10% LUK. You will also be immune to all mental status effects apart from Rage. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Let rage fill your head. The instant Han Xiao saw the mission, he knew that he had to do this mission. The rewards were truly out of his expectations and a huge surprise. It was far too plentiful. Han Xiao remained expressionless, but was truly overjoyed in his heart. Although the Kundi race leader was not a super, he was the leader of a star cluster civilization and thus could give extremely good rewards. The experience and random reward for the first mission requirement were pretty normal. Han Xiao only placed a huge emphasis on the political asset reward. Apart from obtaining experience more efficiently, it would also give him a bigger say in the Kundi race. The dynasty wanted to make the Kundi race into a vassal, but even if they were weakened, they still had the foundation of a star cluster civilization. The excuse Han Xiao gave Terakov was not false. If the Kundi race remained in his territory, the benefits from their large population size was not something to underestimate. After completing the mission, the Kundi race would enter a new generation. There would be an increase in the chance of them becoming a super. While 10% did not seem like much, 10% of a few billion was no small amount. Furthermore, it also gave him a large amount of favorability with the Kundi race, and his relationship with them would be increased to reverence directly. This meant that the Kundi race would be his strength to a certain extent. However, most of the Grade S mission introductions were pretty simple. The first mission only said that he had to provide protection, but did not mention when it would be completed. Han Xiao estimated that his mission would only end when the dynasty unsealed the Kundi race. Thus, the mission would probably take a long time to complete. The second mission, however, would be different. According to the request of the Kundi race leader, his target was to take revenge on the masterminds behind the scene. The rewards for the second mission requirement were what made Han Xiao take the mission. Not to mention a designated character summon card, he would still be able to obtain 3 abilities. The enemy was a practical talent and suitable for him. To a normal individual, by the time he accumulated enough damage to reach the upper limit of the talent, he would probably be left with a sliver of health. However, Han Xiao would be able to easily recover his health, and this 25% additional damage was like a cookie that dropped down from the sky. Furthermore, it would also be effective with summoned creatures and machinery. This meant that the damage of his entire mechanical army would be increased. Proof of Leadership was the most powerful of the 3 abilities and had great fame among the players in his previous life. Players could also obtain this ability. Only the leader of a faction would be able to activate the effects of this talent, and it was similar to a molding talent. Players could also form their own armed organizations and hire NPCs. In the future versions, the players would definitely have a fixed channel to obtain the Proof of Leadership talent. In order to activate the talent, a large number of players would form their own factions, and it would be the start of a new era. The bonus of the talent was determined by the size of the faction. To the players without any fame or money, this talent was completely useless. However, the workshops and guilds were able to fully utilize the benefits of this talent. In his previous life as a lone wolf, Han Xiao had never activated the Proof of Leadership talent. However, he was extremely clear about just how powerful the Proof of Leadership can be. If I am able to obtain this talent now, the effects will be unimaginable. Han Xiao was truly excited. He was extremely passionate about the abilities that could increase his strength. The final skill, Kundi Rage, also made his eyes light up. Double psychological resistance was extremely powerful. Han Xiao's psychological resistance had always been his weakness, and he was interested in any skill that could increase his psychological resistance. Furthermore, it would also allow him to be immune to all negative mental statuses during a short period of time. It was almost akin to a skill that would give him immunity to all mental control abilities. The skill required him to exhaust his health, and it required 5% of his health every second. His health would run out in 20 seconds, and this skill can only be maintained for 40 seconds maximum. Most people would only be able to activate the skill for a few seconds. However, Han Xiao's recovery was overpowered, and he would be able to recover 10% of his health every second. Activating it for a full 40 seconds would not be a problem. The only thing that Han Xiao did not understand was the name of the skill. Since you're angry, shouldn't your attack be increased? Why would your resistance be increased instead? In any case, these three abilities are very useful. As long as I can complete the mission, my strength will be greatly increased. Especially Proof of Leadership. It is best for me to obtain it as quickly as possible. The second mission requirement was for him to take revenge and the mastermind. However, the mission did not explain what was considered revenge. He would have to figure that out on his own. In that regard, it was similar to Ghidorah's Bloodline mission. However, the mission rewards were truly tempting, and Han Xiao would try his best to complete it. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied with the unexpected reward. After deactivating his long-distance projection, Terakov immediately gave a report to Ernrel. He sent over a record of the interrogation and Han Xiao's previous actions. You're saying that Black Star decided to change his mind after observing the captive? He feels that we should educate them instead. Ernrel fell into deep thought. What's the reason? He said that it is for their population. Terakov then briefly explained what Han Xiao had said. Ernrel then nodded and said, since it is the opinion of our ally, we will have to consider it carefully. Black Star's value was much higher than the defeated Kundi race. After all, a national pillar was not common, but there were plenty of vassal civilizations. On top of that, Black Star contributed greatly in this war, and his opinion was highly regarded by the dynasty. In truth, dealing with the Kundi race was an ordinary matter to the dynasty, and it was not of great importance. Placing them in the territory of the Black Star army was not an issue. It would not only increase the population of their allies' territory, and their ally would also be able to help look after the Kundi race. However, Black Star was not their only ally, and they had to balance the various opinions before deciding whether to give this piece of meat to Black Star. As for dealing with the mastermind, the Kundi race leader was not the only one who wanted to do so. The dynasty also had such intentions. Although their opponent was the Kundi race, the Star Cluster civilization that had thrown out the bag of technology was the true culprit, and the dynasty did not plan to let the culprit go. Furthermore, the exploration of the flickering world had not been completed yet, and if they incited a few more native civilizations to create trouble, it would impede the dynasty's progress greatly. As such, it would be impossible for the dynasty to allow the people creating trouble to get off scot-free. Han Xiao's intention was in line with the dynasty's plans. If that's the case, we should investigate which organization threw the spaceship into the Kundi race. A cold glint could be seen in Ernrel's eyes. Chapter 983 Mastermind. The Kundi race war happened in the flickering world, and the dynasty kept the process of the war confidential. As such, this matter did not create a huge storm in the explored universe, with few paying attention to it. Only a few special organizations had paid close attention to the war. In the primeval Star River, Planet Three Kings was an iconic planet and the capital planet of the Moto Civilization. Moto Civilization W. As also known as the Moto Three Kings Alliance, and they were in charge of one of the 4 superstar cluster civilizations in the primeval Star River. The Three Kings Alliance referred to the political situation in the Moto Civilization. During the exploration era, the ruler of the Moto Civilization was a member of the Moto race. The Moto race attempted to swallow 2 other powerful civilizations during the exploration era, but they did not have sufficient strength to swallow up the enemy. As the war dragged on, there were many parties eyeing the 3 civilizations. As such, the 3 civilizations could only choose to cease fire and negotiate. The most powerful Moto race did not need to return all the territory that they conquered. The borders of the 3 civilizations became joint. As trade returned to normal, the 3 races began mixing with each other and showed signs of merging. After that, the war in the exploration era became even more terrifying. The Moto race and their 2 old opponents felt threatened by their opponents. Since the 3 of their territories were near each other, they covered each other's back, and after a long period of working together, they decided to form an alliance to survive. As the flames of war expanded and time went on, the 3 parties gradually expanded and their territory, technology, economy, and military gradually reached the level of a star cluster. During the long period of the war, the signs of the 3 races merging together grew even more obvious, with political marriages being held among the upper echelons. If things went on normally, the 3 civilizations might have ended up like the 3 universal civilizations and schemed against each other. However, they were not the winners of the exploration era and could only listen to the rules of the 3 universal civilizations. After the war, it was time to split up the benefits of the war. The various advanced civilizations finally established proper laws, and every advanced civilization became extremely active in foreign diplomacy to solidify their position. At that time, there were 3 superstar cluster civilizations that were the most powerful. The Moto civilization and the other 2 parties were only star cluster civilizations and did not have the rights to manage the star field. Since the three parties already had plenty of marriages with each other and were almost like a big family, they decided to just merge together so that they could become a superstar cluster civilization and obtain greater rights. It was extremely rare to see the merger of civilizations, but there were a few examples in the exploration era. There needed to be a foundation behind the merger, and the three civilizations had sufficient foundations. The three parties had been in an alliance for a long time, and their races got along pretty well. Furthermore, their economy and culture had already been merged into one, and many outsiders already treated the THRE as one civilization. As such, the Moto civilization managed to gain the approval of the three universal civilizations and became the fourth superstar cluster civilization in the primeval Star River. After many years of development, the Moto civilization had already solidified their place as a superstar cluster civilization and was a top-notch civilization in the explored universe. At this moment, the three kings of the Moto civilization were gathered on the capital planet and listening to a report. The report shows that the dynasty has already recalled their forces. This means that those natives have been taken care of. The dynasty's losses are almost negligible. A figure could be seen in the conference room. It was a mixed-blood upper echelon dressed in military attire. He was skinny and had an eerie aura around him. His name was called Madison, and he was an upper echelon of the Moto civilization. He was in charge of intelligence and stealth missions. The Moto civilization had also sent stowaways to the flickering world like the other superstar cluster civilizations, and Madison was the one in charge of the operation. He was the one who had come up with the idea to make use of the Kundi race to injure the Crimson Dynasty. These natives are far too useless. They weren't even able to injure the dynasty's fleet. One of the leaders shook his head. Natives will be natives, after all. We cannot have too high expectations of them, Madison said expressionlessly. The life and death of the Kundi race was not even within his consideration. They were no more than a tool to him. What are your plans? I have already gotten the stowaway fleet in the flickering world to continue their exploration and find the next native civilization that we can make use of, Madison said calmly. With this native civilization as an example, the other superstar cluster civilizations will also mimic our actions. Not only will it create trouble for the dynasty, we can also borrow the dynasty's strength to get rid of our future competitors. You'd better not let the dynasty find out that we are the ones behind this, another leader said with a deep voice. Don't worry, your excellencies. Madison's lips curled up with a sneer. I have already made the relevant arrangements. It is impossible for the dynasty to find out who the culprit is. A couple of days later, the dynasty's fleet finally escorted the Kundi race back to Planet Lighthouse. The dynasty had also decided on how they should deal with the Kundi race and informed Han Shao. The dynasty decided to settle the Kundi race down in your territory and educate them. During this period, you must cut off their connection from the Galactic Society and they will be in your charge. Terakov brought this piece of good news to Han Shao. All right then, just leave the matter to me. Please thank Her Excellency for me. Ernrel's words must have played a huge part in the dynasty's decision. This way, the first mission requirement would probably be fulfilled. There will be people meeting up with your Black Star Army later. Terakov nodded before changing the topic. There is something else. The dynasty is currently investigating the mastermind behind this matter. However, there are few clues, and the spaceship wreckage is of a very common model. We aren't able to find its serial number, and we have to first trace the spaceship to the stowaways first. We may need your help for this. I would be happy to help. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Since this matter was related to the mission, he would naturally be willing to help. Finding the identity of the mastermind was the first step to completing the mission. However, the stowaways would have definitely escaped into the unexplored region. It was no different from finding a needle in a haystack, and it was a challenging task. He would probably have to seek Aesop's help for this. The mission introduction was extremely vague, but he was certain that relying on the dynasty's punishment would not complete the mission requirement. He would still have to rely on himself in the end. This means that I will have to clash with a complete superstar cluster civilization. There would definitely be dangers, but he still had some advantages. After all, the three universal civilizations enjoyed bullying these superstar cluster civilizations the most. Thus, it shouldn't matter, even if I go overboard. Right, the direct broadcast of the Kundi race upper echelons will be starting soon. You will be mentioned. Do you want to watch it together? Terakov said. Han Shao nodded. Okay. At the same time, on the Kundi race flagship, a dynasty intelligence officer threw a document to the Kundi race leader. The Kundi race leader, who had his eyes shut, picked up the document and read it slowly. After reading it carefully, he slowly said, "This is the outcome that you have prepared for me? I will work together with you." I know, but we still need some insurance, the dynasty intelligence officer said expressionlessly and held onto the Kundi race leader's head to plant a psychic bomb. This would not influence the Kundi race leader's independent thought, but they would be able to control his thoughts remotely. I have already made a deal with His Excellency Black Star and will not make a silly move. This is a pointless action. The Kundi race leader shook his head. The intelligence officer did not reply and said with a deep voice, "Follow me." It is time for the live broadcast. Letting out a long breath, the Kundi race leader stood up and tidied up his clothes. After a full minute and ensuring that there were no creases or dust left behind on his clothes, he departed and welcomed his death. Chapter 984 Punishment. A large number of Kundi race civilians were held in the Kundi race flagship. A simple carpet was laid out on the ground, and the civilians were all cramped up together like refugees. The door opened up, and a butler-type robot walked in with a push cart with boxes of food stacked on it. "It's time to eat," the dynasty soldiers who were currently on duty cried out. Ever since they became captives, these Kundi race civilians had lived in fear toward their unknown future. However, they were not abused in any way. The dynasty gave them their meals every day, and the civilians had calmed down greatly because of this. None of them made any irrational moves. The butler-type robot then weaved through the crowd to pass out food. These captives all sat up straight and began devouring their food as they chatted with each other. The atmosphere was still pretty calm. In the crowd, an adult and a child were eating their meal. The female adult then poured half of her food for her child. "Mummy, aren't you eating?" Upon seeing that, this child raised his head. "You eat first. I will eat after you're done." The adult female looked at her son lovingly. "No, let's eat together." The child shook his head and mumbled, "If only Daddy was here." "Mummy, where did Daddy go?" Upon hearing that, the mother fell silent. She then looked at her son and forced out a smile. "Your father may be on another spaceship and is unable to visit us. He will come and visit us after everything is over." "Hooray! I really miss him," the child said with excitement. "When will everything be over?" "It should be soon." She obviously was not confident, but she still had to force herself to look calm. Upon seeing her child engrossed in his meal, she turned around and wiped her tears away. She knew full well that her husband would probably have met with misfortune because her husband was a military officer. She had been sent away at the start of the war but brought back again as a captive because of the dynasty. Although the dynasty had sealed off all information, she could imagine the losses in the battlefield since the Kundi race had lost. Since she could not communicate with the outside world, she did not know if her husband was dead or alive, and she was still holding onto the last bit of hope in her heart. In front of her child, she had to suppress her fear and unease, and she was enduring a huge pressure in her heart. After her child went to sleep at night, her face would be washed in tears as she wept silently. She did not know how the Crimson Dynasty would treat them and could only lie to her own child. Beep beep beep. Right at this moment, a holographic screen popped out and attracted everyone's attention. A familiar figure then appeared on the screen. "It's the leader." A commotion broke out immediately with some of them standing up. The same scene happened on all the Kundi race prison spaceships. Most of them were completely clueless about what was happening on the outside after the dynasty sealed off all news. This was the first piece of news that they had received ever since they became captives, and also the first time that they had seen their leader on the television since. This mother placed down her food and pulled her child to watch the screen. On the screen, the Kundi race leader faced the camera and slowly said, "Members of my fellow race, I have a piece of news to announce. We have lost the war completely, and around 70% of our military strength has been wiped out. The fleets that are lost or destroyed are as follows." He then began reading out the long list of units that had been lost or destroyed. The family members of the soldiers all had their attention focused on the screen, afraid that they might miss a number. As the list was read out, there would be some who collapsed on the ground with their hearts shattered and heart-wrenching crying from time to time. This little child did not really understand what was going on. However, he suddenly felt his mother's body swaying, having almost collapsed. He hurriedly turned around to hold her hands. "Mummy, what's wrong?" This mother's body was trembling slightly. If she was a human, her face would definitely have been pale at the moment. She stabilized her body and tried to speak calmly. "I'm all right." She had heard the name of the fleet that her husband was serving, and her final trace of hope had been shattered. Her vision blacked out, and she almost fainted. But upon thinking about her son beside her, she suppressed her emotions and could not even cry. Sobbing sounds could be heard everywhere, and grief filled the entire room. After finally reading out the entire list, the Kundi race leader said with a deep voice, "I have to take responsibility for the loss of the war. This wrong decision made by the upper echelons resulted in the loss today. In truth, this war could have been avoided. The enemy wasn't the one who started the war, I was. The dynasty came from afar to explore the unknown. They're actually a peace-loving civilization, but my arrogance and enmity blinded my heart. A third party made use of me to view the Crimson Dynasty with enmity. We then attempted to take the initiative to attack the Crimson Dynasty, which incurred the rage of the dynasty. We originally had the chance to live together peacefully without any war or bloodshed. We would only have had to change our culture. It is a pity that my mistake resulted in us losing this option. My arrogance destroyed the bridge for both parties to communicate. I take responsibility for everything that has happened, and my mistake has pushed the entire civilization into the pits of despair. He then took out a document, which was the confidential report of the first psionic explosion trap and the dynasty's casualty tabulation to prove that he was not lying. Following which, the Kundi race leader stood up and bowed to the screen. I was the one who destroyed many families in this war, and I apologize for that. Everyone now understood the reason for this speech. It was for him to own up to his mistakes and explain the reasons for the war. Looking at the scene, many people flew into a rage. I'm sorry? You caused such great harm to the entire race. Is apologizing even useful? If not for you starting the war, all those soldiers wouldn't have died, and we would still be leading a normal life. How would we have been reduced to captives? It is all because of you that our civilization has met with such a crisis. All of these could have been avoided. A single sorry is enough. The Kundi race leader then returned to his seat and continued speaking expressionlessly. I know that everyone is very concerned about how the Crimson Dynasty will deal with us. Rest assured, the Crimson Dynasty is a civilization far more advanced than us, and they will not massacre commoners or take away our intelligence. They have decided to let go of us and settle us down in another star system. They will return our freedom to us and help us construct our new homeland. Upon hearing that, everyone began to calm down slightly. This was the problem that they were all worried about. It was already extremely lucky for them to emerge alive, and the other party was still willing to let them go and return their freedom. It seems like the Crimson Dynasty is a peace-loving civilization indeed. Many people had such a thought. Their race had provoked the war and was in the wrong, but the dynasty still treated the captives with mercy and behaved benevolently. After making such a comparison, everyone's enmity toward the dynasty weakened. Of course, there was no such thing as rationality for such a matter. As the party who started the war, there were still many people in the Kundi race who harbored hatred toward the dynasty, especially the family members of the soldiers. However, after this explanation, their anger was mainly directed toward the Kundi race leader. At this moment, the Kundi race leader took out another document with Han Zhao's resume written on it. This was provided by the dynasty. Our new homeland will be in the territory of a big shot in the Crimson Dynasty. His name is Black Star, and he will provide protection for us. He is a respected figure, and it was because of his request that the dynasty decided to return us our freedom. Looking at Han Zhao's picture on the document, everyone remembered this individual who had spoken up for them. In the office on Planet Lighthouse, Han Zhao's projection was currently watching the Kundi race leader's speech together with Terakov. Upon seeing that scene, Han Zhao looked at Terakov and laughed. You guys are truly the best. You didn't only give me the resources of the Kundi race population, but also helped me build up my image for free. Terakov took a sip of his tea and smiled. You're welcome. The speech continued, and the Kundi race leader introduced their new homeland to them, but did not mention anything about the propaganda and lockdown of news that they would be subjected to. The outcome today is a result of poor strategy. Yes, and the upper echelons will have to take responsibility for this matter. The upper echelons will all be punished, and I will keep this lesson in mind to lead our race with wisdom in the future to build up our new homeland. As these words were said, the crowd immediately broke out in a huge uproar. What right does he have to lead us after making such a huge mistake? He punished all the upper echelons but didn't suffer the slightest punishment? Too hypocritical. Does he plan to hold on to the position of leader until he dies? Everyone flew into a rage. The entire race was harmed by you to such an extent. What right do you have to continue leading us? Did we agree? All the other upper echelons are to be executed, but your only explanation to us is a simple sorry. What's the meaning of this? Even if you aren't executed, you should step down at least. Your desire for power is too strong. The entire race has been defeated, but you are still sitting in such a position. On what basis? Although you seem to be blaming yourself, you are actually making the other upper echelons the scapegoat. At this moment, the Kundi race leader stood up and revealed a smile. I will head to every spaceship to comfort and encourage all of you personally. I hope to bring all of you the courage to start off again. Defeat isn't scary, and I will be able to make the Kundi race great again. These words should have encouraged the Kundi race greatly, but almost everyone was furiously glaring at the Kundi race leader on the screen. The Kundi race leader then stood up and walked out with a floating camera floating behind him. At this moment, the door opened and a member of the Kundi race walked in. The civilians all looked over and began whispering among themselves. Who is this person? Why is he able to move around freely? I know who he is. He is one of the secretaries by the leader's side. He's appeared on television before. This secretary then clapped his hands and got everyone to keep quiet before speaking. Everyone, this will be the leader's first stop, and I hope that everyone can pretend to be full of gratitude to increase the leader's prestige. Everyone was enraged. You still want us to put up a show at this moment? All of our family members have just died in the war, and we still have to work together with you and appear grateful. Many individuals clenched their fists with their bodies trembling. They did not even know how to describe their own feelings. Their anger toward the leader had reached its peak. Very quickly, footsteps could be heard from the outside, and the door opened again. The Kundi race leader then walked in with his secretary and a group of followers with a consoling smile on his face. Upon seeing his smile, many people could not hold in their anger any longer. "You're still smiling." However, upon seeing the followers beside the Kundi race leader, many of them no longer dared act up and could only glare at him furiously. The Kundi race leader then said with a smile, "Everyone, how have all of you been during this period? I know that all of you must be at a loss. Don't worry, you can tell me about any of your problems and I." Someone threw out a black sticky substance from within the crowd at the Kundi race leader as he was talking. It was the bowl that they were eating from, and the food inside it spilled out on the Kundi race leader's clothes. Scram! A furious voice could be heard from within the crowd. With someone taking the lead, everyone immediately began throwing their bowls at the Kundi race leader. The Kundi race leader was showered with food, and he looked extremely pitiful. "Stop! Stop!" The followers of the leader immediately stepped forward to block the bowls and protect their leader. At this moment, the people from the back who wanted to throw something at the leader but were too far away began squeezing forward. This resulted in the entire crowd moving closer and closer to the retreating Kundi race leader's entourage. "Stop pushing! Everyone, back off!" one of the followers shouted and tried to resist the crowd that was approaching him ferociously. All of a sudden, he overexerted his strength and pushed down a female individual. A childish roar then sounded from within the crowd. "You hit my mommy! I will fight you!" This follower then felt a sharp pain on his leg and saw a little child biting down on his leg. Scram! He could not help but slap this child flying. Everyone in the crowd erupted upon seeing such a scene. "You guys actually hit a kid. Beat them up." Everyone could no longer control their anger. They had abandoned all rationality and began to attack with their fists, teeth, and shells. The entire situation went out of control. The Kundi race leader was pushed onto the ground with people beating him up from all directions. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his neck as it was bitten by someone. Sharp teeth sank down into his throat, and his throat was bleeding incessantly. The Kundi race leader's body trembled, and he looked over. The one biting down on his throat was a female member of his race, the mother of the child who was beaten. The gaze in the other party's eyes was imprinted into his head. This was a gaze filled with anger, hatred, and despair. "Ah!" She then tore out the Kundi race leader's throat with her teeth and let out a loud roar. As blood spewed out from his throat, the Kundi race leader's body became weak and his consciousness became muddled. He looked at the members of his race beating him up, and he was extremely calm. "My show is finally over." His consciousness then faded away. The soldiers on duty then took action to control the situation, but intentionally slowed down their actions to let the mess continue for a while longer. Finally, this bloody incident was stopped by the soldiers, and only puddles of blood were left behind. The PSE of the Kundi race leader was battered and deformed. The floating camera had recorded the entire scene, and the Kundi race members on the other spaceships could also see what had happened. They actually killed him? Good job. This sinner of our race shouldn't be kept alive. Only such a method would be able to punish him. Many individuals were extremely satisfied with the outcome. In a walkway not filmed by the camera, a Dynasty intelligence officer had his back against the wall with an emotion-agitating device. Upon hearing that the situation had calmed down, he turned off the device and walked away. "The show is over." Terekov turned off the holographic screen. "You guys truly made full use of him," Han Xiao said. "Not letting the Dynasty punish him but having the Kundi race execute their own leader. This will definitely be a lesson that the Kundi race will never forget. This incident will be imprinted in the minds of the Kundi race, and their mental state will be greatly weakened to facilitate your education process. This is much gentler than wiping them out," Terekov said expressionlessly and looked into Han Zhao's eyes. "Black Star, find the mastermind." Han Xiao then nodded and said, "Of course, leave this matter to me." Chapter 985 Migration and Clue. Around 10 days later, the Dynasty's fleet and the Black Star Army escorted all the Kundi race civilians to the Odoran star system in Geru. This was one of the territories of Black Star. Han Xiao chose to settle the Kundi race down in the star system. With abundant territories in his hands, he generously lent over 100 planets to the Kundi race. After splitting them up, every planet had about 10 billion inhabitants. With the Galactic Society's production capacity, housing 10 billion people on a planet was an easy task, and their living conditions were not too bad. However, compared to the original living conditions of the Kundi race, it would definitely be a lot more densely populated. Before they received the Stargate technology, the Kundi race's mobility in the universe was extremely poor. As such, their transportation efficiency was low. Despite the Kundi race having a few star systems and over a few thousand colonial planets, there were few migrants, and those who migrated to a new planet would usually stay there permanently. The Black Star Army fleet had rapidly constructed a simple city on the planet with the Dynasty's planet modification package before sending the members of the Kundi race to their respective planets. Countless Kundi race migrants then obediently exited the spaceships and stepped onto their new homeland. Many of them looked around curiously as they explored their new homeland. At the same time, in the command hall of Black Star Palace, there were many uniformed personnel monitoring the situation of every single planet. Han Xiao stood in the center of the hall and overlooked the entire operation. Migrating an entire star cluster is truly a huge project. Aurora lamented by the side. Haluz nodded. After the death of the Kundi race leader, they can only listen to the dynasty's orders and are extremely obedient. Thus, the migration has been smooth. He had also followed the fleet over. After not seeing Han Xiao for a long time, he truly missed his boss and would steal occasional glances at Han Zhao's back. There aren't many accidents. Good job, Han Xiao replied. How are we going to make use of the sudden increase in population? Sylvia's long-distance projection asked. Han Xiao then stroked his chin and slowly said, we won't be able to make use of them immediately. The dynasty will have some plans to educate and reform them. During their reformation, they won't be allowed to come into contact with the Galactic Society or develop their technology. The dynasty will only impart the relevant super knowledge to allow them to slowly grow. It isn't time for us to make use of them yet. We need to rear them for now until the dynasty releases the seal. At that time, they will be an important source of soldiers. As such, all of you must include something extra in the dynasty's reformation process to brainwash them to join the army as well. The size of the Kundi race was even larger than the entire Black Star Army. If he wanted to harvest good crops, he would first have to fertilize the soil. Thus, he needed to emphasize the importance of the Black Star Army to the Kundi race. Although the mission reward contained a large amount of faction favorability points, it was still important to mold their thoughts. Han Xiao then paused for a while before continuing. Also, spread the machinery faith in the Kundi race, and try to get more of them to believe in the machinery faith. During the Reformation period, the Kundi race would not be able to go online, and it would be akin to being separated from the world. This was the best environment to convert them into the machinery faith and also erode the beliefs of the Kundi race. Without any disturbance from the outside world, their only target of worship would be himself. As such, the Kundi race would become a treasure chest for the key of Adeptus Mechanicus. To other mechanics, developing a new batch of believers would be the best option for them to trigger the key of Adeptus Mechanicus. Although the efficiency was extremely low, it was better than nothing. Manison wanted the current believers to worship him as that was the biggest piece of meat. Apart from that, he was extremely glad to see others spread the faith. With the cake being bigger, he would only receive benefits. There would definitely be some believers flowing toward him, and he would not lose out. To Manison, when other mechanics tried to spread the faith, it was akin to planting crops for him. All he had to do was harvest them when the time came. As such, Manison would not make an appearance as long as no one challenged his position. Everyone though. And chatted casually for a while before one of the operators said, Army Commander, the migration is complete. Han Xiao then looked at the screen. All the Kundi race civilians were already on the planets. All right, display the virtual sky screen. The spaceships hovering around the various planets then projected a screen, and all the Kundi race civilians looked up. Han Zhao's figure appeared on the screen, and he said with a smile, My friends of the Kundi race, I am Black Star, and I will be in charge of settling all of you down. Thus, you will frequently see my face on the television for a long time to come. Today, all of you have moved into your new homeland, and all these planets are a part of my territory. All of you can seek assistance from the members of the Black Star Army located on every planet at any time, and there is no need to worry about your safety. I can empathize with what's happened to all of you, and the dynasty is currently tracking the mastermind behind this entire affair. We will definitely find them and punish them, seeking justice for all of you. In any case, I hope that all of you can walk out from your pain and embrace your new life. Han Xiao did not say much. He still did not have the influence for the Kundi race to feel gratitude toward him. As such, he only made a simple speech. The screen in the sky then disappeared. Compared to the dynasty, most of them still had an impression of Black Star. However, they were not exactly friendly toward him. Seeking justice on our behalf? Who knows if he is serious about it? After everything that they had gone through, it was difficult for the Kundi race to believe the promise of an outsider. After the end of his speech, Han Xiao nodded toward Herluz, and Herluz left the hall. After a while, a cluster of footsteps could be heard from the outside of the hall. Herluz then brought Nero and the other graduates in. They had returned with the fleet and were scheduled to meet Han Xiao. All of you are here. Han Zhao's gaze swept over these students. After 4 months of training on the battlefield, most of their auras had changed greatly. After Nero fell into the enemy's trap, he learned from his mistake and reflected on it. He now had a sturdy aura around him, and Mia was also obviously better trained. Han Xiao then could not help but notice the two of them holding hands. Cough cough. Upon noticing Han Zhao's gaze, Mia let go embarrassedly. Both of them were originally close friends with a little bit of romance between them. After the previous event, the romance between them had increased greatly. Although they had not officially acknowledged the relationship, they were much closer than before and behaved like a real couple. Why do I feel like a matchmaker? Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. He pushed those thoughts aside and addressed the graduates. I am gratified to see your transformations. All of you are now qualified warriors of the army. Yupo. And hearing that, the students could not help but raise their heads proudly. After encouraging them, Han Xiao looked at Mia and said with a smile, I promise to find you a calamity grade teacher, and Herluz will be your teacher from today on. He will do his best to teach you. Herluz had already been informed of this beforehand. He was the most loyal toward the army and did not have any complaints. Although I am usually very busy, I will try to find time to teach you. Don't worry, I am different from Reynolds, and I like to adopt a more carefree teaching style. Thank you, Your Excellency Black Star. Mia immediately thanked Han Xiao before greeting Herluz. I pay my respects to you, teacher. Upon seeing that, all the students could not help but be filled with envy. Who was Herluz? He was an upper echelon of the army and a top character who had followed Black Star from the very start. Becoming his student meant that Mia would definitely be a pillar of the army in the future. However, all of them were not the most envious. The most envious individual was definitely Nero. I also want a normal teacher. Why do I have to have Reynolds? Han Xiao then looked at Nero and said with his brows raised, What's with that expression of yours? Nothing. Nero felt bitterness in his heart, but did not wish to say it. He then remembered something and said, Godfather, I obtained a weapon from the enemy during the battle, and I feel that it is a little strange. Can you take a look at it? What's so strange about it? This is a weapon that I obtained from a Kandi race officer during the battle. I got my teammates to help me identify it. Nero then rubbed his head. It seems to be a high-grade enchanted weapon. Han Xiao was stunned. Enchanted weapon? This item was extremely common in the galaxy, but the Kandi race did not have any supers and was a pure technological civilization. They did not know any magic at all. Just where did the weapon come from? Let me see it. Han Xiao was slightly interested. It is in my room. I didn't bring it with me. I will bring it over later. Just when Han Xiao was about to reply, his communicator rang and interrupted him. He took out his communicator to take a look. The person calling was actually Aesop. Why is this darn old man taking the initiative to contact me? Han Xiao then walked to the side and picked up the call. Aesop, why are you calling me? It's what you want, Aesop said with impatience. I foresaw that you would contact me and thus took the initiative to contact you to ask if you want anything. Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. This ability of yours is truly useful. That's right. I do indeed need your help. I need you to help me find some people. Han Xiao then briefly described the situation of the Kandi race. Aesop was also very straightforward. Send me the information later. The more information, the more accurate the prophecy. All right. Han Xiao nodded and asked for a while before asking, how are Ames and Gila? Taking risks everywhere. How else can they be? Aesop rolled his eyes. It isn't as though you can't contact her. Why are you asking me? All right, I will hang up if there is nothing else and inform you about my prophecy. As he said that, Aesop hung up immediately. Han Xiao then put his communicator away helplessly. He was not planning on relying solely on Aesop. He then left the hall and walked to one of the hangars in the dock. A severely damaged spaceship was placed in the hangar. This was the spaceship that the stowaways had intentionally placed within the Kandi race. The dynasty had confiscated it a while ago. Han Xiao had requested that Terakov send this item to him. The dynasty had already made use of every method up their sleeves, but could not find any clues from it. Thus, they did not mind letting Han Xiao try as long as they could find a clue. Aesop's prophecy could only see the future, but Han Zhao's special, bold explorer, skill would allow him to see the past of an item. He felt that he would be able to find something. He then placed his palms on the charred exterior of the spaceship. Let me see what I can find. Han Xiao let out a deep breath and activated Bold Explorer. His vision suddenly spun around, and the scene before him seemed to have been shattered like glass. All of a sudden, these glass fragments joined back together, and his entire world changed. The scene of a workshop could be seen with the skeleton of the spaceship floating in midair and mechanical arms assembling the various parts. Han Xiao observed the surroundings and memorized everything that he saw. The next moment, his vision shattered again, and he could see a spaceship crashing down on a planet like a meteor. The images then stopped at this moment. He regained his original sight, and he was still in the hangar. Bold Explorer has ended. Minus 60% luck. Duration, 14 days. Han Xiao was used to ignoring the side effects of the skill. There was no difference to him even if his luck was lowered. He then recalled the scene that he had seen. The scene of the workshop and spaceship crashing down seemed to be a pretty good clue. He then realized that every worker in the workshop had the same insignia on their clothes. Entering the dynasty's database to take a look, he managed to find his target. This was a spaceship factory located in the primeval Star River. The supplier of the spaceship has been located. Han Zhao's eyes glowed. The factory would usually keep a record of all spaceships produced, and although they did not know the serial number of the spaceship, it was still a clue. It seems like I need to send my mechanical army to the primeval Star River. At this moment, Han Zhao remembered something. Right, the primeval Star River is Manison's territory. Chapter 986 Deity Assassinator, Gold Grade Par. After memorizing the name of the spaceship factory, Han Zhao left the hangar and returned to his room. He then activated his mechanical army located in the headquarters at the Shattered Star Ring to make their way toward the primeval Star River. As soon as he gained Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel and Lord's Descent, he had garrisoned his mechanical army in many different bases so that he could activate Lord's Descent in emergencies. Manison had the largest beyond Grade A faction in the primeval Star River, and the Black Star Army did not have much strength in that region. Currently, his relationship with Manison was not too good, and he had to be careful when he was in Manison's territory. After sending out his long-distance mechanical army, Nero came to find him with the strange, enchanted weapon. Godfather, this is the item that I was talking about. Han Zhao accepted the weapon from Nero and studied it carefully. The weapon was in the shape of a spear, and it was broken in the center. The body of the entire spear was dark green, and it felt like bronze. There was a golden fog flowing on the surface of the spear. The instant he touched the broken spear, a notification popped up on his interface. Deity Assassinator, damaged. Type, Close Combat Enchanted Weapon. Grade, Legendary, Orange. Equipment requirements, LV.230, 830 STR, 1000 DX, 600 MYS. Attributes bonus, plus 146 STR, plus 171 DX, plus 223 MIS. Basic stats, 21,000 to 24,000 basic damage, 3755/9000 durability, 744/15000 energy. Enchantment, Deity Assassinator, damaged. When the target is above LV.200, plus 240% damage. Enchantment, High-Grade Enchantment, Rapid Phantom, plus 60% attack speed, 1.5% chance of releasing 2 phantom attacks, 75% damage, with every attack. Enchantment, Divine Lock, Double-Layer Energy Restriction, 20% chance of inflicting energy restricted status when hitting the target. The target will not be able to circulate or activate energy. 30's cooldown after being triggered. Enchantment, Spiritual Energy Surge. Rune capable of absorbing different forms of energy to replenish the energy value and sustain the effects of the various enchantments. When energy value is above 50%, your attacks will have AoE damage. Enchantment, Molecular Penetration. Plus 1,600 armor penetration. Enchantment, Berserk Magical Energy. Plus 33% critical rate, 20% of critical damage will be turned into true damage. 16 other enchantments, Expand/Collapse. Remark, this weapon is currently damaged. Equipment requirements, basic stats, and enchantment effects will be greatly reduced. This, Han Zhao was startled. Even in its damaged state, the equipment requirement was still level 230. If it was in its complete state, would it not mean that only a beyond grade A would be capable of using this weapon? All the enchantments were high-grade runes, especially the Deity Assassinator enchantment. When the target was above level 200, the damage would be 2.4 times the original. What kind of a concept was this? The greater the number of enchantments, the greater the load. For this weapon to be able to endure so many enchantments, its material must be extremely sturdy. Why would the Kundi race have such an item? Tell me how you obtained this weapon, Han Zhao said. Nero then began narrating what had happened. It was an ordinary battleship battle. My teammates and I killed our way into the hold of the spaceship and exchanged fire with the enemy's forces. I charged straight at the enemy's commander, and his armor was shattered by my attack. I remembered your teachings and didn't forget to deal a killing blow. However, the ground exploded before I could do so, and we all fell down. We then landed in a pitch-black warehouse, and this weapon was placed in a transparent vacuum container. That commander then opened up the container and charged at me with this weapon. I tried to avoid the weapon, but he exploded midway. That was how I obtained this weapon. Exploded? Oh, it should be because the other party's level was too low, and he couldn't endure the enchantments on the weapon, Han Zhao thought to himself. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the strength required to control it. If one did not reach the equipment requirements of the weapon, one would not be able to unleash the true might of the weapon. However, a small portion of weapons had the risk of causing the user to explode, and it was commonly seen in enchanted equipment. Deity Assassinator, it should probably be a beyond grade A weapon. Since it is a weapon with a name, will it be recorded on the web? Han Shao then entered into the dynasty's database and searched for the deity assassinator. A large amount of information immediately popped up before him. He then clicked on the top file. The deity assassinator was forged from a beyond grade A dwarf mage called Divine Craftsman Thorn. He was a grandmaster at forging magical weapons and died in the year 79 of the galaxy calendar. He had crafted numerous magical equipment during his lifetime and made a huge contribution to the study of forging magical weapons. He was a character that one would definitely see in the textbooks of enchantments and crafting. The deity assassinator was a beyond grade A weapon that Thorn forged for his friend, and it was only a part of the deity butcher set. The deity butcher set was a legendary product left behind by Thorn. It was ranked 3rd in the Grandmaster Thorn 100 legendary products list. On their own, the individual parts were only of the orange grade, but the entire set was a universal treasure at the gold grade. Throughout history, there had only been a single owner of the deity butcher set. It belonged to a beyond grade A pugilist who had the title of Divine Spear. Divine Spear had disappeared in year 103 of the galaxy calendar, and the set had also disappeared with him. At this moment, Philip suddenly appeared. My lord, I detect weak multi-dimensional energy from this weapon. Should I conduct a detailed scan? Han Shao nodded and took out various equipment to scan the deity assassinator. The results were out very quickly, and the composition of the multi-dimensional energy was displayed. The amount of negative energy was the highest, and it was the most obvious at the location where the spear was broken. This weapon was obviously destroyed by negative energy, and such energy was commonly seen in the secondary dimension. It means that Divine Spear was most likely killed in the secondary dimension, Han Shao muttered under his breath. Exploring the secondary dimension was filled with plenty of risks. For a pugilist that did not have any doppelgangers, teleportation spells, or mechanical soldiers, he could only use his body to brave the dangers of the secondary dimension, putting his life on the line. According to history, there were 2 common ways for a beyond grade A super to die. The first was being killed by another beyond grade A, and the second was dying in the secondary dimension. Han Shao had a guess as to what was going on. This weapon was probably drifting in the secondary dimension and encountered a wormhole or dimension crack. It then fell back into the main universe and dropped into the Dust Light Star Cluster. It was then discovered by the members of the Kundi race. However, it seemed like the Kundi race was not able to research the mysteries of magic from this item. Thinking about this, Han Shao looked at Nero with resignation. You were actually able to pick something like this up? It seems like I was being too kind. Having a conscience is probably pointless when dealing with you. Godfather, did you discover anything? Nero asked. Cough. With a solemn expression, Han Shao said, according to my identification, this is a dangerous enchanted weapon. You will not be able to endure its load with your strength and will be in danger if you use it. Thus, this item shall be kept with me temporarily. It can't be right, Nero immediately said with a look of doubt. Why didn't I feel anything when holding it? Are you trying to fool me? Holding it is one thing, using it is another. Would I joke about something like this? Who do you think I am? Do you think that I would lie to you? Han Shao said righteously. Just when Nero was about to say something else, Han Shao covered his mouth and pushed him out of the room. Before Nero could even react, the door closed. Han Zhao's voice could then be heard. If you don't have anything else to do, go and walk around more. If you find something else, remember to bring it to me so that I can take a look at it. Dream on. I won't be back again. Nero puffed angrily like a child whose red packet had been taken away. Han Shao then opened a safe and placed the deity assassinator inside. He was interested in the entire deity butcher set. However, a single part was not too useful to him. But to a close combat fighter, the deity assassinator was a treasure. Alu. Vel 230 requirement was about peak grade A+, and he did have such an expert. Hadavi was an example. However, Hadavi was an Esper. Although he was tanky, he would not receive any bonuses when using a weapon and was only good for receiving hits. He was like a pure meat shield, unlike Han Shao, who could tank and deal damage all while looking extremely suave. The way Han Shao saw it, Lothair was most suitable for the deity assassinator. It was a weapon that Thorn had made for a pugilist, and only a pugilist would be able to fully maximize its potential. Although Lothair had not reached the peak, his assassination skills would definitely increase a few levels if he received this weapon. Furthermore, he would probably have to use this assassin grandmaster to deal with the mastermind. The Kundi race incident came to an end, and the Crimson Dynasty began their exploration again. The war delayed the exploration for a few months. However, the dynasty's progress did not slow down, and they received plenty of rewards. Taking over the Kundi race's territory was akin to receiving a few stargates connecting a few star systems in the Dust Light Star Cluster. It would save them a great deal of time as they did not have to construct new stargates. Furthermore, the Kundi race database also had plenty of information about the various planets and narrowed down their scope of exploration. Without any obstructions, the second exploration phase continued smoothly. The dynasty did not announce the battle in the explored universe, but they had secretly sent out many intelligence officers to search for the mastermind. Aesop also made a prophecy and foresaw that the stowaways who sent out the spaceships would pass by a certain region. However, the region was far away from the explored regions and did not have any stargates. The dynasty's spaceship could only travel by hyperdrive and might not be able to catch up to the other party. Thankfully, Han Shao had made other preparations, and his long-distance mechanical army had reached the Primeval Star River. Chapter 987 Primeval Star River Mechanic Emperor. On planet Three Kings, two individuals were walking down an alley. One of them was Madison, and the other was a high official of the Moto civilization who was Madison's leader. Both of them walked and chatted at the same time. You are in charge of the plan to make use of the natives and can report to the Three Kings directly. This is a good opportunity, the high official said with his arms behind his back. Madison, I have always believed in your abilities, but can you ensure that the dynasty will never discover the truth? The Three Kings will definitely remember you if something goes wrong, and your future will be over. I've said this many times, but it will be impossible for the dynasty to discover us, Madison said coldly but confidently. I got rid of any traces many years ago. The serial number of that spaceship has been cleaned up, and I'll wash the spaceship in magic many times to prevent prophecies. The dynasty won't be able to find any clues from the spaceship, and what other clues can they find? Even if the dynasty manages to find the spaceship factory, I got an intelligence officer to clean up all our transactions with the factory, so the dynasty won't be able to find anything. That intelligence officer is now living under a disguise, and everyone will think that he is dead. His personal file has also been temporarily deleted from the database, and he has been sent away. No one will be able to find him. Furthermore, we weren't the ones to purchase the spaceship. It was purchased by a civilian financial group, and the spaceship changed hands many times. It was even robbed by galactic pirates. This spaceship was only secretly acquired by us many years after it went missing. Not a single trace was left behind. The dynasty won't be able to find us if they try to track us through the spaceship. I also made some other arrangements along the way, and if the dynasty attempts to investigate this matter, they will only be misled to believe that the culprit is another superstar cluster civilization. It had been many years since he sent the spaceship to the Kundi race, and he had already begun cleaning up all traces a few years ago. As such, he was confident that the dynasty would not be able to find anything. Upon hearing that, the high official nodded. I feel assured if that's the case. A silverish-blue planet was slowly moving in the universe like a gemstone floating in the darkness. Light was reflected off the surface of the planet and onto the smooth silver armor of a Lord Avatar. A group of black mechanical soldiers were following behind the Avatar silently. This was a manufacturing planet of the Primeval Star River, and many different financial groups had operations on this planet. The clue that he had found from Bold Explorer pointed to a factory located on this planet. This factory produced only ordinary spaceships in large quantities without modifying them at all. There was a certain market for such spaceships in the universe, and the other high-grade factories would not invest a large amount of resources to produce such spaceships without any core competencies. Before sending out his mechanical soldiers, Han Shao had already checked the background of the factory. They were a small business and did not have any backing. The mastermind will have erased all traces by now. Although he knew that this would most likely be the case, he still had to verify the matter. Entering the quantum network, the entire planet before him suddenly became translucent with only their quantum network nodes being left behind. Locking onto the quantum network node of the factory, Han Shao infiltrated it immediately. The firewall of a small company like this would not pose any difficulty to him. In an instant, Han Shao had already obtained all the information in the factory's database. He first opened the production journal and sales record. He then realized that the earliest record was only 3 years ago, but it was impossible for this factory to be so young. Indeed, the mastermind cleaned up all traces. He checked the other records, and the records indicated an unexpected explosion 3 years ago. There was an issue with the power supply during production, which resulted in the entire factory exploding. The main system was fried, resulting in the loss of all past records. All the hard copy files were also destroyed in the explosion, and even the surrounding factories were somewhat affected. An investigation of the matter later found it to be due to a natural malfunction, but Han Shao did not believe that. It was definitely a man-made disaster to destroy all evidence. If he was the mastermind, he would clear up the factory's records and ensure that the spaceship had changed hands many times before going missing. This would be the best way to ensure that all tracks leading to him were destroyed. Without any records, I won't be able to find out the serial number of the spaceship, and this clue won't be too useful. However, there's still some payoff. At the very least, this clue revealed the production location to be in the Primeval Star River. This meant that the 4 superstar cluster civilizations running the Primeval Star River were the most suspicious. The scope of his investigation had already been narrowed greatly. Of course, it was possible that a civilization from another star fields had intentionally purchased the spaceship from the primeval Star River to frame someone else. However, Han Xiao would first analyze the suspects with the highest possibilities. Although he did not have any clues currently, he knew that the dynasty also met with another event similar to the Kundi Race War during the later parts of the exploration phase in his previous life. After experiencing the Kundi Race War, the dynasty was better prepared and managed to find some suspicious characters. The most suspicious civilization in the primeval Star River was the Moto civilization. Their shoes would definitely be wet if they walked by the side of the river. The dynasty was not easily trifled with. The mastermind would be able to clean up all the clues of the past, but they would not be able to clean up the clues of the future in Han Zhao's memories. This was akin to saying, although you haven't committed a crime yet, I know that you will in the future. He did not know if the Kundi race incident was done by the Moto civilization, but since the other party had a past record, they would be the most suspicious. Because his clue had led to a dead end, Han Xiao had two ideas. Since the accident at the factory was deliberate, he could attempt to check the entry records of the planet 3 years ago and try to find the culprit behind the accident. It would be extremely easy to tamper with the database of a small factory, but it would be far more difficult to do so for the surveillance system of an entire planet. If the other party was capable of doing so, this path would be cut off as well. The second method would be to make use of an elimination method. There were only a few possible culprits within the primeval Star River, and Han Xiao could choose to investigate them individually, starting with the most suspicious Moto civilization. He preferred to have different methods up his sleeves and immediately infiltrated the surveillance system of the planet. With his powerful calculation abilities, he came to a conclusion quickly. There were no suspicious characters who approached the factory on the day of the accident. It wasn't done by an outsider? There are two possibilities. First, the mastermind altered the records of the entire surveillance system. Second, it was an inside job. He would be helpless if it was the former, and Han Xiao could only attempt to investigate the latter. If it was not done by an outsider, it could only be an inside job. If I was the culprit and was ordered by my superior to infiltrate into the factory, there would be no need for me to remain in the factory after completing my mission. Thus, I'd need an excuse to leave. If that's the case, Han Xiao searched the list of workers who had died in the accident 3 years ago. After the accident, all the workers that were still alive went through a strict check, and many of them resigned. However, Han Xiao was certain that there was a higher possibility of a spy pretending to die. It was a much cleaner way of cleaning up their presence. After all, an outstanding intelligence officer would definitely have different identities, and dying would be akin to destroying the identity. As such, it was likely that the culprit was on the list of workers who died. It would not be difficult for Han Xiao to check the resumes of these individuals, but it would be impossible for him to find anything strange in their resumes. Instead, he needed to confirm if any of their resumes had signs of being forged. It was easy to forge a resume, but checking it was not too difficult either. It was just a little troublesome. One only had to follow the resume to ask the previous organizations and relatives of the individual if such a person existed. If there were traces of forgery on any of the resumes, it would mean that the individual was suspicious. Then, he just needed to make use of the elimination method by comparing the resumes of the individuals to the files of the intelligence officers of the Moto civilization and other superstar cluster civilizations. If the culprit had snuck into the factory, they must have used a false identity, and even their appearance might be fake. However, this was not a dead end. The factory's data was destroyed, but the planet's surveillance record was still around. Han Xiao would be able to write an algorithm to analyze the footage and compare T/M with the intelligence officers of the various organizations. This way, he would be able to match the culprit to the right organization. The next problem would be, just how could Han Xiao obtain the files of these intelligence officers? The Black Star Army did not have any organizations in the primeval Star River. Han Xiao scratched his alloy head. He did not know about the rest, but a possessive jerk like Manison would definitely have plenty of information on the various superstar cluster civilizations. Even the Federation of Light had to guard against the Mechanic Emperor's virtual intrusion, so he had probably done so before. If that was the case, how could the superstar cluster civilizations be safe? Alright then, it seems like I'll have to go and meet the Mechanic Emperor. Chapter 988 Decisive Action. On the topic of Manison's organization, it was usually referred to as the Mechanic Empire or Mechanical Race. Manison's territory was located within the primeval Star River, and although it was the territory of a star system civilization on the surface, Manison was actually the one in charge of the place. Han Xiao had his Lord Avatar visit Manison. He had already sent a message before that, and Manison had agreed to meet him. They had set the meeting location on a planet inhabited by the mechanical race. Manison had many planets under his charge, and this was one of them. Han Xiao's avatar arrived at the location, and he could see a mechanical planet. It was covered by a gigantic psionic shield with a large number of mechanical soldiers patrolling outside the atmosphere of the planet. An old man is an old man indeed. He is truly rich. Manison's territory was extremely wide, and he had many different factories and armies in the various star fields. Furthermore, he had his own developed mechanical civilization, and the exact size of his army was unknown. The various organizations only knew that he had a terrifying number of soldiers. Han Zhao's troops did not wait for too long before an opening was created in the protective shield. A mechanical soldier squad then led the way for him. He followed the guide, and his Lord Avatar landed on the planet. He could see many different cities scattered around the planet and many pedestrians roaming the streets. Manison was the second beyond grade A in the mechanical race, and although he had transformed into a new species, he still treated the mechanical race as his kind and took on the position of leader. However, he was different from Psyker. To him, the mechanical race was only an important resource, and he did not feel too responsible for them. As the race that had the lineage of a beyond grade A, the mechanical race had outstanding natural talent, which provided Manison with many useful skills. Many of the mechanics under his charge came from the mechanical race. Furthermore, at least 80% of the mechanical race population were part of the machinery faith. A large floating island could be seen. This was one of Manison's palaces. The Lord Avatar then landed on the floating island together with the other mechanical soldiers. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal rang out as the mechanical soldiers landed. The moment he landed, Han Zhao heard someone calling out to him. To think that you'd take the initiative to find me. This is truly out of my expectations. Manison's Lord Avatar walked over. It was not Manison's main body who had come to meet him. Upon seeing that, Han Zhao sneered in his heart. TSK, so cowardly. After cursing Manison in his heart, Han Zhao said, "You invited me over to be a guest a few years ago. Since it was convenient for me, I came over to take a look." He did not mention the conflict between the two. The mechanical voices of the two avatars also had no emotions. Manison smiled and also did not mention their previous skirmish. He had defeated plenty of Divine Throne mechanics, and to a big shot like him, this was not considered significant enmity. At his level, even if the other party was his competitor, he could still sit down and have a calm conversation with them. If that's the case, then follow me. I will give you a tour of my base. Manison turned around and led the way. Because of their previous face-off, both parties had a strained relationship. However, Black Star was a peak beyond grade A super after all, and Manison naturally would not be rude if the other party came to visit him. Both of them toured around the base for a while, and Han Zhao saw many ordinary facilities. He did not see anything special. After all, Manison would not reveal his trump cards to a competitor of his. It was just like when Han Zhao was not willing to show Manison his space-time amber. Han Zhao had already expected this. Manison was not an individual who liked to show off his trump cards and thus did not expect to see much. After touring around the place for a while, he entered the conference room with Manison, and they began chatting. "Since we are both using Avatar, there's no need for drinks." Manison leaned back calmly. "Why are you here?" "I wish to borrow some intelligence," Han Zhao said calmly. "In what way?" "I wish to borrow the files on the intelligence officers of the 4 superstar cluster and other star cluster civilizations." Manison was a little surprised, and he sat up straight. "Why do you want this?" "To find someone," Han Zhao replied succinctly. He had already searched through the information and found a forged resume. He only needed to compare it to the files of the intelligence officers. Asking the Mechanic Emperor for help was the best choice. The gangsters of the primeval Star River were not like the Kundi race natives. Their technological capabilities were only second to the 3 universal civilizations. It would require a great deal of effort for him to personally infiltrate their system, and it was likely that he would be discovered as well. Furthermore, he needed to infiltrate more than one of the superstar cluster civilizations. Even if he could find the culprit in one of them, he would offend the other 3 in the process. Han Zhao did not want to create enemies for himself for no good reason. On the other hand, Han Zhao felt that it was likely for the other party to have deleted the files of the culprit so that he would not be able to find anything. The Mechanic Emperor was different in this regard. As a big shot of the Federation of Light, he had always been collecting intelligence. With these 4 good neighbors of his, he would definitely run around in their backyard once in a while and steal a large amount of confidential information. As such, it was more likely for him to obtain a complete file from the Mechanic Emperor. Manison pondered for a while before shaking his head. "It is impossible to lend it to you. I will only do a trade." "All right, what do you want?" "Space-time amber," Manison said. "Impossible." Han Zhao rejected him without hesitation. "Are you dreaming, old fool? You want a universal treasure in exchange for an intelligence report? You are truly a business wonder. Not even a single drop? Haha." Upon hearing that, Manison folded his arms and remained silent. His meaning was obvious. "Since you aren't willing to accept my price, what are you prepared to give?" After thinking for a while, Han Zhao said, "I can openly admit that you are the strongest mechanic." "I already am the strongest. Why do I need your admission?" Manison asked. Isn't it a good thing to stabilize your foundations? I don't need it. Manasin waved his arms. I am the Mechanic Emperor. Do I need your support? What a joke. Han Shao then stroked his chin and said, perhaps we can come to an agreement. I will not challenge your position within 50 years. Upon hearing that, Manasin said with interest, you mean to say that you will be able to exceed me within 50 years? Everything is possible, Han Shao said. Manasin smiled and calmly replied, it's all right. I don't need such a method to secure my status. Han Shao then leaned forward slightly and said, why don't I owe you a favor? Only a favor that can be repaid is worth something. Do you think your favor is worth anything to me with our relationship? Manasin shook his head. After pausing for a while, Manasin did not wait for Han Shao to reply and said, forget it. I can give you the intelligence that you want, but you won't be able to give me what I want. Get the Crimson Dynasty to talk to me. Han Shao pretended to fall into deep thought. If that's the case, why don't I persuade the dynasty to provide you with some evolutionary totems? Manasin was not interested. Why not you give me the evolution cube instead? Are you asleep or awake? Han Shao asked. Manasin had thick skin and said, but the totem isn't useful to me. Are you sure? Han Shao knocked on the desk. You will not be able to. Use the totems, but the mechanical race that you are leading will be able to make use of them. It is still useful to them, right? Upon hearing that, Manasin fell into thought. Han Shao then shrugged his shoulders and said, I will not give you anything more. You should know that the other organizations will also have such information. It is just that the information in your hands is more complete. However, it isn't unique. If you can't agree to this, the deal is over. Manasin nodded. All right, I agree. He could easily obtain as much intelligence as he wanted. It was an extremely easy matter to him and did not cost him anything. For him to be able to gain the evolutionary totems in the process, Manasin felt that it was acceptable. Although he did not think too much about this trade, the totems were pretty useful to the mechanical race. All right, it's settled. I will communicate with the dynasty regarding this, Han Shao said. Although he was breaking the rules, as long as he controlled the number of totems that he sold, the dynasty would not be bothered about something so small. Because of the pressure of the Federation and Church, some of the totems were sold on the black market. Although the dynasty did not sell the totems openly, they would not be too stubborn if it could be used in exchange for some important intelligence. He originally planned to use the totems to exchange for the intelligence report. Han Shao was not like Heber, who cared a great deal about his face. He still had huge potential for growth according to his plans and was not planning to fight the Mechanic Emperor anytime soon. Thus, he would not be bothered with such useless promises. If Manasin had agreed to his promise, he would have been able to save his evolutionary totems. Manasin only knows that I have a great potential, but does not know exactly how fast I can increase my strength. His impression of me is kept at the previous time we fought, and he isn't aware that I have now grasped perfect mechanical sense. As long as I do not fight him, it would be difficult for him to realize that. Manasin probably thinks that I am only running an errand for the dynasty, but does not know that I am able to strengthen myself from this mission. After coming to an agreement, Han Shao made an application to the dynasty. After knowing that he was pursuing the identity of the mastermind, the upper echelons discussed the matter for a while before agreeing. Since they were only going to provide a little more than 100 totems, it would not affect the big picture. Manasin then sent the intelligence report over to him. With the intelligence report in his hands, Han Shao stood up and said, the totems will be sent over soon. I will make a move first. Manasin then looked at Han Shao leave before exiting from the quantum network. Despite winning against Black Star previously, this did not mean that Manasin was not wary of Han Shao at all. He was worried that Han Shao had come with bad intentions and had thus prepared a trap for Han Shao just in case. For virtual mechanics at their level, they would have to attack the other party head-on if they wanted to infiltrate the other party's system. It would be impossible to remain undetected by the firewall. If Black Star wanted to infiltrate his system, Black Star definitely would not have been let off easily. However, he never imagined that Han Shao would come and go quickly without any ulterior motives, meaning all his preparations went to waste. It seems like he no longer has any plans to fight me. The dynasty should have influenced his thoughts slightly. Manasin had a guess based on Han Zhao's actions. As Han Zhao's spaceship left the territory of the mechanical race, he took out the algorithm that he had prepared and began the matching process. The matching process was completed very quickly, and a target was found. The Moto civilization? It is them. Han Shao raised his brows. If it's the Moto civilization. Han Shao then searched for a few famous individuals in the Moto civilization in his memories before taking out his communicator to make a call. After ringing for a while, someone picked up the call but did not say anything. Lothair? I'm here. Come to the Primeval Star River. I have a mission and present for you. Okay. Lothair then hung up. What a reliable middle-aged man. Han Shao was certain that the Moto civilization was the mastermind behind the Kundi race incident. However, Han Shao still was not aware about who planned the operation. However, that did not matter. He only needed to take revenge against the mastermind. Since that was the case, he should just take decisive action. All the famous individuals now and in the future shall all be executed. Chapter 989 recorded in the little book. Of course, Han Shao would not go overboard. Although his mission was to take revenge against the entire Moto civilization, most of them were innocent. If it was not for his mission, he would not want to do something like this either. The masterminds were mainly the leaders of the Moto civilization, and Han Shao planned to deal with the important officials of the Moto civilization. As for the other members of the Moto civilization, Han Shao planned to observe the situation first before deciding. There was no need to be so extreme at the start. It would still be fine if he assassinated some individuals with high potential who had yet to grow up. However, there would definitely cause a backlash if he assassinated an individual with high authority. Furthermore, if a large number of officials within the Moto civilization were assassinated, the Moto civilization would not be the only party being enraged. The other star cluster civilizations would also feel threatened and work together to deal with the threat. As such, the advantage of having a backer was immediately shown. Although the dynasty would not carry out large-scale assassination operations, they did not mind their allies doing the dirty work. That was especially so since the Moto civilization was the mastermind behind the Kundi race affair. Although the losses of the dynasty were not large, they still suffered some losses. How would they be able to give an answer to the warriors who died in the Kundi race war if they did not cause a storm of blood? Furthermore, it would always be politically correct for the three universal civilizations to suppress these superstar cluster civilizations. If not for him having the dynasty's support, he would attract trouble to himself even if he was a local tyrant. Assassinations had never been something that could be openly admitted, but they had always been effective. However, some things could be proven by history. Regardless of whether an individual died, the wheels of history would not stop rolling forward. The only difference was whether it rolled quickly or slowly. If the dynasty attempted to suppress the Moto civilization in the various domains, while it would cause a superstar cluster civilization to suffer, it would be difficult to cause great damage to them, unless the dynasty was willing to ignore their own losses and pay a huge price. As for assassinations, it was an extremely cost-effective method. Han Shao decided to take on the dirty job. It was both for the mission reward and because the dynasty wanted to punish the mastermind. As such, he was not afraid of the assassinations being discovered. In order to warn the other party, not only must the assassinations be known, the other organizations had to suspect that the dynasty was behind it. This way, the other superstar cluster civilizations would know that this matter would not affect them. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would not make a move. The Moto civilization took the initiative to create trouble, and the other party was a civilization even more powerful than them. Who can they blame but themselves for suffering the other party's revenge? As for whether or not assassinations were breaking the rules set by the civilizations, what can they do about that? Unless they are strong enough for others to listen to them obediently, it's a joke to think that they can get others to submit through virtue. Han Shao then opened the intelligence report that the Mechanic Emperor had sent him and confirmed his assassination target. The ones in charge of the Kundi race plan would definitely be an officer of the intelligence department. Their information was recorded in the intelligence report that Manison had given him, and Han Shao decided to take care of these individuals first. They were not kind individuals, and getting rid of them would definitely cause some loss to the Moto civilization's intelligence department. I can be considered a famous big shot right now, and it isn't suitable for me to personally carry out assassinations. Lothair is the most suitable choice. Han Shao nodded. This was not ONL. Why a mission, but also a form of training? He had high expectations of Lothair and felt that Lothair was an individual worthy of being groomed. Not too long later, Lothair met up with Han Zhao's mechanical soldiers. Your Excellency Black Star. Lothair greeted Han Zhao's Lord Avatar. Han Shao sized Lothair up from head to toe. Lothair was currently dressed completely in black with his face being covered with a black scarf. Only his cold eyes can be seen. After many years of training, Lothair's aura had become concealed, and he could move without making any sound. When he intentionally restrained his aura, his presence would be greatly reduced. He was an agility-focused pugilist and had the subclass, Assassin. Furthermore, he also had various talents to conceal himself and was a genius in this regard. Lothair had already accepted a new batch of assassins into the newly established Assassins Society. He personally trained these assassins and developed them secretly. It has been a long time since we last met. There is a name list and some information over here. Han Shao knew Lothair's personality and did not bother exchanging pleasantries with him. After accepting the name list, Lothair looked through it carefully, and a ball of flames burst out from his palms. The name list was then reduced to ash. He is a professional assassin indeed, Han Shao commented in his heart. This list is pretty long, and I will need some time to get rid of them all, Lothair said. There's no need to rush. I will provide you with intelligence. Han Shao waved his arms before handing a long box over to Lothair. This is a present for you. Take a look. Lothair opened the box, and a gold light flowed out from it. Lothair looked carefully at the item in the box, the Deity Assassinator. While waiting for Lothair to arrive, Han Shao had sent the Deity Assassinator over from the flickering world. Lothair then studied the spear and grabbed it. The next moment, his eyes narrowed. A gold light burst forth from where he touched the spear. Golden strands of energy stretched out from his arms and very quickly approached his heart. Lothair's eyes also began glowing with a golden light. Han Shao was surprised upon seeing such a scene. Nothing had happened when he and Nero touched the Deity Assassinator. Could it be that this weapon gave pugilists a special bonus? However, that was not stated in the item details, and there were other pugilists that had come into contact with the Deity Assassinator before as well. Why was it such that this strange occurrence only happened with Lothair? Han Shao waited patiently for a while before the golden light receded from Lothair's body, and his eyes returned to normal. "What's going on?" Han Shao asked. Lothair did not reply, but used his actions to answer. He let go of the Deity Assassinator, and the Deity Assassinator floated beside him. He did not make use of any pugilist flames control it at all. All of a sudden, the Deity Assassinator disappeared with a golden flash, and Lothair rolled his sleeves up to reveal a tattoo on his wrist in the shape of the Deity Assassinator. The tattoo then transformed back into a spear with a flash. This was one of the enchantments on the Deity Assassinator. It was able to be transformed into an enchantment for storage. However, it was in an unactivated state in Han Zhao's hands. Upon seeing that, Han Shao understood what was going on. "You set up a soul connection with it?" "Yes. For some reason, this weapon resonates with me." Lothair nodded. Stretching out his arms, the Deity Assassinator returned to his hands. Han Shao immediately felt his heart turn sour. "Nero's one thing. But even you aren't a human anymore, huh? Touching an equipment and forming resonance with it? Why can't something good like that happen to me? In order to make the space-time amber and evolution cube fall in love with me, I spent so much effort." Right at this moment, Han Shao thought about something. Deity Assassinator, this name. He suddenly realized that the name of this weapon was similar to Lothair's experience in his previous life. Lothair went to assassinate Esgod in his previous life and did not return after that. As for the individual who assassinated Esgod, was he not a Deity Assassinator? Thinking about this, Han Zhao's eyes changed. Fuck. Nero actually dug this thing out for him? Then, aren't I like Santa? Do you like it? Han Shao weakly said. "Thank you," Lothair said emotionlessly. But looking at him play with the Deity Assassinator enjoyably, it could be seen just how much he liked the gift. "As long as you like it." "In any case, I shall leave the mission with you," Han Shao said. Lothair recalled the Deity Assassinator and nodded. 2 months later, in a rundown bar on one of the Moto civilization's colonial planets, the customers were in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting with each other casually. Even in the interstellar era, social interaction was still a must, and bars like this were extremely common. All of a sudden, the chattering in the bar became softer, and everyone looked at the holographic screen floating in the bar. At this moment, the news was being played on the holographic screen, and the entire bar became silent. Yesterday, an assassination took place, and the victim is an important intelligence officer called Madison. He suffered an ambush when out on a business trip. He had plenty of bodyguards with him during the incident, but a spear appeared from nowhere, nailing him to the ground. The spear then disappeared, and the culprit was not seen. This is the 5th intelligence official that has been assassinated in recent times, and the rage of the upper echelons is at its peak. The 3 kings personally signed a bounty to catch the culprit. The murderer always uses a spear, and we do not have much intelligence on him. Although many organizations have taken responsibility for the assassinations, we aren't clear about which organization the assassin belongs to or his motives. For the assassin to be able to grasp the whereabouts of the intelligence officers and avoid records when entering the various planets, he must have a special organization behind him. Before the exact reason is. After listening to the news, everyone had an ugly look on their face. Someone said with fear in his eyes, "Just what is going on recently? Why are there so many assassinations? Plus, the targets are all the high officials. This is truly too unbelievable." That's right. How many years has it been since we witnessed something like this? Even the officials have been assassinated. This is truly too much. Many of the customers in the bar growled with furious indignation. They could not hide the fear in their hearts. This was not as simple as just a few officials dying. This was a matter that would cause fear to spread within society and cause social unrest. When meeting such an incident, the Moto civilization should have thought about locking down information. However, while they were able to control their local media organizations, they could not control the foreign media organizations. The first report of the assassinations was made by these foreign media organizations. Furthermore, the evidence was solid, and there was nowhere to hide. As such, the entire star field became aware of the event, and a huge commotion was caused. Without even thinking, the Moto civilization knew that this was the method of organization behind the assassin. The bartender shook his head in resignation. Just when he was about to continue wiping the cups, he found a few coins on the bar counter. It was rare for individuals to still use physical cash, but it was still an acceptable method of payment. This is... The bartender scratched his head with doubt. Was there someone sitting there? Why can't I remember anything? At the same time, Terekov called Han Xiao over for a discussion. In the office, Terekov showed Han Xiao some information. According to Aesop's prophecy, we intercepted a group of stowaways in that unexplored, desolate region. After our interrogation, we verified your intelligence, and the mastermind is indeed the Moto civilization. I will have to thank you for your aid this time. Han Xiao nodded upon hearing that. He had already reported his findings to the dynasty, but the dynasty had chosen to tread cautiously. The dynasty had only given tacit approval to his assassination operation, but did not conclude that the Moto civilization was the mastermind. They only confirmed the matter after interrogating the stowaways. We also found out who's in charge of this operation, Terekov said with a deep voice. He is an intelligence officer of the Moto civilization, and we need your help to get rid of him. That might not be possible. Why? Terekov asked with doubt. Because Samion. He who has died cannot die again. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. He then showed a screen of the news broadcast from the primeval Star River. I have already taken care of that fellow. You're too late. You are truly quick. Terekov was stunned. This shouldn't be your only reason for arranging to meet me, right? I really can't hide anything from you. Terekov chuckled. I am here to convey the intentions of the ruler and the upper echelons. Good news or bad news? I don't know, Terekov said slowly. We have already confirmed the mastermind, and the dynasty will take action. The ruler agrees with the assassination operation to create some destruction to the Moto civilization. You can be assured about this. If the Moto civilization has any objections, we will protect you. However, the dynasty will not provide you with any help, and you shouldn't go overboard. It won't be good if you force the Moto civilization into a corner. I know. I won't go too far. Han Xiao waved his hand. If not, I would have even assassinated the three kings. The dynasty is also going to suppress the Moto civilization economically. However, you shouldn't be too hopeful as we won't invest too much in this. You should also know that the Federation and Church are still suppressing us. Furthermore, we still need to pay for the expenses of exploring the flickering world and won't have too much energy to take care of the Moto civilization. Thus, we are only putting up a front to warn the other superstar cluster civilizations. Han Xiao frowned. If the warning isn't sufficient, the outsiders may see through the dynasty's weakness and exploit the situation. The dynasty wanted to send out a warning but did not wish to pay a huge price. This was not in line with the dynasty's benefits. The requirement of his mission was to damage the Moto civilization. Although his assassination operation might be effective, this Grade S mission was too vague and did not display any mission progress. He did not know how far away he was from his target. He would have to put in more effort if the dynasty did not help him. I understand, Terekov said with resignation. However, the dynasty is facing too much pressure. If the target was an ordinary star cluster civilization, the dynasty would be able to easily take care of the other party. However, things were not so simple when dealing with a super star cluster civilization. Han Xiao shrugged. If the pressure is too big, you can just open up the evolutionary totem sales. The Federation of Light and Arcane Church were pressuring the dynasty for the evolutionary totems. Since the dynasty refused to budge, the pressure that they faced would naturally increase. In fact, it could be said that the dynasty was blocking his benefits. If he was allowed to openly sell the totems, he would be able to receive a new batch of orders and receive a never-ending stream of resources. The individual who had the Evolution C. Ube in his hands would be able to grasp this huge business opportunity. As such, there were still upper echelons within the dynasty that wanted to snatch the Evolution Cube from Han Xiao so that they could receive the huge pie. The Limitless Financial Group had not remained idle during the second exploration phase and continued to compete with the Germinal Financial Group. This isn't something that I can participate in. Terekov was not willing to talk about this and change topics. However, you don't have to worry about the Moto civilization. Just because the dynasty has its hands full right now doesn't mean that we won't punish the Moto civilization. The dynasty plans to settle the scores in the fourth exploration phase. Hearing that, Han Xiao was excited. The fourth phase would be when the flickering world opened up to the outside world. This would be a good chance to settle the scores. All the superstar cluster civilizations were creating so much trouble so that they could receive more benefits from the flickering world. However, when the flickering world was open to the outside world, would the Moto civilization not be at the mercy of the dynasty when they were in the dynasty's territory? If the dynasty was even more vicious, they might be able to make the Moto civilization return with nothing. The Moto civilization would have a bleak future if they were recorded in the dynasty's little book. Thinking about that, Han Xiao did not have any issues with their plan and thought to himself, the primeval Star River is the other party's territory, and it won't be easy for me to take revenge on them. Things will be much easier when they are in the flickering world. This means that it would be likely for me to complete the second requirement during version 4.0. Han Xiao planned to remain low profile during this period to fortify his foundations. He could afford to wait. Han Xiao then smiled at Terakov. All right, I shall take good care of them when they come to the flickering world. Chapter 990 Go for wool and come back shorn. After coming to an agreement on the matter regarding the Moto civilization, both of them chatted about the flickering world for a while before engaging in idle chatter. Terakov took a sip of tea and said, the dynasty's research facility is now studying the space-time splicing technology. A few of my old friends there told me that this will be a new theoretical direction for research that will give birth to an extremely powerful technological skill. We will now be able to gain a new trump card in the space-time field. This is all thanks to you. This is a good thing. Even without me, the dynasty would have obtained the technology. Han Xiao lowered his head and wanted to grab onto the cup on the table, only to have his holographic hand pass through the cup. He then looked at Terakov with resignation. Upon seeing Han Xiao's gaze, Terakov placed his cup down and coughed dryly. The Federation of Lie. T has the multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device, but the dynasty's space-time research isn't a match for them. This time, we obtain the space-time splicing technology, and we may be able to develop a trademark technology in the future. Thus, a confidentiality agreement cannot be helped. I understand. This technology will not be spread out for me. Han Xiao nodded. In his previous life, the space-time splicing technology was monopolized by the dynasty. This time, the dynasty was not able to monopolize the technology and could only request that Han Xiao did not let it spread. During this period, Han Xiao's level and attributes were not increased by much, but he gained quite a few powerful abilities and talents. If the Mechanic Emperor attempted to infiltrate his database again, he would not be afraid anymore, and history would not repeat itself. Terakov suddenly seemed to have thought about something and smiled. Speaking of which, the space-time splicing technology is the greatest wealth of the Kundi race civilization. The Moto civilization is obviously a step ahead of us in this respect, but they were made use of by others and are still hidden in the dark. If the Moto civilization knew that their plan didn't only harm themselves, but gave the dynasty a huge advantage, they'd probably regret it. The two burst out laughing together. After laughing for a while, Terakov changed the topic and said, with my status, it isn't appropriate for me to ask you this question, but I still want to ask you. What are your arrangements with regards to your marriage? Han Zhao's face suddenly became strange. What? You want to be a matchmaker now? With both of our statuses, it isn't too good for you to ask me such a private question, right? Terakov also had an odd look on his face, but continued. The dynasty places a huge emphasis on their alliance with you and also pays close attention to your lifestyle. Maybe you aren't aware, but you are very popular among the daughters of the upper echelons. Upon seeing his look of resignation, Han Xiao understood what was going on. A universal civilization generally would not interfere in the private life of a beyond grade A super. However, the alliance between the dynasty and Black Star Army was currently in the honeymoon phase. The potential that the Black Star Army had displayed resulted in many of the upper echelons having high expectations in him. As such, the idea of a marriage alliance was born, but such matters could not be forced. Although the dynasty did not have a royal family, a marriage alliance was still a common method to rope their allies in. A portion of the upper echelons had such thoughts, and the others were happy to see the marriage happen as well. With a marriage between the two, this would cause a change in their relationship. It would be much easier to take care of the evolution cube problem as well. Black Star could keep the evolution cube after the marriage, and the upper echelons would not find the matter that unacceptable. On the other hand, a universal civilization had always placed huge emphasis on the various beyond grade A races. This would be a cradle for new supers to be born. The dynasty also wished for Han Xiao to have his own children and beyond grade A race. To put it simply, they were pushing him to get married. The matter of an arranged marriage might not be Ernrel's suggestion. It was probably the various upper echelons getting Terakov to pass on the message. Seeing Han Xiao remain silent, Terakov could only continue. If there's time, you can participate in some of the dynasty's banquets. There are many daughters who want to get to know you. They want to get to know me? They probably want to sleep with me. Humph, a guy needs to know how to protect himself. I will not give you such a chance. We can talk about this again later. Han Xiao chuckled and changed the topic. Does the dynasty have any other upcoming plans? Let me think. Terakov thought for a moment. Right, a beyond grade A from the Arcane Church has not appeared for a long time. It is a little strange. Who's that? Han Xiao had not paid attention to such matters recently. Ninjia, do you still remember him? He is one of the members who attacked Planet Lighthouse. He was the one who escaped with the 10,000 deity scepter. Oh, him. Apart from Ninjia, the other beyond grade as of that group were sealed in the space-time amber. Ninjia hasn't appeared all these years, and the Arcane Church claim that he's recuperating. However, as time's gone on, things have become more and more suspicious. Even if he was recuperating, there's no reason for him to not appear for a decade. There is probably a hidden reason behind this. Is the Arcane Church lying? Han Xiao raised his brows. It's possible that Ninjia is missing or already dead. I think that it is possible that Ninjia didn't return with the 10,000 deity scepter and was intercepted by someone, Terakov said with a deep voice. You mean to say, the 10,000 deity scepter isn't in the hands of the Arcane Church, and they are only pretending that they have it? Han Xiao stroked his chin. I have already unsealed the few beyond grade as from the Arcane Church, but they have not requested that I unseal the 10,000 deity scepter yet. Even if it is because they don't think that the dynasty will agree, this excuse is a little flimsy. That's right. Terakov shook his head. However, it doesn't matter who has the 10,000 deity scepter. Without your help, no one will be able to use it and pose a threat to us. This means that the dynasty will be the only party capable of using the 10,000 deity scepter. We may even have a chance to purchase the 10,000 deity scepter and make the once trump card of the Arcane Church ours. It isn't so easy. We still have to see the intentions of the upper echelons. Tarek. Ovi was not too optimistic about that. Both of them then chattered for a while. Terakov said that he had a meeting to hold, and Han Xiao did not disturb him anymore. After deactivating the long-distance projection, Han Xiao returned to his room and thought about their conversation. I will have to wait for the 4th exploration phase to finish my revenge against the Moto civilization. I should make some preparations before version 4.0. As he said that, Han Xiao opened Philip's database and looked at the current scale of the army. After so many years of development, the Black Star Army had stabilized its position as the head of the Shattered Star Ring. Although it faced some challenges, their status would not be so easily shaken as long as he was around. The army had also received their own territory in the flickering world and had plenty of room for improvement. The Black Star Army had set up various divisions in the other star fields, but the scale of these divisions could not be compared to those in the Shattered Star Ring and Flickering World. Their main territories were still in these two star fields. The 2nd exploration phase was now on track. Although there would be more manpower being channeled in during the 3rd phase, without an obstruction like the Kundi race, the entire universe would be able to develop stably for the next 10 years or so. The universe would only start to stir in the 4th phase. The army has sufficient time to build various facilities in the flickering world during this period. The mechanical civilization and Black Spirit race will also have sufficient time to develop. Next, he went through the pressure that he would be facing from the outside during this period. There was no need to mention the Mechanic Emperor. The conflict of interests between them would not be resolved so easily. The Limitless Financial Group was also fighting for business with him and probably would not let up. Then, there was the World Tree Civilization, a time bomb that could turn the entire universe upside down. There's now the Moto civilization on the list as well. There are truly many things to take care of. There were plenty of powerful enemies, and they were all extremely powerful. In order to deal with them, the strength of his faction and his own individual strength was extremely important. My strength will be able to grow quickly when the players return, and it will be much easier for me to take care of these problems. Although his efficiency in obtaining experience was not too low, it could not be compared to the frightening speed of harvesting weeks. He was not planning to remain idle. Even if he could not increase his level, he was planning to make use of this time to search for the method to forge universal treasures. A mechanic would have other ways to increase their strength. It was already very good for a beyond grade A to have one universal treasure. Han Xiao already has 2 in his hands, but he would not mind having a 3rd. The next batch of beyond grade as will be born in version 4.0. I have become a senior so quickly. Han Xiao shook his head. Thinking about this, he could not help but think about Hila, who was in training. He missed Hila after not seeing her for some time. After leaving planet Aquamarine, the two of them had rarely seen each other. She will probably step into the Beyond Grade A realm in version 4.0. Han Xiao thought highly of Hila, and she was the only one who had the chance to become a Beyond Grade A among all his officers. Hadavi, Lothair, Phaidon, and Logi had potential, but they were too far away from becoming a Beyond Grade A. Perhaps I should think of a way to strengthen these officers. Han Xiao thought for a while and took out an intelligence report. This was ES God's intelligence about the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. According to the information, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy would appear in version 4.0. Although he would not be able to use this special Esper ability, he could obtain it first before finding an appropriate host. The chance was rare, but he was not planning on letting go of it. In a strip club within the transportation hub of the Constellation Corridor, the atmosphere was boisterous. However, the atmosphere was the complete opposite in the corner. There were 2 individuals sitting opposite each other. One of them was wearing a windbreaker, and his appearance could not be seen. The other was a sentient creature that had zits all over his body. He looked like a standing toad and had a pair of sunglasses. This is what you want. The Toadman took out a small disc and passed it to the other party before softly saying, "The information is inside." The man in the windbreaker picked the disc up and walked away. The Toadman then called out to him and said, "I don't understand. I backed out from the intelligence community a long time ago, and there are only a few who still know me. How did you find me? Who are you exactly? Don't you think it is very pointless to ask someone who is hiding his identity such a question?" The man in the windbreaker said with a hoarse voice. He then boarded a galactic spaceship and left the transportation hub. When he was in his room, he took off his windbreaker and revealed a pale face. It was God. Taking out a machine, he inserted the disc, and the information was displayed on the screen. God's lips curled up slightly. That's right. It's information on the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Chapter 991 Galaxy Calendar, Year 729. On Planet Three Kings. There have been many assassination incidents recently, and public security is being affected badly. The identity of the assassin is unknown, but according to our investigations, the Crimson Dynasty's shadow can be seen behind this matter. It is very obvious that Madison has failed, and his methods weren't able to fool the Dynasty. An important meeting was being held to discuss recent events, and everyone present had an ugly look on their face. The continued assassinations of their government officials brought about social unrest, and many Moto citizens were living in fear. With their safety under threatened, these high officials were all enraged. A military officer with an explosive temper slammed the table and roared, "Too arrogant. Does the Dynasty really think that we are a weak civilization that cannot fight back? If we work together with the other superstar cluster civilizations in the primeval Star River and refuse to listen to the rule of the three universal civilizations, we shall see what they do." "It is best to say fewer such words," someone said. The others present also did not treat those words seriously. Although all the superstar cluster civilizations had plenty of resentment toward the three universal civilizations and wanted to replace the other party, gaining independence was a path of no return. Unless they had absolute confidence, no one would support such a notion. After venting their anger for a while, they went back to the main topic and discussed how they should take care of the matter. "We must first stop any more assassinations from happening, but we cannot give in to the Dynasty. They want us to admit to the crime of making use of the natives and compensate their losses in the war. They must be dreaming." "That's right. Announce that this matter has nothing to do with us. If the Dynasty is able to bring out evidence, insist that the evidence was forged. Also, we must insist that the Dynasty is assassinating our officials without any evidence and make an application to the Civilization Conference to denounce the Dynasty's actions. The Federation and Church will stand on our side. We will also be able to pull more superstar cluster civilizations to our side. The universe isn't ruled by the Dynasty alone." Someone shook his head and said, "The flickering world is about to be opened up, and there won't be many willing to offend the Dynasty during this period. Then, what should we do? We can't let the Dynasty continue assassinating our officials, right? We should give them a taste of their own medicine. Since they can assassinate our officials, we can also assassinate their officials." Another immediately objected. "Assassinate the Dynasty's officials? Have you forgotten what happened during the tragedy of the Pinnacles?" Upon hearing that, a look of anger could be seen on the faces of everyone present. This was a humiliation that they had not forgotten. The Beyond Grade, as of the three universal civilizations, were engaged in an intense battle, and because of their heavy losses, they decided to make the superstar cluster civilizations the scapegoat. Including the Moto civilization, the three universal civilizations slaughtered all the Beyond Grade A supers in the superstar cluster civilizations before leaving as though nothing had happened. This action of Th. Heirs damaged the strength of the various superstar cluster civilizations greatly and resulted in a long-lasting negative impact. Many Beyond Grade A supers became worried about their own safety and did not dare join a superstar cluster civilization. As such, the Moto civilization knew that they would not be able to retaliate by assassinating the other party's officials. If they did, a huge storm of blood would definitely be stirred up. The Church and Federation would not watch by the side and would work together with the Dynasty to deal with them. The three universal civilizations would collaborate if it was to protect their prestige. They had already experienced this many times before and could only endure silently. Don't exaggerate this issue. The assassinations are only a small matter. The Dynasty will know when to stop and won't dare push us into a corner. However, we must also fight back and control the degree of our retaliation. We cannot touch the Dynasty and can only take a step back to deal with the organization of their allies. However, we can only deal with the organization but not the Beyond Grade A. I think Baoni is very suitable. His organization is located in the primeval Star River, and it will be easy to deal with him. We will also be able to show our attitude this way. In just a short few sentences, Baoni's bad luck was determined. To a superstar cluster civilization, apart from Manison, Kasui, or Black Star, an ordinary Beyond Grade A was nothing in their eyes. Even a star cluster civilization would be able to get rid of a beyond grade A, not to mention a superstar cluster civilization like them. Since the dynasty assassinated our officials, we will definitely have to take revenge. As for the fact that we are the ones who started this matter and are at fault. So what? We're all gangsters anyway. At this moment, someone said with worry, "What I am worried about is the fact that the dynasty may make use of this matter to restrict our entrance to the flickering world." What are you afraid of? The flickering world will be opened eventually. Even the dynasty won't be able to stop this from happening. If they insist on barring our entry, we can just create a huge fuss. The other superstar cluster civilizations will stand on our side, and the dynasty won't be able to endure the pressure. The Moto civilization was not afraid that they would be barred from entering the flickering world because of this. All the superstar cluster civilizations understood extremely well that even if the flickering world was opened, the three universal civilizations would definitely suppress them. As such, they had formed an alliance of their own. The flickering world was a rare opportunity, and the superstar cluster civilizations were willing to work together for this. Even if the Moto civilization was the only party being suppressed in the flickering world, the other superstar cluster civilizations would back them up. Though they did not like to help their competitors, fighting back against the three universal civilizations was more important. The superstar cluster civilizations understood that they would be defeated if they did not stand together. Furthermore, the dynasty was currently occupied with other things and could only use assassinations to warn the Moto civilization. The superstar cluster civilizations had the confidence to fight the three universal civilizations. After all, they were different from other star cluster civilizations. They no longer had the space to fawn over the three universal civilizations. They could only fight and snatch. In the Limitless Financial Group headquarters, Mechanic Emperor Manison, Void Overlord Kasuyi, and Beast Ancestor Garuten visited Sorokin again. "I wonder what the three of you need today?" Sorokin said with a calm smile. "Do you still remember our deal?" Garuten asked. "Of course. I am in charge of competing with the Black Star Army and applying pressure to him to aid all of you in getting the evolutionary totems," Sorokin said slowly. "However, you don't seem to be producing much results," Kasuyi said. The Black Star Army was able to withstand the pressure of the Limitless Financial Group, and the organizations behind the three were not satisfied. Sorokin replied casually. "I already said that it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Black Star Army. We hope that you will apply more pressure." "No problem." Sorokin smiled. "However, I have already displayed sincerity, and it is now your turn." The three of them understood that Sorokin was asking them to fulfill a portion of their promises first. "That isn't a problem," Manison said slowly. "I shall wait then." Sorokin smiled. "I also need an appropriate opportunity for my next plan." "What plan?" Garuten asked. Sorokin cleared his throat and slowly said, "After so many years of competition, we are stuck in a stalemate, and it will be difficult to have a new point of breakthrough in the Shattered Star Ring. Thus, I have my sights set on the flickering world. That is the core of the Black Star Army's development. I have some inside news. The dynasty will open the flickering world in the 4th exploration phase. Many financial groups will be interested in fighting for this slice of cake at that time." He was already eyeing the opening of the flickering world. He would be able to make use of various methods to pressure the Black Star Army at that time. Since the Black Star Army had received the benefits of obtaining a territory, they would have to take the risks of managing it. Sorokin wanted to engage on a new battlefield with the army. The Limitless Financial Group had plenty of different methods to use money to suppress the ordinary businesses of the Black Star Army within their territory. Of course, Sorokin's main objective was the growth of the Limitless Financial Group. Compared to the benefits of the flickering world, the cost of suppressing the Black Star Army was negligible. Under the control of both parties, the conflict between the Moto civilization and the Crimson Dynasty did not escalate further. Both parties prepared their manpower and resources as they awaited the opening of the flickering world. Apart from a few small skirmishes, the galaxy was extremely calm. Under such circumstances, the 2nd exploration phase of the dynasty was completed smoothly, and the dynasty started the 3rd exploration phase. In those peaceful times, time crept by silently and many years went by. Without too many setbacks, the 3rd exploration phase was coming to an end. On the 15th day of the 7th month of the 729th year of the galaxy calendar, the Crimson Dynasty finally announced a piece of news that everyone had been waiting for. The 4th exploration phase was about to start, and the flickering world would be opened. It was like a psionic bomb being set off. The universe that had been peaceful for over a decade was stirred again. Chapter 992, Incoming Storm 1. News of the 4th exploration phase spread through the entire universe like a storm. The entire universe had been waiting for this day for far too long, and every star field became bustling with excitement. The civilizations of the various regions all began to recruit manpower and purchase resources. The normal galactic residents also became excited. They could not wait to explore the new star fields, and many of them wanted to try their luck to get rich or migrate over. Countless troops and resources were being mobilized all over the universe. The dynasty had only announced the time, but before the official opening of the flickering world, all the manpower and resources would have to wait in the Shattered Star Ring. As such, the Shattered Star Ring would become bustling with activity during this period. The opening of a new star field would reshuffle the current state of the universe once more. A huge tide of migrants flooded toward the flickering world from all directions. On a red mining planet, there were many prisoners mining for resources. In the middle of a circular mountain range, there was a prison with a grayish exterior. Congratulations, you're finally out. After stepping out from the surveillance region of the prison, even the air smelt sweeter. Looking at the usually stern prison guards smile at him, Evans felt as though it had been an eternity. He could finally leave the stinky sweat-filled prisoner attire and was dressed in a simple top with light luggage in his hands. It had been a long time since he was so at ease. A floating device was stopped not too far away. This was the prison's bus that was in charge of sending the prisoners to the space dock outside the atmosphere. At this moment, there was a man in military attire standing beside the bus waving at him. Although it had been a long time since they last met, Evans immediately recognized the man in military attire. Old not helped but smile and hugged the other party. I am here to fetch you. How have you been all this while? Work, eat, sleep, every day is the same. They were both extremely excited to meet each other after so long and felt as though they had endless conversation topics. Evans sized his friend up and lamented, time really flies. You were only a skinny child running behind me before I went into prison. Who would have thought that you'd join the military? You have also changed greatly. Don't just stand there. Get on. Both parties then took the bus to the space harbor and took a spaceship to a colonial planet not too far away. This prison was located on a mining planet surrounded by various colonial planets. There were plenty of different prisoners housed within the prison being laborers on the mining planet. Evans' friend had already booked a room in a famous hotel and treated Evans to a good meal. It had been far too long since Evans last tasted anything other than nutrition fluid. He immediately gobbled down all the food before him and stuffed himself until he could not eat anymore. Patting his bloated tummy, Evans let out a sigh of satisfaction. At this moment, his friend took out a box and opened it up. There was a galactic communicator, a translator, and other necessities in the box. There was even a portable mechanical suit in it. I prepared all this for you. I also opened up an account for you with 15,000 anas inside. I will accept the other items, but you can take the anas back. I don't need it. I did receive a salary in the prison, so I have some money. Evans waved his arms. How can that do? His friend immediately exclaimed. You saved my life before. If not for you, how would I have my current life? You must definitely accept my repayment. He had always been thankful toward Evans. Evans killed an evil super back then in order to protect him and went to prison because of it. The supernatural abilities of a super would enlarge the darkness in some people's hearts. They would attempt to seek a sense of superiority from ordinary individuals and humiliate or torture these individuals with their strength. They had once met such a super, and their lives had been threatened. Although Evans was only an ordinary person, he had managed to find a way to get rid of that grade E super. His good friend was already a military officer and had awakened his super gene. However, it was a pity that Evans did not have a super gene and would remain an ordinary individual for all his life. With Evans' abilities, if he has the talent to become a super, he would definitely be more powerful than me in future. Sigh, it is a pity that this is his destiny. Haha, I shall accept your sincerity, but I don't need your money. Don't think of trying to repay me with material items if we are brothers, Evans said with a smile. You can come over to my place if you are willing. His friend refused to give up. You are already married. I see. And not disturb you. I can try to get rid of your past record if you want to enter the military. It's all right. I am an ordinary individual and will only be cannon fodder if I join the army. Evans knew that it would be impossible for him to become a super but was not too bothered about it. He did not have the bad habit of lamenting about life. The way he saw it, rather than spend time lamenting, he might as well spend the time on practical actions. Then, what are you planning to do in the future? His friend said with resignation. Let me find a job first and talk about the rest later. Evans then began browsing the web with his communicator to view the employment advertisements. He was startled the moment he saw the advertisements. There were plenty of jobs available, but the first criteria of all the jobs was the same. Job location, Flickering World. As long as they could work in the Flickering World and were not a wanted individual, they would be hired. His friend looked over and shook his head. The Crimson Dynasty has finally announced the opening of the Flickering World, and every organization is hiring more manpower. In his memories, the Flickering World was still in the Crimson Tide era. The universe had truly changed greatly during his imprisonment. He then lowered his head and looked at the recruitment notice before nodding his head. Flickering World. Let me go and take a look then. It is finally going to open up. On the Star Pupil Holy Race's home planet, Psyker stood in front of a window. After the Planet Lighthouse incident, he had maintained a low profile to recover from his losses. After more than 10 years, the negative influence of him giving up the Evolution Cube was already gone, and he was still the noble leader in the eyes of many. Although he was extremely close to the Flickering World, he could only watch as Black Star and the Tyrant gained an early advantage in the Flickering World because he was a member of the church. Psyker was extremely envious and anxious. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and also wanted a slice of the cake. The way he saw it, the Flickering World was an opportunity for the Star Pupil Holy Race. He no longer needed to be restricted in the Shattered Star Ring. His current situation would only become worse as Black Star and the Tyrant developed themselves. As such, he needed to find a new way out for the Star Pupil Holy Race. As such, the Arcane Church had an excuse to interfere and support him. The more the benefits he could obtain in the Flickering World, the better for his race. As he thought about the past, Han Zhao's figure appeared in his mind. Black Star, he has also remained silent for more than 10 years. It seems like his strength has stagnated after reaching peak beyond Grade A. Chapter 993 Incoming Storm 2. It was the day for Black Star's party again, and the Black Star Army headquarters located in the Shattered Star Ring welcomed the representatives from many different organizations. Over the past 10 years, Black Star's party had become an iconic event of the army. Compared to the first few years, there were many more participants with many of the organizations coming from other star fields. They were all organizations preparing to head to the Flickering World. With the Flickering World about to open to the outside world, many organizations wanted to have a good relationship with Black Star, who had territory in the Flickering World. The number of explored star clusters would be increased to 9, and the Dawn Star Cluster, which was the entrance to the Flickering World, was being managed by the Dynasty. Geru, Renault, and Crown, which were explored in the first exploration phase, had been split up to the Dynasty's allies, and their basic facilities had been completed. The 5-star clusters of the second and third exploration phase had plenty of room for development, and the Dynasty was prepared to open more slots and get the various organizations of the universe to bear the cost of developing them. The Dynasty announced that the Black Star Army would be given 2 star systems, located in the Russo Star Cluster of the second phase and the Mark Star Cluster of the third phase. Only a small portion of the other allies had a territory assigned to them. Unlike the first phase, the Dynasty would not give out too many territories, but considered arranging various national pillars to maintain their control over the various star clusters. Within the territory of the 9 explored star systems, the Black Star Army was the organization that had the largest territory in the Flickering World, except for the Dynasty. Thus, there were many organizations fawning over the Black Star Army and hoping to gain more benefits from the Flickering World. The party was boisterous and filled with individuals from many different races. It was almost as though it was a gallery to view all the different races. There were many who were joining in Black Star's party for the first time, and they gathered in small groups to chat with each other while gossiping about the various Black Star Army officers. That woman with a star cluster representative beside her is Chief Administrative Official Sylvia. She is Black Star's head butler, and I heard that she is extremely capable. The one beside her is Fleet Commander Herluz, and his student Mia is beside him. She stepped into the Calamity Grade a year ago and uprooted a traitor of a galactic civilization organization that had a Calamity Grade super single-handedly. It is said that she is the lover of Nero, the heir to the Black Star Army. Look there. That is Vice Commander Logi, the former leader of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. He is also the principal of the Black Star Super Academy and entered the list of Beyond Grade A seeds last year. The one beside him is Tomar, a genius mage. It is said that Austin wanted to rope him in a few years ago, but was rejected by Black Star. The individual reading blueprints in the corner is Reynold, who is in charge of logistics. The one beside him is the vice head of the intelligence department, Shazik. There is also the upper echelon of the Germinal Financial Group, Iapetus. Most of the important personnel of the Black Star Army are gathered here. I think that there are more than 30 Calamity Grade Supers present. This is only a small portion of the Calamity Grade Supers in the Black Star Army. The elite Black Star Guards such as Hadavi and Fiden are all in the Flickering World. The entire Black Star Army has about 60 to 70 Calamity Grade Supers with 2 Beyond Grade A seeds. Black Star has lived in seclusion for the past few years and almost never made any public appearance. It is only possible to see him during Black Star's party. I wonder if there will be a chance to talk to him. Just as everyone was chatting, a holographic projection appeared on the stage. The attention of the guests was immediately attracted by the screen, and they all greeted the silhouette that had appeared. Han Zhao nodded and smiled. Welcome to the Black Star Army. With his current lifespan, a decade was no more than a snap of his fingers, and he did not seem to have aged the slightest. With the main character appearing, the plaza became boisterous with plenty of people coming forward to chat with Han Zhao. Han Zhao was already used to this and dealt with them with a smile. According to his memory, a portion of these organizations were active in the Flickering World. Apart from the three universal civilizations and superstar cluster civilizations, some neutral civilizations and civilian organizations also played an important role in the flickering world. Because of Han Zhao's hard work, the army had gained an advantage in the flickering world and had 9 star systems as their foundation. They could make use of their foundation to build ties with more organizations and form a large net of benefits. This was also the reason for the party today. Han Zhao dealt with all those who approached him while searching through his memories to match these individuals to their organization. The banquet was a very successful one, and after sending away the guests, the officers followed Han Zhao into his office. Army Commander, the flickering world is about to be opened to the outside. We need to make sufficient preparations and be prepared to fight off the various large organizations, Sylvia said. Han Zhao nodded and replied, "Just go according to our plan." The army had been preparing for more than 10 years and had already made all the relevant preparations. When the flickering world opened, it would also be the start of version 4.0 and the time for the player's return. At the same time, interstar field transportation would also be activated for the players, and all the players would flood toward the flickering world. Compared to our players, the players of the Black Star Army obviously had an advantage as they had come in contact with the flickering world during version 3.0. Han Zhao had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Black Star Army now had the foundation to welcome the new version, and they would be the leaks for him to harvest. Through his hard work, the Black Star Army had become the largest private organization in the flickering world and could provide the players with even more benefits to attract them. Over the past 10 or so years, the strength of all his officers had improved, and he had not remained idle either. He had replenished his mechanical army and perfected his dimension factory. At the same time, he had converted more first-generation mechanical lives to aid in the development of the machinery civilization. Although he still was not capable of forging a universal treasure, Han Zhao would send his mechanical army out from time to search for opportunities to obtain some talents. He had also accumulated plenty of random reward chances. The experience that he had accumulated was all spent on increasing the levels of his skills to obtain potential points. As such, his level did not change much, and he was still around level 300. Apart from this, Han Zhao also searched for more energy training techniques to increase the upper limit of his energy. Because of his interface, his training efficiency far exceeded the other beyond grade and the increase in his energy level was pretty substantial. After over 10 years of accumulation, Han Zhao's foundation was no longer weak and could barely match up to his status of a peak beyond grade A mechanic. After remaining low profile for so many years, the outside world probably thinks that my strength has stagnated. I am already all prepared and only waiting for an opportunity. When version 4.0 launches, my strength will be increased rapidly again. Nero stood up and said, "Godfather, I have a request." "Speak." Han Zhao looked over. Nero was already an adult, and although he still had a childish appearance and was still short like before, he had a far more stable aura. Nero had acted as his right-hand man over the past few years and helped him greatly. "I wish to apply for leave to accompany my father on planet Aquamarine." "I also wish to take Mia with me," Nero said. You should go back." Bennett was getting older and older. As the leader of Planet Aquamarine, he was extremely busy, and Nero would apply for leave to visit him from time to time. Han Zhao naturally did not stop him from doing so. After checking on the work of all the officers, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller, Han Zhao waved his arms and got his subordinates to leave the office before picking up the call. Tarakov's silhouette then appeared on the screen. "Black Star, the flickering world is about to be opened, and you should know what you need to prepare. I am calling you F. Or something else. Speak. You should have paid attention to the newly ascended beyond grade as over the past few years, right? One of them chose to join the dynasty, and they will head to planet Crimson Ring to meet Her Excellency ruler. The dynasty is going to gather the beyond grade A allies to meet him. Are you planning to meet him?" Every beyond grade A that joined the alliance had the same treatment, and it had been the same for Han Zhao. Over the past 10 years, a few new beyond grade A supers had risen in the various star fields. He was no longer considered a newbie. After taking a look at the information that the dynasty had sent to him, Han Zhao was immediately tempted. This individual had joined the dynasty during this period in his previous life and made the same decision. "All right, I shall go and meet him," Han Zhao agreed, and his thoughts began to drift. Version 4.0 is about to open up. I wonder how Gila is doing. At the same time, in the desolate universe belt, Ames floated outside the atmosphere of a planet and looked down at the boundless sea of red on the planet. The red energy swept over the entire surface of the planet like a flood, and anything that came into contact with it disintegrated into dust. The sturdy earth seemed to have turned soft, and the sea of red was still rapidly expanding. All of a sudden, the red energy shot toward the sky with a red figure emerging from within it. Her face was filled with the coldness of death. Upon seeing that, Ames smiled. Welcome to the Beyond Grade A realm. Chapter 994, The Horror of the Beyond Grade. As the red energy that saturated the entire sky was quickly absorbed back into Gila's body, and the red light within her eyes dimmed. However, her aura seemed as though she was a totally new person. After 20 years of grueling training in the universe, Gila had finally taken this step. In her previous life, she had arrived at the Beyond Grade A realm earlier than this, so she had always had the potential. After transforming into a Beyond Grade A species, Gila's appearance became more refined, her skin was cleansed and flawless, and her genes were greatly optimized. Though her growth rate could not be compared to Black Star, Ames was equally amazed by Gila's talent. Compared to those who needed centuries to reach this stage, Gila's special S-grade Esper ability had greatly shortened her journey. How do you feel? Ames sized Gila up, her eyes glowing with appreciation, as though she was viewing a work of art. Miraculous. Gila was sensing the changes and thoughtfully spoke. So, this is the world in the eyes of the Beyond Grade A. Everything feels different. Slowly experience and get used to it. We have plenty of time. Ames slightly smiled. Gila breathed out, a spark of excitement flashing across her eyes. The me now should be able to barely catch up to Black Star. I can return. Ames then controlled her force field, taking out the communicat. And sending it to Gila's side as she smiled. Do you want to share this good news with him? Gila received the communicator, but after hesitating a few seconds, she shook her head. No, I'll surprise him by personally returning. On planet Crimson Ring, a saucer-shaped spaceship pierced through the psionic seal ring, slowly approaching planet Crimson Ring. On the star bridge stood a huge figure in front of the porthole, silently staring at the growing planet Crimson Ring. This person possessed a bright silver body, and his skin was like flowing liquid metal. One could only see a pair of metallic eyes on his face, and any other places are as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the galaxy outside the window. He was not wearing clothes and possessed no sexual characteristics. He was a newly born Beyond Grade A, having ascended just 5 years prior. He was considered a Beyond Grade A seed from the Sea of Star Spirits, and 100 years ago, he had locked himself into the core of a dying star to cultivate in a perilous method that only gave a slim chance of survival. 100 years later, like a cocoon, he broke out, transforming into a new life form born from the core of the star. He abandoned his original name, naming himself Silver Shadow, and formed his own Beyond Grade A organization within the Sea of Star Spirits. Over the past few years, he had made a name for himself and developed rapidly, forming a base of operations within the Sea of Star Spirits. Silver Shadow had accepted the dynasty's invitation, so he had traveled over to meet the dynasty ruler as well as the Beyond Grade as of the dynasty. At this moment, one of his officers came up behind him and whispered, "Your Excellency Silver Shadow, we're about to descend." Silver Shadow's voice was cold and brought with it the timbre much like a metal vibration. It was akin to an electronic sound without emotion. The officer hesitated a while before asking, "Your Excellency, if I may ask, why are we choosing to join the dynasty? Are you questioning my decision?" Silver Shadow did not even turn around. "I do not." The officer immediately refuted that. He had not joined Silver Shadow for long, so he did not dare offend him at this time. He spoke in a hesitant tone. "I just feel that the offers from the Arcane Church and the Federation of Light were much better." Silver Shadow did not deny that. With the development of the flickering world, the attraction the dynasty has now prevails over the rest, so the Federation and the Church have to pay higher prices. It's not because they value me. Furthermore, the power distribution in the Sea of Star Spirits has reached saturation, and only the flickering world can provide me with more room to develop. Thus, choosing the dynasty is the better option for me. However, this is not the main reason I chose to join them. The Evolution Cube, as well as Black Star. Silver Shadow paused. If not for the fact that Black Star, as possession of the Evolution Cube, is with the dynasty, I would not have agreed to their invitation. That's right. The dynasty said that they were going to gather a few Beyond Grade as to meet you. Will Black Star come as well? If he's there, you can make your request. From what I know, those old Beyond Grade A fogies seldom appear at such affairs. The most one will see is Ernrel's bodyguard, Dark Lord Claudia. As for whether Black Star will come or not, I do not know, Silver Shadow muttered. But I would like him to come so that I can spar against him. You wish to spar with Black Star? The officer got a shock. He rose to the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm more than a decade ago and is even recorded as one of the strongest mechanical deities. While he has been silent these few years, still. I know what you mean. There's no need to say any more. The Beyond Grade A circle within the 3 universal civilizations have always ostracized newcomers. If you want the right to speak, you have to prove it through your strength. Since I must fight, I might as well pick a stronger one. The Silver Shadow turned around, coldly remarking, Dark Lord, Dragon King, and illusory deity. These three veterans have the highest status of the Beyond grade as within the dynasty, and directly behind them would be Black Star, who only took a few decades to reach the Beyond grade A realm. He is almost guaranteed to succeed the trio and will be the main pillar of the dynasty in the future, holding the most authority. In just 20 years, to grow to such a state, I'm extremely interested in him, and if he wants me to listen to him, I must experience just how good he is. Very quickly, the spaceship landed on the political core of planet Crimson Ring, to Runamir Palace. Silver Shadow brought his officers to exit the spaceship and followed the attendants to walk into the palace. At this instant, a strong overbearing Beyond grade A pressure burst out, viciously pressuring him. This was obviously an opening gambit by the seniors. Silver Shadow did not show any weakness, and the aura unique to a Beyond grade A burst out from him and pushed back hard. Rings of invisible shockwaves seemed to burst apart in midair. As though sensing his attitude, the Beyond grade A pressure receded quickly like the tide. We'll meet with the ruler first. Silver Shadow coldly gazed toward the direction of the aura before following the attendants to another location. At the same time, inside a room far away, a few of the Beyond grade A allies of the dynasty were seated. The newcomers now are really arrogant. None of them are willing to bow their heads. Baoni sighed. That's right. Thinking back, when I first fought Black, cough cough. Viro embarrassedly coughed twice, sneaking a look at Han Shao who was sitting at the head, using his lord's descent. Han Shao smirked and made a sarcastic remark. That time, you couldn't even beat a newbie like me. That was different. You're a special case that broke all records in history, and you're even at the peak of Beyond grade A now. Losing to you at that time shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? Viru laughed hollowly. No, it was embarrassing. Lotus Swordsman harshly shot him down. Over the past few years, Han Shao had already established a deep level of friendship with most of the Beyond grade A allies in the dynasty. Due to his strength and legendary points, he had a greater say in the circle, only behind Dark Lord, Dragon King, and Illusory Deity. He had long shed his identity as a newcomer. Among the Dynasty Alliance, only the stubborn little Tai Tai refused to admit his influence, the rest all were in awe of him. That day, there were 9 Beyond grade A present. Neither Milizaus nor Kant were there, but it was still more than when Han Shao had arrived for the first time. The last person to experience such a battle was Han Shao himself. Seeing Silver Shadow was just like seeing the him of yesteryear, coming in with as much pomp and fanfare. He was not interested in bullying the newcomers together with this group of Beyond grade so he did not pressure Silver Shadow with his momentum like the rest. He chose to come because he wanted to see Silver Shadow. If he remembered correctly, this Silver Shadow was a special existence among the Beyond grade he had molded himself into something equivalent to a universal treasure during this life evolution, but right now, this ability should have awoken yet. In the later version during his past life, Silver Shadow had an infamous nickname among the players, the Whore of the Beyond grade According to incomplete statistics, during the World Tree Civilization battles, over 20 Beyond grade had used Silver Shadow before. Among them, the one who utilized his abilities the most was the late Bloomer Carlet, which earned him the nickname of Whore Monopolizer Carlet. While Han Shao wished to turn this public good into a private good, this sort of thinking was a bit unrealistic, so he settled for making contact with the other party first. At this time, Raven Loudy was surveying the audience. We will most likely have to do a spar later. Who's going up? I have no interest. Lotus Swordsman firmly refused. Don't look at me. Baoni waved his hands. You should know that I'm not good at solo battles. Viro hesitated a little. After the thrashing Han Shao had given him, he was no longer that passionate about such matters and ended up shaking his head. I won't go up either. Black Star, are you interested? Maximiller looked over. I never fight unnecessary fights. Han Shao waved his hands in refusal. He did not have any intention of bullying a newcomer who should be worth befriending. Moreover, they were on planet Crimson Ring, the capital of the dynasty. He had not stationed much machinery there, and any machines that broke would need to be fixed. By the side, Kohler, who was treated like transparent glass, finally opened his mouth in resignation. Since none of you are interested, let me do it. Everyone cast their sight over, with suspicion on their faces. Without any exaggeration, Kohler was the one recognized as the most noob, even taking Baoni into account. I'm still a pugilist class that specializes in individual battles. What sort of expressions are you guys showing? Kohler was embarrassed and angry. We're afraid of you embarrassing us, Lotus Swordsman said straightforwardly. Taking advantage of the people teasing Kohler, Han Shao scooted over to Baoni's side, whispering, Have you been doing recently? How else can I be doing? Baoni replied in a not-so-polite manner. Thanks to you, the Moto civilization is constantly trying to suppress my race. The other day, those idiots even fired a long-range galactic missile toward my land of the Fire Core, plowing the entire landscape for me. Are you paying for the damages? Nope, Speak to the dynasty for compensation. It was them who allowed me to do so. Han Xiao dryly coughed. Over the past few years, Lothair had been making waves within the Modo civilization, assassinating target after target. He had already thoroughly offended the entire civilization many times over. Modo naturally vented his anger on Baoni, who was an ally of the dynasty. In those few years, he had been beaten black and blue, an innocent bystander dragged into the affair. While Lothair was cautious in handling matters, it was not as if he experienced no danger. Treading the thin line between life and death had allowed him to grow rapidly. While there was some measure of luck involved, it was not as exaggerated as Phaidon and Nero, and more of relying on his own skills to escape the situation. His assassin society was developing quite well, having already nurtured a group of interstellar killers. On paper, it was a bounty hunter organization within the black market, but in secret, they were Han Zhao's shadowers. After chatting for a while, Silver Shadow's aura suddenly drew closer. Everyone instinctively knew that his talk with the ruler had already ended and put on a serious expression. Swoosh. The doors opened and two people walked in. One of them was Claudia with a passive expression. He walked up until he reached Han Zhao's side, taking a seat at the head. The other was naturally Silver Shadow. He stood in the middle of the room, surveying the area and the beyond grade as present. Finally, his gaze stopped on Han Zhao's avatar. Your Silver Shadow from the Sea of Star Spirits? Viru was the first to open his mouth, pretentiously sneering. You don't seem to respect us much. Why should I respect you? Silver Shadow indifferently replied. By the side, Kohler coldly laughed. How arrogant. A pity, this place is the Crimson Dynasty. The dynasty does not allow such prideful characters to exist. Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately cast a glance at him. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? Silver Shadow turned to Kohler, and after being silent for a while, he finally said, There's someone like you in the dynasty? I've never heard of you. Kohler's gaze turned frosty. He was originally only pretending, but having been insulted, the person in question could not suppress his rage. Within the Beyond Grade A circle, status and authority are earned by strength. I believe you understand this rule as well. Kohler pushed his hands against his kneecaps, leaning forward. You've come to the ruler's side as an ally of the dynasty, but you haven't earned respect among us. Do you dare you spar against me? You? Forget it, you're not my opponent. Silver Shadow's tone was calm, as though he had just spoken a fact. Without waiting for Kohler to continue, he turned to look at Han Xiao, leisurely saying, If I must spar, I will of course choose someone stronger. Black Star, do you have the guts to fight me? Han Xiao was stunned in place. Why did it suddenly become my problem? I only came here to support you. The eyes of everyone present lit up, and a look of interest crossed their expressions. There were people who, after stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, felt that their strength had no limits and would like to leapfrog to directly challenge those at the peak. This sort of mentality often appeared in the Beyond Grade so people did not find Silver Shadow to be weird. It was just like how a newborn calf might dare to challenge a tiger. The spirit of daring to challenge someone stronger was also a good mentality. Han Xiao was about to decline, but he discovered a notification on his interface and immediately swallowed his words. Glancing at the notification, he almost let out a cry. Silver Shadow had initiated the battle, which directly triggered the mission for battling against the Beyond Grade A. Just as had happened against Heber and Manison, not only was the experience reward good, he even had the chance to draw a skill from the other party. After so many years of research, Han Xiao was now more aware of the trigger mechanism for such missions. If the other party took the initiative to request a battle, then the rate of the mission appearing was insanely high. Right now, while there were only a few people within this room, they could all be considered big shots within the universe, so there was sufficient influence to activate the mission. This newcomer is too generous to actually give me a skill the moment he showed up. Han Xiao could not help shaking his head. All right, no need to be aggressive. I can agree to that. Silver Shadow nodded before suddenly saying, just sparring itself is pointless. Shall we have a bet as well? Han Xiao was curious. What do you want to bet? I wish to borrow the evolution cube. If I gain the advantage or even win in this battle, please accede to my request. If I lose, I can fulfill any request you have of me, so long as it does not see. Cross the line. Done. It's a small matter. Han Xiao nodded. He did not lose out in any way. At this moment, the cold-faced Claudia opened his mouth. Go fight outside the psionic seal ring. Don't fight near the mother planet. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. You seem to have also said this the previous time, and it was even the exact same wording. You just came here to be a referee, right? Ernrel stood by the window at the office within Tarunamir Palace. She raised her head to see a group of Beyond Grade as rising like spaceships, disappearing beyond the horizon. Ruler, have Black Star and the rest left? There were several other upper echelons within that room, consisting mostly of advocates of the evolution cube being handed over. Among them was the Hawk faction Bekaroti, as well as Ludwell, who previously owed Han Xiao a favor. Ernrel turned around, indifferently commenting, It seems that Claudia said they went beyond the psionic seal ring to battle. That, Bekaroti mused for a while before saying, Your Excellency ruler, what do you think of our plan then? Ernrel's brow creased. God's ability is indeed the first of its kind, but we can't even do anything with our techniques. Are you sure of the success? Right now, no. Bekaroti shook his head. He only told me that, as long as he reaches the beyond grade A level, his Esper ability will allow him to analyze the principle behind the evolutionary energy. You also know how miraculous the powers of Espers are. Beyond grade A, Ernrel shook her head. He thinks that he will reach that realm for sure? Even so, how long does he even need? Not sure. We can only wait. Hearing this, Ernrel could not help but fall into silence. Seeing this, Bekaroti could not help but push some more. Your Excellency, this is a good chance. Black Star has already proved that it is nigh impossible for the dynasty to obtain the evolution cube from him. We cannot use any domineering methods against him, but if we can dissect and analyze the energy ourselves and replicate it, Black Star will have no excuses. This is not offending him, and he has no grounds to forbid us studying the evolution cube, so even if he's dissatisfied, he can't do anything. I know. Ernrel's brows were still furrowed. But God's request is for him to come into contact with the actual body of the evolution cube. If his goal is discovered by Black Star, this may anger him. This is a small risk, but we're not trying to snatch the cube, so it isn't so serious. Furthermore, God has always been someone our dynasty supports, so it is natural that we provide him the quota for the evolution cube. Ernrel was still hesitant. The evolution cube was Black Star's, and the dynasty could not snatch it, but it would be a different matter if they managed to create one themselves. From a personal viewpoint, Ernrel did not have any problems with Black Star and was even pleased with his performance. However, as the ruler, she had to consider the issue from the standpoint of the dynasty. The benefits of the evolutionary totems were too great, and they had to be recharged every decade or so. Allowing an outsider to monopolize it was not something the dynasty was comfortable with. This is not necessarily to snatch away the interests of Black Star, but to prevent the outcome of Black Star losing the evolution cube someday. It's better for the dynasty to study the mystery of the evolution cube in advance as a backup. Bekaroti struck while the iron was hot. He makes sense, Ludwell added. Speaking of whom, Ludwell had owed Han Xiao a favor, but in previous years, he had taken the initiative to invest within the Shattered Star Ring, suppressing the Limitless Financial Group, which was in a way repaying his favor. Today, he did not go against Bekaroti, but rather supported this plan. It was not because he had issues with Han Xiao, but rather, from a professional viewpoint, the success rate of this proposal seemed quite high. Ernrel thought for a while longer before sighing and replying, Bekaroti, Black Star will come over later. You can use your name to invite him to discuss the matter of exchanging the evolution cube with something else one last time. If he still rejects, then put that plan into motion. Remember, the fewer people who know about this, the better. This is especially so for Black Star. If he finds out, he will definitely think of ways to prevent it. Hearing this, Bekaroti and the others in the room had expressions of joy and immediately nodded in response. Chapter 995 Exchange 3 for 1? It did not take long for the whole group of Beyond Grade as to arrive outside the psionic seal ring, and the group chose an uninhabited area for the battlefield. Han Xiao and Silver Shadow separately from the group, facing each other. The other Beyond Grade stayed outside the battlefield and chatted animatedly, with Lotus Swordsman even building a mental network for them to communicate. To actually choose Black Star as his opponent, I'm not sure how long this Silver Shadow can last. Vera shook his head. Even if he beat Kohler, his authority would be second last, Lotus Swordsman indifferently replied. Instead, he might as well choose Black Star. As long as he can pose problems for Black Star, the effect will definitely be better than fighting Kohler. Kohler frowned. While this is the truth, can you be less hurtful in your comments, my friends? Ravenloudi pondered. Silver Shadow seems to have quite a lot of confidence. Maybe he has some special talent. I heard he's a pugilist, but he looks more like an Esper. I've checked through his history, and his speed is the astonishing factor. I heard that he even has some special flying skills, allowing him to continuously accelerate to warp speed. It seems like he has a void bloodline. Maximiller pointed to Silver Shadow in the dist. Ants. Furthermore, look at his body surface using microscopic vision. The seemingly smooth silver surface is actually covered with extremely small mana circuits, which most likely come from the Beyond Grade A mages of the Sea of Star Spirits. Hearing this, the Beyond Grade all adjusted their vision and entered their microscopic view, and they discovered that there was indeed a dense energy circuit covering Silver Shadow, much like a semi-invisible tattoo. There are several beyond grade A mages residing within the Sea of Star Spirits, but such an insane way of inscribing magic circuits should belong to the Secret Master of the Elderly Association. While the Secret Master is one of the controllers of behind the scenes of the galactic black market, he belongs to the neutral faction. Still, his fees are not cheap, so it seems like Silver Shadow must have bled quite badly. Ravenlady got unhappy. What elderly association? It's called the Ancient Ones. Lotus Swordsman was focused on another point, and she squinted. He has too many enchantments on his body. To be able to withstand such a load, his fleshly body should be quite strong. Oh, this is indeed the case, Baoni said in resignation. However, no matter how strong his fleshly body is, can it be stronger than Black Star's? Good point. With Han Xiao as a shining example, no one was surprised anymore when they saw any meat shields. Speaking of which, ever since his battle with the Mechanic Emperor, Black Star has not fought anyone in the past 20 years. After reaching this stage, he most likely won't be able to maintain that startling growth speed. Vera shook his head. Even Claudia, who was usually silent, could not help but say, upon reaching the limits known to man, climbing further will require one to break through the limits into a whole new path. Throughout history, there were many who tried and failed. It's more difficult than it seems. As they chatted, Han Xiao and Silver Shadow also began their battle. The mechanical host carrying Avatar floated in the universe with a small mechanical army. Its dark armor flickered constantly with blue and gold mechanical force. He, the mechanic, stood still while the pugilist Silver Shadow was the one who took the initiative to put some distance between them. This sort of situation was rarely seen, but everyone shared a glance, their eyes twinkling with laughter. In the entire universe, it was probably only the mechanic Black Star that no pugilist dared to face head-on. From afar, Silver Shadow circled around Han Xiao, looking for openings and opportunities to attack. Looking at him making circles around him, with no intention to attack, Han Xiao could not help but open his mouth. How long are you going to circle me? Come and attack. Silver Shadow did not reply, only continuing to circle around. He gradually accelerated, flying faster as his body began to blur. He was akin to a silver comet, leaving behind a series of silvery afterimages like a flaming tail of a meteor. Through his void vision, Han Xiao could clearly see that the speed of Silver Shadow was not only fast, the space around him had distorted slightly, constantly warping at the rear to form the shape like a tidal wave, which allowed him to ride the waves to provide additional acceleration. At the same time, there was a familiar void energy fluctuation coming out of Silver Shadow, which proved that the other party also possessed some void genes. Han Xiao was quite clear of the general abilities of Silver Shadow. At the Beyond Grade A realm, Silver Shadow had a few obvious characteristics. One of them was speed, or his ability to maintain near warp speed for prolonged distances. At his peak, he could even reach actual warp speed. The second was that his body was extremely tough and nearly indestructible. The third was a rare racial talent. And his fourth was the Horde effect. Silver Shadow did not have a high HP count, but his defense was extremely exaggerated, to the point that even Heber could not compare with him. This was related to his attributes as a living universal treasure. Due to his various special abilities, Silver Shadow's actual combat capability was pushed up to the level of Heber or Viru, despite him being a new Beyond Grade A, above the likes of Kohler and Baoni. He was probably only weaker than Maximilor, Ravelauti, and Lotus Swordsman, who belonged to the middle ranks, as he had a great shortcoming in his spiritual attributes. As one of the dynasty's allies with the strongest combat capabilities, Han Xiao carried himself calmly and did not mind allowing Silver Shadow to display all his means. After all, the other party was someone who had a special role. It was worth it to allow the other party to play his own style and obtain more authority to speak within their circle. It was not that Han Xiao was arrogant, but he knew his baseline. He had already calculated the entire battle scenario time and again in his heart, and the conclusion was set. Just with his current strength, he had enough ability to control the entire battle situation. He did not need any fancy moves to deal with Silver Shadow, he just needed to F2A, and everything would be settled. With such an overwhelming advantage, how could he lose? No matter how flowery the opponent's skills were, a raise of his hand would be enough to annihilate them. Thus, Han Xiao patiently waited for Silver Shadow to speed up, only occasionally letting his machines shoot from a distance. Finally, Silver Shadow felt that he was sufficiently warmed up and suddenly turned around, shooting like a beam of light straight toward Han Xiao's mechanical troops. With permission from Han Xiao, the Battle AI Sparta immediately responded, opening the space-time stabilizer to lock down the area. With the increase in spatial stability, Silver Shadow's speed was affected as part of his speed came from the distortion and warping of space. Even so, his speed remained quick, to the point that Calamity Grades would not be able to discern where his true body lay, only seeing a silver streak. Relying on his high speed, Silver Shadow started to clash against the machinery. The psionic cannon's shots mostly went wide, and the few that contacted were stopped at the psionic energy matrix shield that was formed from his silver pugilist flames, unable to penetrate. After fighting for a while, Silver Shadow turned and rushed toward the psionic shield of the mechanical troops like a silver comet. Before impacting, the silver comet suddenly changed, splitting up like a cluster warhead and turning into hundreds of tiny silver meteors. They scattered in all directions in an instant, bypassing the limited area of the shield and penetrating the mechanical troops formation. Each subbody was a silvery liquid-like metallic substance, which were reduced versions of Silver Shadow and all part of his body. This was his racial talent, which was brought about by the mutation within the star nucleus. His body could achieve the effect of splitting itself on a nanolevel, as well as freely take on all shapes and sizes. Furthermore, the split selves also possessed a considerable fighting capacity. Because his total overall strength remained unchanged, the combat capability of each smaller self would depend instead on its size. Silver Shadow's void genes allowed him to use the void dimension to obtain energy to boost each smaller self. Silver Shadow's universal treasure talent brought him insane defense, which would not be differentiated by size. So, even if each smaller self did not possess the same strength as its main self, it was nigh indestructible, which was his advantage. Because of this special skill, within the suffering pugilist class, Silver Shadow was akin to a billionaire in a society, not needing to bow to anyone to survive. A few of the split selves rushed through the mechanical soldiers at great speed, but due to the separation in strength, the attacks were fast but could not pierce through the armor of the mechanical soldiers, only leaving traces on the surface. The majority of his selves merged together again, turning into a childlike version of Silver Shadow, and went straight to Han Xiao. Han Zhao's avatar did not move, only releasing a faint blue arc from his eyes. Virtual Paramount struck directly into Silver Shadow's soul. The next moment, Silver Shadow lost control of his body, barreling out of control. Even his smaller selves lost control and were easily captured. Han Xiao twisted slightly, avoiding Silver Shadow, and reached out to grab his ankle, pulling him back. Silver Shadow's weakness was spiritual attacks, but Virtual Paramount did not just contain a mental attack but also the difficulty of virtual technology. It would take Silver Shadow a long time to escape from the skill normally, not to mention that Han Zhao's virtual technology and level suppression LD only increased the difficulty. Nanomechanical tentacles extended from behind the avatar, firmly binding Silver Shadow with 3 layers. At the same time, the tentacles were outfitted with electromagnetic, space, and other control devices. Disc-shaped miniature cannons popped out from Han Zhao's shoulders, suspending over Silver Shadow. From afar, the mechanical army also caught up, turning their weapons toward the restricted Silver Shadow, and released the reverse psionic shield, locking Han Xiao and Silver Shadow within the small confined area. In this manner, even if Silver Shadow wished to rush out, he had to break through the shield in order to gain distance to accelerate. Silver Shadow finally got out of the shackles from Virtual Paramount and received great mental injuries in doing so, being inflicted with many negative statuses. The moment he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had been fully bound up. Do you want to continue? Han Xiao communicated within the mental network with a jovial tone. This sort of battle can't hurt me. Silver Shadow struggled for a while before realizing that it would be hard to extricate himself. He then decided to pull out his head, separating himself from his body and turning into a miniature version of himself. I know, your body is extremely durable, and my troops can barely harm you. Han Xiao nodded and smiled. However, just this point is not enough to gain the advantage against me. Believe me, I have sufficient experience in this regard. In fact, he was the natural counter to Silver Shadow. If he had utilized the space-time amber with Silver Shadow's smaller frame, it would have been easy to encase and seal him within before slowly weakening him. However, this was only his avatar, so the space-time amber was not with him. Silver Shadow sighed before hiding his arrogance and nodding. You've won. He originally wanted to rely on his high speed and the ability to split up his body to gain the upper hand for a while. He had no confidence in being able to defeat Black Star, even if this was just an avatar. But the offensive that he had been preparing for a long time was dissolved by Han Xiao easily, and he ended up falling straight into the grasps of his opponent. This allowed him to feel the disparity between their abilities. With more than half of his body currently trapped by Han Xiao, it was pointless to continue fighting. Furthermore, Black Star had given him face and allowed himself to display his strength. Silver Shadow understood that clearly and did not wish to fight for a lost cause. While he wanted a strong opponent, he would not seek ridicule needlessly. Hearing this, Han Xiao released the restraints, and Silver Shadow regained his original body. Han Xiao laughed. Now you owe me one. What will you have me do? Silver Shadow asked. Just remember it for now. I'll look for you when I need your help. Han Xiao thought about it before deciding to shelve the matter. He actually wished to research Silver Shadow's body to activate the universal treasure hidden attribute, but they did not have that good of a relationship. To suddenly suggest such an absurd thing, this was a dangerous topic for all beyond grade as. So, it was better to cozy up to him first. This was not a one-off matter, so a better relationship would allow him more usages of Silver Shadow if need be. In the past, Carlet was a good friend of Silver Shadow's, so he was about to enjoy such personalized service free of charge. Speaking of which, Carlet should have entered the Dynasty army right now. While he was still far away from the time he was supposed to take shape, it was unknown if history would change due to Han Zhao's interference. Okay, I'll remember it. Silver Shadow nodded. If you have time, you can come over to the Shattered Star Ring or Flickering World to look for me. If you have any problems, I can help too. Han Xiao laughed in return. Silver Shadow nodded quietly, accepting Black Star's friendliness. Black Star sounded like an older brother right now and was just lacking the words, "I'll protect you." He felt a little emotional in his heart. All the other beyond grade as were trying to make things difficult for him, but only Black Star was different. This was the attitude that the future pillar of the dynasty should have. Seeing that the battle had ended, the rest of the beyond grade as flew toward them. The result of the battle was not out of anyone's expectations, but the calmness with which Black Star had handled this battle left everyone sighing in awe. In just 20 years, Black Star's bearing no longer gave one the feeling of a maverick who did not stick to conventional means, but rather a straightforward suppression, easily pulling it off. While they did not cross swords, everyone could judge what would happen to them if they were faced with Silver Shadow skills. Their conclusion was that while Silver Shadow might be a newcomer, his combat capabilities were good. Even Kohler or Baoni might not be able to win. This was especially so for Kohler. He was secretly thankful that Silver Shadow did not accept his invitation to spar, or else it would have been really embarrassing. However, Black Star could deal with Silver Shadow so easily. It represented the gap between their realms. Other than Claudie, the respect that the other beyond grade has had for Han Xiao deepened. Upon returning to the spaceship, the group set up to return to planet Crimson Ring. While Han Xiao chatted with Silver Shadow, he summoned the interface and saw that the mission of fighting against Silver Shadow had already been marked as completed. However, he did not settle it immediately, instead choosing to wait until he returned. He had to molest Phaidon before he drew his reward. This ritual could not be skipped. Once they returned to planet Crimson Ring, they exchanged communicator numbers before Silver Shadow bid his farewell. Returning to his quarters to rest, Han Xiao was about to release his Lord's Descent when a member of the dynasty's army approached him. "Your Excellency Black Star, Mr. Bekarodi requests an audience with you." Bekarodi? Han Xiao knew that this guy was the most important leader of the Hawk faction, totally not in line with him. They did not have many dealings, so he curiously asked, "What is he looking for me for?" "He wishes to discuss with you the problem of the evolution cube." Han Xiao was surprised. Over the past few years, the Federation and Church did not stop their pressure, which caused many of the dynasty's upper echelons to question the ownership problem of the evolution cube. Bekarodi was one of the hardcore supporters of the dynasty owning the cube. That much Han Xiao knew. Then, what does he wish to talk to me about? Han Xiao was a little curious and nodded. "All right, please lead the way." The dynasty officer guided Han Xiao to a government building, passing through layers of restrictions, before they arrived at a secret conference room. Han Xiao went in and saw an old yet majestic dynasty official seated at the head. His skin was stretched, the wrinkles deeply carved, and his nose a little big. With his dead-set eyes and mouth, he looked like a stubborn man. "Nice to meet you, Black Star. I'm Bekarodi. This should not be our first time meeting." Bekarodi squeezed out a small smile. Han Xiao sat on the other side of the conference table as he replied, "It's the first time we've met in private though." He had only seen this person during the meeting of the senior officials of the dynasty, but they had not communicated much. "I'm not a person who likes to talk nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point." Bekarodi supported his hands on the table and spoke in a deep voice. "The dynasty hopes to exchange items for your evolution cube. The conditions can be freely raised by you." "Wanting to exchange for my evolution cube?" Han Yao's eyes moved. In fact, such signs had appeared a long time ago, but this was the first time the dynasty had approached him directly. "This should not be your personal intention, right?" Han Xiao gave a smile that was yet not a smile. "That's right. I hope you understand. This is no personal grudge, and the reason we did not do so in the past was because the evolution cube was not worth much. However, the evolutionary civilization blueprints that were in the ES gods' hands used the cube as the core of their technology, so its importance has changed. The dynasty hopes to obtain such a strategic universal treasure, but we had not asked you up till now because of the ruler's support for you." Han Xiao nodded. This was understandable. As a civilization, there were a lot of points to consider, and they would only be reassured if they could hold the strategic level object in their own embrace. not to mention the Crimson Dynasty, be it the Federation or the Church, as long as the evolutionary totem as well as a bunch of related techniques appeared in their hands, they would also make the same choice. If he was a beyond grade A of the civilization, the rest would probably have forced him to give it up directly, rather than talking conditions. Since he was an external ally, the dynasty could not force him to hand over his items, or it would result in a negative impression. For the advanced civilizations, a beyond grade A was merely used as a tool for war, and the civilization itself was the main character of the universe instead. However, to a beyond grade A, there were few who were actually willing to help a civilization to the end. They were merely exchanging services and benefits. Letting me make conditions at will, this is really generous, Han Xiao smiled. There should be an upper limit though. How about you make an initial offer? Good. Bekarodi nodded. The dynasty is willing to use a universal treasure to exchange for your evolution cube. Han Xiao shook his head. You've already said so yourself. The evolution cube's meaning has changed. Wouldn't a one-to-one exchange be detrimental to me? You're mistaken. It's not a one-to-one. Bekarodi smiled before dropping the bombshell. 3 universal treasures in exchange for the evolution cube. This is a sincere offer from the dynasty. What do you think about it? Chapter 996. Tricky question. 3 for 1. Han Xiao jumped in surprise. It seemed like the dynasty was prepared to bleed. Just by the amount, they indeed were expressing their sincerity. A universal civilization would naturally have the technology to craft universal treasures, and with their many years of accumulation, they should have a lot in stock. Bekarodi tapped on the table, and a screen popped out in front of Han Xiao. This is the exchange list provided by the dynasty. You may choose any 3 of them listed. Han Xiao glanced at it and immediately knew that the universal treasures on the list were not the complete inventory of the dynasty. Thinking about it, he then opened his mouth to ask, what if I want other universal treasures from the dynasty? If you wish to exchange for those outside the list, then there will not be the privilege of 3 exchanging for 1. Furthermore, there are important assets of the dynasty that cannot be taken out for the exchange. I hope you understand this point. Other than that, if you wish to customize a universal treasure, you may suggest it to the dynasty. However, it needs to undergo a review, Bekarodi said. That's within my expectations. Han Xiao nodded. Just think about it, the 3 for 1 could not be without conditions, and they would definitely not use their own strategic-level universal treasures to acquire his evolution cube. Whatever they were willing to exchange was those they opened to everyone, which was also the universal treasures not too important to the civilization. The importance of universal treasures was dependent on our specific role. From Han Xiao's perspective, they were akin to magical items, with the top being held by strange, unsolvable mysteries such as the space-time amber. There were also many kinds of man-made universal treasures, such as Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells, Bayone's Land of the Fire Core, or the Arcane Church's 10,000 Deity Scepter. The evolution cube was the core of the technology from the evolutionary civilization, and this technology had since been lost, only leaving behind a series of technological applications. With the legacy from ES-God being revealed, many advanced civilizations would also have obtained the data, which meant that whoever obtained the evolution cube would inherit part of the core technology from a quasi-universal civilization, completely exclusive to them. This was naturally of great significance. Han Xiao pondered while scanning the exchange list again, secretly analyzing the pros and cons. In his previous life, during the World Tree Civilization War, the 3 universal civilizations took out large stacks of universal treasures to equip the beyond grade as with, including quite a few universal treasures that he had seen on the list today. Among them, magic and mechanical equipment occupied the most of them, and the majority were meant for individual scale battles, such as armor, melee weapons, or special devices. A small part of them would be special-purpose universal treasures, most of which Han Xiao knew about from his previous life. For example, there was an item called the Shadow Lantern, where the wick was made up of the source energy fragment of the shadow dimension, and the light it emitted was pure shadow. It possessed many special effects, with the main effect to open the dimension portal and transform the area into a dangerous dark dimension, changing the existences of everything in the area, as well as inviting shadow creatures from beyond. Another example would be the Key of Destruction. This was one of the defining technologies of the Crimson Dynasty, which could be mass-produced and even used by ordinary citizens. Its effect was to remotely call upon the firepower of the various armies of the dynasty. However, this required the dynasty army to cooperate. Most of the dynasty's armies were equipped with a Key of Destruction. When activated, a special secondary dimension would be opened, and the armies would launch a cannon salvo, which would be temporarily held in the secondary dimension and transported over to the summoner. The summoner would then release it to attack at their desired location. The range was extremely wide, enough to clean up everything in the area. However, because it was an indiscriminate attack, it was only used as a last resort. Compared to the multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device, the Key of Destruction was not as flexible and was affected by space-time stabilizing anchors, magic, or psionic seal rings. However, it had its advantages of being portable and high-volume production. As long as the operating procedures were known, even mortals could use this, but this was not a good that could be sold, and the Dynasty would only give this out during special missions. When caught unaware, even beyond grade as could be killed by the volley of firepower. Throughout the exploration era, the Dynasty used this technology to kill many of the original pioneers, leaving them without a complete corpse. However, with the development of space technology, the Key of Destruction was now slightly outdated, and everyone knew to guard against this trick of the Dynasties. In addition, there were also miscellaneous items, such as golden blueprints left by the previous beyond grade A mechanics or magic equipment forging diagrams from mages, and so on. The Dynasty had a lot stashed away and wanted to exchange their unused stuff for the Evolution Cube. As for what the Dynasty did not study or understand, it would naturally not be included in the list. Han Shao initially wanted to take advantage of this loophole, but it was a pity that the other party did not give him a chance. After patiently waiting for a while, Bekaroti asked, "How is it? Have you made your decision?" "Oh," Han Shao breathed out before shaking his head. "This is too sudden, and I've not thought about it properly. I can't give you an answer now. Give me some time to consider." "That's fine." Bekaroti nodded, and his tone grew a little heavier. "I believe, after serious consideration, you will make the best choice and not disappoint the Dynasty's faith in you. I hope you can make your decision before the flickering world opens. We'll see depending on the situation." Han Shao nodded before standing up, following the secretary out of the room. Leaving the government building, he headed toward his small base that was used for storing his machinery while thinking about the pros and cons. The first would be with regards to the interest. If he handed over the Evolution Cube, he would receive 3 universal treasures. According to the list, he should obtain all combat-related universal treasures, but there was always the opportunity to acquire another strategic-level universal treasure instead. Han Shao had always felt that it was pointless to only have combat-related treasures. It would be good if they gave them away for free. However, that was just his wishful thinking. There were also other benefits, namely that the Black Star Army would not have to stand on the cusp of the storm, and Sorokin's limitless financial group would not continue to make trouble for him. There was also no need to worry about any potential attacks from both the Federation and the Church, which could mean a long period of stable development, given that their previous grudges were not counted. Han Shao also assessed the effects of losing the Evolution Cube. This was a unique strategic-level universal treasure, and while it possessed no combat power, its ECT could be reflected in all aspects of development for a faction. If this were to be handed over to the Dynasty, the Black Star Army would lose its faction's special product, and its attraction to players and other characters would inevitably decline. A good example would be Silver Shadow. The latter would not have been so interested in him if not for the Evolution Cube. With the flickering world as a foundation, his interest group derived from the cube at the start had also stabilized, but the business of the Evolution Cube was still an important pillar in the army's finances. Handing over the cube was tantamount to transferring the frightening profits of the evolutionary totem to the Dynasty. The expansion and maintenance of the Black Star Army required a huge amount of funds to constantly flow in, and without the transactions of the evolutionary totem to support them, the army would shrink and even slow its expansion. While they had to abide by the Covenant and seek the Dynasty's permission to use the Evolution Cube, he still possessed its ownership. Once his ownership was lost, the meaning would be different. This would mean that other organizations would no longer need to cooperate with the Black Star Army, instead directly bypassing them to work with the Dynasty. The Black Star Army would be kicked out of this game, which would impact their various businesses. The financial losses were not limited to just the transactions of the evolutionary totem. Moreover, if he wished to use the Evolution Cube in the future, he would have to buy the right with money or contribution points. At the same time, without the uniqueness of the Evolution Cube, the Black Star Army would also drop in influence. No matter how good his prestige was, he could not provide people with what they wanted. To sum it up, the growth of the Black Star Army would become several times more difficult if he handed the cube over. Han Shao did not know if the Dynasty had any hidden intentions to restrict the Black Star Army from growing. Did they feel that it was enough to allow his organization to grow to such a point? By reason, it would not be the case, but the thoughts of those above were always hard to speculate. The Mechanic Empire was a good example. While the Federation did not regret it, if they had a chance to start over, they might not wish for the Mechanic Emperor to grow to such an extent, making him difficult to control. But if he were to reject the Dynasty's suggestion, there would also be trouble. From Bekaroti's words, Han Shao smelled a different meaning within. Was the Dynasty eager to obtain the Evolution Cube so that it could sell the totems publicly? After the flickering world opened, countless organizations would enter and inevitably cause friction with the Dynasty. If they began selling the totems openly, the pressure would decrease, and their control of the flickering world would become unbreakable. If that was the case, then rejecting the proposal would mean disrupting the strategic deployment of the dynasty, which was tantamount to him being ignorant of the bigger picture. Beccarotti had already displayed the sincerity of the dynasty with polite words and even shown a sincere attitude. However, in reality, this was merely a facade, and they were forcing him to hand over the cube. If he rejected, the upper echelons of the dynasty would feel that he did not know what was good for him, incurring dissatisfaction. Han Shao believed that if we refused to hand the cube over, the dynasty would not give up easily and would likely take some unknown follow-up measures. It was impossible to steal from an ally, but underhanded moves would be set down one after another. What a difficult problem for me. Han Shao sighed, unable to choose. When the evolutionary totem appeared, he knew that the future would be troublesome, but the dynasty had helped him bear the pressure and had lasted for 20 years. Finally, this trouble had still appeared. I need to carefully think about this. I'll contact Ernrel in the next few days and find out about her stand. Not long after Han Shao left, a figure walked into Beccarotti's conference room. It was God. After accumulating enough military merits over the years, God had been sent back to the dynasty, formally focusing on his training with the same batch of calamity grades with potential. The birth of a beyond grade A was full of uncertain factors. Even a universal civilization could not mass-produce them, so the basic method was to spread the net as wide as possible and cultivate a large number of calamity grades. Due to the huge talent pool as well as their advanced training methods, the conversion rate would not be null, but their output was also not fixed. It was the method through which Dark Lord Claudi had been trained by the dynasty into a beyond grade A. God was wearing a special dynasty officer uniform but with no rank markings on it. His figure was still skinny, no different from him over a decade ago. You're here, sit. Beccarotti glanced at him before nodding. God sat at where Han Shao had originally sat and lightly smiled. How was the discussion? No idea. It would be good if Black Star agreed. That would save us a lot of trouble. With such good conditions, I believe he will not reject it. Black Star is a smart person, and smart people know their circumstances. God smiled. It's difficult to say. Based on the character analysis by Heroic Soul, Black Star is a typical profit seeker. 3-to-1 may not be able to impress him, and the probability of rejection is at 63%. Beccarotti shook his head. Let's not mention him. In short, whether he agrees or not, we still need your ability to analyze the principle behind the evolutionary energy. Haha, I'm waiting to be sent. God laughed. I know that your abilities are unprecedented, but how confident are you that you can use your abilities to anal? Eyes the evolution cube? Don't wait till the end before telling us it's impossible. Right now, there's no chance, but if I reach beyond grade A, I would probably have a 70 to 80% chance. So, when can you reach beyond grade A? Beccarotti asked. God only smiled. Seeing this, Beccarotti knew that there was no answer to this question and shook his head. So long as you know it in your heart, that's fine. If you can unravel the mystery of the evolution cube, this would be a great contribution to the dynasty. In addition to your promotion, the dynasty ruler will also pay more attention to you. He firmly supported the evolution cube being handed over and could only rely on Sorokin to put pressure on Black Star, but because of the Black Star Army and Germinal Financial Group's cooperation, there were not many results. It was only when God appeared that Beccarotti saw new hope. As a direct potential super cultivated by the dynasty, many factions were attracted to God, but the one he was closest to was Beccarotti's Hawk faction. They had invested in him from an early stage. After pausing for a while, Beccarotti's words turned sharp. Let's set this aside for now and talk about the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. This is information revealed by ES God's Legacy, and this mysterious energy is very dangerous. If you cannot become the host, even a calamity grade can be annihilated. Isn't your idea too risky? There's no risk. Beccarotti frowned. Are you sure that your Esper ability will allow you to control the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy at the Calamity grade? It can. Furthermore, this power will allow me to reach beyond grade A much faster, God replied. Humph, you'd better be right, Beccarotti said in a deep tone. Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was from ES God's Legacy, but it did not fall into the hands of the dynasty. The fact that you obtained it from other sources and handed it to us is good. When the time comes, if there are any other organizations that want to fight for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, the dynasty will also interfere. I've already submitted your application, and whether the dynasty will allow you to use the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy in the end is up to them. That's right. God laughed. Chapter 997 A Simpleton, S Killing Move. After releasing his doppelganger, Han Zhao's consciousness returned to his main body, and the scene in front of him changed back to the room where his divine mechanical throne was located in Black Star Palace, within the flickering world. He took off the evolution cube that he wore around his neck, looking carefully at it. The small silver square reflected the gleam of light. It's been 20 years since I got you from Psyker's hands. Han Xiao touched the cube, and from the icy cold touch, a sense of intimacy rose from his heart. According to the incomplete legacy of the evolutionary civilization, Han Xiao had long resonated with the evolution cube, forming a soul connection. If he passed this over to the dynasty, he also did not know if the dynasty would request for him to cut off his soul connection, letting someone else like Dark Lord Claudi form a connection. Shaking his head, he buried this thought before putting the evolution cube back around his neck. He left the room to find Phaidon. From the surveillance shown by Philip, Han Xiao found Phaidon as well as the other older officers in the recreation area. He took a floating vehicle, arriving outside the Black Star Guard's exclusive recreation room. As he walked in, he could hear Hadavi's delighted voice. I can feel it. A few days ago, my Esper ability rose a bit once again. There have been some minute genetic changes in me, and I feel that a small corner of the door to Beyond Grade A has opened. Aurora turned to look at Phaidon. How many times has he said this? Phaidon laughed. About 233 times. That's right. Every day, you talk about how you're about to reach the Beyond Grade A realm, but it's been a decade, and there's still no change, Aurora added. You may not believe me, but every time I finish sparring with the Army Commander's Apostle weapons, I show some improvement, even if it's only a small bit. Hadavi snorted. Spar? More like being beaten up. Phaidon waved his hands in dismissal. So what if it's being beaten up? My Esper ability is like that. Hadavi was not angry. At least I can now last longer than all of you. After all, I can be considered Black Star's trump card. Now that he was already a peak Calamity Grade super, only the powerful attacks of a Beyond Grade A could stimulate his cells to improve further. After the first of his Apostle weapons, Psionic Prime, was born, Han Xiao had handed the task of beating up Hadavi to his Apostle weapons. With the improvement in his abilities, the combat prowess of the Apostle weapons naturally increased. Since they were able to fight against Beyond Grade A supers, they could naturally thrash Calamity grades. Thus, Hadavi would always run over to them to seek abuse. Because of his superior defense, he could remain in the hands of the Apostle weapons for a long time, surpassing other guards. After receiving more than 20 years of beatings, Hadavi had been steadily progressing, and his combat power had significantly improved. As a Beyond Grade A seed, he had always boasted about being the top warrior in the army. This moment, everyone heard footsteps and turned around to see Han Xiao walking in. They all stood up in respect. Sit, I just came over for a look. Han Xiao waved his hands before walking over to Phaidon, his hand grasping his shoulder. Again. Phaidon spoke in resignation, only using his hand to hit Han Xiao's chest as a token of resistance. After so many years, he had already gotten used to it. The friendship of men was simple. The more they touched each other, the better their relationship would get. With the rise of Blackstreet AR's prestige, there were more and more officers who felt cautious about Han Xiao. In the army, only a few old friends, including Phaidon, could be so casual in front of him. After Han Xiao was satisfied that he had gotten enough luck, he turned around to look at Aurora before asking, "How's the accumulation of life energy?" Aurora smiled, and the entire room seemed to be wrapped with sunshine. It's quite huge, and I can feel that as long as I train for another half a year, I'll step into the Calamity grade. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao nodded. Aurora's Esper ability was that of life, and thus, her life energy was increasing every moment, resulting in the transformation of her body. Not only would her physical fitness become better, her genes would also naturally optimize, and she would maintain her youth forever. At Grade B, her abilities were upgraded in a different manner. It was difficult for her to train her life energy. She had to wait until the total amount reached the standards of the next level. This approach had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that progress would be slow. Every day, only a certain amount of life energy would be generated based on one's level. Because Aurora had created many life potions, her life energy had not yet reached the Calamity grade, so she rarely did so anymore. But the benefit in this approach was that there was almost no bottleneck for her in the long term. As long as her life energy reached a certain standard, she could advance, which meant that it was only a matter of time for her to advance to Beyond Grade A, but it might take hundreds or even thousands of years. Speaking of which, Hila functioned through grabbing the life energy of others to strengthen herself, while Aurora shared her life energy with others and slowed down her own growth rate. Both their abilities and advancement modes were diametrically opposite. "That's right, Uncle. When will my sister return?" Aurora could not help but ask that. "I don't know." Han Xiao shook his head. "A few days ago, I sent out news to them, but they didn't reply, nor did they pick up my call. They might have run off to some dangerous place where there's no signal. Sigh, it's been so many years. I miss my sister." Aurora scrunched up her face, looking a little depressed. "Me too." Han Xiao nodded. "Me three." Hadavi added on. The duo immediately glared at him with an expression of, "What has it got to do with you?" on their faces. Hadavi crossed his hands and coldly snorted. She left 20 years ago and is still hogging the title of captain. Phaidon is only a stand-in, and I'm still the deputy, without being able to challenge her position. Oh, it's like that. Aurora sighed in relief, patting her bouncy chest. I thought you had something for my sister. Your sister is so aloof. How could I like her? Noticing Han Zhao's gaze, Hadavi trailed off and coughed, mumbling in a small voice, and how could I dare? When he St joined under Black Star, Hadavi did not have many qualifications, so he was willing to serve under Hila as a deputy despite being a beyond grade A seed. However, so many years had passed, and Hadavi was considered an old-timer now. His capabilities had improved, and he had influence and qualifications. Furthermore, Hila had been gone for 20 years straight, so he felt that he had the right not to be under any other calamity grades. He wished to have a higher position, becoming the captain of the Black Star Guards. This was also good for his reputation in the universe. The title of Captain of the Black Star Guards was just like the chief vanguard official for Bloodshed Land, and there was a bonus in terms of influence. Hadavi was someone who sought authority and strength, so he considered this as well. All right, when Hila returns, as long as you can defeat her, you'll be the new captain. Han Zhao laughed. Okay, you've said it. Hadavi perked out. After some idle conversation, Han Zhao left the room. As he walked down the corridor, he opened his interface and selected Silver Shadow's Beyond Grade A mission. Mission. Silver Shadow is complete. You have completed all the mission requirements and received 24,500,000,000 experience. You have received Character Summon Card, Silver Shadow. Character Summon Card, Silver Shadow, Comet Rush. For a short time, plus 15% DX, plus 45% move speed, and plus 300% acceleration. Upper cap for move speed is removed, and one can accelerate endlessly. Lasts for 12 seconds. Number of times used, 0/4. You have received a reward. Draw one of Silver Shadow's skills, ability/talent. Tip: Silver Shadow is a pugilist, so some of the abilities and talents are adjusted according to your class. 1. Charge, Endless Potential, ability. Your next melee attack will grant additional damage based on the sprint distance. The greater the distance, the higher the damage. There is no upper limit, but at the same time, your body will suffer from the recoil, being damaged for 70% of the total damage inflicted on the other party. Consumes 200 energy and 3000 stamina. Cooldown, 240s. Remark: to strike the enemy, or to strike yourself, that is the problem. 2. Dark Energy Extraction. Ability. You can draw upon the dark energy within the universe, recovering 15% to 25% of your energy each time. Consumes 800 stamina. Cooldown, 24s. 3. Nuclear Force. Structure Reinforcement. Talent. Your cells will undergo particle structure reinforcement, gaining 12% immunity to all physical damage. You are immune to true damage, armor piercing, shock, and other special attacks, non-immunity, converted to normal damage. 4. Self-Refresh. Ability. Remove all negative status affecting you. Does not work on silenced and energy-locked states. Consumes 300 energy. Cooldown 420s. 5. Repeated Critical Strike. Ability. Passive skill. When you accelerate, your body's melee crit rate and crit damage multipliers will rise, providing up to a maximum of 80% crit rate and 375% crit damage. The effect is constant when you maintain your speed. When speed is reduced and peak speed is not restored within 2.5s, the effect will begin to irreversibly decline after 8 seconds and return to 0 in 4s. A cooldown of 120s will be applied the moment it hits 0. Remark: life is like exercising. Start running, don't stop. The quality this time is quite good. Han Zhao was satisfied. There was even a molding talent, and the other skills were all good. Apart from his touched luck, the main reason was that the average quality of Silver Shadow's skills was high. Taking a closer look, Han Zhao first rolled out Dark Energy Extraction. The pugilists required a lot of energy, but he had a more efficient manner of gaining energy through being beaten. Generally speaking, Han Zhao would want to choose molding talents where possible, but Nuclear Force, Structure Reinforcement, only provided damage immunity, which would duplicate the ability given by the Germinal Organization leader. As for the 12% of absolute physical resistance and immunity to shock, armor piercing, and so on, it was a good effect, but the cost-to-performance ratio was not good. Since Han Zhao was already tanky, the defense improvement would be weak. Furthermore, he had trampled upon Little Tai Tai the last time and obtained his legendary fixed damage reduction, which was enough. After thinking for a bit, he finally made a choice. You have acquired the skill, Charge, Endless Potential. This suits me better. While repeated critical strike was good, it was limited to only one's melee crit rate and had to be triggered by speed. This was suitable for Silver Shadow's combat style, but not too much for Han Xiao. In contrast, Charge, Endless Potential, was very fierce. It provided unlimited additional damage according to sprint distance, but one had to bear 70% of the damage inflicted. It had great power and side effects. This was a move that would result in a Pyrrhic victory where no one would benefit. However, the great mechanic Han was a unique character unseen in this world. With his ability to recover energy from taking damage and use the energy to recover his HP, not only was his skull thick, he was not afraid of recoil damage. Furthermore, he was a mechanic, and he need not even go personally to battle. Just by having one of his avatars rush forward to hit them, all danger was gone. This was even more suited for him than Silver Shadow. What a reliable ability. I finally got my hands on a fierce attacking skill. Silver Shadow is really generous to give me such a good welcome gift. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied. This brother is interesting. I'll have to look after him more in the future. Chapter 998 Storm Rises and Falls. My current combat style is perfect, not only tanky but with powerful burst strength and lots of crowd control skills. The size of my mechanical army is huge and it can carry out tactical cooperation with hundreds of thousands of troops. There are also high-leveled machines such as the mechanical host as well as apostle weapons, and my mental resistance is also high. I have virtual paramount as a spiritual attack, and my void bloodline also gives me unique skills. Analyzing his current cards, Han Xiao felt that he was getting quite overpowered, having developed a comprehensive spiritual and physical enhancement. Among the 5 big super systems, the Espers had the highest battle power in the beginning, but in the endgame, the mechanics and mages would shine. Compared to the other 3 systems, mechanics and mages utilized knowledge as the source of their power and had very comprehensive abilities, leaving few shortcomings. For mechanics, their low HP and mental resistance would be considered their more prominent weaknesses. However, in Han Zhao's dictionary, there was no low HP or weak mental resistance. Having compensated for them, there were no weaknesses, and he was basically an all-rounder. But now, he had the skill, Charge, Endless Potential. This sort of super high-explosive single-target skill would make the fighting method more perfect because when they were fighting, Han Zhao's main body or his avatar would usually be roaming around and would not immediately step forward to engage in a melee entanglement. With his potential accumulation skill, the distance he traveled could be converted into damage, which gave him more strategic options. He gleefully admired this ability for a while longer before turning off the interface. Returning to his room, he suppressed his joy, taking out his communicator. After a few deep breaths, he dialed the private line of the dynasty ruler to find out her stand. After a few rings, Ernrel's delicate face appeared on the screen. It seemed that she had expected Han Xiao to contact her. Black Star, you're here. Your Excellency ruler. Han Xiao went straight to the point. Do you know about Bekarodi's matter? Ernrel nodded. Glancing at her calm expression, Han Xiao confirmed his suspicion that the dynasty's decision-makers wanted him to turn the cube in, and even the ruler was standing on their side. Han Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "Do you have any suggestions? I also hope that you can hand over the evolution cube. This concerns an important strategy of the dynasty. Is the important strategy to sell the totems publicly? If I pass over the cube to you, what I'm losing is a huge amount of profit." Han Xiao tested the waters. Ernrel shook her head, slowly explaining, the dynasty has no intention at the moment to sell the totems to the public. This decision was based on our consideration of risk. For you, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The Federation and Church are increasing their pressure, and while the dynasty is holding the majority back, as long as you hold onto the evolution cube, it's hard to guarantee that they will not take the risk again to launch a new sneak attack. I believe that you understand this too. In your hands, the evolution cube is a hot potato. Dealing with you is much easier than forcing the dynasty to compromise. If the cube is handed over to the dynasty for custody, the enemy will face no chance. You seem to have very little confidence in me. Han Xiao raised a brow. I thought you were always optimistic about me. I indeed am optimistic about your future, but you're still one person, Ernrel replied. After their last lesson, if the Federation and Church act, they will definitely bring out the likes of Manison and Kasuyi, peak beyond grade as of now, you're still not an opponent for the Mechanic Emperor himself, and if the other peak beyond grade as are added, the risk is too big. This makes sense, but since they chose not to act over the past few years, it's hard to say so in the future too. Han Xiao was still undecided. The situation is now different. Beyond grade as are generally distributed in different star fields, so when mobilized, we can receive warnings and prepare in advance. However, when the flickering world opens, it will be an excellent opportunity for the Federation and the Church. The entire universe is beyond grade as we'll rush to the Shattered Star Ring, and with so many people gathering, it will be easy to gather high-leveled combatants to quickly attack your base camp. Because they have a legitimate reason to gather them, it will be difficult for us to be on guard. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Indeed, due to the news of the flickering world about to open, all sorts of organizations had begun to gather within the Shattered Star Ring. This naturally included many beyond grade as from the other star fields. In the past, all these beyond grade as were distributed in various star fields, so it was difficult to gather them to deal with him. However, with the opportunity, the situation would naturally turn more dangerous. It could be foreseen that during this period, the originally chaotic Shattered Star Ring would become much worse. Whether or not he as the local tyrant could withdraw the chaos, it was really hard to say. Seeing that Han Xiao did not speak, Ernrel continued in her attempts to persuade him. Black Star, although the future profit of the Evolution Cube is huge and it is disadvantageous to trade it, it's still better than losing it. Let me think about this. Han Xiao nodded. For the time being, he decided not to burn all his bridges. There's no need to give me an answer soon. Ernrel suddenly changed the topic. I have something I need you to do as well. What? Right now, the Dynasty is building an interstar field stargate to link the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. Before we officially open it, a large number of organizations within the entire universe will flock over, which will impact this star field. I need you to maintain law and order, suppressing all foreign organizations and beyond grade A to prevent chaos. Han Xiao was quite interested in this. But I remember that the Shattered Star Ring belongs to the Federation in name. That's right. However, our dynasty is stronger in the region, and maintaining stability is beneficial to us. I don't want any incidents to happen and affect the opening of the Flickering World. You could actually speak to Heber for this. The tyrant doesn't have your prestige, and only you have the qualification to suppress all the incoming beyond grade as. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but laugh. To think that the dynasty ruler, who sat above all others, would be so well-versed at bootlicking. His interface released a notification, which was displayed as an additional faction mission regarding the main storyline of the Flickering World arc. The requirement was to maintain the stability of the Shattered Star Ring before the opening, and the reward was quite satisfactory, giving him experience, contribution points, ANAs, and resources from the dynasty. Alright, I'll take helm in the Shattered Star Ring, and I hope that the other beyond grade as will show me some face. Even without the mission, he would still do the same. The Shattered Star Ring was where his army was currently camped, and stabilizing his backyard was compulsory. He would not allow any outsiders to run rampant in his league field. This was especially so for those newly minted beyond grade as. During this time, they would need to perform great deeds that would cement their influence and prestige. After hanging up, Han Xiao breathed out and activated Lord's Descent, sending his consciousness to his Machinery Civilizations planet. Since he was going back to hold the fort, the troops remaining in his headquarters were not enough, and a new wave of reinforcements was needed. It was just nice that the Machinery Civilization had already developed for over 20 years stably and was walking on the correct track. He was going to pull the group of apostle weapons back. The scene in front of his eyes changed again, and he was now inside a mechanical palace, with the mechanical host sitting on the throne of the palace. Han Xiao had left a mechanical host in the Machinery Civilization to facilitate himself coming over to take a look now and then. Thus, Psionic Prime and the rest had built a palace hall that resembled a sky-reaching pagoda, tens of thousands meters in height, and had enshrined his mechanical host within. Manipulating his avatar, Han Xiao walked out of the palace and stood there overlooking the entire planet. He saw an endless lineup of mechanical cities, and countless mechanical life forms were flying in the sky. This was the main planet of the Machinery Civilization, Planet Apostle, which was much better than a decade ago. After more than 20 years of constant development, the Machinery Civilization had completely transformed this planet, building countless facilities on the surface and underground. With their strong productivity, they had even started to develop the planets nearby. At the same time, like tree branches growing leaves, their population swelled up. This would be the future source of Han Zhao's mechanical army. Speaking from the scale of a civilization's progress, the Machinery Civilization's speed of development was akin to traveling using a hyperdrive spaceship. However, compared with the Black Spirit race, the latter's development was not slow either. After years of study, batch after batch of scholars and researchers had appeared within the Black Spirit race, and they had begun to integrate the knowledge from various fields taught by the army. Due to the special characteristics of the Black Spirit race, once someone had learned a piece of knowledge, they could quickly spread it out. With the resources and equipment generously provided by the army, the Black Spirit race did not need to accumulate their production efficiency and could directly apply any acquired knowledge. Thus, in just 2 decades, they had directly entered the electrical age from the tribal age, completing a triple jump. The horrifying talent of the race had begun to emerge. In his view, if the Black Spirit race had started at the same point together with the Federation and the Church, it might have been the fourth universal civilization. The talents of the Black Spirit race were almost entirely focused on learning and education. To slightly exaggerate, this was a race that was qualified to use the prosperous saying of, "Everyone can be a dragon." As for the Kundi race, they were still undergoing their cultural transformation, but Han Shao had also allowed people to give them something good. At this moment, the inner circle of the Kundi race had already shown signs of people worshipping the machinery faith. Although their tragic battle a decade ago had left behind some wounds, and they had not fully converted to this religion, the roots had already taken hold. As Han Shao gazed around the planet, in a short time, more than 10 black dots appeared from afar, heading over. Behind those black dots, which were his apostle weapons, there was a huge mountain-like shadow slowly approaching. This was the giant King Kong, famous for his size, and his height was exactly parallel to the gate of the sky-reaching pagoda where Han Shao was located. "We greet our lord." Psionic Prime led the apostle weapons and flew into the gate, stopping in front of Han Shao and saluting. In the recent years, Han Shao had utilized all his apostle weapon slots, expanding the team. Because of perfect mechanical sense, as well as a series of talents and abilities that increased the upper limit of his skills, his apostle weapons numbered more than 12 now. Gazing at them, he discovered that the apostle weapons now had better weapons and armor than they had 20 years ago. At the same time, their source energy had also grown. All mechanical EFF forms could grow as they could upgrade themselves. This was especially so for the first generation of mechanical life forms, which contained the purest mechanical life tinder. Psionic Prime, Silver Flash, Mad Sky Hunter, Scarlet Flame, Gold Sovereign, Formless Ghost, Heaven-Suppressing Banner, and Purple Sky Spirit. Bring your troops with you and return to the headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring. I might require you guys to fight. Han Shao passed down the command. Understood, Psionic Prime responded. To him, Han Zhao's words were akin to divine doctrine. At a Stargate border of the Shattered Star Ring, a fleet with the symbol of the Arcane Church slowly exited the Stargate. Nowadays, beyond grade, as everywhere were flocking to the Shattered Star Ring. This fleet was dedicated to escorting a new Beyond Grade A who had joined the Arcane Church a few years prior. Red Devil Tolian, once a wanted criminal from Silver Arm, had reached the Beyond Grade A few years back. He was then recruited by the Arcane Church, and his previous deeds were wiped clean. With the support of the Arcane Church, his Silver Arm had a place in the universe. In the conference room of the flagship, a portion of the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church were within the room, but only Tolian was there with his main body. Haha, it seems like I'm the first to arrive. When will you all get here? Tolian laughed. Soon. You and Psyker had better wait there quietly for us. Sun Hunter had a small stature, but his voice was mighty like a booming cannon. What's the use in just waiting? Tolian's eyes gleamed. Since there's nothing to do, I'll find someone to spar. He had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm not too long ago. As a newcomer, he did not have any outstanding battle records, so upon reaching the Shattered Star Ring, he felt the urge to prove himself. Don't try to do anything funny in the Shattered Star Ring, Kasuyi coldly interjected, his voice wispy. It's his territory. Show him some face. The Shattered Star Ring of the past only had Heber, Austin, Ames, and Psyker, which made it a remote and weak place, not enough for a peak Beyond Grade A like Kasuyi to notice. But things were different now. With Black Star rising vigorously, he had become the representative of the Shattered Star Ring, holding the fort in the name of the dynasty. There was a certain level of prestige given toward a peak Beyond Grade A, and the other Beyond Grade as were willing to show Black Star some face and behave themselves in the Shattered Star Ring. Even as fellow peak Beyond Grade as, none of them wanted to rile Black Star up for nothing. The moment Black Star was mentioned, a few of the Beyond Grade as present showed uneasy expressions. They were the participants of the Planet Lighthouse battle and had eaten a loss when facing Han Shao. The feeling of being trapped in space-time amber was not a good one. That was especially so for Dylan, who let out an involuntary shudder upon hearing Han Zhao's name. Haha, you've only been defeated once, but you're already afraid to this point? Your Excellency Kasuyi, it can't be that even you are afraid of him, can it? Tolian knew about this matter and could not help but laugh sarcastically. As a wanted criminal in the past, he was not someone to lie low. As soon as this remark came out, quite a number of Beyond Grade as looked a little embarrassed, coldly snorting. I'm not afraid of him, Kasuyi calmly stated. But now isn't the time for us to fight. I advise you not to provoke him. I'm not that foolish. Tolian waved his hands. Relax, I'm not so arrogant as to choose Black Star as the target. Then, who do you want to spar with? I can't defeat Black Star, and Heber belongs to the dynasty, which is also troublesome to provoke. Psyker is weak, but he's still one of us, so that only leaves the other two. Tolian's eyes flashed in excitement. Austin always hides in his palace of hidden spells, and I should not be able to defeat him, but as for Ames, she should be easy to deal with. I'll use her as my stepping stone and let her become my beyond grade A battle record. Chapter 999 Return, Accepting the Battle. A small spaceship was flying through the universe at warp speed, resembling a gleam of white light against the dark backdrop. The spaceship was on autopilot, with only 2 people in the cabin. They were Ames and Hila. Hila sat in a precarious position, her eyes closed and her hands flat on her knees. Her fingers were continuously moving as she controlled wisps of death energy to flexibly swim between her fingers, training her control over her power. Opposite her, Ames reclined on the sofa with a hand on her head and the other on her waist. Watching the death energy move, Ames could not help but sigh. You're really working yourself to the bone. Even at the beyond grade A realm, you're continuously training. Hila opened her eyes, her tone indifferent. Beyond grade A is not the endpoint, and there's no limit to my path ahead of me. I cannot be satisfied with just this. I feel that you should still rest a little though. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Ames shook her head in resignation. She was very satisfied with this disciple of hers, but her desire to grow stronger was so intense that it made her, as the teacher, seem like a lazy bum. I'll always have time to rest in the future. Hila shook her head. When I return, I will definitely spar with Han Xiao once and test out my current strength. Thus, I cannot rest now. However little I can improve, it's better than nothing. Relax, based on what I know of Black Star, he will definitely not let you lose too badly and damage your self-confidence. Ames laughed. With a flick of her finger, she opened the star map. We only need 2 more days to arrive at the Interstar Field Stargate of the Ancient Star Desert, then we'll arrive directly at the Constel. Asian Corridor. We can use Black Star's identity to borrow the Dynasty's channels, which will save us a lot of time. Before she could finish her words, the communicator beside her started to ring. It's Black, eh? It's actually Old Man Aesop. Ames was surprised after giving it a look. She originally thought that it was one of Han Zhao's desperate serial calls, but it turned out that it was her teacher on the line. Sitting up, Ames activated her force field to bring her communicator over before answering, and Aesop's face appeared. Where are you guys now? When are you returning to Floating Dragon? Aesop asked. We're still at the Ancient Star Desert, almost reaching the Stargate. You should still make it on time. Aesop relaxed. Try to hurry. I've foreseen that, in a while, the new Beyond Grade A of the Arcane Church will come over to challenge you, and you need to step forward. This was really insane. Tolian only had the thought, and Aesop had already sensed the changes in the world. The powerful ability of this old man surfaced once again. A flicker passed through Ames' eyes, and she laughed harshly. A new Beyond Grade A challenging me? I know, that person is probably looking to gain a battle record. To pick me when there's 5 of us within the Shattered Star Ring. Does he think I'm that easy to bully? While Floating Dragon was stationed by Planet Aquamarine, allowing the Black Star Army to aid them, this was a battle between Beyond Grade As. Since the other party was targeting Floating Dragon, the Black Star Army had to receive the permission of Ames before they could help. But such a small matter could be settled on her own, and she did not intend for Black Star to step in. After hanging up, Ames found Hila staring at her. Ames looked at her and immediately understood what she wanted. What, are you interested? You're my teacher, so this time, let me help. Hila nodded, and a cold gaze flashed across her eyes. She had originally intended to directly head toward the army to give Han Xiao the good news after arriving at Shattered Star Ring, but with such a situation, she changed her mind. The other party was also a new Beyond Grade A, and such an opponent was not commonly found. It was a good time for her to test out how much she had grown. On one of the islands around Floating Dragon, a group of newly recruited supers were practicing in the square, and the current commander of the Floating Dragon Island field team, Vilna, was supervising them. It had been more than 20 years since Floating Dragon Island anchored itself to Planet Aquamarine. The main island continuously expanded, along with its subordinates and troops. While they could not compare to the scale of the Black Star Army or Bloodshed Land, they could be considered a passable Beyond Grade A organization. Correspondingly, the scale of Floating Dragon's officers also expanded, and the work for everyone was becoming more and more arduous. Vilna had taken over Han Zhao's post and helped manage Floating Dragon to the best of her abilities. While her temperament was mild, she could be fierce and strict when needed, so this batch of new recruits did not dare slack off, fully engrossing themselves in exercise. At this moment, the communicator on Vilna's wrist rang. It was Aesop. The moment she picked up, Aesop did not even greet her, immediately shooting out commands. Gather the fleet and set down a defensive formation. So fast. Vilna stuttered but did not hesitate, immediately calling out all her subordinates to assemble the fleet. Ames had specifically instructed earlier on that if she were not present, Aesop would be the highest in command. Thus, under Vilna's instructions, Floating Dragon's armed forces finished assembling, surrounding Floating Dragon in a tight defensive array. There were a lot of people thinking that something serious had happened, but after a long while, everything was still calm, with no new orders. There's nothing. What are we going to do now? Was it just a drill? Just as everyone was getting confused, an abrupt change took place. All the spaceships within the fleet let out warning alarms as a humongous fleet appeared on their radars, rapidly drawing closer to them. The next moment, streams of light could be seen from the distance, and an armed fleet appeared on the outer space of planet Aquamarine, each marked with the insignia of the Arcane Church. Arcane Church. Vilna's expression changed as she jumped. Her reaction was mild, as the other Floating Dragon members were showing even more exaggerated reactions. All of them panicked, as though facing their mortal enemy. Floating Dragon was different from the other organizations like Black Star Army, which regularly had dealings in the universe. Thus, seeing such a scene would easily ruffle them. However, it was not just Floating Dragon. Even the observatory post on planet Aquamarine was also alarmed. The observers scrambled to send the news back to their headquarters, and this information was quickly uploaded, skipping through all the layers of authority, directly to the decision-makers where Bennett was. The Arcane Church have come? In the administration building at planet Aquamarine, Bennett also received a shock. As the leader of a civilization protected by the Peace Treaty, the Black Star Army, the Crimson Dynasty, and Floating Dragon Island, he was not afraid that the Arcane Church had any malicious intentions. However, such an abrupt visit left him with a bitter taste in the mouth, and the lack of a diplomatic etiquette showed that the other party did not have any good intentions. Thinking about this, Bennett immediately sent an order. Invite Black Star's avatar. His voice had just sounded, and he found out two figures had suddenly accelerated quickly toward the sky. Raising his head, he saw Nero and Mia shooting up toward the sky, taking the first step to check on the situation. At the same time, Tolian was staring down at the defensive troops from his main flagship, pouting. Sigh, I thought I could scare them a little and look at them scramble and panic, but they seem to have already known that I would come. Was the stealth function rendered invalid, or is it the legendary Aesop's ability? Shaking his head, Tolian did not bother to think so much. This sudden appearance was just a passing evil thought of his. After all, he still had to publicly declare his challenge. Turning to the commander, he said, "Send out the broadcast, announce my intention." The commander nodded before moving on to carry out the tasks. The arrival of the Arcane Church's fleet was imposing, causing both planet Aquamarine and Floating Dragon to be on alert. After some negotiations, both sides reached a consensus, with the Floating Dragon fleet giving way to allow Tolian to land on Floating Dragon Island with a spaceship. The spaceship landed on the main island, and Tolian walked out with large strides, setting foot on Floating Dragon Island. Surrounding him was a group of Floating Dragon warriors bearing arms, with visibly nervous expressions. There was no helping it, for he had announced his identity and intentions a moment ago, and without Ames helming Floating Dragon, everyone felt nervous at having to face an unfriendly Beyond Grade A. Tolian swept them a glance before coldly saying, "I want to speak to the commanding officer." The crowd moved, parting to allow Aesop and Jenny to step out. Jenny was impassive as she said, "I'm the chief administrator of Floating Dragon. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is not here at the moment. You've come at a bad time. I don't care if she's present or not. You just have to give me an answer. Does she dare accept my challenge?" Tolian stood with his arms crossed, revealing a high and might pose. "I cannot make that decision." Jenny shook her head. "Then you should just shut up, Baldy. Contact Ames and have her answer me." Tolian was not polite at all. He had a different temperament to most Beyond Grade As. While he had been reformed, he still carried the air of a wanted criminal, arrogant and brash. Baldy. Jenny froze for a moment before flaring up. "My hairline is just a little high. This lady here is not bald. I have hair." At that moment, Aesop blandly replied, "I've already contacted Ames. She has indicated that she will accept your battle." "Oh, you're Aesop?" Tolian turned to look at him with an interested expression. "I've heard your name, and everyone says you're an immortal species with a good ability. How about it, would you like to work for me? You don't have the qualifications." Aesop slightly smiled. While he was not a Beyond Grade A, his bearing was more regal and dignified than Tolian. "Tisk." Tolian only snorted before ignoring him. He raised his voice. "Since Ames has already agreed, I'll wait here until she arrives." "What are you waiting for?" "Aaron. You going to prepare a room for me?" At this moment, a few figures flew up from planet Aquamarine, landing on the main island of Floating Dragon. Among them were Nero and Mia, and the rest were the machinery troops that Han Shao had left on planet Aquamarine, which included a mechanical host carrying his lord's avatar. Seeing that Black Star was there, the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. The prestige that Han Shao had left behind on Floating Dragon Island had continued to this day. In the eyes of many of Floating Dragon's members, their ally Black Star was sometimes more reliable than their own boss, Dragon Emperor. Han Zhao's consciousness had already descended as an avatar, and he sized up Tolian before muttering in a puzzled tone, "What, are you tired of living already?" He had guessed that the new Beyond Grade as would cause problems, but he did not expect them to jump the gun like this. To run all the way to his mother planet, were they seeking death? His current identity was different from the past. If one provoked him, he would not mind getting rid of a Beyond Grade A super from the Arcane Church. Since the dynasty had tasked him with maintaining law and order, nothing set an example like killing another. "It's you." Tolian eyed him before lightly saying, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm not here to go against you. This matter has nothing to do with you." Oh, what an arrogant attitude. People like you, I've already killed numerous of. Nothing much to add another to the list, Han Zhao thought. He had read all the material on the new Beyond Grade as that the dynasty had shared with him, and he recognized this guy as Red Devil Tolian, who had joined the Arcane Church. His strength was ranked around the middle of the Beyond Grade but he had a streak of self-confidence, making him think that he was the best. It seemed a miracle he had not gotten beaten to a pulp yet. There was a wide variety of Beyond Grade A personalities, from those like a big brother such as the Mechanic Emperor or Dark Lord, and there were also old foxes such as Sorokin, lazy people like Ames, and Heber who was prideful. There were also people like him, who could not hide his handsomeness even though he stayed low. Dragon Emperor is my ally. Since she's not here, how about I play around with you? Han Zhao tilted his head. It's all right. Tolian raised his hands up, an arrogant expression still on his face as he said, I can't beat you. With that expression, I thought you were going to say something insulting. Could it be that those were the most courageous words you could squeeze out with that expression? Directly blocking me like such, what a clever little brat you are. Han Zhao had intended to teach this Tolian a lesson, but to think that this person had seen through his ruse and arrogantly rejected it. While Tolian might appear very impulsive, he knew his limits clearly. He understood that it was not good to provoke Black Star W. Ho was at the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, so he decided to only challenge Floating Dragon and nobody else. At this moment, fluctuations could be seen in the space not far away, and the Palace of Hidden Spells jumped out of the void. Seeing this, Han Zhao froze. Austin? Why is it you? How are you everywhere? You really know how to join in the fun. However, Austin did not come over to watch a scene this time. After his Palace of Hidden Spells arrived, it created another rift, and a small spaceship flew out, landing on the dock. The door opened, and long, smooth legs appeared. Ames and Gila descended from the spaceship one after another. Ames smiled and explained, just rushing would not have cut it, so I called Austin to help out. Han Zhao could not help but raise his head, and he saw that at the peak of the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin sat there like a little kid, with 2 fingers pointing up and twiddling around, making a ridiculous greeting to Han Zhao. Show off, Han Zhao grumbled. After a quick greeting, Ames noticed Tolian, and a smile appeared on her face. So, you wanted to challenge Floating Dragon? Aren't you asking the obvious? Tolian snorted. Ames nodded before taking a step back, allowing Gila by her side to step out as she smiled. If you wish to spar with me, that's fine, but you've got to win against my student first. She's part of Floating Dragon. While Han Zhao's avatar was present, Gila had not glanced at Han Zhao once after touching down. Her gaze was fixed on Tolian with an indifferent expression. Tolian was surprised. He looked over her, remembered the previous material he had seen about Black Star Army, and snorted. I recognize her. She's an officer under the Black Star Army. Just a mere calamity grade. Are you sending her to die or to humiliate me? However, just as he spoke, the surging death energy burst out from Gila like a tsunami, exploding with intense energy fluctuations rising into the sky. Shockwaves spread, and the land around them cracked. Everyone steadied themselves in a hurry and refocused their attention on Gila, who was cloaked in death energy. Fright and amazement filled everyone's eyes. This level of energy fluctuations belonged to a new Beyond Grade A. Chapter 1000 Goddess of Death. Beyond Grade A. Tolian's expression warped with horror. All newly born Beyond Grade as would have their records taken by the advanced civilizations, so he knew of all their abilities and weaknesses. However, Gila was not on the list, and thus it totally disrupted his momentum. Gila had just stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm and had only just displayed her skill for the first time in front of people, so no one had any information on her. But today would be the day the Goddess of Death was truly born. Nero's figure jerked, and a look of happiness crossed his face. Sister Gila has broken into the Beyond Grade A realm. While they had not seen each other for years, Aro had always remembered how Gila had shown him grace by giving him the Death Spirit mark. Seeing that Gila had finally taken that last step, he felt happy for her and could not wait to share the news among the Black Star Army officers. She's the Gila that you guys always mention? Mia asked with a look of excitement while tugging on Nero's sleeves. Mia had joined the army after Hila left, but she always heard her name coming out from all the important officers, including Nero. In her mind, Hila appeared to be a mysterious character. This was the so-called no longer in the martial world, yet the martial world would ring of one's tales forever. Today, Mia finally got what she wished for, to see Hila in person. She was indeed as everyone described her. Looking at the strong aura being released by her body, Mia was instantly won over. It was exactly in line with her imagination of how a strong female warrior should be. In Han Zhao's past life, Mia had been a follower of Hila's, and now, meeting for the first time, it was just the same as before. She totally worshipped Hila. Feeling Hila's aura, a sense of relief surfaced in Han Zhao's heart. Finally, the goddess of death that I'm familiar with is back. She indeed didn't let me down. Austin also froze for a moment before a genuine smile appeared on his face. He looked as though he was about to watch a good movie. The sixth beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring? Damn, this is going to be lively. While everyone was reeling in shock, Tolian's expression slowly changed to an ugly look. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had thought that his opponent would be Ames, but suddenly, a new Beyond Grade A had popped out. While Ames was a veteran Beyond Grade A and would be stronger, the material compiled about her had clearly explained her strengths and weaknesses. This was very important, and now that his opponent had been changed to an unknown Beyond Grade A, it was harder for him to deal with it. He had seen Hila's files before, but that was 20 years ago, and she had even undergone an evolution. It was unknown what new abilities she had developed. Don't waste my time. Fight or not? Hila's eyes were shining with an ominous red light, her aura suppressing everything around her. She ignored everyone else around her and was only focused on her target. She had always been decisive in her matters and never liked to waste time spouting bullshit. All right. Tolian's personality meant that he would not think too much and quickly agreed. Both were beyond grade as, so whether he won or not, it would still be a battle record for him. At this moment, Han Zhao, who was standing by the side, indifferently spoke. If you want to fight, move further away from planet Aquamarine. If even a single blade of grass on the planet gets destroyed because of your battle, you can forget about leaving today, Tolian. Humph, I wouldn't dare. Tolian coldly snorted. He knew no. To lay hands on Han Zhao's mother planet. If not, even if the other party shredded him to pieces, the Arcane Church would not make a sound. Both sides reached a consensus, and everyone pulled away to a location further from planet Aquamarine for their battlefield. There was only Hila and Tolian on the battlefield. Both faced each other, their auras rising rapidly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two, holding their breath and watching the battle. At the next moment, both of them moved. Tolian's body swelled, and muscles bulged out as bone spurs emerged from his skin. A pair of curled devil horns grew on his head, and 2 pairs of bat wings spread out from behind. His back vertebrae also lengthened and divided into 3 jagged tails. His entire being turned into a red creature resembling a demon. His muscles were bulging and knotted, covered with bone spurs. His skin was covered in mysterious lines, and it lent him a cruel visage. He's a pugilist? Seeing this, Ames raised her brow. Nope, a mage. From a side sounded a voice. Han Zhao's avatar had flown over, and he was reading out Tolian's information. He possesses a demon's lineage, and this bloodline got elevated during this sublimation to beyond grade A. Just now, he utilized the true liberation unique to the demon race. That red body is his true form and also the origin behind his nickname, Red Devil. He's a mage that leans toward transfiguration and melee battles, as his racial talents have brought him extraordinary resistance and extreme regeneration, a relatively rare breed. His combat style should be a bit similar to Milizau's of the dynasty. I see. Ames nodded before turning and lightly smiling as she teased. Long time no see. Are you still doing well? Very. Han Zhao nodded and joked. Did you miss me? Why would I? Ames laughed before turning back to look at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Tolian completed his transformation before charging forward aggressively, heading straight for Hila. At the same time, a cluster of dark blue mana poured out of him, turning into spells that buffed his body. He continued to grow, and at the same time, a colorful magic circuit appeared on his skin, raising his attributes. He did not know what new abilities Hila had obtained, but her core power would not change. Based on the data 20 years ago, Hila was a mid-range combatant, with an Esper ability that controlled a certain type of energy, so he chose to engage her in close combat. The demon race's true liberation brought him strong resistance and regeneration, and various magic shields on his skin supported his flesh and muscles. If needed, he could even use it to support a long-range spell artillery. Ames' power was focused around control and restraint, and she did not have high lethality. In his opinion, his combat style would restrain Ames, so his chances of winning would not have been low. Only because of this did Tolian have the confidence to challenge Ames. Seeing her opponent rush forward aggressively, Hela did not retreat, instead choosing to advance, wrapping her dark red death energy around her entire body and shooting forward like a comet. The sound of an impact echoed in everybody's heads as they slammed into each other. A dark red shockwave exploded at their point of contact. Just comparing strength, Tolian, who was blessed with an amplification spell, had the absolute advantage, directly flinging Hela away. However, instead of taking the chance to follow up, Tolian suddenly froze, as though finding something strange. Hela did not stop, stabilizing her body and shooting out rays of death energy from her finger to overwhelm Tolian. Shield! Tolian woke up from his reverie, and his gestures rapidly changed as he covered himself in a mana shield shaped like a tortoise's shell. The countless death energy arrows hit the shield, collapsing every layer. Every shot that struck the shield would bring with it a mental shock, which was pressuring to every spectator on the scene. The mental shock did not require a medium and would sound in the minds of everybody near the source. Hela's death energy was equipped with multiple damage types and contained both physical and mental attributes. At her level, there was even true damage, so it was difficult to defend against. Tolian did not take the attacks passively, however. He continued to advance toward Hela while blocking. While Hela was good at mid-range attacks, she did not adopt any hit-and-run tactics, but faced him in a frontal battle. The figures of the two continuously collided with each other, flying out again and again, leaving behind hundreds of afterimages that were hard to tell apart. Hela was always someone who gave her all in every battle, so the intensity of the battle gradually progressed beyond the scope of a spar. Han Xiao was paying attention to the battle, but Nero suddenly flew toward him with Mia tagging along and asked with a voice full of concern, "Godfather, Sister Hela doesn't look too good right now, does she?" "You're thinking too much," Han Xiao said before chuckling. "Isn't it so? Sister Hela gets sent flying each time. Her melee battle abilities are below her opponent's, but she does not engage in hit and run. Isn't that a bit?" Han Xiao smiled as he shook his head. Carefully observed Tolian's body. "He's not doing as well as you think." Hearing this, Nero squinted. The speed of a Beyond Grade A was too fast to see clearly, and it took a while for him to notice the abnormal state of Tolian. Dark red death energy was coiled all over his body, full of corrosiveness, just like gangrene. It was constantly eroding his mana but could not be removed. Han Xiao patted Nero's shoulder as he explained, "The time at which they entered the Beyond Grade A realm only differs by a few years. To a Beyond Grade A, such a short amount of time is negligible in terms of their improvements, so their actual combat ability will be in the same tier. Don't look at me. I'm an exception." And within this tier, Hela's Esper ability has an absolute advantage. He was not even the least bit concerned about Hela. Among those spectating, only he knew just how perversely strong the Beyond Grade A Hela was. Controlling death itself, this was an Esper ability that was part of the super high-risk Esper abilities. He knew full well that after arriving at the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela's Esper ability would undergo a qualitative change. The intelligence regarding Hela's abilities in his past life was overflowing, and it was all teased out using players who threw their lives away. Firstly, upon reaching the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela had obtained an exclusive passive ability. Every time her death energy struck her target, a stack of a special status, Death's Erosion, would be added to them. Death's Erosion had a total of 15 stacks, and the first stack would reduce all enemy recovery skills by 20% and defense by 15%. Reaching the fifth stack would result in a 40% decrease in their recovery ability, a 25% decrease in their defense, and the random elimination of a buff every 10 seconds. The 10th stack would result in a 60% decrease in their recovery ability, a 35% decrease in their defense, a 10% decrease to all attributes, the random elimination of buffs, and the collapse of their cells, reducing their HP by 0.8% every 20 seconds. At the 15th stack, an 80% decrease in their recovery ability, a 45% decrease in their defense, a 20% decrease to all attributes, the elimination of all buffs, and a loss of 1% of their HP every 12 seconds. And when all 15 stacks were placed, Hela could release a special skill without any prerequisites. She could completely detonate all Death's Erosion stacks on the enemy and immediately make a death judgment. The conditions for death judgment were harsh, and generally, they could not be applied to targets that exceeded their level. However, even if the judgment failed, it would still have an effect where it would directly shave off 20 to 30% of the enemy's total HP and reduce their max HP by 8 to 12 HP. After detonation, Hela could immediately apply a new round of Death's Erosion after a short cooldown, which was extremely scary. If the enemy wished to stop the stacking of Death's Erosion marks, then they had to disperse the death energy settled in their body. If they did not have similar skills, then they had to rely on their own resistance. The duration of Death's erosion depended on the resistance of the target. The higher the number of stacks, the longer the retention time would be. The first layer usually lasted for only 3 seconds, but at the third layer, it would last for 8 seconds. Furthermore, forcefully resisting would only allow the layers to drop down one by one instead of them completely disappearing, making it extremely hard to completely get rid of. In addition to this core skill, Hyla's death ability had also obtained the passive property of Vampiric, which could turn 10 to 20% of the damage she dealt to a vital target into her own HP. Group battles against her would be tough, as the more enemies she had, the faster she would regain her HP. In addition, every time her death energy hit a target, there would be 3 seconds of after effects, which would hit her enemies with 50 to 70% of her base damage. Lastly, after Hyla was promoted, she had also developed a special ability that was useless against the players yet lethal threat to any others. That was to use her death ability to deprive the cell vitality of a living person, reducing their upper limit of cell divisions, causing them to lose their life force. Because of this ability, the vast majority of Beyond Grade, as in the universe, treated her like a viper, not willing to fight with her. If you hit me, I'll lose 1 second of my life, literally. Who would dare spar with you? However, other than Han Shao, no one in the universe knew of this point. Even Tolian, who was sparring against Hyla, was clueless. The fighting was getting more intense, and the surging mana waves and death energy collided again and again, exploding against each other in a burst of energy. Tolian might initially just have wanted to spar, but against the strong attacks of Hyla, he could no longer keep his aces hidden and continued to raise his strength. Now, the situation was no longer under his control, almost shifting to a life and death battle. If an onlooker did not know that both of them had met for the first time, they would probably think that the two had some deep hatred, where one could not live if the other was alive. Crazy woman. Tolian was furious, to the point that his attacks got wilder and fiercer. Even though his magic shield could ward off most attacks, his body would still be occasionally hit. As the Death's erosion stacks grew, he began to discover something weird. Not only were his recovery abilities restrained, but the effect of the amplification spell applied to him seemed to be getting weaker, and his body seemed to be unable to bear the magic energy used for transformation. Moreover, since he had stacked up more than 10 stacks, he discovered that his cells were continuously being destroyed, his injuries rapidly increasing. He could barely maintain his current state with his suppressed regeneration. Her Esper ability is too strong. Tolian's heart sank. While he had also dealt Hyla some injuries, they seemed to recover in the blink of an eye, and it was him that seemed to be getting worse because of the death energy raging in his body. This newly emerged Beyond Grade A had such a high combat capability. In that case, Tolian's eyes grew cold and mana condensed in his hands. His was followed by a mass of blood pouring out of his fingertips, and they mixed, turning into a strange purple blood flame. By the side, Austin suddenly narrowed his eyes. As a master mage, he recognized the spell. The demon race's unique advanced forbidden technique, polluted blood. Not good. Austin felt his heart clench. This was a forbidden technique, and it transformed the blood of demons through a special method to become polluted and full of inferior genes. This would pollute the blood and genes of the other party, causing irreversible damage to them. Its power was not strong, but it was very damaging, a unique method of the demon race. He knew that Tolian's usage of this technique would not help his battle situation, but it would contaminate Hyla's genes instead. His intention was insidious. Hyla also sensed the danger with her instincts, immediately retreating, but Tolian raised the purple flame and pursued her. The distance between the two continued to shorten. Don't blame me. Tolian had on a vicious expression. Because Hyla was a Black Star Army officer, he had been worried of provoking Han Shao and did not intend to do so in the first place. But now that he was truly angered, he did not care about being lenient, and he was determined to use more damaging tactics. As a former wanted criminal who had slaughtered surface civilizations for pleasure, he had no moral standard to begin with. Seeing that she could not get rid of Tolian, Hyla squinted before shooting out a highly concentrated blast of death energy that pierced through his magic shield, hitting his chest squarely. At this moment, Tolian's body suddenly expelled a large amount of mana, and his cells eroded by the death energy could no longer bear the amplification effect. Thus, all his buffs disappeared. Wah! Tolian's expression changed. But before he could react, Hyla raised a hand, pointing toward him from far away, and squeezed her fingers together abruptly. Reaper of Souls. The full 15 stacks of Death's erosion immediately detonated. Tolian's heart tightened, and a life-threatening instinct sounded in his mind. He felt that the death energy in his body had been agitated, and like a bomb ignited by a fuse, it exploded within his body. The next moment, intense pain penetrated his body and soul. Under the gazes of everyone present, before his attack could reach Hela, his body burst apart into a mist of blood.